Chapter 201 The Fear of Being Dominated by Giants. Fireballs connected the undead and the charging Cyclops. And the burning flames became a bond that pulled the two sides together, accompanied by a rumbling roar. The shock waves that spread around seemed to burn the air. The swarm of Cyclops rushed forward with their heads down, causing the ground to tremble. The unforgettable hill that had been closed by the collapse began to shake and struggle. All the Cyclops came out, and there were as many as 4 of them. The recent search by the undead has compressed their living space. Or maybe it's just pure anger. So the giants decided to teach these undead a lesson. The trap was like a piano key being pressed hard. And the more the Cyclops ran, the angrier they became. Back off. The distance is safe enough. Probably. Spread out. The undead began to disperse. And now they acted as bait to try to attract the 4 Cyclops that suddenly came, creating an output environment for their companions behind. The angry Cyclops put one arm in front of his face, letting the flames pierce his arms and chest, and then bloom like flowers. The flying sparks were painting the air dimly. Focus on the attack. The health of the Cyclops was steadily decreasing, and the dawn of victory seemed to be just around the corner. If there was only one Cyclops, no matter how far the two sides were, the Cyclops, who was always rushing forward madly, had big enough steps and could eventually rush to the front of the undead. A dozen undead were exploded into ashes the moment their bodies touched, hit its legs. But some undeads noticed that the Cyclops in the front was running too fast, causing the bottom to be unstable. To defeat the boss in a dungeon, the most important thing is to work together. A group of small ants that the Cyclops could kill with just a wave of their hands. But they successfully overturned the Cyclops with their own means. Boom! The ground shook. The fall of a Cyclops blocked the way for the 3 Cyclops behind it. So this narrow path was not completely useless. Are there any horses? Flying a kite! If Lind were here, he would definitely get cold after seeing this scene. What he is worried about is the desperate and life-threatening attacks of the undead. World bosses, powerful masters, and sleeping gods will all die in the crazy attacks of the undead. There will never be a boss that the undead cannot defeat. As long as there is a health bar, the gods will kill you. The so-called obstacles are only temporary, unless you can remain invulnerable and invincible forever. As long as the undead can see that you have lost 1 drop of blood, they will have the confidence to lose all your remaining blood. In Star Dragon City, the pharmacists who were just about to relax for a while suddenly received overtime requests. Why are there still so many undead people changing their jobs to become spell wizards? Even busier than them are the blacksmiths and merchants in the shops. Arrows, traps, etc. are in great demand. Although I don't understand what happened. According to the Lord's original instructions, gold coins and points can indeed be used to purchase these things. If the Lord sees the undead people buying like this, he should be very happy. The blacksmiths wiped the sweat from their foreheads and smiled. They were just the blacksmiths in front of the stage. The real production line was in Prey Town. Otherwise, they alone would never be able to make up for the consumption of weapons resources for 300 or 400 undeads. If the adults saw the undead buying like this, unlike the blacksmiths who could only swing hammers, the merchants gathered from various novice villages sighed. Probably no one in the entire Star Dragon City would understand Lin's points. Gold coins better than them. And Star Dragon Stone. Although they racked their brains and still couldn't figure out the meaning of those things to the undead, it didn't prevent them from understanding the most essential idea of Lin's series of operations. Greater benefits. Less effort. It would be their dereliction of duty to let the undead really get the benefits through points and gold coins. In any case, the undead faced the 4 Cyclops that had chased out from the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain and launched their own kite battle. On the scattered disaster war horses, hundreds of undead formed a large circle. The jumping flames and the flying arrows fell on the Cyclops like a drizzle. The assassins sneaked closer to lay traps, and then left. The battlefield was out of control, and no one even knew when the war would end. They went south from the unforgettable hill east of the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain and moved the battlefield to the intersection of the Trident. After several hours of hard work, with the fall of the Cyclops, the undead people ushered in a staged victory. But in comparison, the Cyclops became restless. They killed for a long time before they found out why the number of enemies had not decreased. And people kept dying. And then soon after they died, people joined in. Every enemy was caught without mercy. There were no more big stones to throw away as weapons. And those guys on horses could not catch up at all. So the three Cyclops could only roar. The battlefield shifted again. Although the Cyclops had no way to deal with the undead, who resolutely implemented the kite-flying strategy. They wanted to leave. And the undead had no way to do it. The flames covered the site, and disturbed the Cyclops' vision. Although it was heading north, the direction had inadvertently deviated a little. The Cyclops seems to be heading to Star Dragon City. What should we do? Brothers? Fuck. There is such a good thing? Hurry up and drive the Cyclops over so that the NPC can help us fight the monsters. On the other side, Stang and Xialuba, the two Legion leaders who have abandoned their human identities, have prepared all the combat power of the tribe. This group of green-skinned people who exude a stomach-churning and silly look are not without flaws. They are too large to find suitable equipment. And many of them use primitive weapons. Use a stick and a piece of iron to tie it together. You idiot! Like this. Stang snatched the stick from a green man, and then picked up a rusty and barnacled anchor in the man's eyes, like an angry chimpanzee, and tied the stick together with a rope. The two inconspicuous things immediately became a handy weapon that could smash a horse into mud in one go. It was not beautiful enough, but wild enough, and his aesthetic began to become wild. What should we say now? Shaluba turned his head and looked at the noisy mutant greenskins. Even if they met Lord Leon. No. If they met Lord Leon, they would definitely not have a conflict. They were extremely sure of this. Swear to the sea god. Stang grinned. Although they had obtained the power of the greenskins, it did not mean that they would really expand their faith according to the requirements of the sea god, which was inconsistent with their original idea. Stay away from those gods. Then he praised them from a distance. This is the survival wisdom of weak humans. Yes. My blood is boiling. Xialuba picked up his old helmet. The fine armor that could cover his head has now become a small thing the size of a fist. He casually crushed the helmet into a ball of iron. At first, he was frightened by the undead attack and fled. But now they not only caught up with the undead in number, but also had stronger strength. He really didn't know how to lose. Poseidon. Shaluba raised the sword in his hand high, as if he was holding a one-handed sword. Light and fluttering, but eye-catching enough. Poseidon. Stang raised his fist and roared in response. The greenskins who didn't know what was going on also learned to shout loudly. The expedition was far away, starting from the abandoned port to the upstream highlands, and then going straight to Leon City. If there was no conflict, it would be better. They might be able to go straight to the Snake Catcher's fortress. No. The Snake Catcher's fortress could be slowed down. Even Lord Leon was hesitant. And there was no need for them to have a head-on conflict with those old nobles. Imagine what other ways there are to get to the east side of the frozen mountains. Flying? Or burrowing underground? The two felt that their brains were a little slow, and they didn't know if it had anything to do with turning into greenskins. After shouting "See God" again, they began to move. Since leaving, the journey has been smooth, without encountering any disasters or monsters, except for the soft and lifeless land under their feet and the desolate surroundings. They didn't feel that they were in the end of the world at all, as if everything was still before the end of the world. After several days of rapid travel, the greenskins left the countercurrent highlands and stepped into the wilderness of Leon territory again. The previous clashes seemed to be still before their eyes, just like they didn't take the undead seriously at the beginning. When the undead's overwhelming attack came, all they could do was flee. The dark night enveloped the suddenly rising city wall in front of them. The cold cast and rebuilt buildings, and the huge city defense equipment that could be seen from a long distance made the greenskins stop subconsciously. The wall that stood like a hill completely shattered their guesses. How many days have passed? Is Leon City gone? That's right. The abyss curse on Lord Leon has spread. It's normal for Leon City to be gone. But what if? Loyalty may not be strong, but they always have trust in Lord Leon's strength. What should we do? Stang, who used to do things in his own style, gradually developed the habit of throwing problems to others along the way. The situation in Shaluba was not much better. Attack? The greenskins were sure they could break through the wall, but there were still 100 or 200 undead behind the wall. By then, the greenskin tribe, which had suffered heavy losses, might not be able to hold on. Just as they were thinking about the battle plan, the vibration of the ground attracted the attention of the greenskins. 3 huge monsters took heavy steps and rushed towards the direction of Star Dragon City while being chased by a large group of people riding disaster war horses. Don't move. The greenskins were ready to stay put. They had never seen a cyclops in their lives. It seemed to be a magical monster that did not belong to this country. But the aura on them could not be faked. A cyclops of the heroic level. With thick skin and flesh. No matter how slow-witted they were. They knew that they should sit back and watch the two sides fight. The rumbling noise outside was also felt in Star Dragon City. The heavy sound of the giant's feet and the chaotic running of hundreds of horses' hooves made people's skeletons sore. The soldiers patrolling the city wall immediately spotted the cyclops appearing from the south, where the ground and sky meet. The emergency alarm called all the soldiers into action. Lance, who climbed up the city wall, held an ice bow and looked at the cyclops that was rushing towards him like a tall building. On this day, he also had the fear of being dominated by the giant. The people on the city wall were extremely small. The strong and tall giant only needed to stand straight to be parallel to them. The huge contrast in size made people subconsciously hold their breath. And their hearts were so heavy that they couldn't breathe. Get ready. Lance quickly mobilized the soldiers. The huge crossbow bed was swinging. And two people were operating it. One was aiming. And the other was putting the spear-like arrow on the crossbow. Quickly shaking the machine. Using a small mechanism to pull the finger-thick bowstring. The exaggerated tightening sound was like their stretched nerves. Boom! One arrow after another pierced the cyclops running in the front. And under the huge force, successfully pierced the giant's forearm, chest and shoulder. Fuck. So fierce? The undead, who were still flying kites, seemed to have discovered a new world. They didn't expect that the crossbow bed that had been used as a decoration on the city wall, and the undead people had downloaded it from the internet and then improved by the NPC, could cause damage comparable to a dozen undead fireballs. It's a pity that the attack frequency is a bit slow. The Cyclops finally rushed to the city wall, and his body tilted and hit it. The city wall tilted and almost fell, and the messy rubble stabbed into the Star Dragon City like thunder. Lance stabilized himself with his flexible body and quickly pulled the bow. The cold air from the backlash of the curse quickly covered his arms and formed a pair of ice armor on his arms. Pulling the bow to the maximum and fastest limit was beyond his body's endurance limit. The Cyclops was in front of him, and the bowstring burst into a storm. Frost swept across the city walls, and the ground was covered with white frost and crystal thorns that grew wildly like branches, and quickly wrapped around the head of the Cyclops. And ice crystals formed a huge icicle under the nose of the Cyclops. The threat of death came, and Lance, whose body was frozen, could only watch the angry Cyclops raise his arms, and his clenched fists crushed towards him like a small house. The light above his head was also blocked by darkness. Darkness? Although the fist was big, it should not be able to cover the sky. Roar! An unsettling roar came from the sky. Selene, who had just arrived in front of the city wall, raised her head immediately. And then countless people looked up at the slender figure with wings spread in the sky. The scarlet scales glowed with dazzling light. It was a two-legged flying dragon. The slender red-scaled flying dragon swam flexibly in the air like a water snake. And after reaching above the Cyclops, it retracted its front wings and stabbed down like a sword. The dragon bit the Cyclops' fist raised high, and the powerful bite and impact force suppressed the force of the Cyclops' forward swing. The wind pressure brought by its fall swept across the walls of Star Dragon City, almost blowing away the unstable knights on the walls. The dragon was even longer than the Cyclops, and with its strong body, it crushed the Cyclops and threw it to the ground. Its shaking head bit the Cyclops' arm, and blood splattered. The Cyclops punched the dragon's head. This was destined to be a battle between giants. But people soon discovered another point, and this discovery made them shudder. There was a figure on the back of the dragon. He was only wearing tattered rolled-up pants, as if he had just walked out of a sea of fire. The dense patterns blooming on his chest made people exude a wave of intoxicating mystery. Lind Alman. Chapter 202 Indulgence. It's been a while since I last saw him, but this official son seems to have changed dramatically. Village Chief of Novice Village? The undead paused for a moment. I've never seen an NPC constantly strengthened like this. Great. Our village chief has been strengthened again. Most of the undead were happy about this. Lin's becoming stronger at least meant that it would not be a problem to kill the 3 Cyclops this time, and their rewards were already firmly in hand. Only a few undeads were suspicious. Your official team kept strengthening an NPC, which would make the game experience worse. There was no passion for struggle. Complaints must be made. And complaints must be made. so that the undeads in other regions can see what it means to be a son of the Virgin. Can your novice village chief compare with ours? The huge flying dragon that fell from the sky forcefully entered the battle with a devastating momentum. The two-legged flying dragon fire tumor Achillean that surrendered to the forest excitedly tore at the enemy in front of him. The fist of the Cyclops smashed the dragon's neck, breaking the fire tumor on its neck. The curse from the magic ring fragment exploded, and the flames that were hot enough to devour souls caught the Cyclops off guard. Right below, it opened its mouth wide to welcome the flames, and a head caught the dripping curse fire tumor pus without any mistake. Another Cyclops died. With a sound of crack, the arm that lost the conscious control of the muscles of the Cyclops was easily torn off by Achillean. It proudly raised its long neck and roared at the remaining two giants in front. As for the undead, they suddenly found that the calamity horses under their crotch were a little out of control and became restless. When the war once again turned into a contest of high-end combat power, the fragile undead had to retreat and choose to leave the battlefield on their own initiative. Lind glanced at the battlefield burning with flames everywhere. The flying dragon Achillean, who had triggered the fire tumor curse again, could not fight for a long time. The fragments of the magic ring that were pierced into its body would continue to burn until the flying dragon was burned dry. He picked up the horn and aimed at the Cyclops in front of him. The sound of the horn pierced through the roar of the dragon and the giant. And the next moment, the flying dragon had spread its wings and rushed into the sky. The thick clouds that had gathered above his head were split by the wings of the flying dragon, clearing a wide field of vision. With the fire tumor pus dripping from his long neck, Achillean launched a charge with the storm. The Cyclops cursed by the horn was pressed down by the flying dragon before he could even react, and was easily torn apart. The flying dragon, which was already stronger, was like a beast teasing a red-crested chicken when facing the Cyclops, whose strength was cut in half. The ground was crushed by the two giants, and a huge pit was created. It seemed that the rumbling sound had been heard since the beginning of the war. The last remaining Cyclops sensed that something was wrong. The successive deaths made it know that it was time to escape. But the curse of the horn followed it like a shadow, and the flying dragon with its wings spread would never let the enemy go. 3 Cyclops died in front of Star Dragon City. The undead were surrounding in the distance. On the walls of Star Dragon City, the soldiers who climbed up also looked at the figure with awe, as if sensing the atmosphere at the moment. Fire tumor Achillean raised his head and roared. What should we do? Stang, who was hiding in the dark, habitually asked his question again. Run. What? When Stang raised his head, he saw that the flying dragon had spread its wings and was flying towards them. It turned out that they had been exposed long ago. Linda rode the flying dragon around and only left a sentence. Surrender, and you will not be killed. Star Dragon City began to get busy, and the undead, who had exceeded the task of killing the Cyclops, were waiting for rewards. For this reason, Saran, who had already shifted his focus to taming the disaster horse, had to wear his hat that almost fit his forehead and was busy dealing with the volcano bird. How is it? Linda immediately handed the 4 heroic disaster hearts to Miss Miko. Seeing her excitement, we can tell how tempting this thing is to her. Miss Miko took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. Although it seemed that it was useless for her to do so, I want to say that if you still insist on taking the Fire Knight path first, it is best to upgrade your Sun's certificate path first. The Sun's proof is Lin's foundation. Only when the trunk of a tree is strong can the branches grow luxuriantly. But if the branches grow far beyond the trunk, it may be a bad situation. Then make the potion first. It should be difficult to make it. Right? It's not difficult to make, but it's difficult to take it. Mike looked at Lind and said, It's not difficult for you either. Is it related to fire? Yes. That's not difficult, as long as it is not a magical flame with other curses or attributes. Lind can basically ignore it. Finding the Blackfire brothers was his top priority now. But he had already commanded the entire Red Dragon Foothills area, and still hadn't gotten any news about the Blackfire brothers. The only way left was to go to the Snake Catcher's fortress, and then go to the central region. In other words, the Blackfire brothers had already crossed the Snake Catcher's fortress and reached the central region? The Blackfire brothers, who had become great knights more than half a year earlier than him, might be very strong. But Lin thought they would definitely not be as fast as he was in progressing. And Black Flame's unholy holy grail. He recalled the things that might be on the Black Flame brothers. But unfortunately, Eluna didn't know the function of the Holy Grail. If it could help to improve strength by force, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Miss Miko waved her hand to drive Lind away. For heroic-level disaster hearts can make Miss Miko successfully promoted to a hero, and can also allow Morina to at least reach the level of Archbishop Kazan after embarking on the path of Necromancer. Lind has always been generous to his own people. He uses what he can use himself, and lets others use what he can't use. Hiding everything is a real waste. He must seize the time to improve every bit of strength. He was already shocked that the undead dared to fight 4 Cyclops at the same time. If he was tied up in a narrow area, Lind could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Fortunately, he now had a 2-legged dragon, which could take him away. When Lind walked out of the inner city, he saw a huge pit had appeared in Star Dragon City. There was a lot of noise outside, so he didn't take it seriously. But it was only a few hours, and the undead were really efficient. At present, Fire Tumor Achillean was curled up on the ground and taking a nap. Lance was guarding beside him. Whenever his body couldn't stand the high temperature, Achillean would raise his head to Lance and remind him to shoot him an ice arrow. Lance had received Lind's order a long time ago, and the lord he was loyal to had become a dragon knight. Dragons were only creatures that existed in stories, so of course he had to serve them well. When Lind approached the dragon, he could feel a chill on its neck. Okay, don't take too much care of it. Linda looked at Lance, whose hands were severely frostbitten, and took the ice bow and handed him 2 bottles of magic potion. I'll do it. The group of green-skinned people squatting obediently in front of the flying dragon were Linda's unexpected gains this time. When riding the flying dragon across the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain and flying back to Star Dragon City, Linda saw 3 Cyclops who were about to attack Star Dragon City, but also saw a green field of green-skinned people. They may be hiding in the blind spot of vision, and their existence is indeed undetectable from the perspective of Star Dragon City. But in the sky, there is such a large piece of green on the bare ground. It is a bit difficult to pretend not to see it. From the abandoned port, Lind looked at Saran, Myram and others who were guarding beside him. The wyverns were enough to suppress the greenskins. Without the talent of infinite rebirth, they could not be as fearless as the undead. Stang and Shaluba, the 2 Legion commanders who escaped at that time. Myram pointed out the identities of the 2 former colleagues without hesitation. But I didn't expect them to turn into greenskins. Transformed? Lind looked at Stang and Shaluba. He absolutely did not discriminate against race. He only discriminated against strength. If there was a choice, Lind would definitely choose to bully the weak rather than bravely challenge the strong enemy. But things did not go as he wished. Many times he had to be on the front line. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to you, sir. Stang and Xyluba saw that both Saran and Myram had already surrendered to Lind, and they immediately knew that their chance had come. But I don't need your loyalty, gentlemen. Lind had a good impression of the Legion commander who had once protected Leon with his death. The more he liked people who died, the less he liked the 2 people who fled in the face of the enemy. Although his men were not strong in combat, they were absolutely trustworthy in terms of loyalty, and could be trusted with their backs. Even Myram and Dome were not included in the battle team by Linda, because fence-sitters are always worrying. Why did you come back and not stay in the abandoned port? Linda has not yet thought of extending his hand to the abandoned port. It is a deserted place with only 1 port. But if Linda wants a port, he can go to the former novice village, the harbor village, or go to the castle of Tomorrow Magic School to open a deep water port. Not going does not mean that he will sit back and watch a group of forces that do not belong to him operate under his nose. The 2 sides will eventually come into contact one day. But he did not expect that the contact would happen today, and they surrendered across the board. Xyluba and Stang did not hide their intention to go to the frozen land continent, and also mentioned the abandoned sea god. Abandoned sea god? Linda was slightly interested. What does he need? More greenskins? The 2 looked at each other. Then what? Loyalty. Or something else. By the way, you are still the Upper Knight? That's right. Our race has changed, and our bodies have become stronger. But this does not prevent us from continuing on the path of potions. Stang clenched his fists, and his bulging biceps were indeed beyond the reach of humans. Even though Lind was considered strong and tall among humans, he looked a little thin in front of the greenskins. Lind's eyes were shining. He didn't expect that there was really a god in the Deepwater abandoned port. But as a human being, it would be better not to communicate with the other party. I can let you go. Lind gave his own advice. You can also take people who are willing to go with you. But before that, Write down all the ways and powers you have mastered. Is it that simple? Stang and Xiaoluba were a little bit unbelievable. Things were easier than expected. The knowledge of potions was not important to them. Only the power they improved belonged to them. On that day, the captured greenskins were driven towards the snake catcher's fortress. Sir, do you want them to clash with the garrison forces of the snake catcher's fortress? Serling came to Lind and looked at the direction where his former colleagues left with him. Unfortunately, his relationship with his colleagues was also average. He even felt that it was a good thing that the two did not directly surrender to Linda. Otherwise, the struggle for power and other troubles would definitely happen again in Star Dragon City. Just like the former Leon City. Are they that stupid? Linda asked puzzledly. Well, probably not. If Linda really wanted the greenskins to help attack the snake catcher fortress, the greenskins who believed in it would definitely rather die than obey. No one would be stupid enough to be cannon fodder for others. So, what are you doing? Selen asked. I don't trust them, Linda said, and such a completely untrustworthy force is full of dangers in Star Dragon City. The unstable factor of the undead is troublesome enough. And there is no need for Linda to take in a group of greenskins who seem to be full of rebellious spirit. These guys will definitely never be slaves. And greenskins are like this. So just drive them out. They can go wherever they want, Linda said casually. If they are willing to attack Star Dragon City, they can. Maybe we can temporarily start a side quest to kill the greenskins, so that the undead can have fun. Of course, there is one thing Linda didn't say. He didn't trust the greenskins. So he wanted to see where these people were going after the failure of the attack on Star Dragon City. Would they return to the abandoned port and return to the embrace of the so-called sea god? Or really find a corner to hide? Or rush to the snake catcher fortress? And he really has a lot of things to do now. And he has to prioritize things. Saran hesitated to speak. He felt that the Lord was too hasty to do this. But when he saw that the Lord had issued a task again, asking the undead to track and investigate the greenskins plot, he felt that he was still thinking too shallowly. Sure enough, the Lord has even thought of this. Linda was just a habit. These greenskins were such a good target for the mission. It didn't matter whether the undead were going to kill them or do something else. Anyway, being targeted by the undead would definitely not end well. Another day in Star Dragon City came amid the surprise and cheers of the undead. Ever since a wyvern appeared in the territory, undead people kept coming to take pictures with him. This was a dragon. But the wyvern had a very bad temper. If you approached without permission, you would be easily burned to death by the flames it spewed. Some people were very excited when they saw Phylon become a red name. Now that he has become a red name, can he start killing people right away? No. Of course not. Immediately, a law enforcement team also became a red name and rushed over to arrest the red name players. If the undead choose to resist, they will be punished and wanted immediately. And other players will be waiting for him to be hunted down by bounties. The simplest good and evil system was quietly launched, and did not attract much attention from the undead. And there was not even an update announcement. However, after the undead, who was courting death, took the risk and successfully opened a wanted list, many people also knew the unspoken rules of the Star Dragon outpost. An undead was huddled in a corner. He was wanted for theft. Actually, he thought it was nothing. What's the point of playing games if you can't steal things? Watching the NPCs chatting with each other. The undead, who specially changed his job to become a secret pattern messenger, lowered his voice, touched a bottle of magic potion and ran away. The first successful theft felt great. And then he immediately prepared to steal for the second time. Unexpectedly, after the last time the magic potion was lost, the NPC was already on guard. Although he failed to catch him, he was put on the wanted list. What should I do next? Does anyone know how to remove the red name? He posted a message on the forum for help. Now the forum posts have changed, and many people are discussing the dragon, especially the newly opened dragon feeding window today, which has made many undead people excited and lined up to play. You can feed the wyvern by buying specially prepared food and have close contact with it. If you are lucky, you can even touch it. No one can refuse this link. Some people even treat it as the feeding of white whales in an aquarium, spending money to buy fish to feed. One side is a white whale. The other side is a flying dragon. Which one is more worthwhile? The help post of the immortals fell on deaf ears. And there are many people who have been wanted recently. Ordinary players don't like such people who ruin the game experience. It's fun to play well, And you deliberately provoke NPCs. Provoking is fine. Why do you steal things? Or kick and run away? You go to secretly take pictures of the skirts of female NPCs. You deserve to be wanted. You don't even know how to play with real traffic. Fuck. When the undead was hesitating about what to do, a figure seemed to notice that he was approaching quickly. Even the Lord was red-named. The undead immediately planned to sneak away. But he didn't know that he was wearing the lion badge, which had the highest authority of the lion badge. That is, Linda of the gold badge. He could easily capture the position of each wearer and their current status. Undead, you are under arrest. Sir, I know I was wrong. Can you please not lock me up? Then go and confess. Linda said. Eluna may listen to your confession. But before that, you should spend your time in the dungeon. Confession? What does that mean? The undead didn't understand. But he also knew that he could never be the opponent of the Lord. And it was a good thing that he didn't directly clear his camp points. He stayed in the dungeon built by Star Dragon City for a while. When he was bored and wanted to log off, Eluna finally came and brought a small box. Fuck. Forgiveness is not a donation. Right? Eluna didn't listen to his complaints because she had taken out another thing. Give away the points and gold coins that can offset your worst evil. Eluna said, I will grant you indulgence. Chapter 203 I accidentally got a passive skill. Okay. Frost Sentry. The sky is getting dark. And the clouds are tilting. Today is a good day to start escaping. The loud explosion broke a big hole in the city wall and overturned the tranquility of this place. Then, there were chaotic footsteps, and the sound of the door being knocked open. Where are the people? Damn it. Don't let that bastard run away. The crazy roar also showed the anger in the hearts of the soldiers, who were roaring at the moment. The sound of armor and shields colliding came from far away. The sound of torches whipping the air was sharp and rapid. And the dense footsteps stopped next to a wooden barrel. However, this group of soldiers wearing Rand Kingdom armor had no idea that their target was just a stone's throw away. He was still curled up and didn't dare to make a sound. When other undead were mining and farming, he was locked up and lost his freedom. When other undead had experienced one profession after another and said that none of them were fun, he was locked up and lost his freedom. When other undead were thinking about whether to take a photo with the flying dragon, he was still locked up and lost his freedom. He had no gaming experience at all until now. His personality was very extreme and stubborn. He had been caught and insulted by these red-named monsters for so long. And now, he just wanted to kill these bastards. I don't know if it was because he had stayed here for too long, but he found that even if he really died, he would not be refreshed back to the mountains, but would become a member of Frostwatch and be reborn here. This situation certainly attracted the attention of the red-named monsters in Frostwatch. So it also eliminated the possibility of him escaping by dying and resurrecting. But opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. After a long period of preparation, he finally seized the opportunity and successfully detonated the crazy mystic believer's cuff when the guards left. After countless tests, the crazy fire burning with rationality successfully blasted a big hole in the sentry wall. He held his breath. As long as he seized the opportunity to escape from the sentry, he would be free to fly in the sky and the fish in the sea. He was going to Star Dragon Sindel. No. Star Dragon City. Who is it? Something seemed to have attracted the attention of the soldiers outside. The voices became noisy again. What? What? Who are you? It soon became quiet outside. Just as the undead was still stubborn and huddled, the wooden barrel that covered him was suddenly moved away. A man wearing soft armor inside and a black cloak outside looked down at him. No red name. Not a sentry soldier? The man lowered his head, revealing the red mark on his face. It was a tattoo that looked like a tail, flickering with the rhythm of his breathing, as if it contained some powerful power. No. Since he didn't have a red name, he was still stubborn and didn't want to have a conflict with the other party. Isn't it better to live well? He glanced at the corpses beside him. Those very difficult to deal with red-named monsters of the Frost Sentry had their brains bombarded by flames and became unrecognizable. But strangely, he didn't hear any explosions. The battle just now happened in silence. You must have suffered a lot here. He sighed in a deep voice. Follow me. You are free now. The hand reached out to the stubborn one. In the dim vision, it was a rough hand wearing a strange leather glove. The stubborn one grabbed the hand, and then he felt himself being pulled up by a strong force. Thank you for your help. His voice was full of excitement. The doors of the rooms inside the sentry were pushed open, and figures walked out. The common feature of this group of people was that there were traces of flame tattoos on some part of their bodies. Who are you? We are the rebels of the old aristocracy, trying to solve these crazy lunatics and re-establish a new order. The man smiled and asked, Nice to meet you. Me too. Zheng Zheng smiled. This group of people are very good at hiding their figures in the dark. They occasionally chuckle, and their mental state seems not very good, but they give people a very friendly feeling. The tense nerves can finally be relieved. Although they didn't say anything more, they seemed to easily accept that Zheng Zheng had joined the team, especially when they heard that Zheng Zheng was coming from the frozen soil mountains. Al, the black-cloaked man who first discovered him, said, You are walking towards the north. There is a big frozen soil over there, and there is nothing but a wasteland over there. Al pointed in the direction and said, Go south. There is a gathering place for humans, but outsiders are not very welcome there. In the undead's puzzled eyes, Al just smiled and did not explain too much. This is a hiking journey, and he still insisted on following them all the way south. And the biggest gain was that he finally determined his location. He was in the northeast of the kingdom of Rand. If he continued to go south, he would go to the golden city of Goliath. If he wanted to go to Star Dragon City, he would either cross the frozen mountain range that was said to be difficult for even a dragon to cross, or go south to Goliath, bypass the frozen mountain range, and then move northwest to the Snake Catcher Fortress. Forget it. It seems good to join this mysterious force. Although they seem to be hostile to Star Dragon City, it has nothing to do with the undead. As you wish. This is a strange short sentence. After following the Salamander Party for several days and nights, this sentence has been lingering in the ears of the stubborn man. This group of people calls themselves the Salamander Party. They hate the old nobles, and have been looking for ways to survive in the doomsday. They welcome anyone to join. Before reaching the small gathering place ahead, Al and the others left. They still had their own tasks, so they could only part ways here. But Al also told the way to find them. When he wanted to search for the fire lizards hiding in the dark, they would be aware of the strong intention one step earlier and take the initiative to approach. Because everything is as you wish. Finally arrived at the human gathering place. Before the hard mouth had time to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the red name. The streets were full of red names. Fuck. What is going on? How come it is different from what I imagined? The people on the street stared at him fiercely, and the malice in their eyes was not hidden at all. Although the child pretended to be ignorant, the bright red name on his head reminded him all the time that he was still stubborn. This kid must want to eat him alive. He didn't know how to show that he wanted to find the salamanders. Maybe it would be better to turn around and run away now, and then ask for the way to Star Dragon City. Unconsciously, he walked to a remote alley. The village was obviously built after the apocalypse. The houses were not planned, and were very far apart. However, for some reason, the houses nearby were all crowded together. The dim alley was barely illuminated by the light escaping from the gaps in the eaves. There was an atmosphere of some secret party meeting here, or a terrible boss was hidden. Maybe he would inadvertently wake up a knight who had been swallowed by the abyss. And then he could quickly take a screenshot, post this experience on the forum, and leave a cool sentence. There is a boss here. Come quickly. So there is no need to search for other undead traces. But he was also worried about the location of his rebirth after death. Whether he would return to Frostwatch again? Who are you? The voice came from the narrow alley, and he looked up to confirm that it was a figure dressed the same as Al. But this person was more hunched and wore some kind of mask. The tattoo of the fire lizard on his neck flickered with his breathing. Still stubbornly remained silent. Name? Title? Where does it come from? The other party continued to ask, but still stubbornly remained silent. He thought he should have triggered the key plot, although he was still confused until now. Your silence has won my respect, the other party said. Still stubbornly replied, As you wish. Come with me, friend. The other party led the way in front, and the undead, who followed him into the narrow alley, felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that he was heading to a place where a big battle was about to break out. After turning a corner, the alley became a place where the sun was shining directly in front. The intersecting light strips in the alley ahead formed an orange-yellow fence, and the yellow lines of the fence were printed on his stubborn face. He squinted his eyes, and the dazzling light made him feel uncomfortable. Finally, they walked to the innermost part, and then pushed open a door, and there were many people standing inside. Some of them were red names. And some behaved normally. Did they want to kill me? But because they joined the salamander party, they would not do it. The undead suddenly had a new understanding. Maybe in this game, the red name is not a decisive factor in judging the enemy. There are constraints of the camp, and they may not do it to me casually. But the red name represents hostility, and hostility is most likely to turn into an enemy. A new friend is coming. The man who led the way just now raised his voice. Everyone turned to look at him. Although some people had looked at him before, everyone's posture was different. At this moment, he who was still stubborn became the focus of attention. We are the salamanders, igniting the flame of life, breaking off our tails like lizards to survive, hiding in every corner like insects, and then taking root in every place. The man said, someone will vouch for you, so you can join us. Guarantee. Could it be Al? Because everyone turned their heads to look at him. He could also scan the faces present, and he could find that everyone had a fire lizard tattoo on their exposed skin. As you wish. He was still being very cautious. You can speak freely. The person on the other side whispered, we are a group of insects that huddle together for warmth. You don't have to join us. But we are still absorbing all the forces that can join. And we are unwilling to let go of any force. So, we will answer all your questions and dispel all your doubts. If you can leave on your own. The other party said, this is not a threat. And no one will threaten you to do so. This is our request. Of course, we only hope that you can keep the secret here when you leave. As you wish. Still speaking hard, he straightened his back to show his determination. I have a question. Are those people outside also members of the salamander party? They? No. They are just a group of poor people whose sanity has been devoured by madness. Don't pay attention to their resentful eyes. Their resentment is always groundless. But don't believe them. Because they are just living here. He was not sure whether they lived in harmony, or were just pawns of the salamander party to hide their tracks. I can join, Yizheng said stubbornly, and then changed his words, as you wish. Yizheng never revealed his experience to other undead in the game, including the two undead who had contact with him and were no longer in contact. This gathering of the salamanders did not last long, and then he was arranged to go to the Red Bull Horn Arena, where he would be baptized and become a member of the salamanders. He insisted on never revealing secrets to others, and he did what he said, no matter who asked him. His answer was only as you wish. However, the self in the game and the self in reality are definitely not the same person. If he does not show off at this time, his long-term suffering will be in vain. A post appeared in the official forum. Chapter 2042.0 Era arrives. Linda looked at the post that was pushed up by the extremely high comments, and his expression became very serious. This was an undead named Still Talking Tough, who was showing off his passive skills to others in a very casual way. Fire Lizard Emblem Unique. Fire Resistance plus 5%. Life Limit plus 5%. Madness Resistance minus 10%. When attacking, there is a certain probability of hatching an aggressive fire lizard. Note, each undead can only obtain one emblem. Compared with Lin's Furnace Emblem, the so-called Fire Lizard Emblem seems very useless. But this is definitely an emblem. A wirelessly weakened version of many emblems he has. But even a wirelessly weakened version makes Lin's heart ring alarm bells. The power of the emblem is directly related to the noble bloodline and surname. Just like the Sons of Ronin. They are ordinary people but have powerful combat power and attributes comparable to Boss. Because they were once adopted by Baron Ronin and given the power of the noble surname. According to the text explanation of Still Talking Hard, he encountered the Fire Lizard Party and was invited to join them. He was then taken to the Red Bull Horn Arena, where he saw a general wearing golden armor and tied to a chair by a magic circle. After an unknown ceremony, Still Talking Hard successfully obtained this not bad passive skill, which is also the only passive skill in the game beta so far. Red Bull Horn Arena? Isn't it Black Gold's territory? Red Knight Black Gold, whose real name is Red Knight, is a rather paranoid nobleman who loves blood. As the third son of the family, he is not eligible to inherit the title, so he can't play with Linda. Linda has also heard about the arena, where some beasts are often brought to fight with humans in a clear contrast of strength. But from the screenshots of the undead, the figure sitting on the chair is very different from the image in Linda's memory. At least when sitting, he is more than 2 meters tall, which is beyond the scope of normal people. When standing up, his height will definitely exceed 4 meters. If the trapped one was the Red Knight, the situation might be worse than Lind imagined. The so-called salamanders might have mastered the method of extracting emblems from the old nobles. As a red monster, he had to worry about being caught all the time. But the Red Horn Arena was northeast of Goliath. Now he couldn't even cross the Snake Catcher Fortress. So even if he wanted to talk to the Red Knight, it was impossible. At the same time, the Greenskin tribe, who had traveled a long distance, fell into crisis. Not long after leaving Star Dragon City, they found themselves being followed. The Greenskins did not find it strange. If they were in their place, they would not really allow a powerful team to act recklessly in their territory. Recalling the fear of the two-legged dragon, Stang and Xyaluba hesitated and decided to hide farther away. It was definitely impossible to return to the abandoned port. They had to pass through Star Dragon City before going to the Countercurrent Highlands. Who knew if this action would cause misunderstanding? Just as they were struggling, they found that the Greenskins and the team were disappearing. In the morning, I took a look and found that some people were missing. I counted the number of people and found that several were missing. The Greenskins were originally very scattered, and it was normal for some of them to go to other places. But by the afternoon, the number of missing people increased. After a night, the sharp drop in the number of people really caused panic in Stang and Xyaluba. What happened? It was night again. Xyaluba and Stang pretended to sleep and stayed up for most of the night without any accidents. Just when they thought that it was just an accident, a green man in the tribe got up and released the water. I've been discovered. Go! After a slight sound, the green-skinned man who went to the toilet disappeared silently. Xyaluba and Stang, who were very close to each other, widened their eyes and turned their heads to look at each other. They could probably confirm that the undead from Star Dragon City were the ones who attacked the lone green-skinned man. But why did they do it like this? If you want to kill someone, you can do it in Star Dragon City. With the dragon watching, you dare not resist at all. No one could answer this question. The undead, whose number was obviously greater than that of the green-skinned men, were very patient and did not take the initiative to attack. They just hid in the invisible shadows until another green man went to release the water. I was discovered too. The green man was horrified. What on earth was going on? They wanted to jump out and shout, just kill or chop them up. But after thinking for a long time, they still didn't dare to really act. And after hypothesis and research, it seems that as long as they are not discovered actively, the green man will not be killed. The two sides seem to have formed some kind of strange tacit understanding. The green man became honest under the constraints, and would not act on his own, and would never go to places where people might be hiding. They almost had to hold hands to do everything. I need to poop, a green man shouted, walking forward while shouting, pointing, it's right there on that stone. It's right there on the stone. And just in front of the green man, there were 3 undeads bending over and hiding. There were too many undeads who received the tracking mission, and there were undeads in almost every corner where they could hide. Oh no! I'm going to be discovered. Should I just do it? The law of stealth in the game. As long as I kill the one who discovered me, I won't be exposed. Wait. Don't do it yet. The greenskins said they want to go to the stone. Let's go to the other side. Is this stealth tracking? How exciting! But I have to say, these greenskins are a bit stupid. They have lost more than 20 people. Didn't they notice it? This is a stealth tracking mission. As long as we are not discovered, it will be fine. But I think they have caused a commotion. If we don't want to fail the mission, we must control them and not kill too many. As long as we act fast enough, we won't be discovered. When the undead came to report the tracking and investigation information, several days had passed. They did not get any useful information from the greenskins, because after repeated stealth, they finally couldn't help but kill the greenskins. Only a small number of greenskins managed to escape, and the tracking mission naturally failed. The corners of Linda's mouth twitched, but he still gave a certain amount of points as consolation. Now the limited free time of the Banshee pool has ended, so take the points and brush it for a while. When you are overbrushing, you will definitely take the initiative to spend points to continue. The abandoned port has been listed by Linda as a restricted area that cannot be approached temporarily. He has been very busy these days. Apart from the Snake Catcher Fortress, the teleportation magic array that Duome is studying has given Linda unlimited speculations. And he has also given Duome a huge resource tilt. including the use of part of the energy storage battery of the mechanical magic array, in order to operate the various functions of the Golden Lion badge. The energy under the Star Dragon City has been barely able to maintain. This is because the undead will sell their physical strength before going offline every time. Otherwise, Linda really has to organize all NPCs to contribute. He also proposed his own ideas to several wizards, such as whether energy conversion can be completed. Now that Star Dragon City has the flaming wyvern of fire tumor Achillean, the heat can be converted into energy and stored. The energy problem can definitely be solved. But even Domain thought his guess was too fantastic and impossible to do. Then, as a magic idiot, Linda was given a completely incomprehensible magic principle class. In addition to the teleportation array, Morina's speed on the necromancer path is getting faster and faster. Miko is making hero potions for Linda, and Brittany is trying to be promoted to a high-level wizard. There is also the Cyclops cave. Those Cyclops definitely appeared out of thin air. But there is no time to investigate all this. Linda received a hasty message. The official 2.0 update is coming. Chapter 205, the third day after the undead disappeared. The beta version 2.01 of Doomsday Ring has been updated. The number of players has been expanded to 12,000. And the level cap has been increased to 20. The update will take 1 day. Please wait patiently if you are qualified. The problem of NPCs of our faction not being friendly enough will be fixed. The problem of game disconnection and forced logout after players are infected will be fixed. 1 day. Linda looked at Star Dragon City. The moment he received the official update, the undead disappeared. The crowded square was no longer filled with undead. The Banshee pool that was usually full of undead was now empty. And even the feeding window of Fire Tumor Alex was empty of undead coming to check in. I'm not used to their sudden disappearance. Perhaps because they were both foreigners. Linda felt less lonely when he saw the undead going crazy. And when they disappeared again, Linda became the only alien soul in this world. It's too late to do anything. This is what Linda is concerned about. After 1 day, the level of the undead will be raised to level 20. Which means that they are very likely to reach level 21 by taking drugs and reach the upper level. 12,000 upper knights or upper wizards can definitely overthrow the Rand Kingdom. He went to the tavern. He hadn't been to the tavern for a while. And the decoration here had changed again. What is this? Lynn looked at the sticky note on the wall. Ludo, the dwarf who was helping to clean the tables in the tavern, said. Some undead suggested this, saying that they could write down their feelings about this place. And maybe they could still read it after a long time. Even crazy undead would pay attention to time. Linda casually browsed the contents on the sticky note. They will be very gentle at certain times. But it is best not to be touched. Otherwise you will die without a burial place. How is Luke? He found a table and sat down. Help me get some wine and food. He is growing stronger and stronger. Ludo smiled. Everyone likes him. But that boy doesn't seem to have the talent to be a bard. He sings tune-deaf. Ha ha ha. This shows that he must be a qualified warrior. Linda looked at the meat and wine that were served and said, You may not know that, Reed. Lance and others are basically all tune-deaf. The maid who brought the wine and meat was a new face. The speed of work here was very fast. Although Linda did not manage his people carefully, he also knew that his people were very competitive. Those who are more willing to work hard and have a stronger fighting spirit can have more opportunities. And those who just want to live also have their place. My lord, are you also tone-deaf? She asked curiously. Linda smiled. As a noble, music is also a compulsory option. Although I may prefer to roar rather than sing a song with a pinched throat now. The maid blinked and looked at Linda, with awe and admiration on her face and eyes. Only those who have truly experienced the end of the world will know how precious the new life created by the Lord is now. Being able to eat well, and not worrying about being entangled by disasters is already a dream-like life. But here you can even vaguely return to the time before the end of the world. And she can even wear beautiful clothes. However, Lynn had no interest in chatting with her, even though she looked a little cute like Miss Miko. And her slightly protruding upper lip looked like a little rabbit. What game do we have now? Lynn looked at Ludo. Play cards. You will definitely like it. Ha ha. A pleasant afternoon. Lynn had a kind of calmness of the real doomsday is coming. And he was even too lazy to struggle anymore. In the future, the restrictions on the undead in Star Dragon City will be infinitely reduced. Whether it was the magic system of the lion badge he created, points, or the Star Dragon Stone, everything relied on strength. If the undead were stronger, they would have no reason to obey his orders. Lind, who had been worried since the appearance of the undead, found that there were many interesting places in this world after he calmed down and started to play badly. He took Lance's ice bow to find the two-legged dragon, helped the dragon cool down, and flew out of Star Dragon City on it. The flying dragon spread its wings, and people watched the figure leave. That figure has gradually replaced the gradually blurred image of the god in their hearts. Flying high in the sky, there is a wasteland below. The mountains shrink rapidly as the altitude increases, and the flying dragon plunges into the thick white clouds and soars above the sea of clouds. Linda opened his arms and let the golden light completely cover him. Roar! The flying dragon, who understood Linda's mood at the moment, dived down, and they had already come from Star Dragon City to the green grass where the herd of disaster war horses were. A dense grassland grew on the barren ground, like a patch of baldness. When the flying dragon spread its wings and swooped down, the disaster horses that were grazing raised their heads and trembled. The wind pressure divided the grassland, pressing out waves. The flying dragon flew over the grassland with its wings, clearing a very wide road. The horsemen of Star Dragon City, who were responsible for guarding and grazing here, raised their hands to block the sudden strong wind, and then watched the dragon gliding close to the ground for a distance, flapping its wings again and flying high into the sky. And the figure standing on the dragon's back, that is their powerful lord. But no one knows that their lord is now very panicked. So panicked that he doesn't know what to do. He can only wander around aimlessly, trying to calm his restless heart. Harbor Village. It is Linda's first time to come to this novice village. The architectural style of the houses is a bit old, and fishing nets are hung at the door of every household. There are small boats on the small pier, rising and falling with the waves. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows? Linda is thinking about how to put his eggs in different baskets. He wants to secretly accumulate part of his family's wealth and hide it from the undead. If a conflict really occurs one day, at least there is a way out. Roar! Alex dived into the sea, splashing water and rushing towards Lind. Why does this dragon look like a husky? Lind wiped the seawater off his face. There is no big danger in the waters of the harbor village. Otherwise, it would not have been chosen as a novice village. Alex came out with his wings flapping, this time not only bringing water waves, but also bringing out seafood. There was a rain of seafood on the beach, and a small thing happened to hit Lind's face. He quickly reached out and grabbed the flying black shadow. Is this a starfish? He remembered that the hood on the mermaid's chest was this thing, right? And the starfish's mouth was in the middle. The catastrophic starfish had little attack power. He almost poked the starfish to death with a small wooden stick. After crushing the starfish to death with a little force, a cluster of flames ignited in his palm. When the flames burned, nothing was left. Only a trace of the catastrophic breath disappeared in the air. These marine creatures affected by the catastrophic transformation all had slight signs of mutation, such as sharper teeth or more eyes on their bodies. Especially a shark with a dorsal fin as sharp as a knife, which was still full of aggression even out of the water. After twisting and struggling on the beach for a while, it actually flew into the air and pounced on Lind. The Solas chain flew out quickly and wrapped the shark. The shark was grilled on the spot along the burning flame of the chain, and it only took a few seconds for the fish to turn from fragrant to burnt. When the shark disappeared, a very inconspicuous piece of the Heart of Disaster appeared on the ground. The Heart of Disaster, which rarely appears frequently in the disaster shadow area, seems to be a lot in the sea. What did the people in Haigang Village eat before? They wouldn't eat these, right? Of course not, sir. After returning to Xinglong City, Lind asked people to ask people who used to live in Haigang Village. Since farming is a way to obtain survival resources, there is no reason why fishing cannot be done. We only eat some small fish. The kind you mentioned is too scary and can only be found in deep waters. Eating some marine creatures that are not completely catastrophic, and not caring whether the catastrophic change will affect their bodies. That's right. It's already difficult to survive. Who would care how long they can live in the future? Just like Lind's entire territory is now eating mutated food that can mutate people. Maybe someone will become a green man or something else in the near future. Waving his hand to let everyone leave, Lind sat on the chair in the Lord's Hall and closed his eyes to think. It was dark. The broken moonlight scattered and penetrated through a gap in the heavy iron door. Lind could see the moonlight moving from left to right as time passed. It was dawn, and the golden sunlight replaced the moonlight. The next day came. But the undead did not appear. His first reaction was that something had gone wrong. Perhaps the officials had discovered that a red name monster had been bugged and whitewashed. So they moved the undead to other places after they came online. When he opened the official forum, the news was still from yesterday, and no one was posting any more messages. On the third day, the undead still hadn't appeared. Chapter 206 Space Barrel. Disaster Cultivation Plan. The undead have disappeared for more than 10 days. It is April. The air is gradually getting warmer, but the surface is still barren, and plants are trying to grow but cannot sprout. Many of the services in Star Dragon City have also come to a standstill due to the disappearance of the undead. The various products scheduled to be produced in the industrial town behind are slowly filling up the warehouse. The products are unsaleable, but the buyers have been lost. The prosperity of the previous few months was like a busy illusion. Linda also came to the industrial town again after half a month. He was now sure that the undead would not come back in a short time. But it was uncertain how long the daily update would last. Maybe it would be 1 month, 1 year, or even more than 10 years or hundreds of years. What he had to do now was to solve the problem of survival. What do you want to say, Old Cherry? Linda looked at the bald Old Cherry. His age had exceeded the average life expectancy. It was unknown how long the old man could live. Our food is consumed very quickly, and those idiots are always eating like pigs. Old Shay straightened his posture. No one dared to disrespect the Lord in front of him, especially when looking at the behemoth parked in this small square of Prey Town. Flying Dragon. The soldiers' eyes were fanatical, and ordinary people's legs were weak. We should restrict them. Now they don't have so much work to do, so they can eat less. Old Shay counted on his fingers, and his loose mouth would splash a lot of saliva when he spoke. Eat 1 meal a day. No. 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 Eat 1 meal every 2 days. Just let them barely survive. You are always too kind. I'm here to solve this problem. Linda doesn't mind having a character like Grandet under his command. Sometimes, a mean and greedy person is more reassuring than someone who does everything for others. But, Old Cherry opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't say the words after but. The Lord in front of him is no longer the poor little man who was willing to be slaughtered by him just to see the pharmacist. I want to see Bud first. We can talk about you later, By the way, just as Linda was about to turn around and leave, he remembered something and said, we can ask the residents to reduce the production of small parts. But there is no need to reduce the work, and shift the focus to the production of armor and weapons. It is impossible for everyone to be a soldier, but he can train a group of strong soldiers. When he saw the figure with 4 arms again, Linda couldn't hold back the smile on his face. And when Bard took out the heavy bucket, he smiled with his white teeth. Very bright. Bard. My lord. Bud was studying something with 2 hands, and scratching his head with the other 2. His 4 arms seemed quite convenient. I received your good news and flew over immediately. Fly? Bud's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. I heard from Lance that you have a flying dragon. Fire tumor, Alex. Linda said, but I'm sorry. Its skin and bones must be intact on its body while it is still alive. Even if it dies, I may treat it with the same burial as my teammates. Of course I know. But can you let me see it? A flying dragon? I have many mechanisms. Yes. I can also install some new mechanisms for it. No problem. As long as you are not afraid of the heat. You can get close to it as much as you want. Linda nodded. He focused his eyes on the heavy barrel, which looked like a wine barrel, but it seemed to be made of steel. He could feel its weight just by looking at it. Is this the barrel you made? Yes. I call it logistics. Just like the logistics troops that are absolutely indispensable to the operation of the army. A smile appeared on Bard's face. I put a lot of things in it, including traps, weapons, and food. It has enough capacity for a carriage. Show me. The internal space of the iron barrel is completely different from what the naked eye sees. It can hold a lot of things. Bard first put bags of food in it, and the capacity obviously exceeded the volume of the iron barrel itself. Then he stuffed some weapons, armor, etc. in it. Lind approached the iron barrel and stretched out his hand to grab the barrel. It was very heavy. The weight was roughly equivalent to the sum of the things just now. Not only that, when the weight of a carriage was concentrated in an iron barrel, it was like an iron stake nailed to the ground. Ordinary people could not move it at all. Can it be changed? Lind asked. For example, make it into a quiver. I think our soldiers will definitely like it. Bard shook his head. Sir, carrying hundreds of arrows is not conducive to movement. Then hang it on the horse's back. The Calamity Warhorse can ignore these. Lind thought and said, does it have to be in the shape of a barrel? Strongness is important. Sir, if you have something stronger than steel, like dragon skin. I want dragon skin too. I am just a lord, not a lamp god. He. Bard scratched his head, not daring to answer. He also knew that his request was a bit unreasonable. But if it is a stronger skin, such as some disaster monsters, or some naturally strong parts, Linda restrained his thoughts from wandering too far. Let's make a batch like this first. Linda said, make sure every defense tower has one. For wars and conflicts that may occur at any time. Linda is more willing to be fully prepared. After talking about the space props, Linda was more concerned about what he wanted to talk about. Linda took out a stack of blueprints. Soilless cultivation. This land was cursed by the disaster. Plants buried underground could not grow. The mutant plants that could grow in the disaster shadow area were only suitable for mutants to eat. Not only the old nobles were abandoned by the times, but ordinary people who still had human bodies were also abandoned by the times. They just didn't realize it yet. It would probably take a few years or decades for normal humans to disappear and become extinct in this world. If someone chooses to transform their race like Xiao Luba and the others, they can also directly become a race that can cater to the new world. Linda cannot abandon his identity, but he cannot accept his whole body turning green from an aesthetic point of view. Food grown without the land obviously meets his needs. At first, the undead also tried to carry out soilless cultivation, but the technology could not meet the requirements in a short time. Later, the undead, who were busy fighting monsters and upgrading, had no energy. In Linda's various unique Star Dragon City event, after the launch, even casual players had to earn points for new clothes. It was too busy. It won't take too long. But patted his chest, making a clanging sound. The circulation system is not difficult to make. The nutrient solution has been successfully produced with the joint research and development of many pharmacists. A planting area was built, not far from Prey Town. Among the first batch of plants planted was the fastest growing water celery. In a few days, you can see the water celery with tentacles extending in the nutrient solution. And the growth is very gratifying. It won't be long before Lind can eat vegetables from the old times again. Large planting areas have sprung up. The nutrient solution is very effective, and magic should have played a huge role. A group of people were arranged to leave the industrial town, enter the soilless cultivation area, and live in the surrounding dormitories. It will take about 2 months to welcome the first harvest. Lind has been west of the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain recently. The foothills of Red Dragon Mountain are a natural barrier that can isolate possible dangers from all directions, saving more energy for defense. 30 days after the disappearance of the undead. Star Dragon City. At night, soldiers patrol the city with torches. The dark night completely enveloped Star Dragon City tonight, and dark clouds covered the sky again. Another spring rain will come uninvited. Before the torches went out, the patrolling knights changed to oil lamps with weaker lighting range, and their steps were much faster, putting on raincoats before the rain fell. The spring thunder pierced the sky and poked a big hole in the rain cloud. The sound was intercepted by the sound of thunder and rain. Something happened over there. The sky suddenly glowed red. Dome's messy magic knowledge can always play a role, such as being able to give warnings at the first time. The signal pulled the patrolling knights to their feet, and the rainy night became restless. It seems to be the blood lamb's cage. The knight who spoke raised his hand to wipe his face, and threw his hand to sprinkle the rain. The lightning in the sky came in time. The blue-green pierced the front, and the iron cage broke. Blood lamb, the immortal, hang up suicide pills, in order to ensure that the blood lamb's mad blood is adequately supplied. Lind and the undead will feed the blood lambs with fragments of the heart of disaster intentionally or unintentionally, which also causes the blood lambs, which were originally only as big as babies, to grow beyond common sense. The sound of raindrops hitting the armor and the ground seemed to be mixed with the panting of something. The big knight on the far left reacted quickly, bending his arms to block his chest. His sight was instantly covered by a sturdy figure, and then a huge force surged, and the body of the big knight was knocked away uncontrollably. It crashed into a wall, and the rubble buried half of it. The imprisoned little beast attacked and hurt its companions, making the great knights, who came to the scene, furious. They looked at the figure that had completely broken free from the chains. Its body became very strong. Its skin was blood red, and it exuded a fishy smell that could not be washed away by rain. Unknowingly, this blood lamb was promoted to Great Knight level, but its counterattack was destined to be unable to stir up a storm. Taking advantage of the rainy night to launch a sneak attack was the limit of what it could do, and then it would face the anger of the great knights. When Lin learned that a blood lamb had broken free and successfully attacked and seriously injured a great knight, his expression was a little surprised. The blood lamb with its limbs cut off returned to its cage, and the chains were reinforced circle by circle. When Lin approached, the great knight stood up nervously to protect him. I guess I am the one who needs the least protection here. Right? Lin smiled at the great knight and said, "Don't be too nervous. What happened today was indeed an accident. Just pay more attention in the future." "How is that, brother?" "He has already drunk the healing potion and will be fully recovered tomorrow morning. Let him rest for a while. I hope he can exert all his strength the next time he holds the sword, instead of fighting with injuries." Linda looked at the blood lamb. He had a similar idea before. He might be able to breed a real disaster by constantly feeding it with the fragments of the heart of disaster. Now, it seems to have succeeded. But there must be some opportunity. This is definitely not. Feed. Feed until full. Then you can reach the point. When will Dome come? And Miko? Morena? Brittany? All the wizards from Star Dragon City. Bring them all. Yes. Facing the rainy night, all the wizards were summoned by the Lord. And when they learned that Star Dragon City actually raised a real disaster by itself, their expressions became very exciting. Disasters appear after the end of the world, and their appearance has changed from being incomprehensible to being taken for granted. A disaster suddenly appeared in a certain area. Just like thirsty people want to drink water, there is no need to ask why. It is just like the instinct of this land. My lord. Dome approached the tied blood lamb with interest. I may know how it was born. Linda looked at him, and the others turned their eyes and stared at Dome. Maybe it can listen to a certain voice like us. No. No. Dome denied himself, and then said, the power we take from the potion comes from the disaster, and the stolen power comes from the lost power of the magic ring. Listening to the voice of the gods is just to determine our own path, not to go crazy and become a disaster. They have always been able to hear a certain sound. Dome let out a long breath, and he was very happy to speak alone, but it has never been able to understand. Their brains cannot understand those. But tonight its power has accumulated enough, and it also understands. And it may even be related to tonight's thunder and lightning. There will be many thunderstorms at this time of year. Linda said, you can try slowly. I hope we can master the technology of cultivating disasters. Cultivating disasters and mass-producing disaster hearts can mass-produce great knights and wizards. Can you give it to me? Of course. Looking forward to your good news. Chapter 207 Bug Teleportation Magic Circle. The bad card game made Ree feel very bad, as everything has been slowed down recently, and there is no longer that sense of urgency. Life in Star Dragon City has become much easier, but it is only a relaxation in form. The invisible big stone pressing on people's hearts is getting heavier and heavier. The whole territory has become lifeless. Drinking in their spare time or gambling has become a way for everyone to vent their stress. Of course, there are some unspeakable plots, but the Lord is more supportive of them leaving offspring. And the Great Knights happen to be the best choice for ordinary female workers to live a better life. People are always cautious in choosing spouses. The Lord rode the two-legged dragon and disappeared into the sky a few days ago. The long period of no news also made them feel uneasy. But no one thought there would be any danger. Maybe the Lord will ride the two-legged dragon directly across the snake-catcher fortress and return to Goliath. Maybe, a lot of maybes. We have to get these guys drunk. Reeve didn't want to be in heavy debt during his rare vacation. He had the means to obtain distilled liquor. It would be best to use his big belly to forgive these guys, while everyone was confused and couldn't see the cards. His luck and card skills were terrible, but he could drink a lot. Reeve began to hate the entertainment left by the disappeared undead. The square card game kept taking away his money, and now he had only chips left to wash the underwear of the people in front of him. He couldn't even wash his own underwear. So he didn't understand why these bastards were so obsessed with asking a rough guy to do this. I'll go get the wine. After discovering that the cards were visibly smelly and rotten, Reeve took the initiative to stand up. He pulled out a chair and threw out the cards, that had not yet been dealt. He scratched his fingers twice, and didn't allow others to refuse. The other few people were all infantrymen from the 2nd Legion. They saw through Reeve's tricks, but could only grumble a few words. Because Reeve could always get good wine. After all, Reeve was one of the first 9 people to follow the Lord. There were no more undeads in the tavern. But blacksmiths, pharmacists, warriors and other figures began to appear here frequently, wasting their time in boredom. This kind of life was actually much harder than the life before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, they were used to living a tense life every day. And suddenly, relaxed, and even had a vacation. So they were a little uncomfortable. Reeve walked around the crowd, and saw the dwarf Ludo, who was singing to coax the children. The dwarf stood on the table, and sang loudly. The atmosphere was cheerful, and no one would laugh at his short stature. In this world, everyone was a monster. Good tone, baritone or bass. You can't tell with dull ears. He guessed that Ludo must have squeezed his buttocks when singing this line, because he asked Ludo for advice when he wanted to learn to sing. Ludo's answer was to squeeze your buttocks and imagine that a finger came uninvited, and you had to tighten your body to defend. After hearing that weird practice method, Reeve suppressed the urge to learn. He put his hands on his head and slapped them randomly, praising Ludo's buttocks squeezing singing. Reeve went to the kitchen and got a bottle of wine. He knew that old Pete would insult him without hesitation after knowing this. And he might even ask about his grandmother. When there were only 10 people, old Pete was willing to secretly share the meat with him, because he was the youngest, and was always the most cared for. Now that he can eat meat as much as he wants, that guy would be stingy with a few bottles of wine. When Reeve was about to return to the wine table again, he saw a figure. Dome, the hero in the undead siege battle, took the brunt of the attack as a wizard, and blew the horn to help the Lord. But he also knew that the other party was a crazy wizard, and many of the things he studied were many times crazier than those of Miss Miko and Miss Brittany. So most of the time, he kept his distance from Dome. The other party came hurriedly, with a white robe, white beard, and white hair. His figure immediately attracted the attention of everyone present after entering this place. People whispered to each other, and the topic of conversation had obviously shifted to Dome. Wizards are mysterious inside the Rand Kingdom, and they are also mysterious in the territory after the end of the world, doing all kinds of incomprehensible work. In a word, magic can explain those things. Under the arcade of the tavern built with mud bricks and wood blocks, Dome was looking for something. Mr. Dome? Reeve took the initiative to walk over. He felt that he was probably the only one who could take the initiative to approach among the people present. As one of the 9 guards following the Lord, he had the privilege of speaking frankly at certain times. Lord Reeve. Dome recognized Reeve. Anyone who always heard this name when chatting with the Lord would remember it. Who are you looking for? Or what are you looking for? I'm looking for Lord Lance. Dome hesitated, then said, I heard that he likes to drink with the soldiers. He's not in Star Dragon City. Reeve shook his head and said, he left with the Lord some time ago, riding a flying dragon together. Not only Lance. Most of Lynn's men were assigned tasks, whether it was patrolling or something else. But Reeve happened to be on vacation today. Maybe I can help? Reeve took the initiative to say, if this matter is related to the Lord's order, let me do it. I'm on vacation today. It is a very hateful act to disturb someone's vacation. Dome nodded. He turned and walked out of the tavern, paused at the door, and turned back to look at Reeve. Reeve immediately followed him. Shall we find a more hidden place to talk? We will talk while walking. Dome didn't mean to tell the secret immediately. His attitude was very relaxed. You know, I do a lot of things for the Lord. This is not a secret. For example, he is maintaining a magic circle, developing some small magic that can flash. And recently he is learning to cultivate disasters by himself. He must be one of the busiest people in the territory. I have been studying a magic circle recently. It was the order of the Lord. We are all curious about unknown knowledge, and I finally achieved some results. Dome's face was full of smiles, but he sighed immediately. Although I didn't succeed, I got some not so good information from those results. What? Riff asked. A madman who was corrupted by a dark will. I don't know his name, but when I was perfecting the magic circle, I accidentally found some more bizarre information. Dome gestured. He was a book thief, but he was also very generous and wanted to share his knowledge. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him didn't understand a word. The information left in the magic circle overlapped with a certain history that was glossed over in a chronicle I once read. Duo-mei, who has always had an infinite yearning for knowledge, finally stopped showing endless greed this time. His tone was serious, with persuasion, warning, and worry. What history? Bugs? Duo-mei said, in history. Someone once used evil magic to create such endless things. And the magic circle information I got was a teleportation circle that sent a specific race through the teleportation circle. It was a magic circle that teleported bugs. He said, maybe someone did it on purpose. Or maybe it's just a historical relic. But in any case, it's very dangerous. I'm a little confused. Reeves scratched his hair. He didn't understand. But he thought it must be the alcohol that affected his thinking. Not that he was too stupid. Wait. You said the teleportation array? But there have been no bugs near us. It was the Cyclops that was sent this time. Dome said, the teleportation array was in tatters, and was messed up by time. I know the Lord is not here. But we should destroy the teleportation array as soon as possible before time sends something more unpredictable. But, Reeves said, the Lord went to the Cyclops cave this time. Chapter 208 Cave World. Human-faced bug. Linda took Lance, and rode the flying dragon fire tumor Alex across the mountains, and came to the cave where the Cyclops had appeared. Only one Cyclops appeared the first time. But later a family of Cyclops appeared one after another, which made Linda curious about the situation inside the cave. At this stage, his strongest fighting power is the flying dragon under him, followed by Linda himself. One person and one dragon are the strongest combination in Star Dragon City, and they can fight and run. Lance was brought along to ensure endurance and keep the dragon cool at all times. Linda could not bear the risk of being frozen, as fire and ice were full of conflicts. Alex clearly expressed strong dissatisfaction with Lance, even though it was once a dragon pulling a carriage. Its identity as a three-ring monster would never allow a weaker guy to dominate it. If it weren't for the frost-covered bow, Alex would definitely rather die than surrender. But when the cold arrow pierced his body, it was indeed very comfortable. After descending into the cave, the dragon folded its wings and began to crawl. This was a long, deep road that meandered downwards, and the air was filled with a strong sense of uneasiness from deep underground. A road that could accommodate a Cyclops could certainly also allow a dragon to pass easily. And the undead people did not seem to have explored this place too much. Occasionally, they passed by a few abandoned magic circles on the roadside. Lin could not memorize the patterns of the troublesome magic circles, but he still recognized at a glance that this was the teleportation circle that Duo-mei had mentioned. The overlapping cross pattern is easy to recognize, but the magic circle is always broken somewhere, and all of them are abandoned. He and Lance have eaten 5 meals on the dragon's back, and the road still has no end. This is probably why the undead gave up exploring. Wasting time on a road that has no end will make them miss too many interesting things. It just so happens that Star Dragon City is constantly launching activities. The undead, who don't want to miss those key benefits, can only be tied to Star Dragon City and wait. Lind, who pretended to be an official NPC, had no idea of operating the game for a long time. Nor did he plan to take out the good stuff bit by bit. The best reward would be to make the game unable to operate, and then all the undead would disappear and never come back. Instead of waking up like now, he would worry about the undead sending a message. Update is over. I'm online, and feel that the rope around his neck is tightening day by day. Finally, there was a vertical tunnel in front of him, and Alex climbed down the stone wall like a big gecko. There was wind blowing from below, indicating that there was more than one entrance. The whistling wind blew Lin's hair, which had not been trimmed for a while, onto his face. The wind direction was erratic, and his hair swayed left and right with the wind. The site was filled with mottled light. The light source came from afar, and some came from the minerals embedded in the rock wall. The ground was undulating, and the earth was covered with iron-red rusty sand. A distance further ahead was a grassland. The grass leaves were lush and wide, covered with dots of light, and the grass stems were very long, which could easily submerge the figure of an adult. This is star grass, but it is more terrifying than the one growing on the ground. They swayed in the strong winds around them, and because of their overly long grass stems, they tilted and became stabbed, like long spears with bent ends. Occasionally, the wind straightened the grass stems of star grass and pierced the sky. The flying dragon walked into the star grassland, and its shaking body disturbed the grass. A large number of fireflies and stars were flying. When looking up, It seemed as if it was in the galaxy in an instant. The green land at the crossroads of faith can support the growth of disaster war horses. But because the undead people need to ride war horses frequently and wander around, resulting in destructive mining, the growth of star grass has slowly failed to keep up with the demand. So it is a good thing to find a large amount of star grass in the underground world now. Although the undead disappeared, their disaster horses still had to be fed. As a fake official, Lin had to provide follow-up guarantees, since he had provided services. In fact, he was not at a loss. Those disaster horses had long been turned into laborers. Whether they were grinding or pulling goods, they never earned more than they ate. My lord. Lance's voice suddenly rose. Look at this. As soon as they passed through the star pasture, Lance's archer caught a glimpse of something. Bugs? To be more precise, it was a bug with a human face. Lin untied the crossbow from his waist and easily pierced the human-faced bug with one arrow. Apart from its creepy appearance, the bug didn't seem to pose any threat at all. He bent down and gently tapped the back of the flying dragon. Alex opened his mouth and spit out flames. The strong and pungent flames quickly burned the area in front into scorched earth. And the human-faced bug also turned into charcoal. After discovering that this kind of bug didn't pose much threat, Lin chose to ignore them. There are too many of them. If they waste time dealing with these bugs, it will hinder their exploration. The underground world is full of bizarre scenes. As they go deeper, the scenery changes again. The messy thorn-like stone pillars grow crookedly like a forest. Their length is far longer than the size of the flying dragon. It is like a small lizard that strayed into a farmland. In fact, after entering the underground, Lin found many holes leading to the top of his head. The Cyclops were able to go to the surface through one of the holes, which was full of chance. There may be countless creatures living here. Soon they encountered something hostile, but it was not a Cyclops, but a giant insect, like a combination of a scorpion, a crab and a spider, with 8 legs, compound eyes, and a tail as thick as a mace. There were short sword-like hairs growing on its claws. It crawled very fast, had a strong body, and looked more compact than ordinary insects. There were 8 compound eyes on its flat wedge-shaped head, and its body was covered with a thick shell, as if it was wearing a heavy helmet. The moment the two sides collided, a conflict occurred. The 8-legged monster insect might be larger than a human, but it was still a small fellow in front of the flying dragon. The flying dragon raised his hand and slapped it. The seemingly solid body was instantly crushed, and strange and smelly juice squeezed out of the shriveled body. But their actions undoubtedly triggered the fuse of the war. There began to be rustling sounds, and more insects rushed over from all directions. They were not only walking with their feet, but also able to jump and run. Such a bulky body could jump flexibly, and the strength was definitely extraordinary. Lin grabbed the double crossbow and began to shoot. The arrows injected with firepower hit the insects and barely got stuck in their shells, but they only made the other party stagger until another arrow drilled into the gap in the shell and detonated it from the inside into a ball of rotten meat. Lance also grabbed the bow and launched a counterattack. The high-frequency shooting of arrows had little effect on the insects, with thick armor and heavy helmets. What was worse was that there were more and more of them. He could only increase the force of pulling the bow. But the greater the force of the bow, the greater the damage to the body. The continuous attacks made people overwhelmed. The huge body of the flying dragon Alex played a role at this moment. It twisted its body and swung its slender dragon tail to sweep away the nearby insects. Lin put away the double crossbows. He jumped down from the dragon's back with a short sword in his hand. He chopped with great force and sent the blade into the thick armor of the insect. The heavy force immediately split the insect in half. He stepped on the insect, not caring about its violent struggle under its strong vitality. Another gust of wind came, and the insect's scorpion tail hammer hit the sword, and a heat wave exploded in the harsh roar. Linda was motionless, but the attacking insect had already flown into the sky along with the rolled-up earth and gravel. It was difficult for the insects fighting with Linda to keep their bodies intact, and the wild flames did not leave them any chance to sap. Sometimes he swung the broken sword more like swung a hammer. A bug was hit in the head. Its wedge-shaped head exploded, but its body was not dead yet. Its broken head was spurting out juice crazily, and its 8 legs were running uncontrollably. Finally, it hit a stone, and its 8 legs were facing the sky, and it became motionless. This battle ended quickly with Lin's declaration of victory. The piles of bug corpses everywhere told how tragic the battle was. This is an abnormal creature. Lin grabbed the claws of a bug, which looked like a scorpion and a spider, and was very strong. It's like it was made specifically for fighting. There were serious signs of splicing on its body. The exploration ends here. Lin said, we will take a dead insect back. We should never go deeper. The two men and the dragon left, and even let the flying dragon burn the dead insect with fire before leaving. However, there were always some remaining insect remains, and those human-faced insects swarmed up, lying on the corpse and eating, wantonly absorbing nutrients. Chapter 209 Tentacle Magic Signal. The dragon wings that cut through the sky caused cheers in the city. People could cheer up as long as they saw the flying dragon and the figure riding on its back. After landing, Lin immediately found Duomei. The book thief had learned a lot and his knowledge was pieced together from here and there. But he had a wide range of knowledge. Did you really bring back the bug? When Duomei saw the strange bug, his face was shocked. You already know? Lin would not suspect that Dome deliberately concealed some information from him. Because Dome's character is to get more, not to possess more. Knowledge is something that can be shared with others infinitely, and sharing will not be lost. So there is no need to be stingy. I just guessed it just now. Dome drew out his two-handed sword, which represented his honor. Although Dome did not think that it was honor for a wizard to rush forward with a two-handed sword after using illumination magic, which was the greatest insult to the wizard's wisdom. The two-handed sword played a good role at this moment. It's just like what I guessed. And it even looks more terrifying. Dome said what he had guessed to read before. That someone was using a magic circle to teleport the bugs here. And that the underground bugs had not yet attacked the surface. Perhaps they just hadn't found a way. At this point, Dome and Lin looked at each other. They both said in unison, they have found the way now. Yes, they have found the way now. The two men and the dragon, who smelled like they had killed bugs, were the best guides. Lin had not thought that he would encounter an invasion of insect magic from some unknown magic madman after the undead left. The disaster, the undead, and the abyss were enough to give him a headache. Lance, summon the knights immediately, and prepare weapons and supplies. We have a tough battle to fight. There was no time for Lin to think carefully. He was even a little glad that he discovered it in time. Otherwise, when those insects occupied the passage and rushed to the surface, he would have to change from the active attacker to the passive defender. After seeing the powerful jumping ability of the bugs, Lin didn't think that the walls of Star Dragon City could stop him. Yes. Lance turned and left quickly. Other people who came over also left under Lin's orders. Potions, food, weapons, etc. No undead. So this time, only the natives were destined to participate. Lin turned his head and looked at Duomei again, saying, but you may be wrong about one thing. There is not only one teleportation magic circle in there. There are many along the way. And the undead should have only copied one of them. There are broken and unusable teleportation arrays. And there are naturally intact insect teleportation magic arrays. Then, going deeper and destroying the magic array is obviously their main goal this time. Maybe I can go with you? Dome's eyes were eager to try. If he could study a magic array that could accurately teleport insects, it would be of great help to his knowledge and research. You are a two-handed sword wizard, Linda said with a smile. If you want to go to the battlefield, no one can stop you. The team prepared very quickly. The space iron barrel that Barton researched played a significant role in transportation. The Calamity horse could barely carry it and run. The team of dozens of knights looked like they were lightly equipped. It didn't take long to leave the cave and return again. However, they heard the familiar rustling sound not long after they had eaten their third meal and rested in the tunnel. Duomei fired a lighting firework, and the fireworks flying forward illuminated the road ahead. The bugs are coming. This is an unexpected encounter. There are only people around, and the flying dragon can't even spit out a flame. Otherwise, the high temperature in the narrow passage will be enough to roast the soldiers in iron armor. The crossbow is a very useful invention. With the supply of arrows in the iron barrel, this sudden collision is not too unexpected. And there is still time and opportunity to counterattack. The arrows swept the bugs. The first wave failed to pierce the heavy bug armor, but the second wave that followed stabbed them. After getting enough arrows, the passage that can only go straight has become a bug slaughterhouse. Some bugs rushed forward, using their bodies to clear a path for their kind behind them. In every charge, bugs died. And in every charge, bugs stepped on the corpses of their kind in front to move forward. When the bugs rushed forward one after another with no fear of death, The knights drew their weapons to resist, and blood was splashed. Some of it from the bugs, and some from their own people. The flying dragon rushed to the front, and the narrow area was completely unsuitable for the flying dragon to stretch. And the number of bugs climbing onto the flying dragon increased. Lin's body caught fire, and the burning chains actively sought the enemy, pulling the bugs off the dragon's back one by one. Every powerful blow would inevitably bring with it bursting pieces of flesh. Fortunately, the bugs were not endless. The soldiers wore broken armor and sat in the pile of bugs, drinking potions in big gulps, trying their best to breathe and adjust their state. Then, they encountered several more raids by bugs. Unfortunately, these bugs were just inferior magic splicing products. Although they were very powerful, they did not have the conditions to produce the heart of disaster. The team finally entered the ground, and the wind blew away the strong smell of insect plasma on them. I guess more insects will rush over soon. Crossing the Xingmu grassland, and then the thorny stone forest. The surrounding environment changed again. It seemed that they were not walking underground, but standing on a horizontal mountain peak. Now they have reached the edge, and the ground suddenly bends downward. The extremely steep slope makes Linda and others feel a strong sense of difference at this moment. Looking down along the rugged hillside, the bottom is out of sight. Only darkness is left. Only the plants that had never been seen on the ground were wriggling on the hillside like leeches that had burrowed into the skin, bulging up big lumps, but only leaving a little trace. The insects must have come from the front, but they didn't necessarily have to go deeper. The iron barrels were placed on the edge, and the soldiers quickly built defensive works. It was obviously more suitable for Lin to scout the way forward while riding a flying dragon. He took the ice bow from Lance. Although he was not used to using this weapon, it was something that the flying dragon could use for a long time. The flying dragon spread its wings and swooped down. The fire tumor squirmed and then erupted, turning into a rain of fire and meteors that washed the dark depths below. The darkness that had been quiet and silent suddenly became noisy, and the dense footsteps of insects came, and the dense red dots that lit up in the darkness made people's scalps numb. The clanging and rubbing claws of the giant claws, with the momentum of trying to tear the mountain apart, dug dense holes on the rugged hillside. And finally the holes turned into traces, like the traces left by the millipedes climbing. The dragon spit out flames again. The underground space is high enough for it to spread its wings and fly easily. The flames from above made it easy to slaughter these magic-jointed bugs, but they seemed endless. Lin had to hand the bugs over to his soldiers. They had already built a defense, and he had to rush forward to the source as soon as possible to solve all this. The dragon flew low in the wind and spread its wings, opened its mouth, and the flames also swooped down from the top of the mountain. It burned all the way to the foot of the mountain. The unpleasant smell made Lin frown slightly, but the dragon under him was excited and reveled, spewing flames wantonly, making it happy, and it didn't have to fear the damage caused by the tumor. And it could even use the force to spit more freely, making it even happier. The air was filled with dust blown up by the storm after being burned. The dead insects with 8 legs facing the sky were like defeated soldiers raising white flags, twitching and swaying slightly in the flames. Even if it was just a dragon, at the top of the mountain, the soldiers who saw this scene still couldn't help but sigh at its strength. The fight with the giant that day did not show how powerful the flying dragon was. But now the fire it spewed out unscrupulously was like a victory history book that was imprinted in people's hearts. The appearance of insects has an end, but surprisingly, it is not a magic circle, but a huge nest. They don't know how long they have been here, and the insect nest seems to be alive and wriggling. The insects saw the figure flying in the sky, but they were powerless. Obviously, the wizard who created the splicing magic never thought that one day he would face a dragon flying in the sky and spitting fire. The dragon flapped its wings to burn the insect nest, and even bit the fire tumor several times. With the blessing of the cursed power of the magic ring, the insect nest was burned very quickly. The flames completely overturned the insect nest, followed by a swarm of insects that surged out like a flood. They trampled on each other like piled sand and chased Lin. But after the dragon flapped its wings to increase its altitude, the distance was once again widened. The swarm of insects was everywhere. The earth was shaking, and the flames burned the sky. If there was a bard present, he would definitely record this scene. But now it was just a massacre, which was launched by Lin riding a dragon against the insects. And the insects were also doing it to the soldiers. The soldiers could hardly resist the swarm of insects that was 100 or even 1,000 times their own. And this was the result of a large number of insects being attracted by Lind. Otherwise everything would be even more difficult. Lind, who was flying in the air, was finally attacked. He quickly caught the figure, which was a huge insect in the shape of a magic centipede. Its carapace was gray. Its body was flat. It had many legs. And it moved very quickly. The opponent jumped like a cricket and actually ricocheted from the ground to the sky. Suddenly it rushed in front of his face. The tentacles shaking like steel whips made people shudder. And the mouth parts opened and closed, expressing the joy in its heart. It successfully attacked the flying dragon and knocked it almost to lose balance and fall. Lind quickly jumped onto the giant centipede and reached out to grab a pair of steel-whipped tentacles of the centipede. At that moment, he seemed to sense some kind of signal. A vague magic signal. Chapter 210 Limb Reattachment. A familiar feeling. When Lind used the soul-lost chain to connect himself to the dragon, he could express his thoughts, and the dragon could respond. Emotions that were about to erupt, including anger, pain, flattery, etc. So when he got a familiar feeling from the centipede's tentacles, he was very surprised. There was something inside the insect nest that was controlling the insect's actions. And the method used was exactly the same as the soul-lost chain. Lind inserted the broken sword into the centipede's body and held the hilt to stabilize his body. He quickly drilled out chains from the sword and his body to wrap the centipede's head, especially the pair of tentacles, completely wrapping the front half of it into an iron ball. That thing did not have a strong control over the signal, probably because there were too many things to control. So Lind successfully seized the opportunity to snatch the centipede. After being hit, the centipede fell from a high altitude. The centipede struggled for a few times before bouncing up, and its many legs played a huge role. Following Lind's orders, he followed the new master who had inserted the sword into his body, and rushed into the broken insect nest. Compared with the clumsy flying dragon, the centipede's twisted body moved in the insect nest like a fish in water, and the constantly turning insect path ran faster than the flat and straight road. Along the way, he knocked over countless insects that rushed over to try to obstruct him. Lind squinted his eyes and stared at the front. The flames gushing from his body not only helped him dispel the darkness, but also helped him drive away the insects that tried to get close. At the same time, the scorching attack of the flames made the centipede under him run faster because of the pain. There were dense insects in front of him, which piled up into a small hill. They spread their legs and claws like lush branches, swaying in the dark space, and used the flames spewed by the flying dragon above their heads to lengthen their shadows, trying to drown Lind. The success of the centipede helped Lind get rid of these troubles, and no insects could successfully approach him. Keep going deeper until the number of insects in front suddenly decreases. On the stairs made of white keratin, the centipede stepped on the gray-white shell that had fallen off and successfully arrived at a wide area. Just like every time the centipede came here before, its attitude suddenly became respectful. This emotion came from what Lind felt from the tentacles. The centipede's speed slowed down involuntarily, and Lind also felt the conflict between the chain and the signal in the centipede's tentacles. Looking ahead again, there was only one figure, a humanoid monster. The upper body was a woman, without clothes, and with fair skin. Its left eye is similar to that of a human, but the eye socket of its right eye occupies half of its face. Multiple eyeballs are crowded into the huge eye socket. As Lind rides the giant centipede, the eyeballs in the eye socket roll in unison like a dozen eggs in a glass. The lower body is an insect, composed of parts of spiders, scorpions, and other arthropods. The combination is not very sophisticated, and the sense of splicing is full. She is obviously the controller of this insect nest. Linda pressed down with both hands holding the broken sword. The broken sword that had already pierced into the centipede's body went deeper as he exerted force. He twisted his wrist again, and the sword turned half a circle inside the centipede. The centipede fell to the ground and began to twitch. After he pulled out the broken sword, it stopped moving. The flames erupted in the centipede's body. Its body had been scorched long ago. It did not resist violently until it died. The ending of the guide was doomed to be death. Linda dragged the sword and walked towards the queen step by step. The other party did not have a very strong aura. This kind of thing seemed to have nothing to do with the extraordinary. They just cut off a strong part of the creature and connected it to themselves to gain powerful strength. A very twisted way of applying magic. The queen stared at Lind quietly, and when Lind approached, she took the initiative to open her arms and smiled with relief. Lind grinned, raised his broken sword, and slashed down. Since others have taken the initiative, it would seem too inhuman if I don't slash. It is certain that the signal is coming from the queen insect in front of me, so there is no need to think too much. Whatever the secret is, it is more important to break the control of the insect swarm. He didn't forget that his soldiers were fighting bravely, just because of a moment of compassion. He wanted to put his own people in more danger? Stop it! Of course, he would kill all the enemies. After the battle was completely won, he would have enough time to investigate the hidden truth, or shed some tears for a poor person. He believed that his emotions would never be weaker than anyone else when they should burst out. But as long as they were enemies on the battlefield, they should die first. Save sympathy for after victory. The queen's lower foot exploded with amazing jumping power, and the spliced insect limbs bent slightly, followed by a pure explosion. The ground shook slightly. Lind, who had not mastered the secret pattern messenger force generating technique, would also use this method when jumping, moving purely by brute force. The stronger the body, the farther the jump. The technique is abbreviated as powerful flying bricks. The queen of the insect nest bounced backwards like a big cricket, avoiding Lind's merciless heavy chop. The ground exploded into a pit under the broken sword, and the accumulated flames exploded in the sword pit, spewing orange-yellow flames. The queen looked at Lind furiously. She probably couldn't understand why a man would attack a woman who seemed to have her own difficulties without asking any questions. I thought you would really stay still. Flames burst out of Lind's body, and the force from his back pushed him to quickly crash into the other party. Her strength was very strong and her speed was very fast. But unfortunately, she didn't understand any magic, nor did she master any extraordinary power. If this thing had extraordinary power, Lind couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be. If she could become a secret pattern messenger, who could avoid her assassination? The queen was very strong, and she didn't keep dodging Lind's attacks. She supported her body with 4 legs, and raised the other 4 legs to attack Lind, like 4 spears stabbing quickly. Lind felt as if he was not facing a spliced bug, but fighting against 4 tireless spearmen with the strength of upper knights. It was a bit difficult to resist 4 spears with 1 sword. After several confrontations, Lind's body was pierced with several blood holes, but there was no fear on his face. Heart arrest, deafness, and serious injuries were just child's play. The queen was about to use her 5th leg to attack Lind when he was defending. A boom-boom sound suddenly came from above her head. The huge white keratinous top was hit hard, and a big hole was broken. Fire Tumor Alex had already located Lind, and it successfully drilled a hole in the top and poked its head in. After seeing Lind, it opened its mouth and spit out flames without hesitation. The interior of the insect nest hall was completely covered by flames, leaving only the surging orange and the scorching and rolling air currents. Nothing else. Chapter 211 Harvest Queen. On the huge flat roof, top of the mountain, the knights looked at the insects that suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, exhaled and sat on the ground. Their physical strength had been completely drained, and the battle had never stopped since entering the underground. Injury and death were inevitable. The soldiers celebrated and looked at the flickering flames far below, knowing that the Lord must have won the final victory. Mr. Dome? Lance grabbed a secret pattern bow. He had been paying attention to the white-haired old wizard since the battle just now. The other party was responsible for many research tasks of the Lord, and his life was extremely important. From the battle just now, he found that apart from casting a few illumination spells to help the soldiers increase their vision when necessary, Duomei basically used enchantment magic to bless the two-handed sword, and then rushed forward with the two-handed sword. A wizard warrior. Although Duomei's swordsmanship skills were a mess, what if this wizard warrior cast some kind of heavy armor magic on himself, and his slender body carried the siege of 3 insects, and then used the enchanted two-handed sword to split the thick armor? His combat efficiency was not high, but his fierce fighting style did indeed drive the fighting passion of the great knights. After all, he was glowing under the illumination spell. Who could not see it? So when he found that the white-haired old wizard seemed to be about to take action, Lance took the initiative to come over. I want to find the Lord, the old wizard said. He needs me. If I don't go now, who knows how badly the dragon will burn. From the beginning, I saw the dragon spitting fire desperately, and what was burned was all knowledge. Duomei was heartbroken. I will go with you. Lance did not reject Duomei's decision, and he was also worried about the Lord. The current situation seems to be the result of the Lord's victory. But it does not mean that the Lord is not injured. Lance ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. The most important thing is to rescue the brothers. The brothers who have died have no choice but to cremate them to avoid them from becoming a disaster after death. The most important thing is the living. The potion can quickly heal the seriously injured. But some injuries may not be healed, such as damage to the eyeball or disability of limbs being cut off. This is very strange. Some disabilities can be cured instantly by potions, even broken legs. But sometimes just a finger is cut off and cannot grow back. Of course, they hoped that all the injuries could be healed. The two rode on the Calamity Warhorse and went deep into the darkness along the steep slope. Dume kept casting illumination spells. On the road, countless insect corpses burned by flames and turned into charcoal piled up, forming a pile of corpses and ruins. The pungent smell made holding their breath the most common action for the two of them. It was also at this time that the two of them realized that the insects they were facing were only a small part, and the lords and flying dragons involved the vast majority. Otherwise, they would have been submerged by the sea of insects in an instant. The Lord reacted quickly and killed the insect plague that could have swept the entire foothills of Red Dragon Mountain in its infancy. But there were still many things waiting for them to deal with. Some insects would suddenly rush over on the road. But the insects that lost their organization had no power to resist under Lance's continuous arrow shooting, and were killed with their legs up in the air. They stopped in front of the insect nest that was mostly destroyed by fire. It's simply a treasure trove of art. Dome looked up at the insect nest. Lance had doubts about this. He didn't see that this thing, which looked like an ant nest and a beehive magnified thousands or tens of thousands of times, had anything to do with art. They really developed a tribe. Dome sighed, as if any knowledge could make him excited. The flying dragon hovered above his head, announcing that this area had been completely controlled, which also made the two feel at ease. Entering the insect nest, the dense swarm of insects did not actively attack, but made way for a way, which surprised the two. The difference was that Lance was terrified, while Dome was surprised. In the hive hall, where the heat of the flame still remained, Lin sat on a stone, sensing something with his eyes closed. In front of him was a woman's body with the lower half of her body cut off. She was completely tied up and hung up, and the chains wrapped her up like a silkworm pupa, leaving only her head exposed. Occasionally, one could glimpse the white and tender skin around her waist through the gaps in the chains. Those eyes were also worrying, and the densely packed eyeballs made people shudder. "You are here?" Lind opened his eyes. "How many of our brothers have sacrificed?" He looked at Lance as he said this. 7. Lance gritted his teeth. The majority of the remaining people are injured, but the potion can heal them. This is a victory. A few defeated the majority, but everyone who died was a familiar face who had followed him for a long time. He should be happy for the victory, but also sad. "I will hold the highest cremation ceremony, and everyone will remember them," said Lind. "Thank you for your kindness. Everyone will die, and Lind is not sure when he will die. But letting the dead leave in the most glorious manner is the last thing he can do as a lord. For those who are still living in this world and still persisting, the last motivation is probably only live longer and die with more dignity. The gods in the sky will also leave. The magic ring of infinite power will also be broken. Civilization will eventually turn into ashes. And nothing in the world is eternal. If he will die one day, Lin hopes that at least he will not be killed by players as a boss. And then they will stand in front of his corpse and say, 'No good equipment was dropped. Is this your reward?'" Dome waited for the two to stop talking before speaking. He looked at the queen who was still bleeding. She had completely lost the strength to resist. Only her will was still struggling with Lind. "I'm trying to connect with her." Lind nodded, and did not deny Dome's description, a captive. Since the other party is a creature, it should be enslaved like flying dragon, disaster horse, volcano bird, and so on. Humans should also be within the scope of the lost soul chain's enslavement. But Lin never thought of doing so. The queen should be the first subhuman creature he tried to enslave. Her mind is very confused. I am trying to find some useful information from it. Lin rubbed his head with some difficulty. After the two minds were connected, he almost couldn't bear the mixed emotions when the noisy and chaotic memories came. The queen seemed to have absorbed the spirit of the entire insect swarm into her brain. "Can I look around?" Dome asked. He was a little impatient to explore the hive. "Wait a minute." Linda closed his eyes. After a while, A centipede half the size of the previous one came running. But it was still 2 times bigger than the Calamity Warhorse. Like a chariot covered in thick armor. It will take you to every corner of the hive. Linda said, I look forward to you bringing back good news. Dome also looked at Linda. It seems that you have gained a lot. Linda's gains were indeed very great. He caught the queen of the hive, and then trapped her with a soul-lost chain, which was equivalent to him indirectly controlling the entire hive. Now this underground world has been initially opened to him. Chapter 212 Disaster Breeding Farm. 2 weeks. Lin failed to completely control the queen, but he became more and more adept at helping her sort out her chaotic emotions and memories. The most intuitive manifestation was that the lost soul chain tied a disaster warhorse, and it only took a few blinks of an eye to easily subdue it. His mental power was being passively tempered, and then passively became stronger. His control over the insects was also deepening. The insects did have an externally transplanted signal tentacle that could receive frequency signals remotely, which was almost exactly the same as the Lost Soul Knight's method. The difference was that they had this organ after they were created. Without the undead, the passage of time seemed to have accelerated countless times. During this period, Lin returned to Star Dragon City. Under the gaze of everyone, Fire Tumor Alex spit out flames and burned the bodies of the dead knights. After that, he stayed in the underground world, striving to completely control the queen and use it to restrain these insects. Dome also brought back some good news and bad news. He held a long scroll, longer than his beard, and spread it on the ground like a carpet after unfolding it. It was densely written with words. In 2 weeks, he got a lot of information. This is not a race war, but a magic out of control. I guess the guy who studies limb replacing magic is a lunatic. He seems to be more interested in directly taking away other people's power, and is full of resistance to improving himself through learning and practice. Bloodline, Linda said. He could see through the essence at a glance because he was the beneficiary of bloodline. That's right. Dome nodded. Bloodline. Noble bloodline power. But he seems to have failed. The things he created cannot improve himself. Just like his humble heart at the beginning, which was cursed and could not become stronger through learning. He can gain the power of blood through limb grafting magic, but he cannot learn in progress, and is repelled by the power of the magic circle. So he made the bug? He probably made the bug unintentionally. Dome guessed, and I suspect he is dead. And the cause of death may be related to your spoils. Melulin? Linda looked at the chained silkworm chrysalis. Melulin? Dome was curious about the name, because it sounded familiar. Her name, Linda said. I got it from her memory. A queen's body that was sold. Oh! The story sounds a bit tortuous? Dome had long guessed that the queen should be a noble. Otherwise she would not have been made at all. Black Swamp Kingdom. Linda's tone was full of contempt when he mentioned the Black Swamp Kingdom. After all, no one would look down on a king who was deserted by his friends before the end of the world. The king of the Black Swamp Kingdom was said to be jealous of talented people. His queen suspected that he would kill the most famous prince in the country. It happened that the prince was poisoned and sick in bed at that time. The king imprisoned Queen Melulin, who did not trust him, in the tower. If Lin had not accidentally caught the queen of the insect nest here, he would have thought that the queen was still combing her hair in the tower like Rapunzel. Queen Melulin accidentally died, and then her body was bought by a wizard who studied limb replacement magic and made into a queen, until she met Lin underground. Many great lords in the territory of the king of Black Swamp openly declared their separation from the kingdom. In the end, he could only rely on a despised subhuman lord. But the subhuman lord never thought of loyalty. There is a joke that is not very funny. It is said that the king of Black Marsh once had his beautiful boots stepped on by a lowly slave. The guard asked him what to do, and the slave was so scared that he knelt on the ground. The king of Black Marsh said, "If it was my grandfather, I would definitely kill his whole family and put his head on a spear for display. If it was my father, I would definitely skin him, but he called me king. So I chose to forgive him and give him the status of a knight. In the kingdom of Black Marsh, you can become a knight by swearing allegiance to the king." When the Rand kingdom was strong, it never thought of invading the Black Swamp Kingdom. This was partly due to the humid and unbearable climate there, but the main reason was that they wanted to reap the benefits. The lords all agreed that the king of Black Swamp could not hold out for too long. But they did not expect that the other party could hold out so long. The end of the world came after holding out. Dome listened to this secret, and was just not interested. The internal power struggle of the royal family had no appeal to him. There are many teleportation magic circles here. From different places. Duomei continued, if the queen is from the Black Swamp Kingdom, I think the teleportation array should be connected there. Are you saying that there will be others coming? If someone accidentally touches the magic array? Yes. Duomei nodded. He then said, you can destroy the magic array. No. Linda shook his head. It is possible to get different locations and cross infinite distances. So there is no need to do this. Duomei just mentioned it. And he also did not want Linda to destroy the teleportation magic array. What about the rest? I've only seen the Cyclops in books. I suggest destroying them. Finally, after discussion, the two recorded the magic circle and then removed one of the pieces to render it ineffective. Maybe it can be used again in the future. For example, if the magic circle can be reversed one day, it may be possible to take the initiative to attack. Of course, the magic circle that was temporarily shut down does not include the one in the Black Swamp Kingdom. I hope something will continue to be sent to us. You must have good news. Lin looked at Domei. Domei smiled. The purest smile after gaining knowledge. As you said? He moved the extremely long scroll. I have mastered some information about limb replacement magic, which is very interesting. If you want to make your collection move again. Lin looked at Queen Melulin, who was wrapped in the chain silkworm chrysalis. No. She is fine like this. He does not lack a subordinate. In the research of insects and magic signals, Melulin is still indispensable. But after that, he should be merciful to send her to death. Then you will definitely be interested in what comes next. Dome said, the way the hive hatches is very interesting. Do you remember the blood lamb? You mean? Linda sat up straight. This was the first time he showed interest in Dome's harvest. Dome said, I tried to cultivate it in another way. The limb graft is very resistant to magical blood. But I tried to assume that if the potion path is replaced with disaster, manually cultivate disaster. A disaster heart breeding farm. It also means that he can harvest disaster hearts continuously. And with his help, the soldiers can be promoted to Great Knights 100%. Mass production of Great Knights. Did you succeed? The little guy will hatch soon. You must want to witness its birth with your own eyes. Chapter 213 Enemies on both sides. After controlling the magic limb-jointing bugs, Lin controlled a group of bugs to explore the underground world. Soldiers also rode on the Calamity warhorses to explore and determine whether there were other creatures here. They did find some magical creatures and calamities that had not yet developed. Especially the appearance of the group of scavengers, which was a surprise. Only after the calamity was cultivated could a complete calamity heart appear. Unfortunately, this boss-level disasters rarely appear. There is a high probability that there are other entrances to the underground world. Because this area is too large, and it is impossible to explore the infinite holes in a short time. If the people under him knew about Lind and Domei's crazy behavior, even Lance would definitely advise him to be cautious. They were destroyed by disasters and madness. Their homes and order were destroyed. It is too late to eliminate disasters. So how can they take the initiative to breed? Therefore, only Lind and Domei can come to the underground world now. And others are not allowed to approach. This is also the reason why Duomei is willing to follow Linda. The Lord is not particular about details. He has a clearer goal. The two sides will be like-minded partners. The strong must be more tolerant. Duomei opened up a small area in the insect nest. There were no crowded insect eggs. The egg as big as a human head looked very disgusting. Like a skinned meatball with blood all over the hard shell. How long will it take? Linda tried to sense the insect egg through Melulin, but found that he could not sense its existence. Which part did you graft? He asked Domei. The grafting magic is not difficult. As I told you before, the real difficulty lies in obtaining some good materials, such as the noble body of a noble. Domei was probably the only one who could say in front of Linda that a noble was a good material. Reproduction, Domei said. Insects can ovulate and reproduce by themselves. I combined this with blood lambs, so that more and more blood lambs can be obtained. Yes, but I have to remind you that you have not yet figured out how blood lambs can become disasters. Mr. Domei? Lin felt that the old wizard could still add more responsibilities. Teleportation magic circle. Limb grafting magic. Disaster breeding. Energy mechanical magic circle. From this point of view, he is the busiest person in the entire Star Dragon City. It won't take too long. I have found some tricks. Crack. The insect eggs broke open. Pulling blood. A little guy the size of a finger crawled out. Human-faced insects. Now Lind also knew that these human-faced insects were the juvenile form of insects. What do they eat? Anything with energy. But I think the fragments of the Heart of Disaster are good. I think they are good too. The Heart of Disaster is hard to obtain. But the fragments of the Heart of Disaster are everywhere. Even if you go to the harbor village for a stroll, you can catch countless hearts of disaster from the sea. The sea is a huge treasure. The two scattered a few pieces of the Heart of Disaster, and the human-faced worms crawled closer and ate them in small bites. It was like feeding a puppy, and a happy smile appeared on his face. This scene made people's scalps tingle. If the people of Star Dragon City saw their beloved heroic wizard Dome and the great Lord Linda doing such a thing, they would probably have nightmares for several days in a row. It doesn't grow very fast. It takes time. Sir, although the growth of the blood lamb is not as fast as Linda thought, it takes several weeks to grow from a small insect. And it takes a long time to be promoted to the blood lamb of the Great Knight rank. But the successful hatching and breeding has exceeded Linda's expectations. The blood lambs really have the breath of disaster, which means that the disaster breeding farm is feasible. Lind hopes that the blood lambs can use limb joining magic to add signal receivers so that they can receive the signal from Melulin and obey his orders. However, limb joining magic is full of paradoxes, and purity is more important. This is why the bugs cannot become disasters. If you don't want to become a disaster, you can keep splicing yourself into strange things. I learned it. Then comes a new problem. It is not a problem to breed blood lambs in large quantities. But who should herd blood lambs that do not obey orders and discipline? Bugs? When the blood lambs filled with the aura of disaster grow up, the bugs may not be able to deal with them. A big knight can easily deal with 2 or 3 bugs. But a blood lamb that is evolved into a disaster can seriously injure a big knight with one blow. Fortunately, there is no promotion to disaster, so the remaining group of bugs have taken on the role of sheepdog. But Lind had better find a group of shepherds as soon as possible. The splicing bugs below became the best model workers. In a world without undead people, bugs became new slaves. They acted as construction workers. Grazing requires pastures. In order to prevent the blood lambs from running around, Lind had to let the bugs build a high enough wall that the blood lambs could not cross. The bugs have a very obvious advantage in nesting, and the walls they built are indeed very solid. The flying dragon had to burn and smash it to barely break the hole. Alex was. 3 rings are enough to restrain this group of lambs. For a period of time, the number of blood lambs has been increasing, and a new problem has emerged. When the number of disasters reaches a certain level, the nearby area will be infected by the disaster aura. That is, it will become a disaster shadow area. The strong disaster aura affects each other, and the close combat of the matter is a bit beyond expectations. But it is reasonable. The first disaster blood lamb appeared. He stood on the sheep pen. Since confirming the successful operation of the blood lamb farm, Duome rarely came to the underground again. The aura of disaster here is too strong, which makes people feel very uncomfortable. And Duome is not very interested in limb magic. Only Linda will come here on a flying dragon, before Duome solves the magic signal receiving organ. The influence range of Linda's soul-losing chain is far from reaching the level of Queen Melulin, so he can only contact her at close range. By the way, Melulin's emotions have been sorted out by him by 2/3. And the obvious manifestation is that she is less and less resistant to Linda. And of course, she occasionally shows her surrender. Surrender? Then take advantage of the situation to increase the control of the soul-loss chain. Linda is not a polite person. Every time this happens, Melon will wake up and struggle. But she can do nothing except being pierced deeper by the soul-loss chain. Dozens of blood lambs below are running around, and from time to time, they will attack the surrounding limb-joining insects. Each blood lamb is about 2 meters tall, as strong as an ox, and runs as fast as the wind. The insects have almost no power to resist, and can only win by numbers. However, as Linda has been deliberately reducing the number of insects recently, the number of insects hatching is getting smaller and smaller. This failure made by limb-jointing magic is destined to be eliminated. The leading Calamity blood lamb has become the leader and is establishing its position. Linda jumped down and hit the ground heavily, attracting the blood lambs to surround him immediately. The Calamity blood lamb roared at Linda. "Paw!" He clapped his hands and waved to the other party to come over. The ground shook, and the blood lamb rushed to Linda angrily. There were people all around him. The angry bloodlamb did not think that he could not deal with a human who looked weak. However, the cunning bloodlamb could not really rush forward by itself. It quickly pounced in front of Lind, but suddenly turned around and roared. And other bloodlambs immediately pounced from behind. The chain flew out from Lind's hands and tied up two bloodlambs. He raised his arms horizontally and turned his body. The bloodlamb turned into a meteor hammer and flew with him, knocking away all the guys who approached. When he approached the bloodlamb of disaster, he suddenly broke the chain, exerted force under his feet, and his body rose from the ground. He easily turned over and squatted on the back of the bloodlamb of disaster. The soul-losing chain spread quickly and entangled it. The bloodlamb struggled violently, trying to throw the bastard off its back. But Linda suddenly exerted force with his feet, and the huge force hit it, and the body of the disaster bloodlamb immediately fell to the ground uncontrollably, unable to move. Time was not wasted too long. Although this was the first time that Linda had properly subdued a disaster of the Great Knight level. Before this, the flying dragon Alex surrendered voluntarily, and the disaster warhorse and the volcanic monster bird could hardly be considered as proper disasters. Even Lind and Domei thought that neither the volcanic bird nor the disaster horse could be promoted. It seems that the theory of aptitude and bloodline is also prevalent in the disaster. There was an extra chain around the neck of the disaster bloodlamb. Lind patted its head and jumped down. The surrounding bloodlambs were still surrounding them, trying to help their leader get rid of Lind. Roar! The disaster bloodlamb stood behind Lind and roared at the other bloodlambs. The bloodlambs immediately bowed their heads to Lind obediently to show their obedience. Before finding a suitable shepherd, it is still possible to tame the leader of a tribe to help you manage to a certain extent. This is to capture the king first. Land Kingdom. Central Region. In a noble territory not far from Goliath, there is a group of knights wearing golden suits. At this time when humans are still naked, such a gorgeous team with ceremonial nature can easily attract people's attention. But when people passing by the territory see the dragon emblem on the shields of the Golden Knights, they will immediately understand what this gorgeous team represents. And then, they will lower their heads and leave quickly in a posture that tries not to attract too much attention. The royal family of the Rand Kingdom, the Hedwyn family, has a dragon as its emblem. Rania Hedwyn, as the eldest daughter with the right of succession, successfully defeated her brother in the succession with her personal talent and charm and became the queen. She will never forget the expressions on the faces of those nobles who were sure that their brothers would become kings. But her father, who was about to die, was a powerful king. He was not like the king of Black Marsh next door. He did not care whether his son or daughter became king. He only cared about absolute control of power. The kingdom of Rand must belong to Hedwyn. Unfortunately, the king must be merciful. So Rania followed her father's dying advice, and did not take action against the nobles who chose to support her brother. She just exiled them from the center of power. The time would not be too long. At most a few years. During this period, Rania will completely control the 3rd Legion and hold the power of the 1st Legion. As for the 2nd Legion, they will always be loyal to their king. If everything goes as expected, this year or next year, the noble heirs whose influence has been weakened will return one after another, and will willingly swear allegiance to themselves, and the kingdom of Rand will become great again. Unfortunately, things were not as she thought. The magic ring was broken. As a country dominated by warriors, Rania could not clearly perceive those, and she was not good at fighting. But as the magic ring was broken, the world began to become a mess. The worst thing was her brother, who was obsessed with becoming the king and chose to go astray. With the help of a wizard, the eldest prince drank the potion. He stole the power of the magic ring, and his royal identity gave him unimaginable power from it. Then, the eldest prince went crazy. He occupied Goliath, and more than that, he made himself king, and infected a large number of troops with some crazy methods. As the real queen, Rania was expelled by her brother. It was hard for her to guarantee whether she could resist the temptation and not drink the potion if it was her brother who became the king. But she was sure of one thing now. She was about to drink the potion. Only the 3rd Legion was left under her command, and their strength was Rania's guarantee of her rights. But as Legion leaders drank the potion one after another and gained powerful strength, they were craving for more. Not only that, the great lord of the place where she is now is also coveting the identity of the queen's husband, and hopes to obtain the ownership of the 3rd Legion. Queen Rania, who is attacked from all sides, has fallen into a dilemma. She should drink the damn potion. And then hope that she can keep her sanity and finally defeat her brother. Your Majesty, the Whispering Woman is here. A voice came from outside the door. Please let her in. Rania took a deep breath. She hoped to get some enlightenment. Chapter 214 Whispering Woman. Whispering Woman is a hunchbacked woman wearing a tattered linen robe. She looks like she has difficulty walking and is leaning on a cane that looks like an enlarged human leg bone. There are many decorations hanging on it, such as spice bags, skulls, bells, leather packages, etc. Carrying such a heavy cane around does not match her image of a frail old woman. At least an ordinary adult male would have a hard time carrying a cane. Although she did not have any special smell, Rania could not help but slightly sniffle when she saw Whispering Woman. She knew that her action was not very polite. But this was the first time she had seen such a woman. Untidy audience. Long before this, whether people wanted to see the queen or the princess, they had to go through a long period of aristocratic etiquette training. Don't care too much about those things. You have no choice, Rania said in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to seek help from the Whispering Woman after knowing that she was an evil witch. Your Majesty the Queen. Whispering Woman spoke with a strong southern accent. It might be because she was older. She didn't have many teeth and swallowed her voice heavily when she spoke. Rania's eyes subconsciously fell on her large hooked nose with loose skin. The mole on the bridge of her nose was very eye-catching. What should I call you? Whispering Woman? Rania asked. I lost my name when I gained this power. Whispering Woman is me. Giggle. Whispering Woman nodded and made a cute giggle similar to that of a little girl, which was creepy. Rania took a deep breath. I heard that your ability is very special. You can listen. Listen to the whispers. Great Queen. The Whispering Woman said, I can hear all the whispers. And sometimes I can hear the future, although the sound is always vague. Renija reached out and stroked her silver white hair. Her hair was piled high, and this hairstyle symbolized elegance in Goliath's golden palace. It took a group of maids more than an hour to braid this hair every day. There is nothing worse than using hair to express nobility. She was reflecting on whether she was right to invite Whispering to come. Rania was better at communicating with rational people. She ran her fingers across her delicate and noble cheeks. Her noble blood made her very beautiful. And the nobleness and domineering aura born as a queen were unique in the country. The slightly raised chin curve was the oppressive feeling of her superior. Whispering stopped laughing and lowered her head. As a witch, Whispering might really have some skills. But when she faced the queen of the kingdom, her pretended madness seemed very funny under the heavy pressure. Momentum is what the superiors are best at using. Although it was Rania who asked for help this time, she was not prepared to be subservient. The king had his own way of asking for help. Just like now. Whispering if your ears are really sharp, you must have heard a lot of stories. The kingdom has encountered some minor troubles. Just like a sick warhorse. We need a doctor. Rania also had a headache. The struggle for power was even greater than the disaster. And the end of the world could not dispel the remaining people's desire for power. But she performed well. Keeping her elegance in her expression, I need you to listen to the future and find a way to heal your injuries. This is troublesome, said the Whispering Woman. But she immediately said quickly, I will prepare for you immediately after I return. And I will prepare for you as soon as possible. No. You are here. Rania smiled. I can't wait to know what you heard. The Whispering Woman swallowed her saliva. The door behind her opened, and two big knights in gorgeous suits and heavy armor walked in, exuding warmth like the rising sun, which made the Whispering Woman feel very uncomfortable. But I still need. You will have everything you need, no matter what you lack, Rania said. Whispering didn't dare to refuse at all. Just like when she learned that the queen was looking for her, she never thought of refusing, because refusal was never an option for the weak. Yes. Whispering obviously couldn't laugh anymore. The method of divination and obedience was very complicated. But Rania Hedwin had been watching intently, and she was protected by various powers. The broken magic ring cursed the nobles. As a king, she didn't even dare to touch that power. But ordinary soldiers didn't have this distress. However, their talents were limited, and taking potions was a very dangerous thing. Most knights didn't dare to drink deeper potions before they were fully confident. Rania sat at the table, after being forced to leave Goliath and come to the Bahia territory. The new Grand Lord knew that she liked wooden tables very much and sent one to her as soon as possible. Made of oak. It was very similar to her dressing table, except that this one was decorated with ivory, gold powder and gemstones. The gold color accounted for a large proportion, and the kingdom of Rand revered gold. Rania tapped the table lightly with her fingers, and the sound of her fingertips tapping the table was very clear in the specially cleaned-up prophecy room. The soldiers' breathing was blocked by their helmets, so they probably couldn't hear the sound. Only the whispering woman seemed to be stimulated. She circled and spun, her eyes flashing with light, and she muttered fragmented words. To predict the future related to Rania, her cooperation is needed. So although she is sitting here, she is an absolutely indispensable figure. Dragon. Whispering uttered the first word. Very good. Dragon. The family emblem of the Headwind family. If Whispering did not make it up, the direction is correct. Gold. The second word is very directional. Gold is not only the most favorite thing of the Rand Kingdom, but also the impression of the surrounding countries on the Rand Kingdom, which is related to the revival of the Rand Kingdom. Sun. Black flame. Rania paused her tapping fingers for a moment. She began to not understand, and her brows wrinkled unconsciously. The sound of her fingers tapping the table had stopped. What is the sun? The proof of the sun? The church of the sun? What about the black flame? Rage. Killing. The whispering woman spoke faster. Anger. Destruction. Death. The face with loose skin suddenly raised its head and looked at Rania. I heard your voice. And a deep man's voice. Intercepted from a certain future. Rania's frown slowly relaxed. The voice of the whispering woman pretending to be crazy made her a little irritated. No one could keep a queen's appetite. What did you hear? I always hope that you will die. Rania. The whispering woman called the queen's name directly. Clang. The sword was unsheathed. The knights surrounded her. They could kill her here, with the disrespectful words of the whispering woman. Stop. Rania stopped the knights. This is just a prophecy. Don't take it too seriously. But whispering woman, is everything you said true? She stared at the figure of the old witch, suppressing the other party with the aura that belonged to the king. The whispering woman bent down. I promise. Your Majesty. Every word is true. What she said is true. Every word. A voice came from Rania's side, and the whispering woman, who had been lowering her head, felt tight in her heart. The maid who stood quietly beside Rania was obviously also a witch, and she seemed to have the ability to identify the truth. You can leave now. I will reward you with everything you need. Rania waved her hand. This prophecy made Rania feel heavy-hearted, which meant that the people in front of her were not her last enemies, but someone who knew her and could even call her by name and wanted to kill her. Only nobles could do this. Even those who clamored to take her head had to call her queen, because many times those enemies were more willing to bestow honor on her, so that when they cut off her head, they would gain more glory. Is it really necessary to marry the great Lord Abaya? This is definitely the worst choice. The queen's face was ugly, but then she smiled at the idea that came to her in a moment of panic. Then take the initiative to fight. She has never been afraid. Chapter 215 The True Prophecy. The old witch whispering left the queen's residence. Although this place belonged to the great Lord Abaya, it had become a completely independent territory under the garrison of the royal guards. After walking through a narrow alley, the figure of Whispering disappeared. Next, several old women, who looked somewhat similar to Whispering, would appear in several scattered corners of the territory. They would attract the pursuers, who might be behind them, until they completely diverted the other party's attention. Maybe the proud queen never thought of doing something despicable, but this has become the way of survival for the Whispering woman. After disappearing in a tunnel for most of the day, she finally appeared outside the city, with a warhorse that had been prepared there waiting for her. The boy who was in charge of the horse was a young boy. Good boy. The Whispering woman giggled, and said in a clear voice that sounded like the boy's sister, you deserve it. She gave the other party a coin. The coin was printed with a bald man's head, the image of the vulgar, cunning and cowardly Lord Bea. Such a coin could buy a piece of meat when you were lucky, and a beating when you were unlucky, which might include broken bones and bleeding. The boy was surprised to receive the coin, and he did not think about what consequences it would bring to him. He could get such a huge reward just by watching the horses for a while. And it also made the hateful old woman in front of him look kind. The Whispering lady rode away quickly. She believed that if someone was really following her, they would have discovered that all the disguised images were fake. The only options waiting for her were to hunt her down or leave her alone. Of course, none of this mattered. She was confident that she had escaped, and now it was time to collect a bigger reward. The castle of the mountain troll. A castle that once belonged to a certain duke. No one cared about the former name of the Duke of the Mountain Troll, although it was only a short 2 or 3 years, when he became crazy due to the power of the potion. The name of the Duke of the Mountain Troll had completely replaced his original name. He became a demon in everyone's eyes, and everyone avoided him. Later, Baya appeared. He killed the Mountain Troll Duke and became the new Lord instead. He had no title because no one could confer it on him. Lord Baya was vain, cunning, cowardly, and treacherous. He oppressed everyone in the territory. Of course, there was one more thing to add now. He was a little confused about himself and wanted to marry the queen. After seeing the queen, Whispering Woman saw the difference between the two. A fearless and noble queen would never look down on a swearer like Baya. However, it doesn't matter. She just wants to gain more benefits. After waiting in front of the castle for a while, Whispering Woman was allowed to enter the Mountain Troll Castle. Even though it was not the first time she stepped into the Lord's Hall, Whispering Woman couldn't help but sigh at the magnificence here. Baya's own portrait was hung on the wall, from all angles. Then, there were his stone sculptures. Human head stone sculptures. Full body stone sculptures. Bust, etc. In addition, there were specimens of various beasts, which were kept ferocious by some kind of magic potion and prevented from rotting. This place is like an exhibition hall, with various swords, treasures, etc. piled up in the corner like garbage, and a small mountain of Baya gold coins outside, which is enough to drive people crazy. There is an exhibition hall on the east side of the hall, with white and green lights flashing inside. It is the light of blessing weapons, which is fascinating, but Baya only thinks it is an exhibit. On the right is a library. The door is closed, and the door lock is rusty. As the most precious place in the Mountain Goblin Castle, Baya may not have entered that room once after becoming the owner of this place. Or he may open the door and take a look, and then announce that this boring room will be sealed forever. The Whispering Woman kept walking with her head down until she smelled a strange spice that made people feel refreshed. Whispering Woman, tell me, you have brought good news. The Lord of Baya sat at the table with a smile on his face. The Whispering Woman nodded, yes. As you said, Her Majesty the Queen asked me to predict the future and listen to the future related to her. What does she want to know? Exactly. Can the kingdom recover, and can she return to her former position? What did you hear? Baya was a little nervous. He suddenly revealed his true emotions like a clown, which was ridiculous compared to the queen's calmness from beginning to end. Lord Baya was just imitating the Lord. He was afraid of many things and showed the image of a thief who stole everything from the nobles. He was afraid and wanted to keep everything and wanted more. But he was afraid, so he stood still. So in the end, all he could enjoy was the wealth and glory, the awe of people, and the emphasis on what he should be called. Lord Baya. Not a single word can be wrong. A true lord never emphasizes his title. His name is everything. Some messy information. The Whispering Woman told Baya everything she heard. It is difficult to find anything valuable in those messy information. Then what? Lord Baya asked. Did you hear the future conversation? The Whispering Woman said, I always hope that it is you who will die. Rania. Someone wants to kill her. No. It sounds like old friends chatting, without any murderous intent. My tone was not like now. The Whispering Woman said, I used a tone full of anger and hatred. Fortunately, you told me a long time ago that there are people around Her Majesty the Queen who can distinguish the authenticity of language. Ha ha ha. Of course. The Lord of Baya laughed proudly. This is my territory. Don't think about escaping my eyes. Of course. He stuffed a lot of his own spies around Rania. And after a long period of contact and research, the Lord of Baya found that the maid who could distinguish the authenticity also had limitations. You can tell the truth, but part of the truth is also the truth. Withholding certain information will make one thing sound like something else. Then, there is a next sentence. Right? Whispering Pa. Yes. Whispering Pa nodded. She said, so I rushed back as fast as I could, just to tell you such important information. Just for. Okay. I said you can get a nice little gadget. I have a lot of collections. Go get it. I allow you to take 2 of those blessed weapons. Someone will tell you what you can take away. Praise your kindness and generosity. The Whispering Woman was surprised. Her reward was only 1 item at the beginning. What else did you hear? The Lord of Baya asked. I always hope that you will die. Rania. The whispering woman repeated some of what she heard to ensure the smoothness of the conversation. But you have to fight for me now. She explained. The first sentence comes from that man. And the second sentence comes from Her Majesty the Queen. Bang! Lord Baya slammed his hand on the table. So, she found a way to get rid of me. Relying on a bastard who came out of nowhere? He was terrified. Because the way he obtained the troll castle violated the rules of knights and nobles. Queen Rania, who could not protect herself, would of course pretend that she didn't know about it. But when she re-established her regime, she would definitely be the target of the operation. Who is that person? I didn't hear his name. The whispering woman shook her head, but his voice sounds very confident. Full of absolute confidence. And Her Majesty the Queen is also full of confidence in him. And he is more like a lord than you. Full of vigor and charm. Just listening to him speak seems to have seen victory. That's not what I want to hear. The great Lord Baya slapped the table. I want to know who this is. No! I don't want this person to appear. The whispering woman moved her dry lips twice. She wanted to say that she was just an old woman who could occasionally listen to some voices. Not change the future. But thinking of the reward that she had not yet received. She nodded. I will. Then find the future I want to hear first. And you can't leave before that. The Lord of Baya said, and those rewards. I will also help you keep them. As long as you can take out what I want. I can give you 3. No. 4. He was like a gambler. With a ferocious expression. Although she no longer trusted him in her heart. The whispering woman still didn't dare to refuse. Compared to the elegant and aristocratic queen, the Lord of Baya was a pure mean villain. He could overturn every oath he made without blushing. Just like now. As you wish. But if you want to listen to more, the whispering woman said, I need ears. Children's ears. How many? The more the better. Chapter 216 10 Sons. Linda left Star Dragon City, and led a large team of knights over mountains and ridges to Moon Mountain. Kazan Town is now completely abandoned. And there are almost no corpses in the graves. They were all burned after the sudden undead siege. Going south from Kazan Town, passing through the tortuous road and crossing the river, they were attacked by the treasure-stealing banshee. This is a very tricky disaster monster. Its strength is not strong. But it is definitely the enemy of wizards. As long as the treasure-stealing banshees were present, the wizards had no chance of chanting spells. The situation of the great knights was not much better. They could not pray, and could not use various skills. But they were better than the wizards. At least, they had first-class melee ability. A round of volleys. And the treasure-stealing banshees in the sky fell with a crackling sound. The rest also fled in a hurry. I remember that the last time I came here, I didn't take this road. Lin looked at the snake sentry hiding in the middle of the canyon in the distance. He didn't ride a flying dragon. And of course, he didn't go too far away. Since the son of Ronin can communicate, Lin hopes that his face can play a role. Before this, as a noble, his face has played a role many times. As a vulnerable group in the new era, everyone should stick together for warmth. This time, Reeve followed him. He nodded. At that time, we passed by the snake catcher's fortress and had a good drink in the tavern. Did you? Lin tried to recall. You were in a bad mood at that time. Reeve was probably the only one in the group who dared to chat with Lin in a casual tone. Others would be in awe of Lin's various achievements. But they were the only ones who grew up together from danger and hardship and lived for each other until now. He was talking about Linda being exiled by the queen. So I can't like her, Linda said. During that time, I had been dreaming of killing her. But it didn't go as I wished. Several great knights around were troubled by their good hearing. Why didn't anyone say that the great knight's hearing would become so strong? I don't want to hear it at all. Please, don't let me hear it again. Although the kingdom's regime is on the verge of collapse, or even collapsed, they are nominally soldiers of the Rand kingdom. Why should I listen to my lord saying that he wants the queen to die? The topic is too sensitive. I will have nightmares at night. No one present is a fool. Linda's experience has been exaggerated and passed down in many versions. As a noble who followed the prince, he was exiled after Rania Hedwin ascended the throne and became queen. Of course, the good name is guarding the border. Even Reeve didn't dare to speak. He didn't dare to respond. They came to the Snake Man outpost. The soldiers on the wall noticed them, but did not attack immediately. The forging technology from the dragon skin armor master Bard made the armor of the soldiers still in the Rand infantry style. Our own people. although it was surprising. They were indeed our own people. This is the noble from Goliath, the Lord of Star Dragon City, Lord Lind of the Almond family. Riff took the initiative to raise his voice and shouted to the soldiers on the sentry post. Some information was simplified and hidden, but this did not prevent them from revealing their identities, especially when the lion flag was raised. Wait a minute, the soldier on the sentry post said, but did not mean to open the door. The upper knights that Lind brought with him on this trip included Lance, Saran and Mylan. The remaining dozens of people are great knights. It's a pity that the blood lambs in the underground disaster breeding farm don't grow that fast. In order to cultivate the aura of disaster, he can't let the blood lambs out of the circle. In the future, the soldiers under his command will be great knights at least. Even so, it's a bit behind schedule, because when the undead return again, they will have the opportunity to break through to the upper position. Snake Prison. Madness seems to be suppressed during the day. Almert closed his eyes to rest. He was trying to adjust his emotions and control his trembling brain. Sir. The voice came from outside. What's wrong? There's a noble outside. Linda Armin? Since they knew each other's existence, it's not surprising that the real noble came to visit. Yes. If he wants to pass through the snake catcher's fortress, tell him that it's impossible. Baron Ronan has gone crazy. Not to mention Linda wants to pass. Even if he is Ronan's son, he can't do it. As an adopted son, he and others are only crazy and uncontrollable occasionally. But Baron Ronan, who is a noble like Armin, has completely become another existence. He is still the lord of the snake catcher fortress, but the difference is that he will be hostile to everything. Yes. The soldier received the order and was about to leave. Wait! Almert suddenly shouted, let Lind come here. I want to talk to him. How can Lind, as a noble, guarantee absolute sobriety? Maybe he has some method. Maybe this method can save Baron Ronan. Thinking of this, Almert's emotions, which had been forcibly suppressed and calmed, became excited again. The terrible boiling feeling almost made him lose himself in madness again. He really couldn't understand how the blood nobles could resist that kind of madness. My lord, Baron Ronan has gone insane, Lance said. I know. Lind had long known the details of the situation here from the undead. The half-insane sons of Ronan locked themselves in the prison of the Serpent Fortress to prevent themselves from losing control and going crazy, but also to protect Baron Ronan, who was completely unable to communicate. They knew that Ronan was no longer the same person he used to be, but they were still willing to go against everything to protect that insane body, even though they knew they might be aiding and abetting. Linda has seen this kind of people before. When the city of Leon was captured, the Toothless Legion commander was like this. Even without the supervision of the gods, there are still people who insist on the oath of protection. Facing such paranoid people, Linda has no good way to convince them. He can only try to find common interests between the two sides and persuade them in a roundabout way. I hope the noble's face can be of some use. Linda's lord skill, give me a face. Hiss. Above the snake man sentry post, the soldier opened his mouth and made a strange sound. What are they doing? Riff asked subconsciously. Send a message. Lance answered, if my guess is correct, it should be related to the snake catcher. The snake catcher's route. The sentry gate opened, and a soldier with a small, half-palm-sized snake scale birthmark on his cheek walked out. Our strength comes from the gift of Lord Ronan. He bowed to Lind, but he didn't show much respect. Lord Alman, I am Seymour, the Legion commander of the Snake Sentry. The son of Ronan hopes to meet you. Okay. Linda nodded. Lead the way. I understand their current situation may not be very good. Thank you for your understanding. Seymour said, colleagues can also go to the sentry post to rest. We have enough food and wine. Seymour took Linda away. But before leaving, he assigned a soldier named Pang to take care of Lance and others. Lance and Saran took the initiative to follow Linda as guards. You can have a good drink now. Myra nudged Reeve with his elbow. Recall the past. Recall? Pang asked curiously. He had been here before, and many years later, he was still savoring the wine in the Snake Catcher's Fortress Tavern. Said Myram. Ha. I'll make sure you drink to your heart's content. Brother. Pang looked at the ferocious mounts they were riding, and couldn't help but sigh. You guys are really amazing. It's not that no one can tame the disaster, but it's really scary to make the disaster war horse as obedient as an ordinary war horse. These war horses with sharp teeth would be irresistible meat grinders if they appeared on a flat battlefield. That's because we have a great lord. Our Lord is equally great. Linda had come to the cell and met the sons of Ronan. 10 specially built cells, filled with high-ranking knights, whose auras were not much weaker than his own. Lord Alman? A hoarse voice came out. Linda looked at the person who was speaking, with red hair and a face that was not too handsome. I am Almerdini, son of Ronan. Not a bad name. Linda nodded. I once drank with Lord Ronan at a banquet, and he was quite humorous. Almert's eyes wandered, trying to draw an image of a nobleman chatting and laughing at a banquet in his mind. We have never seen his humorous side. I really envy you. A father needs to maintain his dignity in front of his children. Linda followed their words. Since these people called themselves Ronan's sons, and were full of respect for Ronan, they would definitely like to hear some good words praising the father-son relationship. Lance and Saran didn't say anything, but both of them could see Lin's art of chatting. His words really hit the hearts of the 10 people present. Almert's expression softened a lot. You want to pass through the snake catcher's fortress? This is probably difficult, and we can't pass through. The Baron will not allow anyone to set foot in his territory. We need to return to Goliath. But there is no rush. I actually want to ask something else. Have you seen a pair of believers from the Sun Church from the north? Blackfire Brothers. Blackfire Brothers? Almert frowned. I know. I have seen them. The man who spoke was thin. Almert took the initiative to introduce. He is Dominic Night Devil. Not good at speaking, but never lies. They have been here before, trying to cross the fortress to Goliath. Then what? Linda asked. Of course, I won't let them cross here. But there is no trace of them in the north. Linda said, they must have passed through here. The snake catcher's fortress is built on the water, and the turbulent water will swallow everything. Of course, Lin can also ride a flying dragon. But it is absolutely irrational to be high profile in a territory that is not his own. Who knows how many strong people like Lord Leon there are? Any random one may become a dragon slayer. Be cautious first. Lin suddenly began to miss the undead. If they were here, there would definitely be hundreds or thousands of tricks to cross the snake catcher's fortress. So in the end, it is better to be the village chief of the novice village. But Lind himself knew very well that the prerequisite for being the head of the novice village was that he was strong enough. He had to capture the Black Flame brothers before the undead returned. Step into the hero level first, and then take the Storm Knight Path Potion, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and enter the epic. Dominic Knight Demon kept silent. He did not let the Black Flame brothers pass through the fortress. As for other things, it had nothing to do with him, so he did not make any comments. Did they say where they were going? Lind asked. Who are you going to? Baya? Dominic said. Who? Lind heard a strange name. He didn't doubt how the sons of Ronan, who couldn't pass through the fortress, communicated with the other side. Since these guys could communicate through hissing sounds, they must have a way to cross long distances. And bird messaging is not a technology. A newly rising great lord. This time, the person who spoke was Almerdini again. He used to be a knight of the Duke of the Mountain's Fury. But before the Duke was about to go completely crazy, he stabbed the Duke to death from the back. A swearer. Someone cursed. Compared with the loyalty of Ronan's son, the actions of the Baya Knight were indeed not to be outdone. He took over everything from the Duke? Lind asked. Everything. If there was no benefit, killing the Mad Duke might have left a good reputation. Now the Baya Knight must have become a symbol of greed. However, Lind had no interest in Baya. According to him, it would take more than a month to ride from the Snake Catcher's fortress to the Duke's territory, and it would not be convenient no matter where you go. Linda turned to ask another question. Are there any of you who are devout Knights of the Sun's Proof? He felt that he should play it straight instead of guessing each other. Even if he didn't have the Blackfire brothers, and couldn't get the relevant written notes of the White Knight of the Everfrost Clory, he could get the hero potion formula from the Knights of other Sun's Proof paths. The sons of Ronan obviously didn't expect Linda to ask this question suddenly. But they were still very sincere. No. Our power comes from the gift of the Baron. We are all snake catchers. The conversation between the two sides was quite friendly. Linda did not show any hostility. It just so happened that the sons of Ronan did not take the potion path seriously. The most important thing is to transform the potion into one's own power. Otherwise, the potion formula is just a useless piece of waste paper. Can you tell us how you control your blood and inner madness? After confirming that Linda had no more questions, Almerdini finally asked his inner doubts. I may need to confirm your situation. Linda was not sure why he was not crazy. It was probably because the real Linda was dead, and he was not cursed because he took over the place of Linda. If that was the case, he had lost a lot. Because from all the information he had obtained so far, as long as the nobles took the potion, they would stimulate the blood power in their bodies, and their strength would increase wildly. Just like the Red Knight Black Gold. His talent was definitely not as good as Linda's. But from the photos taken by the undead, his height was at least 4 meters. Baron Ronan's situation might be even more terrifying. And when Night Demon talked about the Duke just now, the other party seemed to have become quite terrifying. Leave and others sat down to rest under the leadership of Pang. The Serpent Man post was different from the Star Dragon post. As a pass, there was a fortress behind it, with a constant supply of resources. There was no shortage of supplies. The only thing was that when Baron Ronan lost control, the affected soldiers stayed in the fortress, and the soldiers who had not been affected all retreated to the Serpent Man post. With a number of 100 or 200, the number of great knights in this group accounted for the majority. Lance and others were able to accumulate dozens of disaster hearts in more than 2 years, including high-level disaster hearts. The stronger and more united Snake Fortress will only become stronger under the leadership of Sheepsea. They had a lot to talk about. Yes, the end of the world is really terrible. But at least Pang Zheng was chatting with Reeve. But the smile on his face disappeared. Reeve and others also heard the hiss in the air. What's wrong? Riff was sure that it was the snake people communicating through some special frequency of their own. The expression of the person in front of him also became strange. We are the soldiers of the Lord. We also know that you want to pass through the fortress. But the son of Ronan asked us to be friendly. You know, it is quite difficult for me to deal with beasts like you who hide their claws. What are you talking about? Riff didn't understand. The Star Dragon soldiers, who were scattered in the distance, also found something wrong. They gathered quickly. The low pressure around them had activated their cautious instincts. The storm is coming. Pang stared at Reeve, his eyes full of disgust and hatred. And he gritted his teeth when he spoke. I know you have no good intentions. So you are planning to lure us here and then attack from the other side? What attack? Reeve felt very aggrieved. You have lost the honor of the knights, and will do anything to achieve your goals. Pang scolded. I don't know what happened. But there must be a misunderstanding. Reeve was very sure that before coming, the Lord said that he would show enough friendliness and had no intention of taking action. If they really want to take action by force and let the flying dragon come, these people who can't fly will be burned to death, and they will have no power to resist. If you don't plan to take action, then surrender. Pang has already drawn his sword. Surrender, and wait for us to investigate and clear everything. The worst-case scenario has occurred. Milan's voice came from a distance. Sorry. I can't hand over my weapons. Riff shook his head. Yes. The worst-case scenario. Chapter 217 The Blame. They came with enough goodwill. And just now, without anyone knowing, something unexpected happened at the Snake Man Outpost or the Snake Catcher Fortress. Then, they were unlucky enough to be blamed. This was not the time to think about who was doing this behind the scenes. Lind was not there, and Lance followed Lind as a guard. The only one who could mobilize and command the soldiers was Reeve. His status was enough, and he was deeply trusted by the Lord. We must have a misunderstanding. Reeve didn't want to take action directly. They were standing in the Snakeman sentry post, facing a group of great knights who were larger in number than themselves. If they took action by force, they would inevitably suffer great losses. Being surrounded and killed was definitely the most frustrating way to die. Lord Linda never thought of a conflict. Even if they were warring parties, nobles still needed to protect the nobles who came to their territory when they met. Reeve searched for the meager information in his mind and used some hearsay to persuade the other party. That's for nobles with a sense of honor. Don't have any goodwill towards you cunning people. This is the information Pang received. A very bad situation. Maybe he had some goodwill towards Reeve and others before. But now I'm afraid there is nothing left. I hope to see Lord Lind first. Reeve said in a low voice, no matter what happened. No matter what happened. Pang grinned, yes. No matter what happened. This is what you are doing. You should at least explain what happened. You attacked the fortress. Pang said angrily, you lured us to camp here, and then bypassed us through another road and attacked the fortress. I thought you were a man who liked to drink charcoal liquor. You really should drink horse urine. Damn it! Reeve wanted to refute, but Pang had already pounced on him. Reeve's fighting skills were trained by Lind, and he was stronger than ordinary people under the control of the Great Knight's power. But Pang in front of him was also extraordinary. The sword raised in panic blocked the slash. But it was just a parry. The swift sword attack was like a snake biting at Reeve from a vicious angle. As a representative of balance, the Great Knight of the Sun's proof path was ordinary in all aspects, with neither shortcomings nor strengths. But the opposite was the snake catcher. Vicious, agile, and fast. Reeve felt that he was not fighting a person, but facing a rattlesnake with fangs bared. The armor on his body seemed unable to block the opponent's fangs. If he was touched, his life would be in danger. The sword slyly bypassed Reeve's hand holding the sword and stabbed into his armpit. Such a vicious attack method made Reeve sweat coldly. He quickly pressed down with his elbow and used the armor on his arm to forcefully knock the sword that was reaching out like a snake. Reeve had the advantage in strength, but he still underestimated the sharpness of the snake's fangs. The armor was corroded by the poison after being touched, and poisonous smoke sizzled out. He could feel the burning pain through the armor. Pang's attack continued, but the attack of the venomous snake often only decided the outcome in an instant. The venomous snake exposed to the big cats will face claws, teeth, and fierce counterattacks. Can the thin snake's scales resist? Rift didn't want to have a conflict. He knew that he couldn't hand over his weapons now, let alone surrender. The snake catchers, who were already dominated by anger, could lose control of their emotions at any time. If they didn't have weapons with them, their lives and deaths would be completely out of control. And there is the Lord. The Lord is indeed very powerful, but it doesn't mean that he can deal with 10 upper knights while facing the siege of dozens of knights. Protecting the Lord is far more important than anything else. If the Lord has the power of the great knights like himself, he will definitely be able to retreat unscathed. After that, whether it is negotiation or anything else, they will have the initiative. Thinking of the scene where Lin rushed forward again and again, Reeve felt that the flames were about to burst out of his body. He tried to guide it, and then prayed. This process was very short. Grabbing the sword with both hands to pick open Pang's fangs, the blade began to heat up. While twisting his waist and rushing forward, the blade was already red. Pang could only rely on agility. After his weapon was picked off, he quickly adjusted. But this time Pang did not attack, because he had seen Reeve's long sword raised high. The sword exploded with high temperature when it was raised upwards, and the air was distorted. When he chopped the sword downwards, flames broke out. His nose first smelled the smell of burnt hair. Pang blocked with his sword, and his sword broke with a crack the moment it came into contact with the flaming sword. With his snake-like agility, Pang twisted his body to dodge Reeve's slash, and the surging flames made Pang's heart beat wildly. Agility was his advantage. Although the sword in his hand was cut off, Pang still chose to take the initiative to attack. He knew very well that facing Reeve's continuous attacks, he could not resist it all. The man in front of him was like a wild bull, or more accurately, like a mad lion, with bared teeth and claws. He turned the hilt of the sword, held a broken sword in reverse, and used the solid brass ball on the hilt as another weapon for attack. He launched another attack with the hilt strike in conjunction with his huge snake-like body. This time he succeeded. The hilt hit Reeve's head, and blood spurted out. Reeve's back hit the ground hard, and he rolled backwards, and the sword in his hand flew out of his hand. The severe pain swept Reeve's mind, and he was dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. The blood flowing from his forehead blocked Reeve's vision in one eye. He blinked hard, but he found that he could neither adapt to seeing in the blood nor stop the bleeding in his head. So he could only squint that eye. The pain breathes not only fear, but also anger. Pang's attack is like a thorn in the flesh, facing the approach of the venomous snake again. Reeve, who is lying on the ground, can only raise his left hand. Glorious explosion. Anger ignites the explosion, and the flame roars on behalf of Reeve. Pang, who rushed forward, almost completely ate the explosion. The armor on his upper body was torn by the explosion, and his flesh and blood were charred. After all, he is still a great knight. The explosion that is enough to blow the head of an ordinary human into charcoal only blew Pang's body away, and he fell to the ground like Reeve just now, injured but not dead. Reeve stood up. The blood from the wound on his head flowed into his mouth. The blood was annoying and exciting. He admitted that he was very excited now. He even understood why the Lord was always the first to rush in. There must be a responsibility to choose to move forward for the territory. But I think there will also be a part of enjoying the battle. Challenging the strong. Killing the strong enemy. and experiencing a battle where you dare not make the slightest mistake in breathing. That feeling will be fascinating. All the pain will be ignored, and only excitement will remain. Now Reeve is enjoying this intoxicating excitement. Chapter 218 Single Anti-1.0 Boss. Riff pounced on Pang. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack after the two sides fought. This was the first time he caught the rhythm of the battle. Both sides had no weapons, but the punches were more exciting. His fists hit Pang's cheeks hard. Hooks. Hooks. Alright, hooks. The force was heavy, and the frequency was not too fast. But Pang had fallen into his offensive rhythm, and could not dodge. He could only catch every punch with his face. When Reeve and the Lord were sparring before, they held swords while the Lord only clenched his fists, without even a feint. And a simple hook was enough to make people unable to parry. Pang in front of him was also unable to parry. After 3 consecutive punches, Pang's head shook, vomited blood and fell sideways. Go to the prison. Reeve turned around. Save the Lord. The situation on his side was not optimistic. Some were winning, but some were losing. Reeve suddenly noticed that there were a few Snake Sentry soldiers in the corner who puffed their cheeks and took a deep breath, and then saw that their necks were getting thicker and thicker. Poisonous fog gushed out. No! Hide quickly! He thought quickly. But at this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew and caught him off guard. Reeve was wrapped in the poisonous fog. After inhaling the poisonous fog, Reeve's body suddenly became sluggish. Suddenly, a sharp pain came. An arrow pierced into his armor at some point. It seemed that it should have pierced his liver. It doesn't matter. The pharmacists have enough magic potions. There is no need to worry. The rain of arrows came and enveloped Reeve and all the Star Dragon Knights, who were trapped in the poisonous fog. They could only curl up their bodies, protect their vital parts, and then use thicker armor to resist the rain of arrows. The armor was torn by arrows, and the poisoned arrows almost made them lose the power to resist. But this does not mean that the soldiers of the Snake Sentry had no injuries in the previous battle. On the contrary, facing the angry Star Dragon soldiers, they were no match at all. The tricky skills were only useful in the first surprise attack. When the real collision began, the balance could last longer, and the Snake Sentry soldiers with strong bursts but short endurance fell one after another. It was a chaotic battle. Riff, whose vital organs were pierced by arrows, struggled to stand up. He did not see Myram. That woman was very good at escaping. I hope she escaped to the Lord. Fortunately, no one died at present, although the poisonous snakes attacked cunningly. Their fangs were too weak. The seriously injured soldiers stood up, but what greeted them was just another round of arrow rain attack. The bodies of the Snake Sentry soldiers became shields, and they were blessed. Arrows pierced into the bodies of the dead, and they could hear the angry insults of the Snake Sentry soldiers. Linda studied Almert's body, but unfortunately, he was not an official NPC who could modify permissions, and he himself could not figure out why he was the only noble who was different. The peaceful conversation between the two sides suddenly collapsed in an instant. Bradley Blacksword, a hot-tempered guy. He rushed out of the cage first, and without any intention of communicating, he angrily attacked Linda. Although Lind hadn't figured out what was going on, his fighting instinct reacted in the first place. The other cages opened one by one, and when Lind faced them, he also felt a strong pressure. This was definitely the most difficult of the many wars he had faced. Although Leon was strong, he still kept his restraint before he was completely abyssalized. There were a total of 10 upper knights, and they were all boss level with the name of nobles. The most difficult thing was their attack frequency. The 10 sons of Ronin cooperated well with each other, and each of them had the ability just like their names. Flame Wing, Poison Sting, Shadow, Frost Blade, Night Demon, Broken Bone, Black Sword, Wild Wind, Storm, Howl. Saran, who was the least good at fighting, was defeated almost the moment she was touched, and was knocked away by the huge force. Lance's situation was not much better. When he pulled the bow and arrow, he was hit by Broken Bone, and the strong brute force shattered the ice crystal. The two tried their best but could only barely hold the 2 sons of Ronin, and all they could do was to resist with their lives. This was a duel that made one give up their breath. Linda, who had the twin emblems, could do 2 things at once. This allowed him to use the broken sword to block and resist, while using the Solos chain wrapped in flames to whip the enemy with 100% concentration. 4 emblems on one person also gave him 4 ways of power. He fought with black sword and wild wind in swordsmanship. Linda's swordsmanship skills were mainly based on the broken sword of the Carian princess, which was powerful and heavy, and emphasized high burst. The black sword is mainly violent, while the Gale is mainly swift. 3 different sword styles are fully displayed in the narrow space. At the same time, Linda used the dexterity of the secret pattern messenger to resist the night demon and the shadow. The sneak attacks and dexterity of the two were beyond imagination. The sting and the wail. One is tricky, and the other keeps attacking with various sounds, which undoubtedly became the biggest impact on Linda. Fortunately, the frost blade and the flame wing could not cause much impact. The erupting flames provided Linda with strength support. The cold frost blade was also overturned in Linda's repeated flame explosions. With the flame wing using flames, the frost power could not be exerted in this high temperature and narrow space. The deadly battle came to a stalemate. Linda was the most injured, but the fire could heal him. He faced 8 people besieging him alone, and the afterimages of his lightning-fast response were almost beyond the limit of his vision. With the defeat of Saran and Lance, the situation became that Linda alone fought 10 bosses. The high-frequency battles did not even allow Linda to pick up the horn and blow. He dared not slack off for a moment. If he was not careful, he would be stung by the sting. He had to concentrate. This fierce battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. For the first time, the sons of Ronan also witnessed the fighting power of a terrifying noble. The emotional and physical frenzy made them almost lose their minds. But they were increasingly frightened because they could not defeat Lind. Of course, because the 10 people would have some influence on each other. For example, Frostblade could not exert its own power at all. But they were the sons of Ronan. How could the effect of 10 sons attacking at the same time be resisted by one person? But Lind resisted by himself, and sometimes even counterattacked 1 or 2 moves. The frost that exploded suddenly made the entire prison space stagnate. The frost that swept across made people suffocate. The air inhaled into the nose also suddenly changed from the hot and scorching heat just now to cold, as if a knife was sucked into the nose. My lord! Let's go! Lance once again pulled the bow out of a full moon, and 4 of the 10 men who surrounded Linda were affected, and the other 6 dodged before the danger came. Of course, Lance's arms were almost useless after pulling the bow one after another. Linda turned quickly and flew out 2 soul-losing chains. One pulled Saran, whose hat was blown off and exposed the bald Mediterranean, and the other tied Lance. He broke through the wall with his savage body, and the pursuit behind him was like a shadow. Chapter 219 give you a sea of fire. The sky was covered with arrow rain. The poisonous fog followed the waves of fire and turned into a low-pressure poisonous cloud above the head, covering the sentry post. The dark poisonous cloud completely blocked the light, covering the head with a dull pressure, and the people felt dizzy. When Lind rushed back to the Snake Man sentry post, he saw the struggling soldiers. The staggering soldiers had broken armor, and their skin was dark and glowing with poison. However, more soldiers from the Snake Man sentry fell beside them. Sir! Seeing Lind and the other 2 return, Reeve regained his spirits. He was pierced by arrows in many places, and he was able to stay standing only by willpower. Many people present were like this. Lind let go of Lance and Saran. Their conditions were also very bad, but they were much worse than Reeve, who was on the verge of death. Even magic might not be able to easily heal their bodies. He stepped forward to support Reeve, and saw several holes pierced by arrows on his body. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. We had a conflict. They foolishly thought that we were using us as bait here, and then withdrawing troops to attack the Snake Catcher's fortress. Reeve sneered at the stupidity of the Snake Sentry. Has anyone ever seen someone who would use his lord as bait? You would rather die than protect your mad lord. How could we hang the lord on the hook as bait? Reeve couldn't explain it clearly. After being injured again and seeing his colleagues and friends killed and injured, his heart had long been surrounded by anger. However, everything must be done according to the orders of the Lord. Escorting the Lord away is the top priority. Blood dyed half of Lind's face red. It was hard to tell whether it was his or the enemy's. His expression was calm. His strong features turned to another direction. The 10 sons had already caught up with him. They were aggressive and filled with grief and indignation. In the eyes of the 10 sons, Lind and the others were liars. Whether the kingdom was destroyed or human civilization disappeared, it was not as good as their loyalty to Baron Ronan. Lind, who approached as a bait, was an undisputed enemy. Lind looked at the 10 sons and whispered to Reeve, Attack the snake catcher's fortress? If I wanted to do this, I would launch it before the undead left. There is no enemy that cannot be defeated by the undead. As long as he finds a way to make you lose one drop of blood, then there is only one way to die waiting for you. Being injured means being able to kill. As a former player, Linda is very sure of this. He chose not to take action, just because he has enough goodwill towards the old nobles in his heart. With the advent of the new era, the old nobles were abandoned. He hopes that he can unite all the forces that can be united. Every old noble who is identified as a villain boss by the official behind the scenes is a force that he can fight for. A little bit adds up to a lot, and a little bit adds up to a tower. But looking at Reeve, who was almost shot into a hedgehog, and the soldiers who fell down and might never stand up again, Linda felt that he might have been too easy to conquer along the way, which led to the illusion that face was useful for both sides. Renzo took the initiative to surrender after learning that he was a noble, and Lance surrendered after recognizing him. Linda never encountered any obstacles when facing the old nobles. It was too smooth, making him mistakenly think that we are the villains. They are all united, just like what is written in those novels. Everyone in the upright sect where the protagonist is, from the master to the brothers, wants to kill him. But the villains always fight the younger ones and the older ones, and unite as one. As old nobles, the reverse version of Linda and others are undoubtedly villains. From all directions, almost all the soldiers of the Snake Sentry gathered together. They supported their bows and crossbows, and most of the arrows painted with poison light were aimed at Linda. If Linda and others did not surrender, they would only be annihilated. The soldiers with puffed cheeks and necks were still spewing poisonous mist, trying to create a battlefield that was more conducive to the snake catchers. The air was filled with a pungent smell that made it difficult to breathe, and the range of vision was getting smaller and smaller. Almert. He looked again among the 10 sons. The other party had been responsible for communication, and was also the only one who could suppress madness with reason. There is a misunderstanding between us. Almert Yen did not speak, but rushed towards Lind. Sir! Riff was anxious, and so were Lance and Saran. The most important thing now was to protect Lind and leave. After the confrontation just now, they clearly felt the horror of the 10 sons. If Lind stayed, he would take too many risks. It would be more rational to settle the score after leaving the battlefield. No one present thought that Star Dragon City and Snake Catcher Fortress would have no chance of winning the war. The premise of everything was that Lind could not die. As for himself and others, of course, they would use their remaining bodies to stop the enemy. Lind shook his head gently. He would not let the seriously injured soldiers help him to cover his retreat, and his anger had already been ignited. Almert, there is a misunderstanding between us, but resolving the misunderstanding is the second priority. He is not a pedantic person, and even Linda does not have the so-called aristocratic sense of ceremony. Compared with the overall situation and resolving the misunderstanding, Linda can only see the bodies of the soldiers he brought with him, who were seriously injured and fell. There is a misunderstanding, but the priority of resolving the misunderstanding should be put aside. Someone should be so aware of the overall situation, but that person must not be Linda, and he never intends to be the one who sacrifices himself and then considers the overall situation. Before that, someone should pay the price for this inexplicable battle. The person behind all this must pay the price. And Sheetsy must also pay the price, no matter what the reason is. When they shoot arrows at themselves, they should know what kind of consequences they should bear. The arrows flew one step ahead of Sheetsy, and the dense and approaching arrows made people tremble with coldness. The wind tore apart the poisonous cloud, just like a heavy rain suddenly falling from the poisonous cloud, concentrating on Linda. The arrows nailed to the ground and quickly approached Linda's toes. My lord! Riff tried to push Lind. On the ground, on the city wall, on the roof, the Snake Men Sentry soldiers were densely packed. This was their most advantageous battlefield. A trap. At present, they only had a chance to escape by turning around. The soldiers resisted one after another, but too many were still shot by arrows. The 10 sons had also rushed to the front. They had enough confidence to entangle Lind again. Roar! A shocking dragon roar came from the sky. The poisonous cloud covering the sky was suddenly burned red by the scorching fire waves, and then torn apart by a pair of huge wings. The dim vision suddenly became bright. So bright that it was a bit dazzling. The two-legged flying dragon with scarlet scales on its body swooped down, and its body slammed heavily on the top of the canyon mountain. The ground shook. The wall collapsed. And the air waves pressed by the wings swept away the poisonous fog, and even the rain of arrows flying in the sky. The fire tumor on the flying dragon's extremely long neck exploded, flowing with the cursed flames from the fragments of the magic ring. The flames flowed on the ground, burning uncontrollably, and even burning everything around. The poisonous fog was forced to dissipate, and now the remaining flames quickly occupied the Snake Man sentry post. The air temperature rose as the flying dragon fell from the sky. The soldiers of the Snake Man sentry looked at the huge monster falling from the sky in horror. The dragon that only existed in picture books appeared in their sight in such an abrupt posture. The scene they met was different from the first time they heard the story about the flying dragon. But the same thing was that the dragon satisfied their inner fantasy. It was very big and terrifying. Lin's angry voice came, and he roared, "Alex! Flame! Chapter 220 Praise my name!" The flying dragon tearing at the fire tumor on its neck opened its mouth, and a beam of flame spewed out from its mouth, and quickly spread after leaving the ferocious and huge dragon mouth. The surging flames seemed to be suddenly pulled apart, quickly covering the vision of everyone nearby. In my eyes, I could not see anything else except the fire. However, the flames spewing out of the dragon's mouth seemed to have their own consciousness, actively bypassing the soldiers of Star Dragon City and quickly approaching the Snake Sentry soldiers. Arrows could no longer be fired, and the figure spewing poisonous mist struggled and jumped in the rapidly rising and spreading wall of fire. And finally only a pile of ash remained. The sky was no longer pitch black, but had been completely lit up by the orange-yellow flames. Linda leaned on the broken sword with both hands, looking at the 10 suns, who were also engulfed by the flames, and his pupils reflected the Snakeman sentry completely covered by the flames. It was hard to tell whether it was the breath of the flying dragon or the anger in his eyes that had been completely ignited. The situation of the battle was reversed in such an abrupt way. If they were dispersed, if they used the flexibility of the knights to start the war, if they did not gather together, but they gathered together to encircle and suppress. The flames spewed from the dragon's mouth were fair, turning every Snake Sentry soldier into charcoal, and even more fair, not leaving them a last word. The 10 suns still rushed out of the flames, which was a little beyond Linda's expectations. But only 7 people came out, and Almert Yenny stood in the front. The Yenny stretched out on his back seemed to explain to Linda why he survived. The explosion of the flame wings made him look painful, and the use of his ability was completely different from what he had imagined. The 7 people who survived did not care about being frightened, and they attacked Lin brazenly, hoping to make Lin stop controlling the flying dragon. The 7 boss-level upper knights, who had fully exploded, screamed hysterically. Their armor was broken. "My lord!" Reeve and others tried to rush forward to defend Lind, but they were not Lin's opponents in the first place, and now they were seriously injured, and they could not catch up with Lin's speed at all. Linda took a step forward, not like he was besieged by 7 people, but rather he was eagerly waiting for the 7 people to launch a pitiful resistance. One person faced 7 people who were fighting to the death, full of vigor and vitality. He said to the 7 people with his own actions, "Come on." The flying dragon, which was still spewing flames, changed its target to Linda, and the flames penetrated into Linda's body and flowed into his blood. His subcutaneous blood vessels were lit up by the orange-yellow flames. Boom! Linda punched Almert Yenny in the face, who rushed to the front. His fist exploded with a force far beyond Yen Yi's imagination, breaking several teeth, and the dizziness on his forehead made him even more dazed. The moment he was covered by the flames, Linda seemed to be a completely different person. It was so hot that Yen Yi, who also used the power of fire, could not bear it, and it burned his skin. His body rolled in the air, and he couldn't even control his landing point, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Yen Yi vomited blood. 3 of the remaining 6 people took the initiative to rush to Linda, but one was grabbed by Linda's arm, another was kicked in the lower abdomen, and the last one was knocked over by a headbutt. The most primitive fighting skills. Charging forward. Unstoppable. The scene before his eyes seemed to have turned into a fight between a lion and a nest of poisonous snakes. Sheetzy was forced to retreat one after another by Linda's fierce attack. Even if he didn't want to retreat, he would be repelled by the terrifying attack. The chain of right hooks seemed to have some strange rhythm, swinging out again and again. Not fast, but impossible to dodge, hitting in circles. The pain of the flame gnawing at his body was spreading all the time. He gritted his teeth and moved forward, killing the so-called son of Luo Nan with his own strength, making him unable to resist. Whether it was the Serpent Man Sentry soldiers or the Star Dragon City soldiers, everyone would remember the scene. Remembering that a flying dragon descended from the sky and reversed the battle situation that everyone thought was impossible to change with its terrifying flames. And remember the figure who won the game by himself. His body wrapped in flames. The reassuring golden lion. Just like every time before. But Reeve and his men were unwilling to hide again. They wanted to fight side by side. No matter how loud the bloody battle was sung. Or how many poems were used to record it. Only the beauty could be left. Praise his bravery and fearlessness. Worship his indomitable spirit and strength. Future generations will never understand how pungent the blood was at the scene. Or how hot the flames were. People will praise him and take him as an example. But no one except those present will know how angry and helpless he is at this moment. 10 sons. All fell to the ground. Lind was panting. But his mental state was good. Because the flames were endless. So his strength was endless. Linda! Lance followed the 2nd Legion's combat habits and vented his anger by praising the hero's name to prove that they had won the battle. Linda! Those who were still alive could raise their arms and shout. The flying dragon had stopped spitting. And the flames showed no mercy. The entire Snakeman outpost had been completely engulfed by the flames. And the mountain fire spread. And billowing black smoke rose into the sky. Linda stood in front of Almyrjeni, with a broken sword against his head, and a claw stretched out from the broken sword, gently stroking his cheek like a lover. You have a dragon. No one would admit it, even if they had never seen it with their own eyes. But they had entered the Church of the Sun, and had seen one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse on the lintel. There is a misunderstanding between us, said Lind. Now someone can obey. Yes, a misunderstanding. If Lind had a dragon, why would he risk his life? He believed it might be a misunderstanding. As long as the flying dragon appeared, the 10 sons would have no power to resist. And they could not even stop Lind. Lind could ride the dragon over the snake sentry post, and go directly to the snake catcher fortress. Should he question the other party? Why don't you bring the dragon here directly? Then we will be afraid. No, I am not afraid at all. And I will resist more fiercely. The son of Ronan has never been afraid of a strong enemy. His voice was a little hoarse. And Almert asked, how will you treat Lord Ronan? Both sides suffered casualties. The cause is no longer important. They have evolved into a blood feud. I will give him a chance to surrender to me, Linda said. If he refuses, you will see him soon. I promise. Almert pulled the corner of his mouth. But his throat could not make a sound. This was a misunderstanding. But when they were ready to kill Lind's men without mercy, it was meaningless whether the misunderstanding was resolved. But Almert could do nothing. He lay on the ground and looked up at Lind. Although the flames did not harm Lind, and even healed his body, his clothes were not spared, leaving only a pair of pants of unknown material. The body was angular like a knife and an axe. And the broad chest. Every muscle contained enough power to defeat the 10 sons. And the complex pattern on his chest, flickering with his breathing. Can you help us build a tombstone? Almert said, as a noble, son of Ronan. Linda raised his broken sword and slashed down. When the blood splattered and the last life of the snake sentry disappeared, he said, yes. Chapter 221. It's a rat. This is a tragedy. Because of a misunderstanding that came from nowhere. The 2 sides who should have been talking happily had to draw their swords and kill each other. Every soldier who was still alive drank the potion for treatment as soon as possible. But there were still people whose wounds could not be picked up again even if they were healed. Including Reeve. His injuries were very serious, and almost all of his internal organs were pierced by arrows. His strong willpower allowed him to hold on until now. Lind couldn't help laughing when he saw Reeve. Because of his tenacious will, he successfully survived. I will let you pick up the sword again. Linda patted Reeve on the shoulder. It's just that the power of a great knight is gone. Are you interested in using magic? I can let Dome teach you. Linda's eyes lit up, and he outlined a bright future for Reeve. He stretched out his right hand to hug Reeve's neck, and put his left hand in front of him. Think about it. You know Dome's fighting style. To follow him, you only need to learn a lighting technique, and then some blessing magic. You have seen how powerful his 2-handed sword is. My lord, my brain is stupid. It's okay for Reeve to surrender and fight the enemy desperately, or even for him to use willpower to support his dying body to survive. But magic, if you don't know it, you don't know it. You can't use your brain just because you want to. My lord. Why don't you learn magic? Reeve asked curiously, if you can use those magics of Dome. I can't learn it either, Linda said. Can't he really learn it? Maybe he can learn it if he is willing to invest time and energy. But this is a false proposition. Because Lynn doesn't have time. Instead of wasting a lot of time on studying magic, it is better to work hard to go further on the road of night. He is different from other knights. Because of the sun ring, he can control the power in his body. And because of the perfect control of power, he can constantly gain other powers. One coincidence after another has contributed to his current strength. Even if another noble imitates his path, it may not be possible to create another Lind. Therefore, it is better to collect more knight paths instead of wasting time studying the wizard path that may not work. He believes that when his talent skill tree is fully blossomed, when he has the power of dozens of knight paths at the same time, all enemies will not be a problem. Pang? Lind looked at the name carved by Reeve on the sword. A vulgar and annoying opponent, Reeve said, and stuck the sword into the ground. This is the tombstone of the Snake Sentry soldier Pang. In front of them, hundreds of swords were stuck in the scorched earth, forming a tombstone unique to this era. Among them, 10 swords were the most obvious. They were the sons of Ronin, a group of enemies whose brains were not normal. But it was difficult for people to dislike them in terms of loyalty. As an enemy, they would also recognize their loyalty. Of course, even if they faced each other again, Lind would still take action and kill them mercilessly. The preparations for the next step were much simpler. Since peaceful means could no longer be used, there was only one option left to pass through the Snake Catcher's fortress. Kill Baron Ronin. But before that, Lind decided to meet Baron Ronin in a more forceful way. He had never seen a completely crazy old noble before, as the real boss that cannot be avoided in the game. The old nobles are stationed at every pass, with strong strength and unmatched. What if Baron Ronin bows down directly? Although he knows that this is absolutely impossible. The Sea of Fire burned all the resources inside the Snake Man outpost, and nothing was gained. The expedition must stop here. Almost everyone is injured. Drinking potions cannot cure them 100%. They must go back and ask the pharmacists to prepare potions according to their physical conditions. But Lind always felt that something was wrong. Until Saran asked, "Where is Milam?" Yes, where is Milam? Milam seemed to be still there when the war started. Could it be that he was accidentally burned to death by the dragon's flame when the war started? This is impossible. The dragon has a very keen sense of smell. And there is also the lion emblem. The flame is the magic flame after biting the fire tumor on the neck. As we all know, magic is idealism. Say where to hit. You must hit there. There will be no mistakes. With triple insurance, it is almost impossible to make a mistake. Not long after, Myram came back. She was not injured. As the master assassin whose stealth skills are second only to Linda in the territory, she wanted to shrink and not get hurt. If the upper knight did not have special skills, he really couldn't catch him. My lord. Myram held up a head. What is this? Linda looked at the head with wide eyes, and felt that it looked familiar. But its whole face was facing. The appearance of the snake has changed. And the skull has also changed, making it difficult to recognize. He is Seymour, said Myram, the Legion commander of the Snake Sentry. Lind remembered. But it was difficult to find too many similarities between that man and the head in front of him. When the conflict started, I was going to the prison to find you. Myram held Seymour's head and said what she had done. After the conflict started, she did rush to the prison as soon as possible, wanting to help Lind. But on the way, she saw Seymour, who was moving strangely, and followed him. Then he saw that the Snake Catcher's fortress was in chaos and even out of control. Is there really something attacking the fortress? Yes, but they are all crazy soldiers in the fortress. They seem to be affected by something and cause chaos. Milam raised the head in his hand again. Seymour is also being controlled. He made some kind of sound to convey information. Can you confirm who did it? Linda was basically certain that there was something that he didn't even know whether it really existed, which quietly took action and provoked a dispute between him and the Snake Catcher's fortress. What is the other party's purpose? How did the other party know of his existence? The nearby Snake Sentry is not aware of its true military strength. As for the traitor in Star Dragon City, it is impossible. The traitor wants to cause trouble for me, or kill me in too many ways, and Phylon exists. Assuming there is a traitor, it is impossible not to know that the snake sentry is nothing to file on. Linda tends to believe that there is no traitor in his territory. So the other party has some mysterious means to know his existence. And wants to cause trouble for me, for some reason, that he himself does not know. But the other party's information is not complete. So everything he does is only to disgust Linda. Maybe it's a rat, said Myram. A rat? Myram pointed to his head and said, Seymour told me before he died that the rat affected him, and he didn't wake up until the moment of his death. He was very angry about it. So, we have to play rat catcher for once. He thought he was quite tolerant. But this time he was disgusted. No matter where the rat was hiding, he would dig it out. Lynn said, Thank you for your information, Miss Myram. Sir, how is Saran? Myram finally finished explaining what he knew, and then immediately began to question the man. Well, Linda hesitated. Even the soldiers beside him lowered their heads. What's wrong? Myram was nervous. He lost his hat. Linda smiled. I suggest you don't go to him first. You can also give him a hat. Saran's Mediterranean. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. The atmosphere was much more relaxed, sweeping away some of the haze of war. But the snake catcher's fortress was still in front. Chapter 222 Giant Snake Ronin's Deal. The land became hard after the high-temperature dragon fire burned. But the land that was affected before the fire was now mottled and messy, as if it had been dug by wild dogs. The sentry post that was difficult to cross in the past has become a ruin, and it is difficult to see any trace of its past. The fall of the Snakeman sentry post also means that the road to the snake catcher's fortress has been completely open to Linda. A few days later, the soldiers who were ready to go followed Linda to set foot on this land again. The ground still retained its original scorching heat, and the wind blew waves of hot air that burned people's skin slightly painfully. Attacking the snake catcher fortress is not Lynn's last choice. He can ride a dragon across, or use stealth skills to pass through. But if he wants to return to the central area, it becomes extremely important to open up this road. In the future, not only will he need to continuously transport various troops and supplies, but a normal enough road can also become a safe passage for retreat at critical times, so as not to stage the drama of catching turtles in a jar again after entering it. The disaster horses formed a team and moved forward. The horses with sharp teeth and claws pawed the ground and moved forward with their heads held high. Reed and others were seriously injured, so the team had to add pharmacists and wizards. Although the space barrel can solve the problem of carrying supplies, timely treatment of injuries still requires professionals. Pharmacists are important human resources, and who to include in the battle sequence, etc., must be chosen. The red figure in the sky spread its huge wings. The figure lowered and rushed to the ground with a strong wind. The soldier's vision suddenly went black, and then they only saw the huge figure with spread wings flying away with the strong wind, and suddenly rose up in front of them, rushing towards the clouds. The pharmacist who came with him used to work in the harbor village. He personally experienced many battles, watching Leon City send people to come, and then watching Leon City fall. Star Dragon City rise. The undead attack the city. The giant attack the city. The flying dragon falling from the sky, etc. The fingers holding the reins slightly exerted force, as if he was not holding the reins, but his own future. The wheel of history surged forward, and perhaps the tranquility that once fantasized about the possibility of existence in the harbor village was now only a fantasy. He watched the flying dragon spread its wings and flew away, feeling the knife-like hot wind left behind by the flying dragon flying over his head, piercing his armor and helmet, piercing his skin and dripping with sweat instead of blood. The flying disasters and the mutant birds of the new era that were hidden somewhere were startled by the flying dragon, and flew over his head with strange voices, as if celebrating the arrival of the flying dragon. Today is destined to be unusual. Lance and other soldiers have been waiting for more than 2 years, and for this reason, they have been holding on and looking forward to the return of Goliath. Even if you want to return to Goliath from the Snake Catcher Fortress, you still have to walk a long way, and no one can guarantee that this road will always be peaceful. It took a lot of effort and cost to get from the foothills of the Red Dragon Mountain to the Snake Catcher Post. I am afraid that it will be even more difficult to go in the future. But everyone has unprecedented confidence in returning at this moment. The Lord led them forward. The first step has been taken, and the second step will definitely be smoother. Go south through the Snake Catcher Post and go up the hillside. Linda rode on the ground, and flying in the sky would easily make him a sitting duck. so he rarely flew over his own territory. Even a flying dragon must always be vigilant, and it is best not to fly anywhere before the road ahead is explored. There was no trouble along the way. Perhaps the soldiers of the Snake Sentry had completely cleared the disasters within the range to ensure that there would be no problems in the transmission of information. Arrived at the Snake Catcher's fortress without any obstacles. It was like a giant beast lying on the only way from the north to the central part. Some soldiers have taken the initiative to move forward. They formed a circle that can attack or defend like an Ouroboros. Approaching the fortress, the soldiers, whose facial expressions were completely covered by helmets, came to the Snake Catcher's fortress. The city gate was wide open, as if welcoming them. The soldiers in the rear were also fully prepared. The crossbows were raised. They were all equipped with crossbows made of secret patterns. The metallic luster and novel secret patterns were very eye-catching under the sun. Suddenly, poisonous mist was spewed, and then a thick snake came out. The snake was standing upright, with snake scales on its body, eyes that had become vertical pupils, and even forked red tongues spitting out of its mouth. But they also retained the human part, with the same style of Rand Kingdom infantry armor as Star Dragon City. The patterns on their armor were of another style, equally exquisite, and golden yellow was used as the main color. The knight and the humanoid snake were fighting in a group. In Lin's eyes, that thing should not be called a snake, perhaps more like a salamander, as everyone knows that snakes have no feet. Victory came quickly. This battle gave the Star Dragon soldiers, who were better equipped, an advantage. The humanoid snakes were defeated almost instantly. Can we communicate? They haven't lost their language function. Sir, this was a surprising discovery. The sons of Ronin at the Serpent Man outpost retained their human form, but communication with them was full of obstacles. Those guys would rather start a war than use their brains to think about the doubts. On the contrary, the humanoid snake soldiers, who had already lost their human appearance, were able to communicate. Of course, this may also be related to the strong military strength that Linda has shown from the very beginning. I am Linda Arman. Linda refused the soldier to help him register his name. Maybe this would make him look very noble, but he has more important things to confirm. How is Baron Ronin? The humanoid snake soldier looked up at him, and the disgusting red letter kept coming out. This is the territory of Baron Ronin. Of course. Of course. Lin nodded, agreeing with the other party's words. He absolutely supported the Lord's sacred and inviolable territory, because he was one of the Lord's people. The Baron is in good condition, the human-shaped snake said. Can you help us inform him? I want to talk to him. The flying dragon fell and hit the ground heavily. It was Lin's sincerity. The human-shaped snake trembled and looked at the flying dragon. Now he also felt Lin's sincerity. The moment Lin rode the flying dragon into the sky above the snake catcher's fortress, he realized that there were more than a dozen crossbows locking on him. Each territory has a no-fly zone. With strong power, their control over the sky will only be stronger. The snake catcher's fortress covers a large area. It is completely a small city. There are even farmlands and villages near the central area. Below is a densely packed building area. Lin tried to recall how lively the scene was when he passed by here, but most of the areas inside were places he had never been to. So he went straight to the castle. The flying dragon landed on the wall of the inner castle, and its claws scratched the wall in an almost rough way to stabilize its body. Facing Lin in front was the castle hall. Waves of cold air that made people feel uncomfortable blew from the inside, like cold long nails scraping across his skin and sweeping across his back, leaving a string of goosebumps. Alex also felt uncomfortable, and his restless panting broke the cold atmosphere here. There was a rustling sound. Something was crawling out, and it sounded very sticky. Then, a huge middle-aged man's head, with a square face, stretched out from the darkness of the hall. Baron Ronin. The moment he saw him, Lin's eyelids could not help but jump. What a big snake, but more like a salamander. Its body was about 100 meters long, and it was like an insurmountable wall splashed with mucus. And the disgusting smell kept drilling into his nose. The slender dragon Alex looked a little too thin next to him. Lord Ronin. Lin stood on the dragon's back. Is this what the nobles really have to endure after taking the potion? Ronin gave Linda the feeling that he was a person who failed to take a magic potion and caused his body to become alienated. The undead even called it a bug. Only by restraining the body from changing can one go further and further on the road of taking magic potions. But at the same time, when taking magic potions, one must also face various temptations. The alienation of the body is not entirely a bad thing, because the closer it is to that state, the more it is out of human form, and the stronger the strength that can be displayed. This is called approaching the essence of magic. But they also lost the opportunity to go further. Lance and Bard are like this. It's not that they can't drink the potion anymore, but if they force themselves to drink the potion again, they will definitely turn into monsters. Baron Ronan in front of him is the type who can't turn back. Oh, it's you, Linda. Baron Ronan opened his mouth. His voice was deep and full of sighs, like a gust of wind blowing through the valley. His tone was filled with memories. It's great to see you again. I hugged you back then. Children are the most ruthless creatures. What they did when they were young will be forgotten when they grow up, leaving only sighs for adults. Even if they have been held before, they will be like strangers now. You don't look good. Lin's eyes turned, and he noticed the humanoid snake soldiers gradually gathering around him. They had very similar mutant appearances. Ronan has a certain ability to give power to soldiers. From the battle just now, Lin has discovered that these humanoid snake soldiers are not the traditional great knights, and their power sources are very strange. It seemed that the root of everything was Baron Ronan in front of him. Lin continued, I remember when I met you at the banquet. You were very humorous. But now you have grown scales, are covered with mucus, and don't like to walk on your legs. Ha ha ha. Ronan laughed softly. I like your humor. But when we are abandoned by the changing times, the most important thing to consider is to welcome the new life with a new life. Weren't you also a child who was afraid of heights before? Now you were riding a flying dragon. Ronan was very indifferent to the flying dragon, as if he didn't care about it at all. Are you sure you want to talk about my embarrassing things here? Linda seemed to be angry. Every man has embarrassing things and naughty times. Ordinary people and poor people need to be sensible from childhood. But aristocratic boys from wealthy families naturally have the capital to be naughty and can live happier. Just like Linda had climbed through the window, or scared Her Majesty the Queen, and was caught and beaten by the other party. Although he didn't want to admit it, Linda felt that if Rania died like this, she would definitely take his black history with her. The two of them were like old friends chatting about family matters. However, one of them had completely abandoned his human form, and the other rode a flying dragon that was ready to spit out flames at any time. The smile seemed very fake in this situation. As the soldiers waited anxiously, the Lord returned. There was no flame burning in the sky, and no horn of life and death was blown. The flying dragon fell to the ground and lowered its slender neck, like a spiral staircase covered with a red carpet, waiting for Lin to walk down step by step. The dust expanded after the dragon landed. Every time it fell from the sky, it would cause dust and storms. They were slowly getting used to it, and even had the mind to change their thoughts from amazement to something else. My lord. The soldiers surrounded him, and at the same time, they felt the huge heat contained in the dragon's body. I made a deal with Baron Ronan and exchanged some things with him. In exchange, we cannot set foot in the snake catcher's fortress, Lin said. It was like two nobles meeting and giving each other small toys and jewelry to keep in touch. What Lin had to pay was that he could never step into the snake catcher's fortress again. It was obvious that Baron Ronan was very afraid of him. What Lin got was the snake catcher's path potion, which allowed him to ascend to the hero level. In addition, there were more than 50 precious books. Is Lord Ronan still normal? Lance, who was usually good at keeping silent, spoke faster than his brain this time. Normal? No. He's completely crazy. Lin said, he's even crazier than when he turned into that big snake. Ronan, the snake catcher, represents loyalty throughout his family. Just like Ronan's 10 sons would rather be enemies of justice, and would fight to the death to protect the Baron even if they knew it was wrong. Ronan's loyalty to the Kingdom of Rand would only be higher than theirs. He was a humorous man. Not just a polite remark. Linda always thought so. Only those who were foolish and straightforward enough could be considered humorous in his eyes. And everyone could speak freely. On the contrary, the kind of guy who said 800 things in his mind. Even if he danced like a peacock at the ball, telling carefully conceived jokes, making the ladies laugh. In Lin's eyes, they are the annoying type. It's like everyone wants to chat and communicate with honest people, but they all hate green tea bitches. Personality changes, becoming selfish. And it is even possible that Baron Ronan is just a disguise made by the giant snake. And there may be other wills and things inside it. Snake catchers are good at putting down bait and then killing with one blow. And since the contact just now, Alex has been on alert, which means that the giant snake Ronan is looking for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack on Lind. He didn't do it because he didn't find the opportunity. Linda was the same. He even suspected that he had completed the noble madness after traveling through. But his body didn't change at all. And his strength didn't rise like other nobles who drank the potion like they were on fire. He just made a deal with Ronan. But he never mentioned passing through the Snake Catcher Fortress. Given Ronan's state, Linda strongly suspected that if he led the team through, he would be ambushed by Ronan first. There is only one way through the fortress. But we can take other ways. I have just observed from the air that there is a mountain in the east. As long as we open a way, we can bypass it. A road that ordinary soldiers cannot cross is definitely not a problem for the current Star Dragon City Knights. If there is no road, they can open a new one. And he also has wizards and flying dragons. And he can also use bombing to blow up a road. The soldiers have no objections. Avoiding battle is the decision made by Lind after confirming Ronan's strength. There is a roundabout route. And he thinks it is not impossible to leave this boss to the undead. If they will come back. It is another day of missing but fearing the undead to come back. Chapter 223 Lar the Excrement Eater. Mountain Troll Castle. Lord Baya looked at the whispering woman carrying 2 magic staffs. He broke his promise again. But he did not withhold the reward from the whispering woman. The old woman was very cunning. She claimed that she was about to find the location of that person. But it was not so easy to get rid of him. For this reason, Lord Baya had to pay one of the rewards in advance. That is, the magic staff that could bewitch people. It was just a collection. And Lord Baya didn't care. What he cared about was whether this divination magic could succeed. The tattered cloth package was heavy, sewn with various animal skins and linen. And the palm-sized patches made Lord Baya frown. Such ugly and dirty things should not appear in the noble mountain goblin castle. When the cloth package was opened, he couldn't help but screamed, "What is this?" The spread-out package was filled with ears of different sizes. Blood dyed the ears red, densely packed into a small pile. At least more than 100. It's necessary for the prophecy. Then start, the Lord of Baya said angrily. He was probably a little angry because he was frightened and couldn't maintain the elegance of a noble. So it was natural for him to vent his anger on the old woman in front of him. In a pot, the water was boiled. All kinds of unknown magic potions were thrown in. And the smell began to become complicated. Of course, more than that. After the ears of the people were thrown in, the soup in the pot began to become thick. And a foul smell that made people swallow their saliva was emitted. People don't only swallow their saliva when they smell fragrance. They can't control it when facing bad smell or something disgusting enough. The whispering woman carried the staff and stirred it. Again and again. And each time a wisp of strange smoke would float out. Lord Baya felt his ears itchy. He could hear some kind of sound. Very noisy. And the chattering was completely inaudible. This shows that the whispering woman's magic is really useful. He couldn't help but stare at the old woman's back. His eyes on the other's fingers that were wrapped in old skin and were as dry and yellow as parchment. And the ugly fingers, like chicken claws, locked the staff. Stirred again. The sound got louder. I have captured the direction of his presence. The whispering woman stopped. Her prediction and divination seemed to only need to stir the inexplicable thick soup in the pot, which made Lord Baya feel relieved. At least, he didn't have to watch a gloomy old woman eat that thing with a sinister smile. What else? He is very fierce, and even aggressive. He will be an unsteady supporter of Her Majesty Queen Rania. The whispering woman's tone suddenly became a little uncertain. It's strange. He has no loyalty in his heart. And he is not reverent. But he will protect Her Majesty the Queen. What's so strange about this? The Lord of Baya slammed the table. Am I very loyal to the Queen? Sitting in this position for a long time, he has to think about things that an old woman, who only knows some sinister magic, can never imagine. Without power, but with the status of Queen, Rania is simply the best object of loyalty. As long as you control Rania, you control the right to speak. Those who are willing to submit will become power. And those who are unwilling to submit are rebellious and need to be conquered. If Rania was to be harmed, Lord Baya would be the first to disagree. Without Rania, his status as Lord was usurped. As long as she was there, he was the master of the troll castle. So it was normal to be disloyal, but protect the Queen. The whispering woman obviously didn't understand the relationship. She only wanted the reward that Lord Baya promised her. She was not interested in the struggle for power, the battle for territory, etc. Will he kill me? Lord Baya asked. Someone wants to fight for Rania, and Rania will accept his loyalty in the future warning. So what about me? My lord. I didn't listen to your future. The whispering woman explained. I have listened to it once for Her Majesty the Queen. And there will be no second time in a short time. Then tell me what you heard. Lord Baya waved his hand. He is trying to pass through the snake catcher's fortress. The whispering woman stirred the thick soup in the pot. The big snake whose will has been taken over by the cunning king will never allow anyone to get close. This is an opportunity. If they can have a conflict. The aggressive person and the big snake that absolutely does not allow anyone to set foot in the territory. There will definitely be a conflict when the two sides meet. Definitely. Let them conflict. I need another blessed weapon from you. The whispering woman bent her waist. She knew that it was very difficult to get a reward from the Lord Abaya. So she chose to use some tricks to force the other party to hand the thing over to her. What? Rat. The whispering woman said, a rat that can provoke. Linda flipped through the book Lyre the Excrement Eater. Although the name of the book was a bit strange and even heavy, it was indeed a collection of poems about the power of the snake catcher's path. During the time of digging and clearing the road, he rode a flying dragon back to Star Dragon City. He immediately gave the potion formula to the Rabbit Tooth Witch, and then gave the book to Duome. As expected, they were very happy. And even the Rabbit Tooth, which couldn't help but praise the greatness of the Lord again. The most useful tool people in the world must be people like them, who think that while Lind is out there killing enemies, they only need to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, and can get all the knowledge they want without having to work hard. Coincidentally, Lind also thinks so. You are here racking your brains to research, and then working hard to make them. Your stomach is so small. What's the use of getting so many potions and results? In the end, after a short period of possession, you have to take them out and use them in the territory. Lin can get all kinds of research results without having to work hard. If the immortals are there, he doesn't even have to work hard to snatch them. So in his eyes, no matter how greedy they are just tools. Dome had read so many books at random, which played a big role at this moment. Especially after hearing Lin tell about the situation of Baron Neron and in the Snake Catcher Fortress. This power should come from the Snake Village. And after taking the magic potion, a snake catcher will eventually turn into a big snake. Dome had also learned about the story about the snake catcher family fighting against the Abyss Snake Demon. In his opinion, such an absurd situation means that this power is likely related to the Abyss Demon. No matter which aspect, it must be related. While Dome was telling his guess, Lind was still flipping through Lyre the Excrement Eater. After losing the golden dragon skin plate armor, he put on the armor made by Bard again. The defense may be a little worse, but it is more refined and comfortable. It's like a tuxedo on the battlefield. He held the thick book, and the yellowed and curled snakeskin paper seemed to have a pungent smell. The dense text seemed to make people feel uncomfortable, and the slender writing style twisted the text into long snakes with patterns. Will there be any danger? Linda raised his head. His thirst for power has never stopped and will continue until the moment of his death. Having witnessed the fighting style of the sons of Ronin, Linda is very interested in the path of the snake catcher. Perhaps there are 10 different types of power application. The strong temptation made Linda unable to refuse, although he hated snakes. If you can guarantee that your body will not undergo any changes that should not occur when taking the potion. Duomei shook his head gently. No. It's just a way to absorb the power of the potion. The path potion is to plunder the power of magic for one's own use. The power of magic is infinite, but people can only use the limited power through the path and prayer. Linda closed the book. Lyra who swallows feces is not really eating feces. The book calls curse, mutation and so on feces. So Lyra in the book is not a pika, but a scavenger who cleans up various negative conditions, ensuring that ordinary people will not be affected after the disaster. Does Ronin's strength have anything to do with the book? Did he get some kind of emblem power from it? Lin couldn't help but ponder. If you can master it yourself, why can't the other party master it? It's too easy for Miss Miko to cook the path potion of the Great Knight and the Upper Great Knight. If it weren't for Lin's strong request, she would have thrown this unskilled job directly to other pharmacists. Now, all the pharmacists in the territory have been trained by Lind with a lot of materials to have a multi-threaded operation ability. Not only is the speed of cooking potion fast, but they also start with more than a dozen pots at a time. And the quality is also guaranteed. Just like the rabbit tooth, which used exhaustive method to reverse the path of the idealistic potion. Practice makes perfect, and the wizard's idealistic potion can actually form a connection. There is another kind of power in my body. The snake catcher. Linda didn't feel that his body became stronger. And the snake catcher didn't seem to be known for strength and strength. Compared with these, the emblem on his chest changed again. From the rough nesting at the beginning to becoming more and more delicate and fine. The emblem is not a tattoo. Whenever Linda has new power, they will move and change to a certain extent. The mysterious Ouroboros emblem filled and became a part of it. And Lind also had some simple feelings. So, he took out the banshee horn, aiming at himself. Blow the horn. His body strength was instantly reduced by half. And the sudden loss made his knees weak. But soon the Ouroboros emblem swallowed it in big mouthfuls. And at the same time fed a force back to Lind's body, swallowing the curse, nourishing itself. However, the curse of the horn was too strong, causing the power fed back to completely fail to catch up with the power lost by Lind. And it was barely the most useless one among the many emblems he had obtained so far. My lord, the road is open. Finally, there is good news, and I can go back to the central region. Chapter 224 Discovery. Novice Village. There are two roads to the south from the Snake Man outpost. One leads to the Snake Catcher Fortress, which was once the only route running through the north and south. The second road is closed to the frozen soil mountains. The once insurmountable natural barrier is no longer difficult to cross under the cultivation of the great knights. Volcanic monster birds, flying dragons, etc. This may be the end of the world, because a large number of humans have died, and normal food can no longer grow in the land. The nobles who are high above can either choose to be crazy or choose to be weak forever. But this is also a new era. The power of magic was once trapped in the sky by the magic ring. Humans could not touch it for various reasons. If a great knight appeared, he could be called a natural knight. Nobles spent huge investments, but could not be promoted to great knights. But now it can be mass-produced. If there is no road, then open up a new road. If you encounter a mountain, use a fire dragon to burn and bomb it. If you encounter a cliff, let the volcano monster bird drag it up to build a ladder. All the difficulties and obstacles that are difficult to cross are resolved one by one in the face of extraordinary power. Nothing can stop their determination to return to the central region. This is not Lind's own will. Although he is eager for more powerful power and hopes to find the Black Fire Brothers or other churches with the power of the sun's proof as soon as possible, he will never make unnecessary sacrifices just for his own interests. His soldiers also have a strong desire. After Lind successfully controlled the snake catcher's path, he rode away impatiently on the Calamity Warhorse. They drilled out from a corner of the frozen soil mountains. The only force they pioneered was the Great Knight, and each Great Knight was accompanied by a horse, bird, and dog. That is, Calamity Warhorse, Volcano Bird, and Scavenger. The Scavenger found in the underground insect nest where the Cyclops was located had a reproduction rate that exceeded Lind's expectations, although they were not as valuable as blood lambs. The breeding value here means that blood lambs can not only be used to cultivate calamity hearts, but their flesh and blood corpses can also be made into potions. But after wearing armor and tying a chain, the Scavenger is definitely an excellent hunting dog. In addition, each of them wore enchanted armor, held a secret pattern weapon, had a modified small space quiver, and each horse was equipped with a space iron barrel. The iron barrel contained supplies, traps, and a quick disassembly mechanism that was very consistent with the style of four-handed bard, which could quickly build a defense project in a short time. This was Lind's strongest expedition team at present. If within the signal range of Star Dragon City, the NPC-exclusive lion badges on the soldiers would provide more help. These badges could help wizards quickly locate the position of each soldier, making it convenient to cast spells quickly in a melee. After more than 30 hours of climbing over mountains and ridges, Lind finally saw the station of the Star Dragon soldiers. They were preparing their weapons in a serious manner, checking their armor and every weapon they might use. Even though it was still a long way from Goliath, they had never been so close to home as they were now. However, the previous experience at the Serpent Man outpost made everyone's heart tense again. The Lord would not allow them to make a second mistake, and they could not have a good impression of their former colleagues. It is hard to say that this is not a kind of sadness. In the end of the world, when the brother teams meet, the first thing they should consider is not to rush up to hug each other, but to pierce each other's throat with swords before the other party has any hostility. Brother troops can never be compared with real brothers. They also have people to fight for. After seeing Lind coming, the soldiers put down their work, stood up and looked at him. No one overglorified Lin's image, especially after seeing Lin's rage because of the Snake Man sentry. Everyone just followed him habitually. Although the road was bumpy, the direction was not wrong. In the attempt to produce great knights, Linda pays attention to multiple developments and divides them according to the styles of the soldiers. Today's main combat team is still the Great Knights of the Sun's Proof Path. The Soulless Knights are responsible for taming various disasters, and the Secret Pattern Messengers are responsible for sentinel work. The Fire Knight is still a force that Linda will not use casually. Not everyone can light a flame it will like him. It is a bit too stupid to carry a stove to fight. The next batch of soldiers will add snake catchers to ensure that the path to directly ascend to the hero level is stable enough. And the power form is also the most. Sir. A soldier came to Lin quickly. He was the sentinel who walked on the path of the Secret Pattern Messenger. What's the situation? Lin got off his horse. There is a village about half a day ahead. Now that the village civilization can be maintained, it is most likely a novice village. Which faction do they belong to? A certain noble. Or a new noble. Raven. Who? Lin had never heard of this name. It was obviously another newly rising nobles. A rebel force. The soldier sorted out the information he had investigated and said, Raven. He gathered the rebel forces and hunted the nobles. Hunting. Not fighting. This means that the old nobles in the central area are not in a good situation. As expected, the old noble forces either become rats crossing the street, or they can only go crazy and squat in their own territory, becoming a red name monster. Let's go to that village. Linda said, we need a foothold, and we need enough information about Raven's territory. We immediately form an assault team and take down that village in the shortest time. This was a forced march, and the soldiers quickly entered a state of readiness. The sentry who was in charge of reporting just now watched Lin leave and exhaled heavily. How is it? A hand patted his shoulder, and the sound of hand armor colliding with armor was clanging. The sentry turned his head and looked at the person who came. It was Pierre, one of the Lord's original 9 guards. Your Excellency is full of, the sentry tried to explain, oppression and aggressive. The speaker was Pim. After Reeve was injured and had to recuperate in Star Dragon City for an unknown period of time, the personal soldiers following Lin became Pierre and Pim. My mind was blank. The sentry said, I almost forgot what I wanted to say. You have heard too many stories about Lind. Don't deify him. He also drinks and is picky when eating meat. And Pierre saw Pim's gaze and carefully swallowed his complaints. Also, sometimes I often forget to think when facing him. His words are not very credible because he called the Lord by his name. Next time, try to look somewhere else. Don't stare into his eyes. I will try. The sentry nodded. Chapter 225 Not Being Recruited. After the sentinel left, Pierre walked up to Pim and bumped him hard with his elbow, causing him to stumble suddenly, which made Pim angry. Hey! Linda is not in a good state. Pierre called Linda by his name, which showed that they were caring for each other as friends and brothers. The snake sentry brought him too much pressure. Pim pointed out Linda's current state in one sentence, and he had the same feeling. He was murderous. He felt betrayed, and he put a lot of pressure on himself. Maybe he reads too many books. But Pierre thought in another direction. Recently, he noticed that Lind was always reading. If the 9 guards had reached a tacit understanding, it must be that they hated the old wizard dome. A warrior should wield a sharp blade in his hand, not read all day. He will be assimilated by knowledge. Pierre raised his hand to scratch his head, but found something wrong. It turned out that he was wearing a helmet. Hey, it was a waste of time. So you are a pure warrior, Pim said in his own style. You said I can't read? You are the same. No, I am different. Pim stretched out his hand in the air and gestured. Pim, and said my name. I can learn my own name too. Pierre bared his teeth and claws. He wanted to duel with his name. Who is he saying is illiterate? Linda had just finished studying the new map drawn by the sentinels after their exploration, and saw Pierre coming over angrily. Sir, can you teach me how to write my name? Why not? Linda was glad that the people around him were eager to learn, and it wouldn't take too much time. He bent down and picked up a stick, then quickly wrote Pierre on the ground and said, It's that simple. Wait, why is Pim so easy? The raid on the newbie village began at dusk. When the panic sound of horse hooves sounded, smoke was burning in the huts of Suigong. The ox-horned horse left the cultivated land under the drive of the village farmer, smelling the sweet fruit fragrance in the air, and the tired spirit of a day's work seemed to be soothed. But in the dusk, a group of figures flying in the sky with wings spread caught their attention. There are monsters! Disaster is coming! The alarm was immediately pulled by the rope, making a heavy sound, and the villagers rushed out with pitchforks, sickles, and hoes. The first to rush out was the leader of Suigong, holding a green scimitar. With a solemn look in his eyes, Go to Rui went for help immediately. After hearing the order, a boy turned around and ran. But the next moment, an arrow flew and nailed the boy to the ground. The flying disasters could not make the sound of horse hooves. The cavalrymen wearing exquisite armor and riding terrifying war horses with sharp teeth attracted their attention as soon as they appeared. And there was also a group of ferocious disasters tied with iron chains, like dogs. Even if they asked for help, it would be useless. This was a powerful noble force that they could never resist. They were very smart and did not choose to resist. The leader of Suigong noticed that the crossbows held by the soldiers were flashing with magical fluorescence, and each of them was a great knight. In Suigong, he was the only great knight. He was doomed to be powerless to resist. Don't resist. Surrender, and you won't be killed. The shouts roared like thunder. The villagers put down their weapons one after another. In fact, even if those wooden sticks really hit the armor of the Star Dragon soldiers, they probably couldn't cause any damage. Maybe the rebound force would tear their knuckles. A soldier wrapped in armor came over. Who is the leader here? No one responded. We are the army of the Kingdom of Rand, and we are loyal to Lord Lind Alman. You live on the territory of the Kingdom of Rand. Who will answer my question? The villagers don't care who their lord is. They just want to live. So it doesn't matter who is on top of their heads. The eyes wander. I am. The leader took the initiative to say, and he forced a smile on his face. Sir, I am the leader of Suigong. Well, swear allegiance to Lord Lind. What? To a legitimate lord of the kingdom? Or to other lords? He looked up, put his hands on the awning, and looked in the direction of Goliath. But unfortunately, his gaze could not cross thousands of miles. Don't you say you are not loyal to a noble? We are loyal to the great raven, the new noble. Lord Suigong lost his smile. He shouted, emotionally, rotten old nobles. You will definitely be. Puff! An arrow pierced the chest and stabbed Lord Suigong to the ground. As a great knight, he didn't even have a chance to react. The equipment gap between the two sides was too big, and this gap was reflected in the combat power of crushing. Just as the Lord said, the soldier who packed up his crossbow took off his helmet and said, some people have been corrupted by the new nobles. In the apocalypse, people can only try their best to survive. Even the soldiers who are extremely loyal to the kingdom sometimes do everything they can. And the bishops of the church will betray their faith to steal the power of God. So, how could there be people who can't listen to bad things about the new nobles? If they are really so loyal, they should be more loyal to the Kingdom of Rand. The new nobles have only appeared for a few years. When attacking this place, Linda had ordered to identify who the leader was. And if they found that the other party was not in the right mind, they should be killed directly. After someone died, the whole Suigong immediately became quiet and honest, and they trembled as they looked at the two bodies on the ground. However, what they didn't expect was that the soldier who had just killed people turned around and said, Pim, why is your name so easy to write? Suigong, with a population of about 100 people. After learning that this place had been occupied by a noble, they waited calmly. At least if you don't resist, you won't die. Few people are curious about who they will meet. Until the sound of horse hooves came from the horizon again. Another army, with more people. The terrifying birds in the sky circled and escorted the tall figure in golden armor. And the lion flag raised high also let everyone present know how impressive the identity of the newcomer was. Lin looked at the two bodies on the ground. But this time their bodies were not destroyed immediately. Send them back to Star Dragon City, and tell Morina that I found something like her sister. The method used by the mastermind to select the newbie village chief was very rough, almost reversing the other party's cognition, and making people very procedural. Lin hated this method because he could not be sure whether his people would be quietly distorted one day, which meant that he would most likely face countless betrayals in the future. And even he himself might be distorted. Not being recruited was one of his bottom lines. Chapter 226. The Song of the White Knights. Under Linda's tyranny, the people of Suigong were very cooperative, and the people living here had long become numb. Linda walked towards the shed of Suigong. The poor construction skills would not be very useful in the cold winter. But the people of Tsuegon lived very well. It could support a group of people. And the people here were not attacked by too many disasters. It was just a simple wooden fence as a defense. And I'm afraid it couldn't even stop an adult who could jump. But in this situation, Tsuegon lives very peacefully. Do you have arable land? Linda asked casually. A piece of green land. The speaker was a middle-aged man, who could be considered an old man. People over 40 were not common. But the difficult living conditions made him look very old. That piece of land can grow some fruits. And we will use the fruits to feed pigs. Linda's eyes lit up. And there was no mutated meat. No wonder I can always smell the fragrance of fruit. Have undead appeared here before? 3,000 people appeared in several novice villages before. But most of the novice villages did not make a big noise. And the undead people just experienced a period of medieval farming simulator. Or medieval bandit fighting simulator. Yes. There is nothing to hide. All villagers were ordered to gather in front of the open space in Tsuegon. The sky gradually became dim. And Linda scanned every dull face. Until he waited for the villages. Poster girl. Lin thinks his favorite step must be to plunder the poster girl. The mastermind behind the scenes may not be familiar with the game. So he often makes some mistakes. But he must know what the players want. It may be a coincidence. But most of the novice villages will have a beautiful and capable poster girl. They all have strong growth potential. Such as Miss Miko, the Rabbit Tooth Witch, Brittany the Snake, Morina the Necromancer, and Myron the Fence Sitter. This is a beautiful woman. It's a bit general. But she left a deep impression on Lind and the soldiers at the scene. Because compared with her pretty face, you must be more curious about where the thin silver necklace on her neck went. Miss Doris? He felt that the name sounded familiar. A decent lady. I know you. She looked up and found that the blonde man in front of her was smiling and looking at her. Cleavage. You are very different from the last time I saw you. Doris couldn't help but say. He had never hidden his preferences. So he didn't care about the sarcasm in Doris's words. The folk customs of the Rand Kingdom were pure. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many messy illegitimate children. Lin suspected that he also had illegitimate brothers and sisters. But the inheritance right protected him well. Lin's eyes moved up and rested on Doris's face. The recorder is my grandmother, Doris answered. She recognized Lind at first sight. The son of the Baron who followed the eldest prince all day. But this guy never looked at her face at first. Second. Or even before. You are really different from before, Doris said. Ha ha ha, Lind laughed. It's great to meet you. Great in every sense. Doris. We have a lot to talk about. The recorder sometimes records the content of the nobles' conversations at the banquet. Some special quotations, etc. And finally compiles a history book based on these contents. But as far as Lin knows, these things will eventually become garbage texts for self-entertainment. Occasionally, some anecdotes from the palace would be exaggerated and spread through the mouths of bards, and then spread by word of mouth among ordinary people, becoming royal scandals. The recorder was not a noble, but at most a court lady, and Lin suspected that no one except the Kingdom of Rand would set up a special position to record what they said every day, since there was an acquaintance here. Although he and the other party were not familiar with each other. The other party knew him, but he did not know the other party. But when fellow villagers meet, they will always get closer. They entered a shed. The room was narrow but well insulated. There was a table with Doris's notes on it. Are you still writing? Lin pointed to the paper on the table. This is my job. A family inheritance. She nodded and told Lin to take a look. I've been in the north, Lin said. I know. Doris pointed to the paper on the table. Lin nodded. I forgot. Don't try to hide all the gossip from your ears. Before the end of the world. To be exact. Linda was about to say something briefly when he found that Doris had already picked up a pen and looked up at him. You're going to write this down? You're the lord I'm going to serve in the future. Aren't you? I never thought of having a recorder. Linda shook his head. He was sometimes very proud and sometimes quite narcissistic. But that didn't mean he needed someone to record his every word and action. Linda advised, don't write it down yet. We should have a good chat. It's easier for me to think when I pick up a pen, Doris said. The correction was fruitless. So Lind had to nod. He was still quite polite to acquaintances, provided that he didn't show his fangs. Otherwise his head would be smashed. Lind briefly explained his situation. And then said, we still hope to return to Goliath. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. Doris gently hooked a strand of hair hanging down from her forehead with her little finger. Prince Kurt has gone crazy. Completely crazy. Not long after Queen Rania ascended the throne, the magic ring was broken. And then chaos broke out everywhere. And the Legion was sent out to quell the rebellion, she recalled. But the pen in her hand did not stop. Linda looked down, and found that what she wrote down was completely different from what she said. The pen wrote down the experience that Linda had just briefly described. But Doris said what she saw and heard about Goliath. However, Linda was a little uncomfortable with the address in her words. Prince Kurt? He always called him the eldest prince. The prince took the potion and gained powerful strength. Queen Rania left under the protection of the royal guards. I was also in that fleeing team. What happened next? We had a hard time. Doris recalled, the third most powerful legion in the Land Kingdom. The Cavalry Legion. The Royal Guards. Were as fragile as glass when facing those disaster monsters. And then we got separated. Then I came to Suigong. Suigong has always been good. But Scimitar suddenly changed his temperament some time ago. Scimitar. The great knight shot dead by Pierre. Linda nodded. Have you seen it many times? Many times. Linda nodded. They admire the new nobles very much. Doris looked up in surprise, as if she didn't expect to hear the term new nobles from Linda. He should call them rebels. With the pride and dignity of the nobles. What happened next? Linda continued to ask without explaining. He didn't have much sense of noble honor, let alone the arrogance and persistence of the nobles. The Scimitar was very tough. Later, dozens of very strange undead came to Suigong. There was no way to support so many people here. But the Scimitar insisted on letting them stay. This group of people work hard and behave strangely. They are both hateful and hard to hate. Doris is trying to find the right adjective. The recorder has a huge vocabulary. But now she is a little short of words. Chaos, Lynn said. Yes. Chaos. Doris wrote quickly. This word made her feel like she had found a treasure. As if her thoughts were suddenly cleared. While writing, Doris did not stop talking. Later, Raven City sent people. And they planned to take the undead to Raven City. But the undead suddenly disappeared some time ago. Because of the update, the undead went offline. One day. Finally. It came to the part that Linda cared about. Do you know which faction the Raven City belongs to? Just like Leon City is the executioner of disaster from the Great Rift. This is a real world. And the new nobles did not suddenly jump out. The Lord of Raven City is a White Knight Guard. Chapter 227 News about the Black Fire Brothers. What? Are you sure? Linda's voice suddenly increased. He thought it would take a long time for him to get news about those powerful guys. The gorgeous and powerful figure he had seen before, as well as the diary he got from the Sun Church in Prey Town, made Linda's heart start to beat uncontrollably fast. It was difficult for him to control his heartbeat. The Solemn White Knights of Everfrost. Doris said, Lord Alman, please don't forget that I often go in and out of the palace like you. And I have also participated in the pilgrimage in person. She was a little surprised by Lynn's reaction. Sorry. Lynn calmed himself down. I was just a little too excited. I think you should understand how much a Sun Knight admires the Solemn White Knight. But I didn't hear admiration in your tone. Yes. Of course, there was no admiration. Because Lynn wanted to catch the other party very much, and regarded the other party as prey. The owner of the diary, Clory, the Solemn White Knight of Yongshuang Land, is also a Solemn White Knight, living in Yongshuang Land, the place said to be closest to the god's domain. They have wings on their backs, like angels. As angels, they may have mastered higher ways of magic potions? Lin shook his head in his heart. It was impossible. Because Clory once wrote in his diary that the Solemn White Knights of Everfrost were blessed by God and obtained the power bestowed. Only Clory himself. He hunted the abyss disasters, brewed magic potions with the heart of disasters, and improved himself in a heretical way. But this is good news after all. Maybe the Solemn White Knights are connected to each other. And Lin can find relevant information about Clory. It's better than running around like a headless fly. Good news also comes with bad news. Goodbye, Kawai. But the other party belongs to the new noble forces. In this way, Linda's plan of rushing all the way will be affected. He originally planned to rely on the Flying Dragon of the Three Rings to crush all the way. Flying Dragon Alex may not be able to face Goodbye Kawai. It is definitely a wise move not to let Alex fly directly. Otherwise, it is difficult to guarantee that when Alex is flying in the sky, a winged angel will suddenly appear and kill the dragon with one sword. The NPCs here are a bit too strong, and a red-named monster like me may not be able to withstand it. So I must restrain myself. And there should be some undead who have chosen to follow Riven City. So his plan to monopolize the undead will not go so smoothly. If there is no mandatory requirement of the system, the undead will definitely not all choose the same camp, no matter how good the welfare is. Because some people like to suffer, and some people like to play a niche. For various reasons. He must be fully prepared for this. And opening up the central area may be more difficult than he imagined. I'm very curious about what you'll see next. Lin said quickly, and you're right. I'm really in need of a recorder. I can hire you. Tell me what you know. I don't know much about Raven City, but I suggest you don't appear near Raven City, because it's not very friendly to nobles like you. Not very friendly. Is this good news? At least they won't kill me when they see me. Their power structure is very complicated, and I can't get in touch with them. Doris continued, oh, there may be something that you are very interested in. Queen Rania now lives in the territory of Lord Baya. I have no interest in that Lord Baya. The same is true for Queen Rania. He added in his heart. He is now thinking about the Song White Knights of Everfrost. Really? Doris nodded slightly. Not knowing what she was thinking, you returned to Goliath. Didn't you go back to save the kingdom of Rand? I went back to Goliath for Brother Blackire. I came to see if anyone at home was still breathing. I came for my fiancé, for the eldest prince, and now for the White Knights. But he had no interest in the queen. Unless there was a dead person and a boss to kill. He might secretly feed the queen a bottle of magic potion and then throw her out. Thinking of this, Lin suddenly became very interested. The queen is a strategic nuclear weapon. According to the bloodline theory, Baron Ronan can turn into a big snake, and Prince Kurt can completely control Goliath, making it impossible for the new nobles to break through. Then Queen Rania should not be bad either. The only problem is whether the queen will lose her mind after becoming the boss. If she remains rational like Baron Ronan, it will be troublesome. With that woman's character, she will definitely kill me first. Of course, Linda said righteously, I came back to save the kingdom of Rand. Saving the kingdom of Rand does not mean saving the queen. Doris nodded in approval. She would not doubt the determination of a noble to restore the order of the kingdom. Because from all aspects, this is a plan to maximize benefits. What about you? Why don't you go to the queen? Linda asked. You already know where the queen is. Isn't it easier to find her? My lord, I'm just a recorder. Doris said, I don't have the strength to cross such a long distance. I will die. The topic about the queen ended here. Linda was very satisfied with the conversation between the two of them. He got enough information, including the approximate location of Raven City now. Knowing the location will make it easier for him to bypass the other party. Moreover, there are 9 novice villages in Raven City. Suigong is one of them. Raven City has always left these villages alone, giving Linda a lot of room for operation. However, from Doris's mouth, we can learn that not every one of them is a novice village, but only belongs to the forces of Raven City. Doris was very considerate and gave a hand-drawn map. To her, these are not secrets. She is very good at statistics and integration of information. Linda looked at the rough map. Although Doris's data organization ability is very strong, she really should learn to draw. The other 8 are Ivanhoe, Red Mushroom Village, Crescent Town, Windmill Village, Black Hoof Village, Bee Colony House, Fox Group, and Dark Night Orchard. They are like bright red and attractive fruits. Waving at Lind. If he quietly takes over the 9 novice villages, how should Raven City deal with it? The premise is to find the Blackfire brothers. Lind felt that it was difficult to hide his true thoughts in front of Doris. So he asked the Blackfire brothers directly. Blackfire brothers? Doris said, they are in the Dark Night Orchard. Dark Night Orchard is one of the 9 novice villages under the jurisdiction of Raven City. Seeing Lind's surprised expression, Doris said, My lord, strong people are rare in this land, and no one wants to be unknown. Lind suddenly realized that it was the recent gradual mass production of strong people that gave him the illusion that there were many strong people. That's right. Disaster is the real big force. Whether it is the old nobles or the new nobles, they are just struggling to survive in the doomsday. I think you definitely don't have any information about the Dark Night Orchard, Lind said. Sir, of course I don't, Doris said. But I know the Blackfire brothers. That place is not open to the public, and I don't know what they are researching. I will help you solve your doubts soon, Lin said, because he couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 228, Encountering the Queen's Wedding? The table was filled with barbecued meat, stacked high. The villagers of Suigang were very aware of their current situation, so they took out all their reserves. The barbecued meat, which was full of fruity wood fragrance, was roasted on the fire until it sizzled and oily, and finally served on the table in plates. The meat seemed to be a lot, but there were dozens of knights, and they could eat 10 times the meat. Adding the residents of Suigang, nearly 200 people were crowded together. Lin didn't want to hold a celebration out of the blue. Not only him, but the soldiers were the same. They could easily capture such a village again and again, as easy as drinking water. There was nothing worth celebrating. It was just that Lin was happy to hear the news about the Blackfire brothers. Compared with celebration, it was also very important to replenish physical strength and prepare for the war. He was still dissatisfied with the group of people in the Serpent Fortress, and the communication between the two sides was always reserved. Shizi's unwillingness to tell him the truth was probably related to his intention to pass through the fortress. If Lin knew that the Blackfire brothers were located in the central area at that time, he would definitely pass through the fortress, and no one could stop him. I believe Shizi also has similar cognition. But the person is dead. Everything is over, and there is no point in saying those things to the dead. The scene was quiet. The soldiers were in awe of Linda, and even deliberately controlled their breathing. They could feel that there was a flame burning in the Lord's body, which meant that they were likely to participate in another battle. The villagers of Suigang were caught in this sudden banquet. The scene of the leader being easily killed just now was vivid in their minds. There were dozens of such powerful soldiers on the scene. They rode evil foals with fangs. Bald birds hovered above their heads, and led skinny but ferocious hunting dogs. The beautiful golden armor and the terrifying companions made people's hearts flutter. And the figure who was awed by such a group of terrifying beings, just standing there, made people draw countless terrible legends in their hearts. If this meal is not enough, will I become one of the ingredients? The other party was wearing a set of golden armor, with a cloak wrapped around his shoulders, just like carrying a flag, and the armor pattern on his chest twisted and condensed, like a simplified lion, so powerful that people couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. Linda did not suppress his aura. When the 5 night powers on his body bloomed, even the Star Dragon soldiers were dazzled. The only one busy at the scene was Miss Doris. Her pen was very busy. She thought that these scenes were worth recording. This is our first time returning to the central area, Linda said, however. I got some not so good news. Of course. Please rest assured that I won't talk too much. The soldiers relaxed a little, but everyone was. Not too good news. I am more concerned. If the Lord says it is not good, something must be wrong. What awaits us is not only disasters, but also the rebels with complicated forces. The power of Star Dragon City may also appear very fragile in front of this force. Although Lind is unwilling to discourage his morale, it is very irrational to go to war with the Song White Cavalry of Yongshuang Land with arrogance. Lin did not intend to conceal the strength of the enemy they were about to face, nor would he deliberately exaggerate it. They have defeated countless enemies along the way, so it is better to face them head-on. Doris thought she had roughly understood Lin's character through previous contacts. She had only a slight impression of Lin before this. If Lin would marry Hedwin and become a prince, perhaps his name would appear frequently in her records. But later Lin was engaged to Miss Tioni, the taciturn, gentle and tall girl. The two sides had almost no contact. A daughter of a knight, who could not inherit the title, was not worthy of the future baron. Although Alman was only a hereditary baron, they were eligible to enter the parliament, which made Alman's power even stronger than most viscounts. She hadn't heard of their love story either. She was very curious at the time. As a recorder, one should always be curious. When they met again, she was basically sure that Lin must have coveted Miss Tioni's beauty. It was not unspeakable to want to sleep with a gentle and elegant lady, and Lin never hid his thoughts. She admitted that she did not reject this feeling. But now the contact at the dinner table surprised Doris. It was not that he told the information that dampened morale. As long as you stay here for a long time, you will definitely hear that news. But his attitude, aggressive? She thought it was a very good adjective. It was as if something was chasing him, forcing him to start the next war immediately. We don't have much time. I need to get to the Dark Knight Orchard within 7 days, catch the Blackfire brothers, and then leave. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that had already been destined to end. His strong self-confidence made Doris hold her breath. A head of golden hair, a handsome and tough face, and the strong self-confidence that bloomed at this moment were as dazzling as gold, making Doris feel dizzy. She was sure that he had not shown this charm when she met Lin by chance in the palace. After this meal, we will move. Lin continued, I will lead the team. The barbecue was a little cold, but the soldiers ate it with relish, and the sizzling sound of the meat squeezed out by the teeth made people swallow their saliva. Seeing this, the villagers of Suigong also tentatively reached out to grab a piece of meat. No one cared. They could really eat it. It was easy to get close at the table, and the atmosphere became very harmonious. They did not stay in Suigong for too long. They came in a hurry, killed the leader of Suigong, had a meal, and left. This casualness seemed to say that we can leave at any time and come back at any time. Are you sure you want to follow? Lin looked at Doris. She was wearing a long dress, which should have been brought out from the palace. The purple-dyed long dress bulged on her high chest, revealing a white bra, and a necklace that made people very curious about its specific appearance. She was dressed very low-key, but still maintained the basic etiquette of a court lady. I am also a wizard, Doris emphasized. If you need magical help, I can help. I am good at listening. As your recorder, I should always follow you, including on the battlefield. She was a little excited when she spoke. I hope to be able to record every victory of yours in person. Every great lord needs a recorder. I will record your greatness and compile it into a book to pass on to future generations. Actually, I hate reading those lord biographies, Lin complained. They don't even know how to brag about their historical achievements. Who could understand that he finally found a book, thinking it was a collection of poems from a certain belief or religion? But after opening it, he found that it was actually a leisure book that recorded the boring life of a lord, especially the day when he had a fight with someone in the village because of a bucket of honey. It made his scalp numb. After a pause, Lin emphasized, I have not yet inherited the title. He is a lord and the only heir. He is already a baron in every way, but he has not yet become a baron, so he does not need a war correspondent. You have come back from the north, and you have countless honors. Doris did not want to be left behind. She had the opportunity to leave before, but she did not make up her mind until she saw Lin's power. He has enough power. Although Doris agrees with her profession and is ready to devote her life to it, it does not mean that she wants to die. Otherwise, why didn't Doris go to find Her Majesty the Queen? The danger of the journey was one thing, and the other reason was the hostility of the new nobles towards the old nobles. She knew very well that if the two sides really went to war, Her Majesty the Queen would definitely lose. So hiding quietly in Suigong was more in line with her survival strategy. She still tried to persuade Lind and sorted out her words. Do you scream when you are scared? Lind asked again. What? Doris felt offended. She had also seen many battles. Doris, who had been responding calmly, was slightly angry and her cheeks turned red. She found that the lord she had just decided to be loyal to seemed to have a bad character. This is a battle. Lind seemed to like Doris's embarrassed look and smiled. He was teasing her on purpose. But the meaning of his words was very clear. I will not allow deserters to exist. Lind said, even if you are a recorder, you can rest assured that I will not die before they are all dead. He pointed at the soldiers around him. How could a lord say such a thing? Doris thought Lind was crazy. No matter how cowardly a noble lord was, he would avoid making such remarks. But when she turned to look at the soldiers, she found that they held their heads high with expectation in their eyes, as if this was an honor for them. And you won't die before I die. You are invincible. Doris no longer had the calmness she had when she first met Lind. She felt the strong self-confidence in the man in front of her. But she didn't know whether he was confident in his invincibility or confident in protecting himself. I'll record your... Let's go. The journey is still long. We can't delay for a moment. Doris didn't ride with Lind on the same horse. Although riding with a beautiful woman would add some pink to the journey, it would also slow down the march. She sat in the reserve carriage carrying supplies, next to the iron barrel. It would take them 7 days and nights to reach the Dark Night Orchard from Suigong. But before that, they would encounter many disasters. Doris tried to show her professional qualities and ensure that she was not like Lind said, who would only screamed. There are a group of flute players ahead. Doris became dizzy after a bumpy ride. The disaster horses don't feel tired, but compared to war horses, they are sometimes like leopards or lions, running on the bumpy road with cruel and sharp claws. bumping up and down. Doris began to recall what she had eaten this morning. And the food had already surged to her throat. It was a circus. They were wearing colorful costumes and holding recorders in their hands. The sound of music that made people feel anxious drifted along with the wind. As the poster girl of the novice village, Doris had some information from those undead, such as the flute player, who blocked the road. What was even more annoying was that these guys were difficult to kill and could only be driven away. And the flute player was very fast. The whole team did not stop for a moment. And the Golden Knights rushed forward like a surging golden river, completely submerging the flute player. Doris was stunned. Not dispersing, not controlling, but directly submerging. The flute player who made the undead people complain disappeared without a trace. The team continued to move forward. But Doris calmed down. She was sure that she had boarded a large ship that was sailing. The whole team kept moving forward at a high speed. And Linda did not really intend to smash everything. He would choose to take a detour for some troublesome objects. But he would record everything. In the early morning after the third day and night, Doris got up from the tent. Although Linda said that he would never stop to rest while rushing all the way, he still chose to stop and rest after walking halfway. The skirt on her body was wrinkled as never before. But Doris felt that this morning was a rare good mood for her. She slept comfortably. Is there a town ahead? Lind was already unfamiliar with the completely changed central area. He had not seen the landmarks that appeared in his memory. But the rising city wall caught his attention. There were flags on it that he had never seen before. The territory of Lord Bea, Doris said, the former territory of the Duke of the Mountain Troll. Mountain Goblin. Linda chewed on this word. It was not the first time he heard it. But he still felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't know what nickname he would get. Oh! He already had one. Lind Dog. We are just passing by. Linda did not intend to have any intersection with Lord Bea. The soldiers on the city wall obviously noticed them, and watched them warily. The infantry armor of the Land Kingdom was very easy to identify. Let's go! The team continued to move forward. But not long after leaving, Doris said, I heard something. Although Doris has mentioned her ability as a recorder many times, and that she can hear many secret things, her skill of eavesdropping has never been used. Her voice was not too loud. If everyone present was not at least a great knight, her voice would definitely be drowned out by the sound of horse hooves and wheels. What? Lynn slowed down slightly, and drove side by side with the carriage she was sitting in. It seems that Lord Bea is about to hold a wedding with Queen Rania. Oh! Lind was surprised. He really wanted to watch the fun. But unfortunately, he had more important things to do. So the Lord of Bea was the winner in life. He killed the Duke he was loyal to, obtained the other party's territory, and finally married the Queen. Is it considered the peak of life? What else? Someone mentioned the Snake Catcher's Fortress, she said. What? That thing, she said. Someone said that thing. Chapter 229 Dark Night Orchard. Lord Bea stood in front of a huge full-length mirror. 2 male servants were circling around him. He was wearing an exquisite robe, and his dark brown hair was oiled. He proposed to Queen Rania, semi-coerced, and luckily, he succeeded. Rania didn't like him. But marriages between nobles have always been like this. And interests are the most important. He promised to protect Rania and help him regain power in the kingdom of Rand. In the next few days, celebrations will be held in the territory. Not only in the Troll Castle, but also in the 6 villages including the Troll Castle. The militias in these villages are sentinels, guarding the Troll Castle. Although he didn't know whether the future that the Whispering Woman talked about had been changed. No. It had been changed. And he would marry Her Majesty the Queen. But soon a raven brought an urgent message. A cavalry from the kingdom of Rand? Heading to Raven? The smile on Lord Bea's face disappeared. His first thought was that Rania's helper had arrived. But he quickly realized that if the other party was loyal to the Queen, he would also swear allegiance to him after he married the Queen. It's a pity that he was just passing by. Lord Bea was full of regret. This wedding will last for several days, including bathing, prayer, blessing, etc. Lord Bea used to hate these red tapes the most. Every time he would hide and yawn quietly. But when he became the protagonist, he suddenly discovered the beauty of these rituals. If you want to make a piece of meat delicious, you have to wait patiently. Appetizers, etiquette, and ballroom dancing are all key steps to make the meat more delicious. Nobles. So elegant. Fuck. Lin took a bite of the meat. He had a 30% chance of believing that Lord Baya had a relationship with the rat. The reason was simple. The other party was the most powerful force closest to the snake catcher's fortress. Suigong? It was impossible. He would be eaten by the snake Ronin before he even got close to the fortress. Even though the guy has a human head, you can tell from his huge snake body that he is definitely not picky about food. If Suigong approaches him with his limited strength, he will definitely be eaten up in one bite. Moreover, he listened to Doris's analysis and realized that as a noble, he had every reason to be loyal to Her Majesty the Queen and to kill the traitor Baya. Compared to waiting, taking the initiative to attack is obviously more in line with the style of doing things in this era. Everything is just speculation. But Lin still decided to come back and contact the Lord Baya. Not to mention 30%. He would dare to cause trouble even if there was a 3% chance. Since Her Majesty the Queen is getting married, as a Rand noble, it should be okay for me to attend the wedding. The Dark Knight orchard was already in sight, and Lin forced his attention back. This was a manor located in the valley, with diamond-shaped bricks piled up to form a half-man-high courtyard wall. Dead trees were planted in the ground, and then entangled by vines with black leaves, creating a dark area that was completely isolated from the sunlight. The soldiers had already stopped to check their weapons and equipment. The volcano bird could not play a role in this battle, but the scavenger was eager to try. Lin was also checking his equipment. No one wanted to die in a trivial matter, so they had to prepare everything and then fight hard. I can't wait to experience a big battle, Pierre said. His words were recognized by the surrounding Star Dragon Knights. After having more powerful equipment and more powerful strength, they all longed for a real and pure battle. The battle at Green Hill. No, it can't be called a battle at all. It's boring. If Dark Knight Orchard and Green Hill were listed as subordinate villages of the same Riven City, it might mean that they only need 1 or 2 people to deal with this place. But there might be a fierce battle. After all, the enemy that Lord Lin wants to capture alive must have some real skills. Don't use the crossbow, Pim said. Pierre. He had killed a poor knight with a single arrow from the secret pattern crossbow before. And if he accidentally killed the prisoner that Lin wanted to capture this time, someone would definitely suffer. I'll aim for their knees. And whoosh like that. Pierre gestured. Kill the enemy. When? Just like that. Are you sad? Doris walked to Lin's side and watched him wipe the broken sword with oil again and again. She could feel the power surging from the broken sword. You may not believe it, but most of the people I killed along the way were humans, Lin said. It's always been humans. And the disasters that died in our hands accounted for a very small number. This world is obviously occupied by disasters, and people are tortured by disasters. But after looking back, you will find that the forces that have been fighting with them have always been human forces. Different standpoints, Doris said. Of course I know this. Linda nodded. It's just that sometimes I feel strange about the world I live in. Maybe we are not so pure. Fortunately, I know that the most important thing right now is to kill the enemy. The soldiers' chests are burning with passion. The horn of the raid on the Dark Knight Orchard is about to sound. Before the end of the world. Doris had never seen a scene like this. Dozens of people who might be praised by bards and might be powerful in a war, god of war, formed a golden spear. They were few in number, but more powerful than thousands of troops. The disaster horse pawed its hooves, opened its big mouth full of fangs, and saliva dripped from its teeth. The scavenger also rushed forward and tightened the iron chain that tied itself. Doris watched this scene quietly. She was sure that her grandmother had never seen such a scene. It made her feel absurd, as if she had become the evil side. The powerful side that drives the disaster usually appears as the villain in the story, while the weak side is usually the protagonist. The charge began. The horse's hooves crushed the rocks in the valley, and the undulating slopes could not stop the horse's advance. All she could hear was a rumbling sound. Doris soon saw only the bright golden light, and they illuminated the space of the black vine shadows like real sun nights. The air temperature became scorching, and the vines curled up due to the high temperature. Lin did not act immediately, as if he was ready to keep his promise to protect Doris. And Doris believed that he was definitely not afraid. Are you afraid? She looked at Lin and asked. He had already carried the broken sword on his shoulder, and the broken sword pressed against his shoulder armor, which was full of oppression. Do you want me to tell the truth? Lin asked. I hope you can tell the truth. But she was worried that Lin would blurt out the word afraid at this time. because she was not sure what would happen if she heard the Lord was afraid of fighting on the battlefield where the charge had already begun. At least she would definitely be panicked. "No," Lin said, "if you just rush forward. There is no need to be afraid. There is no enemy in this world that cannot be defeated." "You mean? You will be defeated?" "Uh-huh. I am often defeated," Lin said. "I did not become a lord by the title of undefeated god of war. What did I rely on? Because I am not afraid of being defeated." The conversation seemed to be deadlocked. Doris did not like this kind of chat atmosphere very much. "Is there nothing that scares you?" She didn't know why. But the topic of conversation suddenly changed from this battle to asking what Lin was afraid of. "I will kill the things that scare me. What about those that can't be killed? Then let them be afraid of me." Lin rushed out like a falcon or a lion. The speed of the Calamity horse under his crotch was so fast that it seemed to be directly ejected. The big knights in the front had completely torn apart the walls of the Dark Knight orchard. The air currents disturbed by the running brought a storm, which completely tore through the dark atmosphere of the Dark Knight orchard. Nothing came out, and the Dark Knight orchard seemed to be completely unattended. The knights smashed the gate of the manor, and smashed into the hall of the manor. A raging black flame suddenly burst out, and the knight who had just rushed in was also gushing out with the black flame. He fell heavily to the ground, and his weapon fell out of his hand. The armor on his chest was torn by the black flame blade, and the wound was burning with black flames. The air was filled with the smell of fire that made people anxious. Pierre and Pim rushed in immediately, and the black flames ignited. People were constantly pushed out by the black flames. The gate of the manor seemed to have become an insurmountable natural chasm. Anyone who tried to cross it would be overturned by the black flames. After approaching the manor hall, Lin jumped off the horse and spread his flaming wings behind him. He could use the ability of Sheetzy as he wished, including gliding with the flaming wings. His feet plunged into the manor hall. A disgusting breath rushed towards him. Then it was a pitch-black flame. When his body was entangled by the flame, Lin's body began to resist frantically. Pain. The black flame burned his spirit. But fortunately Lin's spirit and will were strong enough. He had endured too many severe pains, and could withstand the flames flowing in his blood vessels. He could also withstand these pains. Then the furnace emblem absorbed the flames, and the flames could not harm Lin. But the black flames were not only flames, but also curses. So, the serpent emblem also flashed actively, and Lin was not hurt. But his body became stronger under the blessing of the curse. The black flames devoured Lin, but only left him with a stench and disgust from his soul, and some damage to his spirit. The black flames that blocked his vision quickly disappeared. Lin looked in front of him. There were two dark figures. He remembered that there should be no black people in the Land Kingdom, or a new race similar to greenskins was born. There was a stench on their bodies, just like the smell of rotten sewage in the summer, and they were talking in a weird tone. If this was the Blackfire brothers, Lin could be sure that he had found the right person. Their aura was not very strong, and they were just upper-level knights, and the only offensive means they relied on was the black flame. The Blackfire brothers raised their hands again. Flames burst out. Chlor's explosive flame. Linda is very familiar with it. It was this kind of black explosive flame that blasted the knights away just now. But Linda was fearless. He didn't care about the curse of the black flame. He didn't even bother to dodge and strode forward. The Blackfire brothers obviously didn't expect this to happen. Their offensive methods were completely silenced after encountering Linda. What's more pitiful is that they don't know who is attacking the Dark Knight orchard. The Blackfire brothers looked at each other, and they suddenly turned into two balls of black flames and dispersed. All Lin could do was chase one of them, and leave the other to his soldiers, who would definitely catch him. He chased Black Flame upstairs, and the situation on the second floor made him frown. Corpses. Lots of corpses. The Black Flame brothers were researching something, and they needed a large number of corpses. Lin glanced and noticed that a corpse next to him had become a special petri dish, with worms coming out of the corpse's eye sockets, as if dissatisfied with Lin's arrival. And the corpse was staggering and trying to stand up. The unholy holy grail of Black Flame. Linda looked at this scene with disgust and had already made a guess. The corpse had not been dead for too long. A hole was dug in its chest, which was filled with soil, and a plant seedling had already broken out of the soil. When the corpse sat up with a shake, the black seedling was also struggling. The muscles that had completely lost their vitality were barely hanging on the bones. As the broken corpse moved, the soil and muscle shook and fell down in large chunks. However, before the strange petri dish corpse launched an attack on Linda, Linda had already stepped in front of it and pressed the corpse's shoulder with his left hand. His big hand was like a golden iron clamp, firmly controlling the corpse and making it unable to move. His other hand grabbed the head of the corpse and pulled it hard, as if pulling out a weed. The spine did not try to stop the head from leaving, and the rotten flesh and blood appeared in front of Lind. Lind decided to overturn his previous cognition. Maybe the corpse was not cut open and the soil was stuffed in the chest, but stuffed from the mouth to the stomach. As the head was taken off, there was rotten soil in the neck and esophagus. The esophagus was abnormally dilated, which was caused by some external force forcing something into it, and it was unable to swallow the things in its throat until death. A large number of worms were surging in the soil. The Blackfire brothers obviously got something else from the diary, or the unholy holy grail of black flame. The headless corpse suddenly raised its arms, and tried to grab Lind with its arms that kept shaking and chasing the muscle strips without stickiness. The flames burst out and instantly blasted the corpse to pieces. The high-temperature flame could not burn the wet soil in an instant. The corpse was splashed with rotten fluid and mud. He could not catch the black flame. The power in the other party's hands was as slippery as a loach. Not only upstairs, but also outside. There were sounds of fighting and exclamations. Lind rushed to the window and looked down from the second floor. Those black vines had been crushed, but rotten corpses crawled out from the ground. Their eyes flashed with strange light, and their number was almost endless. Are these the fruits grown in the orchard? Pierre shot 2 arrows, and then helplessly found that the penetration damage caused by the arrows was not satisfactory, and the corpses had no fatal weaknesses. Chopping off the heads was useless, so they could only choose to chop off the heads of the corpses, then remove their limbs, or burn them with fire. The knights encountered this unexpected siege. The enemy's strength was not very strong, but the endless siege made them feel difficult. The rotten pulp seemed to have some kind of magical restraint effect in extinguishing fire. They could deal with 5 or even 6 rotten corpses at the same time. But the number of rotten corpses was increasing. The dark night orchard planted a lot of fruits, the exploding flames, and the limbs smashed by the fierce blows. The rotten corpses were torn apart by the attack, and parts of their bodies were flying in the sky. But they were not afraid. Attacking the living seemed to be their instinct. The strange fingers with little power occasionally broke through the defense and grabbed the chest armor of the great knights. But it was difficult to cause too much damage, leaving only a creaking and harsh scratching sound. But if the stalemate continues, the situation will get worse and worse. Soon, a terrible situation occurred. Cough, cough. A great knight suddenly began to cough, and he sprayed mud and some maggots. The horrifying scene made everyone present shudder. It was like some kind of extremely horrible infection. And the reason for the infection was just because the great knight was accidentally scratched. Ah! The great knight screamed. Maggots squeezed out of the gaps in the helmet visor of the land infantry, and the fat and wriggling worms made people subconsciously hold their breath. The soldier next to him immediately helped to take off his helmet. And then he saw a horrifying scene, which everyone saw. Maggots kept coming out of the soldier's nostrils, eyes, ears, and mouth. Don't get hurt, Pym shouted. Defend. Don't get hurt. You must not get hurt. Otherwise you will become that kind of thing. The raging flames burned and swept away the corpses that came one after another. As the side with stronger combat power, when the soldiers really got serious, the situation was easily reversed. They just misjudged the enemy's attack mode, mistakenly thinking that this was the same as the previous undead siege. In the dark night orchard, the stench spread with the falling corpses. The number of enemies was still endless, but they had controlled the situation. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the distance, and a huge fire broke out on the upper floor. Pierre was sure that it was Lind, who shattered the window, and the surging flames were far more terrifying than the previous black flames. The fire was so fierce that it almost directly enveloped the entire manor building. Linda found the escaped black flame again. The other party also broke away from the black flame state, stood there and looked at Linda quietly, and a smile squeezed out of his dark face, as if he was very happy that Linda fell into the trap. A decayed and rotten corpse rushed over. This was a huge rotten corpse about 2.5 meters tall. The owner of this body should have been very strong when he was alive, or simply a new race of subhumans. Every step of running would trample a big pit on the ground. If we compete to see who can step on the bigger pit to judge the strength, is there still a way in the future? In his eyes, The fat and rotten corpse that could not control its own power was just a puppet that could move. The most basic thing for a strong person is to learn to control his own power. Otherwise, an epic strong person like Leon would wade out a small canyon after walking. The broken sword roared. And as Linda slashed quickly, an orange-yellow arc was drawn in the air to cover the giant corpse. And then a hot burning line appeared at the waist of the corpse. His upper body continued to pounce forward in inertia. But his legs lost control and fell to the ground. Cut in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. He compressed the high temperature, and it exploded at that moment. The flame did not burn. But the thermal cutting effect was good. The Blackfire brothers were not surprised that Lin could deal with a giant corpse. But then, there were continuous loud bangs. And dozens of giant corpses rushed out from behind. Lin immediately turned the broken sword around, poured his strength into it crazily, and then grabbed the hilt with his backhand and stabbed it into the floor, with him as the center. The glorious explosion was compressed to the extreme. Erupt. The fire wave engulfed the entire floor. After sufficient preparation, the danger of killing corpses has been reduced to the minimum. The knights killed mechanically. They must crush the enemy's corpses, even if only half of them were left. It might give the enemy a chance to continue to resist. The corpses piled up more and more, and the nose had adapted to the stench, until one corpse fell sideways, and then the corpses all lost control and fell down. The knights did not dare to relax at all, and no one could guarantee whether there would be more trouble next. But as that familiar voice came from the burning manor, everyone almost couldn't help but cheer. The body that had been drained of strength seemed to be fully restored at this moment, and the spirit was more full than ever before. Clean up the battlefield. Burn the bodies. Burn all the bodies. That was the voice of the Lord, and we won. Chapter 230 Black Flames Unholy Holy Grail. In the blazing flames, Linda strode out. In his left hand, he held a dark man like a chicken, and in his right hand, he held a strange cup, which was about the size of a human head and more like a small pot supported by hind legs. Rather than saying that they were fighting with the Black Flame brothers, it would be better to say that they were facing Black Flame's unholy Holy Grail, a cursed weapon with a foul smell that was so smelly that it touched the soul. After coming into contact with the unholy Grail, Lin clearly understood that it had its own consciousness. The unholy Grail built this dark night orchard with the help of the Blackfire brothers, and the two brothers were just enslaved believers. The Blackfire brothers were not very strong, and the unholy Grail did not seem to intend to reveal its existence. Otherwise, what was waiting for Lind and others was definitely not just the present level, and it was very likely that they would be defeated. Lind had many guesses. The most obvious one was that the White Knights of Raven City were afraid of the unholy Grail. Angels. The corpses were not difficult to deal with, although they had the ability to infect. They were not very deadly. After Lind interrupted the Blackfire brothers' control over the Holy Grail, all the corpses lost their ability to move. The soldiers who had been vomiting maggots also stopped and were able to take a good breath. The corpses were too weak. After the knights took control of the battle rhythm, even without Lind's intervention, the so-called melee was just a mechanical massacre. Lind's armor was covered with traces of burning flames. The flames he burst out with all his strength would not hurt his body. But the material of the armor was ordinary after all, and could not withstand high temperatures. A large number of corpses that had stopped attacking suddenly started to move again. Negotiations broke down. Lind looked at the unclean Holy Grail in his hand. Just now, he had a conversation with the consciousness in the Holy Grail. The other party hoped that Lind could serve it, and for this, it was willing to give Lind the power of the night. The diary of Clory found by the Black Flame brothers was actually found by the Black Flame's unclean Holy Grail. It claimed that it had infinite knowledge, and could satisfy all of Lind's wishes. But Lind refused. If the unholy Grail was really that powerful, Lind guessed that its first wish should be to kill itself, or to make a wish for itself to serve it. You can't even fulfill your own wish. And you actually said you can fulfill my wish. Although this is a cursed weapon with a purple glow, it is definitely not waiting to be used. It will have a better place, such as being permanently sealed. However, as the unholy Grail of Black Flame forcibly controlled the actions of the corpses again, the scene became chaotic again. Doris stood outside the damaged manor wall holding a feather pen. After the corpses crawled out, she sensed the danger and retreated instinctively. Fortunately, the volcano birds were guarding not far away. The swarming corpses were dragged into the sky by the volcano birds when they approached, and then dropped from a high place and smashed into pieces. But there were too many corpses. At the beginning, the volcano birds could still take the initiative. Slowly, the volcano birds were dragged into the corpse group by the corpses until they slowly became silent. The fighting in the distance did not attract Doris's attention at all. Looking at the corpses that were dilapidated but insisted on squeezing towards her, she suddenly remembered what Lind had said a few days ago. Will she scream? The high temperature erupted in the distance, and the manor was covered in flames in an instant. And then the crowded and staggering figures in front of her also fell to the ground one after another. Saved. But before she could really breathe a sigh of relief, a corpse on the ground suddenly shook its rotten arm, supported the ground with its elbows, and crawled up. Because of the excessive force, half of the corpse's arm was broken, and the insects were drilling in and out of the dragged meat strip. Ah! She could no longer bear it and screamed. The corpses that had just fallen around her also gathered towards her frantically, and the claws of the devil stretched out from the abyss of hell. The extreme fear made Doris's hair stand on end, and her legs and knees weakened uncontrollably. When she came to her senses, she had already fallen to the ground. The corpses were getting closer and closer, and they densely occupied Doris's field of vision, and their outstretched hands were like a quagmire swallowing up her field of vision above her head. She was slowly swallowed up. Doris used her hands and feet to run backwards. After finding that her legs were powerless, she chose to use her palms and buttocks to slowly rub backwards. The long skirt of the court lady was rubbed on the sharp stones, leaving traces of damage. The pain on her thighs made Doris' eyes red, but nothing could compare to the monster's claws that were so close. If she was caught, would she become one of them? At this moment, a dark figure suddenly rushed over, and the black flames devoured the rotten corpse in front of her. The breath of death stopped for a moment. But when Doris saw the person clearly, her mind was immediately dominated by greater terror. She had noticed the Black Fire brothers before, and now Lind had caught one of them. So the one in front of her was the other. The other party had obviously locked onto Doris, and the dark palm that stretched out to her couldn't see the palm lines clearly, and the black flames burning between the fingers made Doris want to scream again. But this time, Doris couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, her sight was enveloped by another color of flame. The golden light lit up from behind the Black Fire brothers, and the wings of burning flame stretched out, dragging the golden light to hit them. Although Doris couldn't see who the golden light was, she saw a big hand stretched out from the golden light, and the big hand pressed the back of the Black Fire brothers' heads and violently smashed them to the ground. The ground paused for a moment. Then, boom, as if a pit was blown out after a delay. The orange-yellow flames burned. Doris had never been so trusting and secure in flames as she was now. The man was wearing armor that had been burned by flames. Although the patterns were broken, the gold surface of the armor was still glowing. It even lost its patterns due to the burning of flames, and suddenly became a mirror, making the light on his body even more dazzling. The pair of flaming wings behind the other party did not disappear. They twisted violently, pulling the surrounding corpses away and igniting them with flames. He was tall and strong, like a god radiating golden light. Looking down at her, the flames were still burning on his body, and the dark night orchard behind him had been completely engulfed by the sea of fire. Behind him were corpses scattered all over, and the knights dragged their tired bodies. They stood scattered, but exuded an attitude that no one would ignore them. Against the backdrop of the towering fire column, their shadows were cut by the flames, forming a picture like an oil painting in this abandoned manor. Doris looked at Lind's handsome and strong face, and it was at this moment that she truly felt Lind's strength. "My legs are weak," she said with a crying tone. The flames on Lind's body went out, and he stretched out his hand and easily picked up Doris, just like picking up a baby, effortlessly. When Doris was easily held in Lind's arms with one hand around her body, she was surprised to find that the armor was not hot. Before that, it had been wrapped in flames and burning. Although it was the first time that someone embraced her, Doris did not have any special feelings. The heavy armor isolated any physical contact. There should be no place safer than the Lord's arms now. She thought so. "It seems that you are not ready yet," Lind said. He was talking about the recorder. Before this, Lind asked her not to scream out of fear. Doris could not say anything harsh because her legs were still weak. The soldiers continued to burn the fruits of the dark night orchard. The unholy grail still tried to resist, but in front of the well-prepared knights, the corpse had no chance to resist. Doris was put on the ground. The sudden departure made her feel a little flustered. She had never been so greedy for someone's embrace. It was not out of any special feelings, but just for the strong sense of security. Lynn looked at the Blackfire brothers, who were completely tied up by the soul-lost chains. There were 3 layers inside, and 3 layers outside. And the insurance was absolutely reliable. When he anchored the chains on the Blackfire brothers to the ground, the 2 Dark brothers could only kneel. Now let's play a game of rushing to answer. Lynn said, whoever answers first. The one who answers correctly will get the chance to answer the next question. He likes to play similar games very much, provided that he is the controller of the game. The Blackfire brothers did not react until they heard Lynn say, those who do not answer will be punished. It seems that something has grown in the Holy Grail. Are you interested in trying it? There were wriggling black maggots in the Holy Grail. Lynn tried to pinch one out. When he killed the maggot, black flames would burn. He vaguely guessed the general purpose of the Dark Night Orchard. The orchard was not mainly for cultivating fruits. Perhaps the goal was to cultivate maggots. There were some maggots that liked to eat fruits, and this kind of fruit could only be grown in the Dark Night Orchard. So it made sense to do all this for the purpose of cultivating maggots. Hearing that the punishment was to eat the maggots in the Holy Grail, the 2 nodded quickly to show that they were willing to help. Linda went straight to the point. Does anyone know what the potion formula for the Great Night of the Sun's Proof is? The Blackfire brother on the left immediately said, I know. He quickly said the formula, and also said the higher level formula for a buy one get one free deal. Linda turned to look at the Blackfire brother on the right. We must keep our promise. You didn't answer. He raised the broken sword, ready to punish the loser. As a lord, he needs to keep his word. Wait, I also know how to use the Holy Grail. The Blackfire brother on the right said immediately. Nothing else matters. Only your own life is the most important. Linda likes their fear of death very much. Next is still a quick answer. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Chapter 231 Bleeding. The formula of the superior potion of the Sun's Proof Path is one of the biggest gains. The Blackfire brothers told the story like pouring beans. The 2 people were as dark as shadows. As the sky gradually darkened, their figures gradually disappeared with the disappearance of the sunlight. After it was completely dark, their big white teeth could only be noticed every time they opened their mouths to speak. The fire had already completely devoured the Dark Night Orchard. The remains of the abandoned manor struggled in the sultry embers. The old slender manor building was barely standing with only the load-bearing walls. The tall roof filled with a dark atmosphere had collapsed and was submerged, piled up randomly with the ceiling, stairs, and stone floors. The soldier who was previously injured by the corpse created by the unclean Holy Grail has improved. He vomited continuously, as if he was under an evil curse, and disgusting yellow liquid spurted out of his mouth. But at least there were no more bugs. In other words, he did not become a seedling of a fruit tree. This also made the knights, who had been on edge, relax a little. It was good news that there was no only way out, as long as they could still struggle. In the doomsday, everyone was used to struggling to survive. The biggest but most useless gain was Black Flame's unholy Holy Grail. After the 2 sides broke down in the negotiations, Lynn needed to consider not how to use its power, but how to make the Holy Grail behave. The unholy Holy Grail has a certain ability to bewitch people, and will absorb and create its own believers, just like the Black Flame brothers, completely wrapped in darkness and turned into something else. Lynn didn't even dare to give the Holy Grail to his wizards to study, because it was very likely that they would fall. Cooperate with me? What Linda didn't expect was that the Holy Grail contacted him again and looked forward to cooperating with him, as long as Linda could open up an area for it in his territory, provided with believers and a manner to grow fruits. It would give Linda the power of Black Flame. The Holy Grail was even very easy to talk to, allowing Linda to experience Black Flame for a short time. The temperature of the burning Black Flame was not too high, but the destructive power added to the flame was beyond imagination. It could increase Linda's flame damage, making it have a magical flame effect similar to that of the flying dragon Alex biting off the fire tumor on his neck and spraying it. Linda tied up the Holy Grail with iron chains layer by layer, wrapping it completely into an iron ball. The temptation of the Holy Grail completely failed. The Blackfire brothers survived. They were seriously affected by the Holy Grail, but they maintained a certain degree of rationality and fear of death. It was far less risky to let the wizard study the 2 of them than to study the Holy Grail directly. Someone in the territory of Lord Bia once talked about the Snake Catcher Fortress, which made Linda feel uncomfortable. So on the way back to Star Dragon City, The team passed by here. The team appeared in the territory of Lord Baya in such a swagger. Outside the city wall, the team was calm and composed. But the soldiers on the city wall were a little panicked. The knights who had just experienced a war were in high spirits. Exhausted but full of fighting spirit. Like blood-sniffing hounds. Able to start a new fight anytime and anywhere. The appearance of Lind and others also caused a commotion. The ferocious scavengers. The volcanic birds flying overhead. And the disaster war horses being ridden made this team look terrifying. Pierre took the initiative to step forward. We are Lord Lind Almond's team. Loyal to Her Majesty Queen Rania. We heard that Her Majesty is holding a wedding. So we came here to attend the wedding. The soldiers on the wall looked at each other in bewilderment. Don't lie. You clearly passed by some time ago and left again. Wait. We will report it, the soldiers on the wall shouted. Soon Lind got the permission to enter from Lord Baya. As an aristocratic class that needs to keep warm in the doomsday. And Lind also specifically stated that he came to attend the Queen's wedding. Lord Baya would never stop him outside. Besides, this team didn't look like they would be stopped by the low city wall. The city gate opened, and the muddy road was laid in front of the horses' hooves. The village of Lord Baya looked ordinary. People looked at them with dull eyes, fearful and curious. When Linda's eyes swept over, they would immediately lower their heads and bury their eyes in the mud. Linda on horseback was from a completely different world from them. It took about a day to reach the troll castle from the border village. The castle's defensive strength is amazing. How afraid of death is Lord Baya? Even if Linda leads the Star Dragon soldiers to attack, he can't guarantee that he can break through here in a short time. The seriously overloaded archers are like alert owls squatting on tree branches in the dark night. The moment the team approaches, they lock their eyes on Linda and others. The knights can clearly feel the countless eyes from the city wall, which makes people very uncomfortable. The Mountain Goblin Castle took the initiative to open the door to invite Linda to enter. It doesn't look like Linda is aggressive, but rather like inviting someone into a trap. My lord. Pim rode beside Lind. What's wrong? Lind asked. But his eyes were already looking at the figure that appeared in the troll's castle. You shouldn't continue to take risks. This is what we should do. You can understand the anger in my heart. Pim. Even if Miss Doris just heard it wrong, I would come here to explore that faint answer. Lind's voice was low. And this is Her Majesty's wedding. Who do you think is qualified to enter this castle besides me? The strange thing is that everyone in the team is ready for war. But they tacitly treat the Queen's wedding as an insignificant event. Loyalty is hard to divide. Now they are loyal to Lind, who fight side by side with them. Not to Her Majesty the Queen, who is high above them. Pim did not intend to end this hasty topic like this. You are the Lord. We are your spears. And we should also solve all your anger for you. I will solve my anger myself. Lind said, don't think too badly of the situation. Maybe it's just a grand wedding. Put away the expression on your face, and follow me to meet Her Majesty the Queen. And her future husband. Remember, we are soldiers of the Kingdom of Rand. Lind naturally knew the danger of actively entering the troll castle. As a great lord, there were many great knights and soldiers gathered in the troll castle, even on the Serpent Man's sentry post. It's just that they failed to bring Lind the same sense of oppression as the 10th son. The knights in front of him were just ordinary knights. They didn't have the noble name or noble blood. They were too ordinary. The scene was a mess, which looked very interesting. The knights in the Mountain Goblin Castle were crowded together. They wore armor of different styles, and didn't organize their appearance. Everyone was judging something and shouting loudly. Just like a vegetable market. Ha ha ha. A deliberately prolonged laugh came from a distance. A man came out on his own initiative. Linda didn't want to comment on a person's appearance. But the appearance of this Lord Abaya was indeed very ordinary, which disappointed him a little. He thought that the knight who could kill his loyal lord should be handsome, full of heroic spirit, or cunning enough. But now it seems that he is just a middle-aged man who has gained weight due to the improvement of living standards. The M-shaped hairline of seborrheic alopecia is the only part of him that is close to the image of a noble lord, and his strength is not strong. Lord Baya walked towards Lind. Lord Lind, thank you very much for coming to my wedding with Her Majesty the Queen. I am a knight of the kingdom. Lind puffed out his chest. It's a pity that I have been trapped in the north and missed the opportunity to protect Her Majesty the Queen. I am very grateful for everything you have done for Her Majesty the Queen. The situation in the kingdom is very bad now. He was trying to organize his words, because it was difficult for Lind to imagine how to say a blessing to the wedding of Her Majesty the Queen, who betrayed his lord and had a bad temper with him. But To hear that you are stationed in a piece of land. And to hear that Her Majesty the Queen is alive. This is a rare good news for me. Ha ha ha. Lord Baya slightly raised his head and looked at Lind. His eyes were full of admiration for Lind's tall stature. And he said, "This is what I should do as a knight. You came at the right time. The celebration has reached the last day. We will hold a banquet after watching the duel. And exchange rings in front of the gods. Kiss. And then become a couple. That scene must be..." Lind thought about it for a moment and smiled. "It's exciting." Lord Baya was very enthusiastic. In his eyes, Lind and the powerful team beside him, which had obviously just experienced a fierce battle, were like homeless puppies who were injured and needed him to take them in. "They are all Lord Knights who are loyal to me." Lord Baya turned around and introduced them. The messy nights in the vegetable market finally quieted down. It can be seen that they have no noble etiquette at all. Linda nodded slightly, not wanting to communicate more with the so-called Lord Knights. Every great knight could become a noble, and it was indeed possible before the end of the world. But now it can only play the role of winning people's hearts. The great knights are not at the level of being everywhere. But as long as you have the courage to take the potion, you can become a great knight. When Linda followed Lord Baya away, the Lord Knights began to discuss again. Noble? Bah! Who isn't? Some people were angry that they were ignored by Linda. With good luck and talent, they became great knights after taking the potion. They lived more comfortably in the Doomsday, with a not too large fiefdom, a big enough house, and women. Of course, there was also support from the Troll Castle, and they only needed to swear allegiance to Lord Baya and fight for Lord Baya when the war started. After getting all this, even if Lord Baya didn't say anything, they would definitely join the war for their own interests. However, if they knew enough, they would understand that there was another type of work with similar nature, called mercenary guard. That's a Goliath noble. Some people didn't want to provoke Lind. His army didn't look easy to deal with. The team followed up noisily, and the duel was about to start, and no one wanted to miss the show. The arena was definitely the favorite entertainment for people. Not only nobles, wealthy businessmen, ladies, but even beggars. Everyone could get what they wanted from death and blood. Lind didn't see Queen Rania. She's dressing up. The Lord of Baya explained, I understand your desire to see the Queen. But today is our wedding day. Of course. Linda nodded. I'm not in a hurry. He turned to look at Doris, who had been listening and exploring since entering the Troll Castle, but had not gained anything. Linda's plan was also very simple. If he really couldn't find any clues, he would flexibly change meeting the Queen to his first goal. The soldiers of Star Dragon City were all looking forward to returning to the royal city. Getting news about Her Majesty the Queen again should be considered as fulfilling their obsession. Linda didn't care too much about who he was fighting for. It didn't matter who he was fighting against, if he could gain enough allies after being loyal to the Queen. Linda would definitely be more loyal than anyone else. The battle between the old and new nobles may seem fierce, but the entire human race is a vulnerable group in the end times. Disasters, the great cracks in the abyss. These are the eternal enemies. Not to mention the chaotic and uncontrolled undead. Whoever wants power can take it away. He just wants to be the NPC that will not be eliminated by the game version. Lord Baya was very emotional today. He stood up and said, Today will be the wedding of me and Queen Rania. The warrior who can win the final victory will be rewarded. 500 gold coins. Fiefdom. Everything you want. Oh! The scene was boiling. Linda sat beside Lord Baya as a distinguished guest. The first duel below was plagued by a disaster monster. Dogmouth Man. This cunning monster had been killed in the area around the foothills of Red Dragon Mountain. They were not strong, but their human-like appearance could bring a great visual impact to the enemy. The one who appeared was a bald man, who was not very strong, and he was only allowed to hold a one-handed sword. From the way he held the sword, it was clear that he was just a farmer. The collision began, and the next moment, the man rolled and dodged in panic. The dog-mouthed man was afraid of the sword, but after confirming that the man did not know how to use the sword, the cunning disaster monster began to attack actively, circling around the man like a predator, and attacking with agile body. Sneak attack. Attack. Soon, there were blood marks on the man's back, and the sword fell out of his hand. Just as the dog-mouthed man was about to pounce on the man, an arrow flew out and pierced the dog-mouthed man's cheek, nailing him to the ground. The dog-mouthed man was not dead, and struggled to pull out the arrow in his cheek. But the man who got up rushed over with a sword and chopped off the dog-mouthed man's head with one sword. We can't let that kind of disaster monster kill a person, the Lord Abaya explained to Lind. The person who suddenly attacked just now was the crossbowman next to the arena. And he rescued the farmer in time. Admirable. Lind opened his mouth. Although he frowned when the man was almost killed by the dog-mouthed man's sneak attack. He did not approve of the hypocritical behavior of the Lord Abaya. If he felt it was inappropriate, why not just abolish the duel? The other party gave him a bad impression. But Lord Baya thought he had shown his kindness in front of Linda. He was imagining how to win Linda over. After marrying Rania, Linda would naturally pledge allegiance to Rania. But he hoped to use his personal charm to make Linda lean towards him. Her Majesty, the Queen should continue to be a canary. Lord Baya mistakenly regarded the loyalty he received from the unlimited award of the Lord Knight as his being the great lord who was popular. Both sides have their own ideas. The second duel began. This time, 2 humans were on the field. They were asked to stop at a certain point. When you pick up a weapon and rush towards the other party, there is absolutely no such thing as a certain point. Lind watched the man holding the hammer smash the other man's head with the hammer. And he felt calm. I told you. Stop at a certain point. This is just a show. Lord Baya began to show his kindness again. It can be seen that he really doesn't seem to be used to such a bloody scene. I think they are good. Linda replied at the right time. The warriors are strong and brave. He knew that Lord Baya wanted to hear praise. So he also praised him. But Linda himself had no interest in the fights like beasts. He hoped to end it all as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Of course. They are the warriors of the territory. Carefully selected. Lord Baya smiled. He thought that his kindness and the bravery of the warriors of the territory had convinced Linda. Next. My lord. A Lord Knight stood up. I request to participate in the duel. The smile on Lord Baya's face disappeared. At a time when both the host and the guests were happy. He hoped that everything would end perfectly. And then the wedding would be perfectly carried out. And finally Linda's loyalty would be perfectly accepted. It would be best if he and Linda drank and stayed up all night. I want to fight him. See how powerful the elite of Rand were in the past. The Lord Knight pointed at Pierre. Lind looked at Pierre. It seemed that there was friction between the two sides when he was not looking. Pierre just glanced at the other party without any action. No matter how jumpy he was in his daily life, he always remembered that he was a soldier, and would not make any action without the order of the Lord. Ha ha ha. Lord Baya laughed. He did not have a strong control over the knights under his command. And the disadvantages were also revealed from now on. As a lord, he was actually forced to lose face by a knight under his command. It was impossible for Lord Baya to command Lind's soldiers. As a lord, he couldn't control both sides. Pierre, Lind said, remember? Stop when you are done. Yes. Pierre jumped up suddenly. Lord Baya also breathed a sigh of relief. Lind agreed to the duel, so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. The duel between the two knights immediately attracted everyone's attention. And many people sat up straight. The Lord Knight with a big black mole on his nose took the lead. He really had some real skills. Unlike his big and strong appearance, the Lord Knight was very fast and flexible when attacking. The sword pierced Pierre's cheek. The blade, pulled quickly in the sunlight, crossed several meters in a very short time, pulling out a sword light several meters long. Pierre quickly dodged, and the dangerous stab seemed to have many flaws in his eyes. He had already taken action the moment the Lord Knight took action. The whole person looked slow, as if he had predicted the future. When the Lord Knight rushed in front of Pierre, the sword that Pierre had already raised was already across the path of the opponent's neck. The Lord Knight had no choice but to quickly lower his body and squat to avoid Pierre's fatal sweep. In the arena, the sound of swords colliding with each other continued. The weapons reflected the sunlight and made people dazzled. And the sound of slashing wind made people's heartbeats accelerate. The two danced on the tip of the sword. And the clanging sound could accurately hit the chest of every spectator every time. Pierre blocked the opponent's fierce attack like a poisonous bee. And after blocking it again, he raised his wrist and cut it back. A broken sword flew into the sky and stuck diagonally into the ground. The battle is over. The Lord Knight's wrist was bleeding, and he fell to his knees. There was a burst of cheers at the scene. And it was obvious that the Lord Knights did not have a very good relationship with each other. What did the person who fell to the ground have to do with him? It was not him who fell anyway. As the winner, Pierre's expression was not very good. Ha ha ha. It seems that the winner of today has been chosen, Lord Baya said happily. As the lord of the mountain troll castle, he felt that everything was out of his control for some reason today. It's almost time. At least the wedding should be held first. Lord Baya was anxious. Pierre returned to his seat and sat down. You are injured. Pim stared at his cheek. That person is not very strong. It is absolutely a shame for the Star Dragon soldiers to be injured in such a low-level duel. The successive victories make you arrogant. Pim continued. I will train hard. Pierre nodded. The wedding was held. Lin still remembered that the last time he attended a wedding was many years ago. But he didn't remember who the male and female protagonists were. He only knew that the ladies at the ball were very beautiful, and the men were dressed like peacocks. Then I seemed to be chatting with some old nobles who said, I held you in my arms. At that time, Baron Ronan had not yet turned into a disgusting snake. Nor was he cunning. The royal wedding of the Kingdom of Rand is very complicated. The country that worships gold has its own requirements for the ceremony. The entire wedding will be held in the hall of the Troll Castle. But before that, Her Majesty the Queen will walk through the queue of people and accept their blessings. Why don't they have ears? Before he saw the Queen, the children without ears on the roadside caught Lin's attention. Someone had cut off the ears of these children in a cruel way. And he noticed that the children who were responsible for being the flower-scattering angels had deep fear on their faces, as if they would lose their noses or eyes if they failed to do this. He turned to look at Doris. The recorder was still listening, and her ability was not as great as she said. Lin turned his eyes to Pierre and Pim, blinked, and then gestured with his left hand. This is a code frequently used by the land infantry. There is not a single Lord Knight from the land infantry corps in the Troll Castle. They cannot understand Lin's gestures at all. They are still noisy and chatting about something, turning a good wedding into a vegetable market. Pierre and Pim retreated quietly and found the sentinel. The sentinel on the way of the secret pattern messenger quietly sneaked away. No one knew that one person was missing. The noise of the knights in the vegetable market helped a lot. Finally, Queen Rania appeared, escorted by the cavalry of the 3rd Legion of the Kingdom of Land. The royal guards, with their heads held high, completely became the flag-raising soldiers. Just like a lion locked in a cage, Lin's eyes were on Rania. She was wearing a golden long skirt, a white bra that held her up high, and gold jewelry adorned every part of her body, making her look sparkling. He stood in the crowd holding his helmet, watching Lord Baya rubbing his hands and walking towards Queen Rania. But soon Lord Baya was stopped. According to etiquette, Rania was only his fiancée. The two who were not married should keep their chastity and never touch each other. Although many people had countless illegitimate children before marriage, the superficial etiquette must be followed. Who let Lord Baya want this? Rania also obviously noticed Lin, and her eyes flashed with surprise. This wedding came very abruptly. Rania was not against marriage. As a queen, she already knew what marriage meant to her. Lord Baya meets her requirements, and she is still under his protection. But these are not the reasons why Rania agrees to marry. The reason that urged her to nod was her sense of responsibility. She could choose death calmly and fight to the end. But her sense of responsibility as a queen forced her to choose to endure. Goliath needs to be liberated. Her mad brother needs to rest. And the kingdom's land needs to be recovered. Rania's power is insufficient. And Lord Baya, who keeps showing goodwill, is the best option. Marriage is just a bargaining chip for restoration. But she was surprised to see Lind here. She thought Lind had died in the north. The relationship between the two was not good. She even beat him up. They just looked at each other. No one wanted to interrupt the wedding. A priest was invited to preside over the wedding. It was a bit funny. As we all know, the gods have abandoned everyone. The priest seemed a little unfamiliar with the business and read it stumblingly. The inappropriate wedding made Lind feel bored. My lord. Pim came to Lind and whispered. The ears of those children were taken away by the Troll Castle. It is said that it was because Lord Baya wanted to hold a ceremony. Lind frowned. Then what? Their uninvited investigation here was suspicious enough. If there was no key information, the next investigation should be stopped and caution must be given first. The experience of the Snake Sentry was enough to sound the alarm for them. Whispering Woman. Someone is talking about this name, Pierre said. Whispering Woman is in charge of the whole thing. And sir? Someone went to the Snake Catcher's fortress and is related to Whispering Woman. Where is Whispering Woman? Linda has no interest in the wedding now. He is now almost 100% sure that there is something wrong with Lord Baya. It doesn't matter if he doesn't understand why the other party wants to do it to him. as long as he is sure that there is something wrong with him. Get everyone ready immediately. Linda whispered. I think this wedding may not end peacefully. He hopes that Her Majesty the Queen can get married peacefully, and delay time so that he can find Whispering Woman. Doris came to Linda's side. What's wrong? Linda asked. I found the person who controls the mice. Doris pointed, the old woman. Chapter 232 Everything is right. She was an ugly old woman in a torn linen dress. When you look at her, you can't help but smell all kinds of stereotypes. For example, the stench of old people, the annoying smell of saliva, and all kinds of groaning sounds. She carried 2 wooden sticks, one of which was decorated with various decorations. It was difficult for an ordinary adult man to carry it with both hands, but she could easily hold it with one hand. She was not as relaxed as she looked. The wooden staff in the other hand was slender and looked ordinary, but there was a slight fluctuation from it. Lind was very sensitive to this kind of mental fluctuation. The soul loss chain and the insect signal of the underground limb replacing Queen Meluland were similar things. The old woman was controlling something remotely through the wooden staff. Mouse. Are you sure it's her? Lind looked at Doris. He doubted the wizard talent of the recorder, who was sometimes effective and sometimes not. Our power comes from the same source. Doris nodded affirmatively. All her previous doubts were answered after meeting the Whispering Woman today. Both of them were wizards, who had taken the same path. No wonder she always felt a vague sense of familiarity. The path of the recorder. It can also be called the path of the prophet. The only difference between them is that the Whispering Woman is fat and ugly, while Doris is beautiful. Lind's impression of Doris's ability has always been that she can hear certain things, which is very consistent with her job. As a recorder, she has to eavesdrop in a very unpleasant way and then record some court anecdotes. It is said that many dirty jokes about the king and queen are inseparable from the poorly preserved notebooks of the recorder. The recorder likes to write things down, but is also good at losing notes. Like a professional curse. It seems that the ability to listen has given Doris more than just eavesdropping. Catch her before she notices us. The Star Dragon soldiers have quietly left, preparing and waiting for Lind's further orders. For this wedding, Lord Baya gathered almost all of his strength. Although it was just for a good scene, he unexpectedly turned the troll castle into a fortress that was difficult to break. It is not easy to catch mice in such a castle. But Lind could not miss this opportunity. Who knows when he will be allowed to enter the castle again, and bring dozens of soldiers with him. Very well. Lind glanced at Rania. His breath gradually faded, and his figure disappeared in the crowd. No one noticed the departure of the heavily armored knight holding the helmet. Everyone had their own things to do and discuss. Moreover, the wedding was still going on, and everyone's eyes were on the Queen's beautiful figure. Queen! Haha. Meet Her Majesty. Queen, you are so beautiful. The knights in the market shouted loudly. It was also their first time to attend a royal wedding, and they were just watching the fun. Renija frowned slightly, and the atmosphere around her made her feel like she was in a quagmire. But this was just a reasonable transaction, and she also recognized the content of the transaction. Exchanging her identity and body as the queen for the slight possibility of reviving the kingdom. If the prophecy of the Whispering Woman had not weighed on her head, she might not have been as anxious as she is now. Will the future be changed? She did not like to predict in advance, but if she could make a slight change, she was willing to sacrifice for it. There was another thing that puzzled Rania. Why is Lind Armin here? The old priest above was still stumbling through the process. But Rania had already frowned and asked Lord Baya. Lord Baya admired the beauty of the queen and smiled and said, he has just experienced a war and is in urgent need of protection now. Rather than telling the truth, he wanted to let the queen know that Lind had come to him, not her. He needed to reduce Rania's influence as much as possible. Lind's strength could not be faked, and Lord Baya had never heard of a baron named Lind. So he only thought that the other party was a knight of a certain legion. No matter how he thought about it, the other party could not be a noble. Aristocrats would go crazy when they obtained extraordinary powers. Not only that, their bodies would basically be completely out of the scope of normal humans. Without exception, Rania didn't know what Lord Baya was thinking. She was just surprised by Lind's return. If Lind, who was once as close as brothers, returns to Goliath and faces Prince Kurt, who has completely changed, what will be his reaction? No one is more convinced than Lind that Kurt will become king. At the beginning, both Rania and Kurt had the right to inherit the throne, and the gap between them was not too big. The reason why Rania could become the new king is also very simple. But this reason is unknown to anyone except Rania and the late king. Because of the prophecy made by the recorder. The prophecy did not reveal the coming of the end of the world. Nor did it mention that she would be driven out of Goliath. But only mentioned that she would become king. So the old king on his deathbed chose her to be the new king. This is why Rania believed in the prophecy of the Whispering Woman so much. There is no need to care about how the prophecy will be realized. Because when the prophecy is made, everything in the world is being pushed in that direction. He came back from the north. Did he successfully cross the snake catcher's fortress? Rania obviously also knew about Baron Ronan, who was lingering in the snake catcher's fortress. No matter whether it was the new nobles or the old nobles. They didn't want to have any contact with him. There was no powerful force in the north. So all forces tacitly agreed not to violate Baron Ronan's territory. Yes, he came from the north. Lord Baya nodded. But the smile on his face suddenly froze. North. Through the snake catcher's fortress? He thought Linda was a legion force in the central region. This is the disadvantage of not having a noble in the entire force. Various rumors that are widely circulated among the nobles are heard by children who have just been weaned. But for non-nobles such as Baya, they are completely in the dark. Thinking of the prophecy of the Whispering Woman, Lord Baya's heart suddenly began to beat uncontrollably. Everything was right. No, it was just a coincidence. He had already let the Whispering Woman use the rat to stir up chaos in the snake catcher's fortress, and the other party should not be able to pass through there. Did the other party really kill the big snake? He suddenly turned his head to look for Lind in the crowd, but found that both Lind and the infantry wearing red armor had disappeared. The Lord Knights he supported did not notice anything at all, and they were still chatting loudly. No one noticed that dozens of great knights had disappeared from their sight. Chapter 233 to fulfill the prophecy. At the same time, inside the troll castle, the sentinels under Lind had already eliminated several patrol soldiers by stealth, and tied up the captured old woman in front of Lind. Those patrol soldiers who were as vigilant as owls were indeed numerous and sharp. But they had to face Lind and a group of great knights. It was a bit difficult to break through the castle from the outside, but it was much easier to erode from the inside. Her Majesty Queen Rania also helped Lind to contain those great knights through her wedding, so that Lind's actions were almost unhindered. Do you know me? Lind held the Whispering Woman's staff in his hand. The staff, which seemed to be decorated with all kinds of strange decorations, could increase magic power. After touching it, Lind felt that his spirit became more full, as if he had just taken a nap. But that was all. He handed the staff to Doris. The recorder held the staff and closed her eyes. My lord, they have discovered that we have disappeared. Her listening ability has been enhanced to a certain extent, and her attention is more focused. It seems that this spiritual staff from the Whispering Woman can only play the greatest role in the hands of a wizard. Lind planned to take back the staff and go back to transform it into a secret pattern weapon so that every wizard under his command could use this staff. The Whispering Woman, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at Doris in horror. Her perception was not as sharp as Doris's. She was suddenly attacked and then caught without any resistance. The Whispering Woman had already panicked. If the power displayed by Doris was not exactly the same as hers, she would not have the courage to even raise her head. Where did you get this potion? Doris looked at the Whispering Woman. The technique of using this potion came from her grandmother. Stealing the power of God did not appear after the end of the world. It was just that without the heart of disaster, it was difficult for people to access the key materials. Those who were powerful and had no faith were not included. The Whispering Woman obviously took a shortcut on this road. After Lind raised his hand to signal, the knight on the side reached out and tore the Whispering Woman's fat coat, revealing the Whispering Woman's bloated iron blue belly. She had become alienated and lost her human form under the bloated and heavy clothes. Potion. From a notebook. The Whispering Woman curled up, as if she was ashamed of her appearance. She looked like her body was sewn together, covered with long hard hair. Extremely ugly. When the Whispering Woman told Doris about her legendary experience, Lind's attention was on the slender staff. There were several holes drilled on the slender staff, and the arrangement of the positions looked like a flute. Lind immediately thought of the piper, a monster of disaster that he had met on the road before. He knew some music, but this flute did not need to be played with the mouth. As long as the power was infused and the sound holes were touched with the fingers, the sound would be produced. The wrong music did not produce any effect at all, and the rejection of power even affected Lind a little, and he was in low spirits. He looked at the Whispering Woman. The Whispering Woman happened to mention that she used the staff to control the mice to go to the Snake Catcher's fortress. Did you let the mice go to the Snake Catcher's fortress? Lind asked. No. 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 It's Lord Baya. Whispering Woman was eager to distance herself from the matter. Whispering Woman suddenly shuddered, not caring to curl up her ugly body, and looked at Lind in horror. You? From the north? I just passed through the Snake Catcher's fortress not long ago. Lind nodded. The north. The Snake Catcher's fortress is aggressive, and there are more and more things that can match the number. After hearing the so-called prophecy from Whispering Woman, Lind pointed to the Black Fire brothers, who were standing obediently beside him. Black Flame. Are you talking about those two? The two cooperated well to ignite black flames on their bodies, which frightened Whispering so much that her body trembled wildly. Now it is completely certain that the person in front of them is the undecided person who will definitely choose to support Queen Rania. What is more terrifying is that Lord Baya chose to let Whispering put to obstruct in advance because of his fear. Looking at the expressions of Lind and the great knights present, it is not difficult to guess that they must have suffered a great loss in the Snake Catcher fortress. After Lind clapped his hands, the two extinguished the black flames and fell silent. Doris, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. When you were reading that notebook, didn't you pay attention to the special notes on it? The Whispering Woman was startled, and then said, there is no need to care about how the prophecy will be realized, because when the prophecy is made, everything in the world is being pushed in that direction. That is the notebook left by my grandmother, Doris said. Lind couldn't help but look at Doris. Sure enough, that legend. Is it true? Your notes are always lost. Look. The Whispering Woman picked them up. He felt that he needed to check Doris' notes from time to time, lest she wrote something extraordinary and then accidentally lost it one day, embarrassing himself. The interrogation ended when Lind heard the Whispering Woman talking about her divination with the child's ears. Lind stood up with his sword in hand. He looked down at the ugly body of the Whispering Woman and said, have you predicted when you will die? Whispering Woman had heard the murderous intent in his words, but she couldn't even beg for mercy. Doris, who had seen Lind raise his weapon several times, saw Lind swinging the sword again. Even if she only saw his back, Doris could still feel the uncontrollable anger from him. Cutting off a child's ears for divination was an unforgivable sin in his eyes. She had never seen frequent death and killing before. As she heard Lind say a few days ago, he was sad that he killed most people, but didn't kill many disasters. Doris was terrified by her inner thoughts. At this moment, she took it for granted that Linda was right to kill. Compared with killing those disasters, the vicious Whispering Woman deserved to die under the sword. The twitching body of the Whispering Woman exuded a foul smell of blood. Linda had already stepped over the body and pushed the door out. Doris ran after him with her staff in her arms. Should we evacuate next? Doris looked up at Linda. This is our best chance. Linda said, the Mountain Goblin Castle is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It will not be so easy to kill it again after leaving. He carefully examined the situation. With his current strength, if he appeared outside the Troll Castle, most of the invincible soldiers and fierce horses would be buried in the chaotic rain of arrows. Even if they tried to rush into the castle, they would be greeted by the best knights, who were no less numerous than themselves. Without Alex, Lind could not force his way into the Troll Castle by force. He could not bear the sacrifice at all. But in another way, Lind had already entered the impregnable Troll Castle. Without the barrier of the city wall, the tough ranged soldiers were as fragile as ants. That is to say, without any sacrifice. They have now entered the Mountain Goblin Castle. Then we... Doris was a little excited. She was sure that Lind's answer would cause a bloody storm. But after learning everything here and hearing about what happened in the Mountain Goblin Castle, Doris actually had some expectations in her heart. Lind said, go and fulfill the prophecy. Chapter 234 Queen. But Poster Girl. The team was gathering quickly. They had carried out similar actions too many times, and the rhythm of the battle was completely embedded in their body instincts. The great knights of Star Dragon City took the lead in occupying the high ground, and the ordinary soldiers of the entire Mountain Troll Castle were confused by the sudden attack. The volcanic bird and the suddenly out-of-control scavenger took on the function of harassment, trying to stain this golden wedding with blood. Before the riot broke out, Lord Baya had noticed it, and when he knew that Lind was most likely the person in the prophecy, his inner panic became even worse. Whispering Woman did not reveal the future of Lord Baya, But that did not mean that Lord Baya was a fool. If he had not actively harassed and invaded, Lind would probably have really followed the Queen's call and become his spear. Everything is based on the premise that there is no conflict of interest between the two sides. Now the conflict has already occurred. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. Lord Baya's brain is very useful. He thought of transferring the conflict at the first time. Only Whispering Woman and himself knew the specific reason. So he only needed to transfer the possible threat of Lind to Rania. And he could get out smoothly. Although the knights in the market were confused, they still drew their weapons. They had no combat discipline and were in a mess. But the strength of the great knights was not fake. Dozens of great knights formed a team in this mountain goblin castle, which was enough to deal with all problems. Everything. Rania, who was preparing for the wedding, looked puzzled. She just talked about Linda with Lord Baya. And then the other party's face changed. She was forcibly protected by Lord Baya's trusted knights, and was pushed back continuously. The royal guards, who had already noticed something was wrong, tried to squeeze in. But their numbers were too small to successfully break through the defensive shield wall of the market knights. Protect Her Majesty Queen Rania. Lord Baya continued to shout at the top of his voice. Upon hearing this, the royal guards subconsciously drew their weapons, and stood shoulder to shoulder with the market knights. Since they couldn't rush in, they believed that Her Majesty the Queen's safety would not be a problem. The most important reason was that they couldn't squeeze in. So all they could do was stay here and prevent the enemy from getting close. The volcanic bird in the sky launched an attack, and the knights fought back with javelins and bows and arrows. A javelin successfully pierced the bald head of the bird, and the bird stopped flapping its bald wings and fell to the ground. There are always people who succeed, but there are also people who panic under the attack of the bird. The helmet of a market knight was roughly pulled off by the bird, and a scarlet blood was torn on his face, which means that this big melee has just begun. I knew those things were wrong a long time ago. A market knight swung his arms viciously when the scavenger rushed over from the ground. He was in a state of panic due to the attack from two directions and the uncoordinated attack from his companions. Some people started to get hurt. What was worse was that they did not see the soldiers wearing Rand infantry armor appear. The scavenger's swollen belly was cut open like a broken sack, and the strange liquid after digestion splashed all over the market knight. Ugh! He retched. Did these bastards grow up in dirty water? Damn! I accidentally swallowed a mouthful. Don't pierce the stomachs of these bastards again. The knights gradually stabilized their defensive rhythm, and were able to launch counterattacks occasionally. Among them, the knights from the royal guards were the best. But whether it was the Lord Knight casually named by the Lord of Baya or the royal guards of the 3rd Legion of the Dead, they all seemed very confused when facing this attack. They didn't know why the war came, and they didn't know where the enemy was entrenched. It was as if an invisible shadow had enveloped the entire mountain goblin castle, and all that could be heard was the screams that kept coming from afar. Finally, under the command of Lord Baya, the knights successfully killed the scavengers and the volcanic birds, and the smelly and twisted corpses of the disaster were everywhere, emitting a disgusting stench that made people feel uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Baya was very satisfied with the victory this time. No matter where Lind was hiding, he had to retreat in disgrace in the face of his own side with a greater number of advantages. First, find these ungrateful bastards. Lord Baya shouted loudly, "Today is the wedding of me and Her Majesty the Queen." But the traitor Linda, who was invited, turned his sword against us. I thought he was welcoming a friend, but he turned out to be a disguised wild dog. Our blood must not be shed in vain. Forward! Lord Baya's voice caused a roar. War can stimulate human emotions the most. The murderous aura makes the blood hotter and hotter, making the knights of the vegetable market forget many important links. For example, why did Lind leave without saying a word, and then suddenly attack when he had been talking to Lord Baya? For another example, how did Lord Baya know that there was something wrong with Lind? It was as if there was some kind of tacit understanding between the two. In an instant, the two abandoned peace and chose to go to war without any prior agreement. Everyone was holding back a strong force in their hearts. They strode over the corpses and looked for the golden figure that might appear in every corner. My lord, you have completely controlled the defense of the wall of the mountain troll castle. Pym stood in front of Lind, rather than confronting the knights in the distance. Lind had to take advantage of the terrain first, and the progress of removing the archers on the high ground of the troll castle was faster than expected. Pier, lead the secret rune messenger to attack from the small path, mainly by surprise. Don't fight too long. Yes, sir. Pierre nodded and obeyed, then led the not-so-large number of sentinels into the darkness. Pim, I need you to lead the knights from the left wing. He gestured on the table. The sentinels had already roughly determined the internal construction of the troll castle at the first time. And the entire process of capturing the city wall was also a process of map drawing. You will bear the biggest attack. Find a boy who is not afraid of death. None of us is afraid of death, Pim said with a grunt. I know. But I need you to resist the attack of those big knights. We must attract them to the gourd alley area on the left. Linda's fingers tapped the table. Then the archers will shoot at this position. There is no cover at this position. Whether we can narrow the gap between the enemy and us depends on how many enemies we can kill at this position. The shooters don't need a commander. Remember to use those powerful arrows. As for the right wing attack, I will lead the attack. Linda's order was decisive and straightforward, and no doubt was allowed. No one dared to question Linda's order, and everyone could hear the anger in Linda's chest. I heard it. Then take action, Linda said angrily. I will chop off that bastard's head. The sentinels composed of secret pattern messengers have a great advantage in stealth. They quickly shuttled in the dark shadows of the mounting goblin castle. But they were reluctant to leave even a sound of footsteps. Only the dust occasionally raised would remind people that they have come. The archer grabbed the volcanic bird's sturdy feet and climbed onto the roof easily, hiding himself in the planned position. Lind rode on the Calamity horse. The right wing of the attack was an open area, enough distance for the horse to run at full speed. Behind him followed 5 experts in cavalry warfare. They stared at the front like bloodthirsty lions, waiting for the opportunity to pounce and bite the prey. Lord Baya's team moved slowly. After walking a distance, he realized something was wrong. The soldiers of the mountain troll castle had lost contact. Such a big thing happened, but there was no response. Which means that they may have lost reinforcements. It seems that Linda and his men did more than just let those disaster monsters attack. But it was too late to react. The alleys that they used to travel through suddenly became dark and depressing. The long and narrow path that was not exposed to sunlight was like the winding and twisted esophagus of a huge monster, waiting for them to approach. Some people even smelled a hallucinatory smell at the tip of their noses. Something was approaching. A sharp long blade pierced the neck of the knight in the market in front, and then quickly retracted. The blood hole in the neck was oozing blood, and the knight's voice was swallowed by the blood, and he could not make a sound. His figure was tall, and the environment was dark enough, so no one noticed that he was half crouching and supporting the knight in the market with his body to prevent him from falling suddenly. The attack of the secret pattern messenger would expose his figure. However, as long as he was not exposed, after a short period of rest and preparation, the figure of the secret pattern messenger would disappear again. What's wrong with you? The knight next to him noticed that his companion was not in a good condition, so he raised his hand and patted him. With a bang, the knight fell to the ground, dead. Who did it? And when? Ghost or demon? Since Lin's group can control disasters, it should not be difficult for them to control demons. Immediately, someone approached and turned the body over, and found a wound on the throat of the body. Someone can hide himself. Everyone be careful. Damn it! God damn it! The chaotic curses started again. Should we continue to move forward? Forward! The great Lord Abaya spoke. Standing at the back of the team, they only have this little trick. If they really had the ability to hurt us, they would have taken the initiative to stand up. This is the troll castle. Our own territory. Are we going to be scared by them and turn around and run away? There was nothing else to say. Where could they run to? The impregnable troll castle had been breached by the enemy. Attacking is not an option. But there is no other way. But sir, we can't see those enemies. So far, we haven't seen anyone. Not everyone is willing to fight for Lord Baya. The characteristics of the market knights are just like their title. They can come in a chaotic manner and shout when they have an advantage. But as long as there is danger, they will disperse at the first time. Attack! Lord Baya shouted, all the royal guards. For His Majesty Rania. The relationship tied together by the simplest interests was too easy to break. So he could only look at the cavalry of the 3rd Legion, which was in the minority. But the cavalry did not want to take action, because Her Majesty the Queen was not here. She was protected somewhere else. I said, attack! The orders fell on deaf ears one after another, making him lose patience. The Queen was in his hands, And the cavalry also heard the meaning of his words. And their faces became a little ugly. This was obviously different from what they imagined. But the loyal cavalry had no choice. Lord Baya was very confident in his own strength. They had an absolute advantage in numbers. With Lin's dozens of soldiers. Even if they were exchanged 1-to-1, they still had an absolute advantage. Lin's first test attack. The strange birds and hounds returned in vain, which further strengthened Lord Baya's confidence. The ground suddenly began to tremble, and the neat stomping forward was like thunder. The force was transmitted to the boots, like a hammer hitting their heels, transmitting the numbness and trembling along the bones to the brain. Finally here, Lord Bayer looked at the Rand infantrymen carrying shields, and instead of panicking, he was pleasantly surprised. Seeing the enemy, the complaining knights of the vegetable market also regrouped. They had the advantage in numbers, and now it was their turn to tear the enemy apart. The two teams collided, and the noisy sound overwhelmed everything. Hundreds of knights collided head-on, and the hard brick and stone ground was like a carpet under the chaotic footsteps, and wrinkles were easily stepped on. The toes easily dug out large pits, and the storm caused by the impact danced wildly, disrupting the airflow above the head. The Baya overlords won the first collision. They easily knocked over the knights on the opposite side, and watched them flying and rolling like fallen leaves in the storm. The Rand infantry retreated in a defensive posture. They really couldn't annihilate them for a while, but as long as they caught up, they could slowly get rid of them. They retreated deeper and deeper, and the road became narrower and narrower. The narrow alley split the team, and the market knights were like an infinitely soft ball, forcing themselves to be soft and squeezed into a tube. After catching up, the Rand infantrymen raised their shields, and did not continue to flee. The market knights who squeezed in first were a little confused, but since the enemy did not flee, they attacked. A sharp arrow tore through the wind and pierced the arm of a knight. This arrow was like a signal, and the sky was suddenly covered with a messy rain of arrows, like a wave coming from the roof, covering every corner. Back off. Behind them were companions who were squeezing forward, and the sound in front could not be transmitted to the back. The people in front wanted to retreat, but the people behind were pushing forward. Then, they had no choice but to rush forward, kill the Rand infantrymen blocking the way, and force their way out. But these arrows were unusual, with all kinds of strange abilities. Explosions, flames, and some were tied with oil bottles. The attack suddenly turned into a firestorm, evenly wrapping the armor of the market knights with oil stains and flames, and then drilling into the gaps in the armor, gnawing at their flesh and blood. The archers above their heads seemed to have endless bows and arrows. Even if there were indeed knights from the market who managed to rush to the front of the infantry formation, they would have already been seriously injured. What awaited them were only soldiers who stood up from behind their shields, and the other side's one-handed swords wielded with cold eyes. Ambush? Lord Baya looked grim. This was his castle, and he remembered that there should be a small army stationed in this area. The howling in front finally dispelled the knight's intention to rush forward, as if it was not an alley, but a demon's mouth that devoured life. The team was completely scattered. Tat! Tat! The sound of light horse hooves came from behind. Lord Baya felt a growing sense of unease, and he turned to look in the direction of the sound. Lind, holding a flaming sword in one hand, was looking at him. There were several knights behind him, and beside him were two figures wrapped in black flames. The flames would illuminate everything around them, but the two black figures swallowed up all the light. The third wave of attack was launched, and the spearhead was Lind. The speed of the Calamity horse was like a human-shaped meteor, and the rolling heat waves became hotter as Lind got closer and closer. The oppressive feeling hit the face of Lord Baya like a heavy hammer. At this moment, Lord Baya thought a lot. He had made a quick decision to attack the Mountain Troll Duke when he was crazy, and he saved the territory. There is no doubt about that. But power is too attractive. No one can resist the temptation, and Baya never thinks he has done anything wrong. He was once a knight who was not afraid of war. His pupils reflected Lind's figure getting closer and closer. He seemed to hear the wailing of the collision between the sword blade and the armor again, and the strong vibration from the hilt to the tiger's mouth during the collision made his blood boil. He seemed to hear the sound of bones being smashed. Finally, his eyes were dark, and his vision was only golden. Lind did not shout to stop the war, because he had long seen that Lord Baya had almost no control over these market knights, and Lord Baya's death could not restrain anyone. Fighting makes people angry and hot-blooded, and shouting cannot stop them. The only way to end a war is when one side wins and the other loses. The galloping calamity horse did not stop. It carried Lind into the big knights, and the flaming sword cut off heads one by one. The combination of speed and burst made this charge unmatched. The Black Fire brothers turned into black flames and shuttled among the crowd. Whenever weapons fell on them, they would turn into a ball of black flames that could not be hit, making the sword cut in vain. The battle finally stopped. Some people woke up from the fighting and subconsciously squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Lind did not explain anything to these people. He just treated them as prisoners. Their weapons and armor were confiscated, and they lined up together. The mutilation of their companions and the pain on their bodies made them very aware of the terrifying team in front of them. The hot wind was still washing the faces of the knights, but their hearts were extremely cold. From the battle just now, they had already realized what the Lord meant. Lind didn't care about the life and death of the knights in the market, and he didn't even think about recruiting them for his own use. Indeed, Lind wanted to breed soldiers himself. He controlled an underground disaster breeding farm and had his own pharmacist potion production line. The knights would be the most basic combat unit in the future. Since they were the most basic, there was no need to force an olive branch. If they raised their weapons against him, he would kill them first. The experience of the snake sentry made Lind vent his anger on the mountain goblin castle. Fortunately, Lind had calmed down by now. He rushed back to the wedding scene, and the old priest was trembling. Several knights in the market were protecting Queen Rania. They seemed to have no idea of the current situation. When they saw Lind coming back, they were still a little confused. It was not until they saw their colleagues coming back as captives that they obediently dropped their weapons. Threatening the queen? Who knows if Lind is familiar with the queen? And according to Baya, he seems to be here to kill the queen? Then the queen would have no value in threatening anyone. Linda dismounted and strode towards Rania Hedwin. This should be the first time the two sides met face to face since the other party ascended the throne. Rania's eyes fell on the flaming sword in Linda's hand. Watching the sword lose its flame and reveal its broken body, the flame went out, leaving only high temperature and bursts of white smoke. Linda's armor was splattered with blood, but he had no injuries at all. This was a complete victory. Do you have that kind of power? Rania had many questions she wanted to ask, such as why Linda suddenly attacked the troll castle. But she also knew that Linda definitely did not come to kill her. The hatred between them was more like a past embarrassment. You resisted the temptation. Linda looked at Rania. In the 3rd year after the magic ring was broken, Rania was able to resist the temptation of power. Rania was also a female knight, good at fighting. The kingdom of Rand is a warrior kingdom, to be worshipped by the soldiers of the 2nd Legion and to lead the cavalry of the 3rd Legion. She must also be a female general. If Rania was not good at fighting, she would not have beaten Lind. Both of them have secrets. Lind can accept power without being twisted and crazy, while Rania can resist the temptation of power. My anger is like magma. Baya designed to interfere with me and cause me to lose many brothers. Linda raised his hand and saluted. I'm sorry to interrupt your wedding. I'm sorry to kill your fiancé. Snort. Rania couldn't help laughing. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. Linda! She suddenly raised her voice. When Linda looked up at her, she said, You just want revenge. Yes. Linda smiled and showed 2 rows of white teeth. I did it on purpose. I can take revenge and make you a widow. Rania gritted her teeth, admitting that the guy in front of her was still so bad. How is Kurt? Linda asked. He's crazy, corrupted for power, and he controls Goliath. Ronnie controlled her expression, then looked at Linda and said, I want to go back to Goliath. You want to go back too, right? Linda did not answer, but said, I always hope that you will die. Rania. After knowing that the nobles would go crazy, he imagined that the eldest prince was alive and well, and then Rania would go crazy, or simply die. But you have to fight for me now. Renija raised her chin slightly and looked at Linda. Fight for you. Linda bent down. At the same time, he added in his heart, a queen as a poster girl doesn't seem bad. I have found the main storyline. The undead people will definitely be very happy. Chapter 235. The Duke sounds more secure. The wedding was stained with blood, and the corpses were scattered all over the ground. But the atmosphere was strangely joyful. The bride was very happy because her wedding could not continue. Although she lost the Lord of Bea, she welcomed a more reliable person, even though this person kept saying that he was happy to make her a widow. The bride knew very well that the man in front of her was the most trustworthy. The guests were also very happy because he got his revenge and messed up the queen's wedding. Not only could the other party not do anything to him, but they also had to welcome him with a smile. As for the groom, he didn't feel any pain when he died, so he should be happy too. The bloody wedding was a happy one for both the host and the guests. The blood on the pavement and the flames burning in the castle. It seemed to have turned into a lively bonfire party. Venting at dusk. Lin's pledge of allegiance was like meeting an old friend. Not very serious. As a soldier of the Rand Kingdom, he had already sworn allegiance to Rania when she ascended the throne. This was just a reunion after a long separation. Two people with different tempers are not necessarily enemies. Similarly, close friends, who can talk all night, may also fight with swords. Several cavalrymen wearing the same armor as the Land Kingdom were allowed to come over. They half knelt in front of Rania and lowered their heads. The Star Dragon soldiers did not embarrass their colleagues, but only unloaded their weapons, and did not take off their armor in an almost insulting way. The taciturn cavalrymen were ashamed of not being able to protect the queen. During the battle, they realized that Baya had taken the queen hostage, and they had to fight with their former colleagues. Lin looked at one of the knights. "What's your name?" He remembered that the other party found a way to deal with the Blackfire brothers immediately when they collided. Although his swordsmanship was not superb, his fighting instinct was very good. It's a pity that the gap in hard power is too big. The Blackfire brothers are also the absolute best among the upper knights. They can turn into black flames and ignore physical attacks. They are naturally invincible when facing cavalry. The cavalry did not answer, but looked at Rania. Only those who have experienced the battle just now can understand the horror of Lind. Lind had just entered the troll castle today, but he took control of it in a very short time, and quickly investigated the environment and set up an ambush. Finally, as an outsider, he launched a 3-stage ambush attack on the local knights in the troll castle, defeating the enemy with fewer troops and hurting the knights in the troll castle. His strategy was not sophisticated, but everything happened too fast. On the battlefield, using the most appropriate strategy in the shortest time, exchanging the smallest sacrifice for the greatest benefit, is an indisputable successful battle. As enemies, they were in awe of Lind. "Malchus." Rania spoke the name of the cavalry. "Your sword is very sharp." Lind looked at the sword on Malchus' waist. The long sword inlaid with a black gem was different from the standard swords of the Rand cavalry. It was very gorgeous, like a ceremonial sword, and beautiful like an ornament. "Your sword skills also impress me," Lind said. "You are the first knight I have seen who can deal with the Black Flame brothers." In the Dark Night Orchard, the Black Flame brothers almost crushed all the great knights under Lind. Their black flame forced no one to approach them. It was not only the difference in strength level, but also the terrifying deterrent power of the black flame that could hurt the soul. And Marcus can find a way to fight against the Blackfire brothers in the first place with the strength of the Great Knight. Even if this method does not seem to last long, it is enough to make Lind sigh at his fighting wisdom. If it were Lind himself, if he was not immune to fire, he would definitely be anxious when facing the Blackfire brothers. "Ranija, you have a very good knight guarding you." Marcus looked at Lind excitedly. Nothing is more painful than being beaten by a powerful knight. Enemy recognition is even more exciting. "Sir, I am not a knight." Marcus spoke, and when he spoke, his voice was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. He was extremely nervous. "Can you lend me that sword?" Marcus did not hesitate at all, pulled out the sword from his waist, and held it in front of Lind with both hands. As a female knight, she had also presented her father with a sword. And when a warrior can hand over a weapon to you without hesitation, it means absolute trust. The battle just now not only allowed Lind to defeat Lord Baya, but also conquered the warriors present. Fortunately, Lind did not do anything out of line, such as putting the sword on Marcus' shoulder and asking him if he was willing to pledge allegiance. Even Rania herself was not sure if Marcus could resist this temptation. The blade reflected Lind's eyes. He simply admired the sword and returned it to Marcus. And he also did not hesitate to praise the sword, although it was not a blessed weapon, nor was it infused with secret patterns, and even its sharpness was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary weapons. This sword gave him the feeling that it was more like a piece of history, full of heaviness. "Get up. Losing to Sir Lind is nothing," Rania said. "You have done well enough." As a queen, she could say something against her will without any expression. And it didn't seem so difficult to accept praising Lynn compared to marrying Baya. I don't have a title yet. Linda felt that he had to remind her that meeting the queen here was also good. And Linda could become a noble lord in a faster way. As long as the queen was by his side, he could do everything legally and reasonably. Linda suddenly had a strong sense of identity with what Baya did. You should have inherited the title of Baron a long time ago, said Rania. The unpleasantness between the two sides may disappear with time. I should go count the spoils. And tell the entire territory that there will be a new lord here. Lynn said, but Rania, as your only noble who is willing to continue to fight for you, isn't the baronial title too stingy? The kingdom is dead anyway. So why not give the full reward? The Alman family will also become the largest noble force in the Rand kingdom at this moment. Although there is a lot of self-entertainment in it. Rania smiled. She did not refuse Lynn's small request. The great lord of Baya wanted to become a noble before his death. But he got it all by killing himself to be loyal to the lord. Rania would never let go of the Oathbreaker. In the end, she just gave him noble status by marriage. But if it was Lind, it would be different. Rania could give Lind all kinds of rewards without any psychological burden. This is the generosity that only appears when facing one's own people. She said to Lind, Duke, it sounds more secure. Chapter 236 Such a rich harvest. Linda stood in the Lord's Hall of the Mountain Troll Castle. And he was about to inspect his harvest. The full-length and half-length statues of Baya filled every corner, making the magnificent hall lose its elegance for no reason and look bad. It was a bit of a waste of manpower to break the stone statues and use them to build roads. And it was also a bit of an eyesore to put them here. He didn't pay attention to these meaningless things for too long, but just casually ordered them to be treated as non-recyclable garbage and thrown away in a place where they were not used. The soldiers of the Troll Castle, who had regained their freedom, immediately took action and rushed to deal with the garbage. The soldiers who were previously trapped by Lynn's sudden raid now swore allegiance to the new lord seamlessly as the Troll Castle changed hands. Most of the soldiers had no good feelings towards Baya. As soldiers of the former Troll Grand Duke, they more or less had some complaints about Baya, who had betrayed his oath. So when they learned of Baya's death, no one felt sad for him. Lynn's eyes had already been cast in another direction. The real harvest was ahead. A collection room. There were more than a dozen blessed weapons in it, in addition to the long recorder and spirit staff from the Whispering Woman. There were also short-handled axes that could swing first, shields that could send out shock waves, and boots that made people walk more agilely. Most of these blessed weapons only emitted a faint white light and were not very powerful. If each blessed weapon contained a fragment of the magic ring, assuming that the piece he obtained from the catacombs could, if the size of the little fingernail of fusion is used as the standard, then the fragments of Banshee Horn and Fire Tumor Alex must be even larger. These blessed weapons in front of us may only be stained with a little bit of debris. They are still one of Lynn's biggest gains this time. As long as they copy their secret patterns and study and imitate them, his soldiers will soon be able to upgrade their weapons, and their combat effectiveness will be raised to a new level. As the blessed weapons of the original body, their abilities may not be strong, but they are the beginning of everything. It is not uncommon to use weapons to defeat the strong with the weak. Lynn has used the Banshee Horn to defeat the strong many times. He has a say in this. One of the advantages of the Star Dragon soldiers, who can always seize the initiative in the war, is that their weapons are advanced enough. Lynn arranged for people to pack up all the weapons and send them back to Star Dragon City as soon as possible. Then his eyes turned to the door of the study room with the door lock broken. He couldn't understand Baya's idea. Baya actually locked up the most precious treasures in the Mountain Troll Castle with a rusty door lock, letting them hide in the dark corner with the spiders and be forgotten with the dust. Fortunately, although Baya had no intention of reading, he was lazy enough to not care about books. And the Troll Castle was large enough. So large that Baya, who loved collecting, could not fill every room with his collection. So these books that occupied the rooms of Baya Castle were able to survive and successfully wait for Linda. Linda walked into the study. The wind brought by the movement of his body suddenly made the long silent study lively, and a lot of dust jumped in the air, and took the initiative to move towards Linda. He raised his hand and fanned the air in front of his nose to drive away the pungent dust. But his movements were too big, and the wind he fanned up carried the dust around in the study. After a long time, it was finally completely quiet. He raised his hand, and a stable flame burst out from the palm of his hand. The orange-red warm light illuminated the environment on both sides. under his almost perfect control. The light tried to take care of every corner. The spider in the corner that was swept away quickly fled. The moth lurking somewhere flapped its wings and swooped over. Linda waved his hand again to drive away the mosquitoes that became active again as summer approached. He was like holding a dim oil lamp, stumbling forward in the sea of knowledge, searching for a boat that could carry him safely forward. The fire in the palm of his hand extended, and Linda's sight followed the fire and looked farther and farther, until it reached the edge of the light. On both sides were dizzying bookshelves, stacked from the floor to the ceiling above, with countless books and manuscripts on the bookshelves, and even many strange books that did not look like they were made of ordinary biological skins, each of which proved that they were of great origin. Linda's heavy footsteps echoed in an environment filled with dust and knowledge. Anyone who has a reverence for knowledge will subconsciously hold their breath and try not to make too much noise. Knowledge can calm people down, even if you haven't started reading it yet. Linda picked up a book from a bookshelf nearby. It wasn't too thick, but the wax seal on the cover made Linda understand that it was written by a noble. Maybe it was a biography of a noble lord. Or maybe it was just a collection of poems written by a married noblewoman to her husband. No matter which one it was worth reading as the first book to open Linda's curiosity. The flames could not escape from Lynn's palms, no matter how delicately he controlled them. He could not escape the fact that he was just a knight. He knew nothing about magic. Lynn had to flip through the book with one hand. What he didn't expect was that the book actually recorded the Scarlet War between the Kingdom of Rand and the Kingdom of Black Swamp. This was an unrecorded battle. It was not that the Kingdom of Rand was defeated, but that the Prince Seven Hedwyn, who was the protagonist of the battle, caused public outrage in both countries. Prince Seven was a bloodthirsty person. He started the Scarlet War all by himself. He attacked the carriages and travelers of the Black Marsh Kingdom and then hung their bodies, including adult men, children, pregnant women, and horses. This massacre was seriously discussed because it was completely against human nature and tarnished the name of Hedwyn. In the end, the Kingdom of Rand paid a polite compensation to the Kingdom of Black Marsh. Even the war advocates thought that Prince Seven was too bloodthirsty and chose to pray in the church for those innocent people who were tortured to death. Of course, there are also some bastards who support the massacre. They are still committed to promoting Prince Seven's actions. This is why the story always remains in the corners. Lynn read the whole incident in the book, and vaguely recalled the appearance of the cold prince with catfish whiskers, tall and thin, with dead fish eyes. He is a natural executioner, and he also calls himself Black Catfish. Wandering in the quagmire, Lynn put the book back. He was not interested in history books. He hoped to find some magic potion channels, or some small and isolated religions here. The small religion that was completely poisonous to others became the source of Lynn's new skills. Every evil god who could develop the religion could provide Lynn with a heraldry power. "Sir, maybe you need my help?" A figure appeared at the door. Lynn turned around. "Have you worked here?" "For 12 years. I was the housekeeper here, and I am familiar with every corner of the castle." He was a little nervous. After learning that Baya was dead, he came here with courage. Maybe a voice in the dark told him that if he wanted to change the status quo, he had to try hard. "Ever?" Lind asked. "After the thief Baya usurped the throne, I was assigned to clean the toilets of the entire castle." He did have a faint odor, but his elegant posture was hard to ignore. This was a well-educated gentleman with strict etiquette training. Lynn didn't care what job he did, whether it was cleaning toilets or carrying guns. It was all for survival. He asked, "Is there a bookkeeper here? I need to find some books, but there are too many and too messy." Lynn didn't have much time to waste here. "I am, sir." "So are you interested in continuing to serve as the steward of the Troll Castle?" Chapter 237 The Pied Piper. Linda had never thought of immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge. Whether it was before he traveled through time, or when he was a noble's son. Linda had never really loved words. But when he was able to draw strength from them, the feeling of immersion made him irresistible, and could not refuse. "This is the collection of poems you need, sir." The butler picked out a thick stack of books and said, "Strictly according to your requirements. Each of them comes from a secret belief. These books are undoubtedly banned books in the Land Kingdom, which mainly believes in the three gods. The proof of the sun is the mainstream belief. There was even a trend of hunting witches. Of course, there has never been a wizard in the Land Kingdom. That was just a means of venting violence by a murderous bastard. However, at that time, Even the believers of the so-called moon, which uni were tied to the pillar of fire. Which was enough to show how difficult it was for some crazy believers to preserve this knowledge. Lin looked at the 6 books. This was definitely his biggest gain so far. If all of them were true, it meant that he only needed to find 6 potions similar to these religions to make his night tree grow more branches again. The Pied Piper? Is this a sheet of music? Lin flipped through a thin book. Yes. A story about mice. The butler nodded. If he wanted to show his role, he had to answer all the new lord's questions at this moment. I've heard similar stories. Linda said. A man in flowery clothes played a flute. He claimed that he could catch mice. So he blew the flute at the villagers' request. And the mice swarmed out as if they were bewitched, and jumped into the river under his control. But the villagers refused to pay him. So the man blew the flute again. But this time it was not mice that were taken away, but children. Linda flipped through the music score and said, This is a fairy tale we often hear. In my opinion, it is a bit bloody. But when I was a child, I just thought it was very interesting to control mice by playing the flute. The housekeeper said, Children are always innocent and will ignore those cruel things. Where does it come from? Linda asked. A circus. The housekeeper recalled. The head of the circus, the bard, wrote this music score by himself. It is said that in order to spread the music further, he also developed some magic. Created a power system for this? A circus religion? Linda was surprised. Then he thought of the long recorder, the ability of the whispering woman to control mice, and the flute player he met on the road. He immediately ordered someone to send the recorder, and then played the Pied Piper according to the score. The blessing weapon that had never been successful actually emitted light successfully. He is really a genius. Linda was amazed at his creativity. Unfortunately, there was only this music score, but no relevant potion formula could be found. Linda thought that maybe he should send someone to capture a few flute players, and then let the wizards reverse it, even if he couldn't use it himself. He believed that the bards under his command would not refuse this power. Everyone needs to take drugs to keep up with the evolution of the version. The second collection of poems, Ode to the Lion. It comes from a small sect called the Bloodthirsty Gang. Those people are bloodthirsty and worship killing. The housekeeper recalled. I still remember the scene when the Duke returned after sending troops to wipe out that small gang. It was like a lion as tall as an elephant. It took dozens of people to drag a cart to move it. Its blood was boiling hot. People who were contaminated with the lion's blood had red rashes for several months, and even developed a devastating infectious disease. A sect that believes in magic beasts? In an era when the average power of the people is not as high as that of the Great Knight. The god of this sect was killed by a group of soldiers. Its power may disappoint people. The promotion of religion has nothing to do with the god itself. Sir, said the butler, you are right. Linda flipped through the lion hymn and found a magic potion formula from the onomatopoeia of the strange cry that was almost whimpering and wailing. But unfortunately, the Great Knight is the end of this power. If he could obtain a new emblem power, Lin might not despise this Great Knight power too much. Providing a new emblem is more important than a new ability. The third collection of poems, Miss Moon, is a collection of poems related to the moon. In terms of God's authority, it is too similar to the Moon Witch. This is a collection from the Black Swamp Kingdom. The housekeeper said, the Duke once wiped out a village where illegal gatherings took place. There was something that was good at hiding itself hidden in it. The Duke's black iron hoof turned that village into ruins. And this banned book was the harvest after that war. The fourth collection of poems, Rand's Army Under the Golden Oath. Surprised Lind. It comes from Hedwyn. The butler said with his head down. Hedwyn? Someone will give you the potion formula, and you will swear allegiance to the one you swear allegiance to. Her Majesty the Queen. The fifth collection of poems, Along the River. Lin tried to distinguish what type of religion it belonged to, but found that it was very much like a song. But it didn't come with its own score like the Pied Piper. Even the butler shook his head and said he didn't know. Too many collections didn't necessarily have a reason. They might just appear here because of some accidents. The sixth collection of poems, The Last Refuge. The two horses galloped along the path, and when the morning sun pierced the sky, they finally arrived at the valley. How could this happen? They looked at the dark night orchard, which had been turned into ruins in the fire, and they were still panting. Are we sure we are in the right place? The person on the left asked. Since the Blackfire brothers agreed to come to Raven City. The person on the right said they were attacked by something. Probably an army. Are there any enemies around here? No one dares to approach. Except those disasters. The two men dismounted and turned over the ruins, trying to find survivors, whether they were from the Blackfire brothers or unknown enemies. But what they saw next shocked them. They found countless charred corpses. Their bones were twisted, and their deaths were miserable, as if their heads were chopped off one by one. But what really surprised them was not these corpses, but why there were so many people in the dark night orchard of the Blackfire brothers. Brother Blackfire is missing. They are not loyal. Then go back and report. To whom? The city lord? Or Prince Seven? The two were silent. The situation in Raven City was turbulent, and undercurrents were surging. As messengers, they only hoped to save their lives and not be involved by any party. But now it seems a bit difficult. The right to choose is never in their hands. Chapter 238. This time it really became the boss. After Lin finished counting all the harvest, he took the accompanying soldiers and prepared to go to Thorn City. The Thorn Avenue, located in the territory of the Mountain Troll Castle, enjoys autonomy from the Lord because of the existence of Queen Rania. This will be our foothold in the central region. Before leaving, Lin said to Pierre and others, "Get ready as soon as possible, and then go to Star Dragon City to bring some people here. We need to inject our own blood here. The Mountain Goblin Castle without its own people stationed is like a fully stretched thigh, cold and insecure." "Yes, sir." "Also, tell those so-called Knights of Honor that the rebellious Baya are not nobles and have no power to be rewarded, and they cannot enjoy any noble rights, including paying ransom to buy freedom. This is just a small matter. Linda is not even willing to use those market knights to fight for himself. Not having scarcity and having a personality that changes with the wind, he will be very hesitant to use them, whether they can accept Lin's arrangement or not. What awaits them in the end is only hard labor. At least contribute to the construction of the Mountain Goblin Castle. If they don't fight hard, they can only do hard labor. They can't leave because they are prisoners. After this battle, Lin's biggest losses are only the volcanic bird and the disaster warhorse, which can be easily replenished as long as he provides sufficient energy. But before leaving the castle, Pierre came over again. "Just say whatever you want, Pierre." Lin pulled the reins of the horse. He was about to be crowned and become a real noble lord. "Those children," Pierre said, "they have their ears cut off." Lin looked at him quietly. He knew that Pierre was definitely not a saint, but he still needed to hear a reason. "I hope to take them back to Star Dragon City. They have anger in their hearts, and they have experienced fear. They will become the most powerful soldiers." Lin's expression was serious. He looked at Pierre and said condescendingly, "Let's wait until they grow up. Now they need to consider survival. When they grow up, the anger will disappear, and I don't need to rely on angry soldiers. They are all children under the age of 10. It will take at least 4 or 5 years for them to be able to carry weapons and appear on the battlefield. In this case, it is better to live a good life." Pierre lowered his head. Although he thought that these children had all the advantages to become warriors, the Lord's order was above all else. "It's only 4 or 5 years. Is it a long time?" "Yes, a long time." Linda rode on his calamity horse and disappeared at the gate of the troll castle with his accompanying soldiers. In front of the Thorn Avenue, the cavalry of the 3rd Legion lined up and waited. They moved in unison, holding their lances high. Linda looked at them with envy. These were real cavalry, unlike his own mounted infantry who rode on calamity horses and charged with brute force. They had received professional and systematic training and were extremely good at horseback combat in various situations. "We must find a way to get these forces from Rania." As a queen, it was enough for her to sit on the throne with her legs crossed and doze off. The once notorious 3rd Legion was now just a ceremonial soldier holding a gun, which seemed a waste. Thorn City, a damaged small town. The city wall could never stop a charge of the knights under Lind. The streets were crowded with people. They were the first refugees to leave with Rania, under the protection of the 3rd Legion. They looked in good condition, although they were pale and thin. No one was dead on the street. Here, the order and civilization before the end of the world are preserved as much as possible. Today's ceremony is destined to be unusual. As the heir of the Almond family, Lind will formally swear allegiance to Rania today. He will also take a step that his father, grandfather, and even great-grandfather dared not think of, and be directly promoted to duke. There are only 2 dukes and 1 prince in the entire Rand Kingdom. The bloodthirsty black catfish Prince 7. The mountain goblin Duke assassinated by Baya. And the other is the Griffin Duke, who has his own fief in the south. Each of them occupies a piece of territory. And their attitudes will even directly affect the stability of the kingdom. And now, Lind, who has always been at the bottom, is about to bring honor to his family. Baron? Too boring. If you want to be a duke, you should be a duke. It's the end of the world. And you still want me to climb up step by step. It seems that your sincerity is a little insufficient. This is also the promise that Rania made to Lind. What the eldest prince can give, she can also give. The two of them are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Fortunately, there was no misunderstanding between the two parties. Apart from their personal dislike for each other, they both knew that the other party was trustworthy. You will meet someone you dislike in every aspect, but you will trust his character. This is probably the case with the two of them. A roll of parchment and a sword. The royal guards on both sides cast a scorching gaze, and the cavalrymen who followed Lind did the same. Perhaps only Lind and Rania, who were the protagonists in the center of the attention at the moment, were calm. The poor ceremony could not bring them anything. But sometimes legitimacy is more important than anything else. Linda Armin, son of Philip Armin. You? Just as Rania was reciting, Linda's ears suddenly buzzed. The sharp tinnitus was like two steel nails piercing his eardrums. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were pushed by the outstretched hand in his brain, as if they did not belong to him. And his eyeballs were almost falling out of his eye sockets. The name of nobility awakened something in his body. The two hearts were struggling frantically. Lind could feel his strength growing rapidly. It was as if he had drunk hundreds of bottles of Great Night Path potion in one breath. His bones were strengthened by the power, and his flesh and blood became more active. The emblem on his chest became crazy with the chaotic heartbeat. Sun ring, moon ring, furnace emblem, twin emblem, Krite emblem. The blood power that the five powers relied on was completely awakened at this moment. Stop! Lind tried to interrupt the ceremony, but he found that his body was out of control. He did not become crazy, because another thing had gradually occupied his consciousness and tried to replace it. The five emblems did not reject the power, but were rejoicing. His thoughts and will were being rewritten. Lind calmed down and used the absolute control of the Sun Ring to guide the sudden surge of power. After a brief period of confusion, he successfully found the direction, and the Craft Snake emblem, which had been foolishly following along, seemed to have also woken up and quickly swallowed the curse brought by the name of the nobles. The power appeared, and was forcibly stripped away by Lind. But he still had no idea which direction to guide it, until he noticed the second heartbeat that had been useless and could only beat weakly. The second heartbeat created for him by the twin emblem became the best place for this power at this moment. The dual power of Duke's name and blood noble quickly poured into the second heartbeat, and gradually the second heartbeat became stronger and stronger, even directly covering the first heartbeat. Boom! Boom! One weak and one strong. The status of the two heartbeats changed. Linda even had a strong intuition that if he immersed himself in the power of the second heartbeat, he could return to the snake catcher's fortress and tear the snake Baron Ronan apart with his bare hands. Of course, he might also become something more terrifying than Baron Ronan. This time he really became the boss. The buzzing sound disappeared. When Linda raised his head, sweat soaked his whole body like rain. From now on, you are the Lion Duke of the Mountain Troll Castle. Rania noticed Linda's sudden reaction, but insisted that the ceremony continue. She cast a questioning look, and Linda shook his head gently. He stood up, stronger than ever. I swear to dedicate my life to you, as your strongest shield, life and death, day and night. He bowed. Your Majesty Rania. Chapter 239 The Lion Duke. As a recorder, Doris was preparing to record the scene she had witnessed. She thought that this would be a scene that people would be amazed by for countless years to come. The lord who came back from the north in a rage disrupted the queen's wedding, but was rewarded by the queen, and transformed from a noble son to a duke. Before the end of the world, the queen would definitely be insulted and incompetent, and there would be a group of people who slandered Lind behind her back for using shameful means to seduce the queen. And they might add insulting titles such as the succubus of the north to his name. Or maybe there was something dirty between the two sides, and they made up a series of stories based on it. But after the doomsday, the queen, who had run out of money, faced the only lord willing to help her. The title of a duke and the troll castle that she could not control and digest were the biggest bargaining chips she could offer. Even everyone would praise Lin's loyalty. Even if Lin did not accept the title. The troll castle had already become his possession. And the queen had no ability to defend the castle. All she had to pay was the title of a duke. The title of duke has become dispensable. Just like the Red Mushroom Baron in Red Mushroom Village, who occupies a piece of land and gathers residents, and now claims to be a baron, which has been recognized by almost everyone. The deceased Lord Baya even had a deal with him. After being recognized by Raven City, the identity of the Red Mushroom Baron is even more solid. Lin's pedantry makes him look different in Dora's eyes. Dora soon thought of another point. This notebook must not be lost. She must ensure the narrator's talent for losing notes. It's not the time to use it. Rania looked at the soldiers. You go out first. The Duke and I have something to discuss. She spoke calmly, and the Queen's attitude did not allow anyone to refuse. Not only the royal guards, but also the Star Dragon soldiers who came with Lind. All turned and left. They were excited, and it was conceivable that what they saw today would definitely spread from their mouths. The Kingdom of Rand has one more Duke. And now he is in charge of the territory of the Red Dragon foothills in the north, and the Mountain Troll Castle in the middle. It will take several months for the sentinels on horseback to completely walk through this land. And even if they only shuttle back and forth between towns and gathering places, it will take nearly a month. Lind is definitely the lord with the largest fiefdom in the Rand Kingdom. If he can completely break through the Snake Catcher Fortress, he will occupy the area west of the Frozen Mountains and east of the Great Rift, and incorporate a quarter of the Rand territory into his own territory. Before the apocalypse, it was absolutely unimaginable that one person could easily split the entire country. But now it is after the apocalypse. A large number of people have died, and villages and towns have disappeared. Most of the territory has become a wilderness and a foothold for those disasters. Communication between settlements has become difficult. In name, the territory belongs to Lind. But in fact, he needs to rely on his own strength to recover those lands. But this was enough to excite the soldiers who heard about it. The soldiers who could stay here were loyal and respectful to the Kingdom of Rand, and only they could feel what the Duke represented. In the Hall of Thorn City, the space dominated by gold suddenly became empty. When the door was closed from the outside, only the swaying firelight was left in the golden hall. Renija looked at Doris, who did not move. After the death of the old recorder, Her Majesty the Queen's words and deeds also lost their recorder. Doris should have been the recorder who was suitable to follow her. But unfortunately the chaos forced Rania and many people to separate. She lost not only the recorder, but also some loyal knights who were guarding her. As for after that, Her Majesty the Queen no longer needed the recorder. She was also struggling to survive. And there were no famous sayings that needed to be recorded. But I didn't expect Doris to be with Lind. When the Queen's eyes swept over, Doris took the initiative to say, I am the recorder of the Duke. I must record this glorious moment. Her heartbeat was completely out of control when she spoke. Doris thought she must be crazy. She actually contradicted the Queen. No, the Queen didn't drive her away at all. She was the first to speak, which was at most a provocation. It seems to be more serious. Let her stay here, Linda said, and her ears are very sharp. Even if you drive her away, she will be able to hear what we are talking about. Doris looked at Linda in surprise, and the recognition from Linda made her stand up like a little swan. She took the initiative to approach Lind, stood beside him, and took a pen and paper as if she was about to record it, so that the Queen would not speak to drive her away again. In fact, she had nothing to write. Lind said very little today, and was silent most of the time. But it didn't matter. She had already chosen the words for the scenes just now, and she was polishing them repeatedly in her mind to ensure that the epic feeling could be recorded on paper. She would quote the works of the painter Boyd, and the noble awarding moment was like a work of art. She thought the scene of the Lord and the Queen standing together was like a scroll that made people tremble with excitement. The appearance of each duke meant that the kingdom was ushering in earth-shaking changes. How to write it? In the ruined Thorn City, the muddy land was covered with horse hoof marks, and the cavalrymen wearing golden armor raised their lances in the sun. People watched the ceremony with admiration, and everyone chose to witness the great moment with their hearts, and shouted the Lion Duke in their hearts. The Duke of Lion, the Duke of Lion, the Duke of Lionheart. She paused in her heart, chewing on the tone of each word, and making sure that no ugly and strange names would be produced. Even she herself did not notice that she was mixed with subjective emotions. Perhaps because Lind had just recognized her and asked her to stay. And she also hoped that Lin's name would be impressive when it was passed down. Doris even wanted to write about Lin's battle in the dark night orchard. The knight with orange-red flames all over his body defeated the rotten things crawling out of the ground. And his anger ignited the piles of rotten corpses. Just as the sun dispelled the night. That oath should be accompanied by a more rhythmic tone. And of course, it needs to be described in detail. But not too much. The powerful and invincible lord swore allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen. Which was definitely the biggest scene she encountered after officially becoming a recorder. More important was the conversation between the two. She could imagine what was waiting for the Duke. And she even predicted in her mind what Lyn and the Queen would talk about next. A complete war to restore the country. But what should the enemy choose? Show your fangs to the new nobles, or return to Goliath as the next target. Either way is full of danger. But also makes people look forward to it. Suigon has been silent for nearly 2 years. And she has never been so excited as she is now. Linda, how are you? Rania asked. The chat did not develop in the direction Doris imagined. Rania's tone was full of worry. It was at this time that Doris discovered that there were water stains in the gaps of Linda's armor. Sweat. Linda looked like he had just been fished out of the pool. Linda, who has been powerful and invincible since his appearance, looks a little embarrassed at this moment. Linda, who has been wrapped in flames, looks a little weak, shaking like a candle that is about to go out. Chapter 240 Bug Fixed. Me? I'm doing very well now. Linda raised his hand to stop Rania from trying to summon the pharmacist. He had absolute control over his body. And he was not lying. He was doing very well. The second heartbeat was so strong that it almost completely overwhelmed the first heartbeat. It was like a drum was stuffed into his ears. And his heart was beating non-stop. His weakness came from mental exhaustion. It was very difficult to try to restrain his strength and not let himself suddenly become strong. Sir, you don't look, Doris interrupted. As a recorder, she should be detached from everything and record everything faithfully from the perspective of an observer. But Lyn's current condition made her worried. Lyn's body suddenly tilted. Rania almost instinctively approached Lyn and took the initiative to block the direction of Lyn's tilt. She used to be a female knight. But the moment she touched Lyn's body, the weight of a small mountain was far beyond her tolerance limit. Lyn's body was not as heavy as a human, but more like an elephant or some other giant beast. Fortunately, Doris on the other side also reacted and reached out to pull Lyn, so that Her Majesty the Queen would not be crushed by the Duke and fractured today. The two people worked together to pull hard to barely make Lyn stand firm and not fall straight to the ground. As a wizard, even if she is not good at strength work, Doris with extraordinary power is still stronger than Rania, which makes her the main force to support Lyn. Doris unexpectedly saw Lyn's fragility at this moment. She panicked for no reason. The full and heavy chest that could bury the necklace could hardly hold her heartbeat at this moment. The whole heart seemed to be about to burst through the chest and jump out as Lyn fell. At the glorious moment of becoming a duke, Lyn fell. If it were to be spread out, it would be hard not to think that this might be a conspiracy, or something more troublesome. The air became sticky, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Doris even forgot to record. She just used her body to support Lyn with difficulty, and hoped that he would not become cold in the next moment. It would be torture to always be with a man who would get angry when summer was approaching. But she still didn't want Lyn to be cold like this. Doris had witnessed the soldiers' loyalty to Lyn. Lyn, who always fought side by side with the soldiers, was so popular in the soldiers' hearts that every soldier only knew Lyn and not the Queen. If they knew that Lyn fell in front of the Queen, how much trouble would the soldiers' loyalty cause? She even had a very absurd idea in her heart. She wanted to pray to God, just hoping that Lyn would not get into trouble. He's not dead. As the Queen, Rania remained calm. Although Doris supported most of Lyn's body, the arm that Lyn casually put on her shoulder was as heavy as a solid iron block, pressing Rania's face slightly red. Let him sit down, Rania said. The two of them helped Lyn turn around with difficulty. It was very difficult to lift an unconscious person, and Lyn's weight was far more than that of an ordinary person, which made it extremely difficult for them to move. Lyn was placed on Rania's throne. The golden throne carved with dragons was large enough to accommodate his body. He just collapsed on it, leaning against the back of the chair weakly. Rania stretched out her hands to support Lyn's cheeks to prevent his head from tilting to the side, or his tongue from being uncontrolled and causing suffocation. Lyn did not lose all consciousness. Throughout history, countless people have collapsed due to physical weakness and damaged vitality. But he is definitely the first one who has to fall, because his body is too strong. The second heartbeat is trying to dominate Lin's body. And the consciousness generated by the origin of noble blood and noble name is trying to fight for control of the body. Unfortunately, although the twin emblem has shaped the second heartbeat, it is only the second heartbeat anyway. Without the first heartbeat, there is no second heartbeat. It is just a shadow attached to the heart. The second heartbeat is like a cage. You can't break free. And you can't rob it. You can only run around in it. The beast trapped in the cage is anxiously waiting to be tamed, if Lin can find a way to tame it. Otherwise, he is likely to be bitten by the imprisoned beast. Lin's pupils turn from turbid to clear. In the competition of power, he once again rejected the temptation from the power of the second heartbeat. It is much harder than one might imagine for a person who craves for power to reject it, especially since he could clearly sense how powerful the power contained in the second heartbeat was. When this power enveloped him, he thought it would be very easy to tear the snake Baron Ronin alive. Even if he could not surpass the level of a hero, he would definitely be a noble among the hero-level bosses. But he could not let that power invade his body, because it would most likely give him an extra head, a body covered with fur, etc. The biggest possibility was that 5 different sources of power combined him into a spliced monster. Hanging chains, twisted legs, burning flames, growing 2 heads, and covered with strange secret patterns. If it really comes to this, he can only pray that the undead will not come back. Lin's consciousness is fully restored. He looks at the 2 pretty faces in front of him, especially Rania, who holds his head with her hand. The distance between the 2 is too close, so Lin can smell the fragrance of each other, and see her pores and the small hairs on her face clearly from a close distance. Your Majesty, your beauty is breathtaking. Linda was not nervous when the other party stared at him, but he was the first to praise the other party. He was so good at speaking frankly, and his appreciation of beautiful women was always open and above board. In this regard, Miss Doris, the canyon necklace expert, agreed. Queen Rania is definitely not a lady. Elegance and nobility are her external performance, and female knight is her true character. She smiled and let go of the hand that supported Linda's head, and accepted all the compliments he sent. Other women would be shy about compliments, but Rania would definitely show her white teeth and nod in approval, and might even say something like, "Look, stick your butt out here," and then give him a beating. "What happened to you just now?" Rania asked. "This is a curse from the noble blood and the name of the noble." Lin thought of the 10 sons of the Serpent Man outpost. The 10 sons did not have noble blood, but to a certain extent became crazy and irritable, and were extremely easy to be provoked, because they were given a surname by Baron Ronin and recognized as Sons of Ronin. In addition, the Red Knights, who were kept in captivity by the Salamanders, seemed to be using some noble specific abilities, and gave other people the emblems that were currently confirmed to be only available to nobles. After a series of so-called plots, the undead can get the power of the emblem. Although the power is far less than that of the nobles themselves, the title of the nobles has some ancient power, and the nobles recognized by the queen will obviously activate this part of the power. "You should not confer new nobles in the future," said Lin. "No one can imitate his situation, and it is difficult to find another Lin in the world." When he took the potion, the blood curse did not appear. After that, he quickly mastered the sun ring that completely controlled his own power, the second heart of the twin emblem, and the serpent emblem that swallowed and alleviated the curse. Then, when the noble curse breaks out, the power obtained above can be used to guide it. This is like a paradox. If you don't drink the potion, you can't get the power of the emblem. If you don't have the power of the emblem, you can't guide the noble curse. But drinking the potion will detonate the noble blood curse. An unsolvable deadlock. Only Lin, who originally didn't belong to this world, inherited the common characteristics of the players at the beginning of the crossing. When he came to this world, he might not have had a golden finger. He might have been stuck with a bug at that time. He didn't go crazy when he drank the potion and remained rational, thus completing the first link that was absolutely impossible to complete. Now, with the canonization, the blood curse has been awakened and the bug has been fixed. Chapter 241. Is this something I can see? After completely recovering his boss body, Linda was once again eroded by the noble blood and power. Before this, Linda's performance had not been consistent with that of a noble. Although he was strong enough, it was because he possessed the power of several great knight paths. If someone could also obtain the Sun Ring emblem and gain absolute control over their own power. They might be able to be like him. But this premise is not true. Non-noble blood seems to be unable to obtain the power of the emblem. Those emblems obtained in the name of nobility are castrated defective products. He must first ignore the power of blood. But because he is a noble, he has the sun ring that ordinary knights can never obtain. And because of the absolute power of the sun ring, he can accommodate more path power. Then he can obtain the second heartbeat and the ring snake emblem. It is because of these accumulations that he is able to resist. Bug fix. Lin's guess about blood and nobility is not a big secret. It is a consensus in this land that all nobles have gone crazy and fallen. The emergence of new nobles is due to the viciousness of the old nobles, urging people to take the initiative to stand up and establish a new regime if they want to survive. Rania suddenly said, "Are you curious why I am a king? But I am not affected by the name of nobility like you. Nor do I become crazy like Kurt. Having a noble surname means getting a ticket to madness. So as the queen, Rania should be the craziest and most difficult one to deal with." But she was not affected at all. "I'm sure it's not a secret of the royal family," Linda said. "Otherwise, it would be impossible for Rania to be the only one who remained normal." Rand's army under the golden oath. Rania said, "I have been learning swordsmanship from my father since I was a child. But I cried into my pillow countless nights until one day I found it. And reading this collection of poems made my heart more determined." "I've read that book," Lin said. "It's now on Lin's bookshelf." "Then you must not know that this collection of poems is related to a taboo legend." "Why don't you just tell me the conclusion?" Lind interrupted Rania, who seemed to be brewing emotions. "At an inopportune time, Rania. We still have a lot of things to do. We can tell stories at other times, such as your next wedding, or the wedding after that. Get lost." Rania lifted her skirt and kicked Lind on the calf. Doris on the side was trembling and dared not speak. Like a minion, the queen and the duke quarreled and even fought. "What should I do? Should I record it? Grandmother, teach me." "It is said that there are 4 main gods." Rania calmed down and said, "In addition to Uni, Zasa and Leolion, there is another one named Avesta." After Uni cast the magic ring, he carried the magic ring on his shoulders and placed it in the sky. There is also a legend that he is the twin brother of Leolion. Unlike the 3 gods who longed for the original fire, he was full of fear of fire, so he never left his name. The golden oath is what he left behind. Gold and the kingdom of Rand, and the copy of the army of Rand under the golden oath. If these do not make any associations, Lin thinks his brain can be given to the scavengers or dogmouth people to fill their stomachs. Lind asked, "What did you get?" Rania suddenly lowered her head and began to untie the ropes on her corset. This action startled Doris, and she subconsciously covered her mouth. This, is this something she can see? Then she realized that she should cover her eyes. She covered her eyes with her hands, but her 5 fingers were open, allowing her vision to pass through the gap without any obstruction. At the same time, she also glanced at Lind. As expected, Lind was watching carefully with his eyes open, without any intention of avoiding suspicion. Rania just pulled her bra down a little, revealing a little edge of the white flesh, where there was a golden line. The golden line stretched like a blooming petal on the queen's chest. The subtle tattoo looked very delicate. Emblem. Renija, who has no extraordinary power, has an emblem. This made Lind a little confused. He sat up straight and stared at the strange golden emblem, drinking the potion, awakening the hidden power due to the extraordinary power, and then using the poems and ideas of different gods to guide, forming emblems with different powers belonging to one god after another. This is the step he has been taking. But now he saw a person who skipped these steps directly. It makes me firm and more confident in myself. Rania was very proud, but immediately became regretful. She said, "I have tried to promote the poetry collection to the army, and even tried to teach every great knight in the past 2 years. But no one can create this thing like me. No matter how strong Rania's spiritual power is, she will never be able to surpass the curse. But if it is to activate the emblem power of the blood in her body, it is another matter. So she has found the reason why she has not gone crazy. Unexpected, but reasonable. Aren't you surprised?" Renija frowned slightly. Linda's reaction was beyond her expectations. Since she gained this power, Rania has often been worried that she would become like her brother Kurt. And later, more and more people became crazy. Rania was also worried that she would become one of them. But she didn't expect that she would live safely until now. and there was no sign of madness. Linda sat up and quickly dismantled the armor that looked extremely complicated. When the heavy armor was thrown to the ground, the simple lining inside was exposed. Linda reached out and lifted up the hem of the shirt. Doris, who was about to put her hand down, raised her hand again. Why is it happening again? The Queen and the Duke took turns to take off their clothes. Is this really something I can see? I am just a recorder. The shirt was lifted up, revealing Linda's sturdy and strong body, with angular abdominal muscles like trenches and fluff growing on his lower abdomen. Going up, the clothes were lifted all the way to his neck. His body was fully exposed in front of the two. The two's eyes were also attracted by Linda's chest at that moment. A more complex and larger emblem than the golden emblem on Rania's chest was engraved on the skin of his heart, flickering with the heartbeat. Full of power. Linda said, "There's nothing to be surprised about. Rania, this is the privilege of being a noble. Or it may be a trophy left by the boss to the undead. The undead may need to kill a noble boss and steal the power of its emblem to obtain a certain passive skills." He guessed a lot, and found that whether from the perspective of the new era or the perspective of the game, this is the most consistent with the guess. The current lack of evidence is only because the undead have never killed a real noble. Strength is not a blessing, but a curse, and the old nobles such as Lind are prey. Chapter 242 Golden Oath. Even people who don't understand the power of emblems will feel very strange when they see the extremely complex patterns on Linda's chest. They are like being mixed together and forced onto the chest. They don't invade each other, but they have no connection. To be able to do this, it is entirely dependent on the powerful control of Linda's sun ring. If it were an ordinary person, just adjusting these powers would probably be exhausting. Perhaps Lind's fall this time means that he has begun to get tired. How much have you mastered? Rania asked. Lind's behavior seemed crazy to her. Even though she had never obtained extraordinary powers, she had never stopped studying these powers. She knew very well how much risk she would take to master these powers through potions. Rania had witches and knights around her. In order to restore Hedwyn's rule, she never stopped exploring power. She and Lind were very similar in one thing. They both believed that power came from knowledge. 5. There will be more in the future. Lind did not hide the fact that he needed more power. He could tell anyone who asked because his success was not replicable. Just like Rania, she had the emblem power from the Golden Oath, and might not be eroded by madness. But she did not have the Sun Ring, so she also lost the possibility of mastering more power. All the poetry and potion power that Lind obtained from the Troll Castle would be transformed into part of his own strength in the future. He didn't want to be eliminated, so he could only evolve his own version and try his best to catch up with the frequency of game updates. Your body and mind can't bear it. Rania looked at Linda. Perhaps because she also had noble blood, she could better understand how much risk Linda had to take for this. Linda's answer was more casual. Live until the day when you can't bear it anymore. Either die now or die in the future. Rania hesitated. She didn't know whether she should help Linda add a bit of the power of the Golden Oath Knight. Maybe this was the last straw that broke his back. In the end, Rania nodded in agreement. Not because Linda convinced her, but as a queen. She needed Linda now. The difference in etiquette is not important. Whoever is stronger has the right to speak. And Rania can only hope that Linda will not die. The cavalrymen under Rania all took this path, and she had enough potions in the Golden Oath Knight path. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how poor and miserable a queen is, she is still a queen, and she will not lose the necessary foundation. The reason that limits the development of the power she controls is not the amount of the potion, but the uneven quality of the knight she has. Every royal guard is a precious force, and it is not that they will succeed after drinking the potion. She does not have enough courage to bear the consequences of failure. So the number of great knights has always been conservative. Golden Oath Knight path and Sun-Proof Knight path are very similar, and Rania's statement that Sun-Proof brothers are born of the same mother may not be groundless. After Lind drank the potion, he could clearly feel the strange feeling. It was like he was walking on the road of the Sun Knight again, but this time he was a Golden Knight. The subtle difference was that he did not feel the power of fire this time. Rania followed Lind's instructions and sang Rand's army under the Golden Oath which she had recited countless times. Her singing was not moving. Far worse than the ghost Selena. She sang with a heroic and tough spirit. As tough as reciting an epic. Lind could hear the emotion in her voice. Another way to put it is that it was all emotion. No skills. He even had the mind to comment in his heart that Baya must have never seen Rania sing. Otherwise he would not be so eager to marry her. Gemini allowed him to do two things at once. Complaining about Rania's singing, and then feeling the power flowing through his body. He also had the mind to comment on the boiling method. Rania's pharmacist skills were much worse than the rabbit-tooth witch. And even worse than his pharmacist assembly line. Although they worked fast, pharmacists were like oil sellers. Practice makes perfect, ensuring efficiency while also adjusting the taste. The potion that Linda drank had a hard taste, and the cooking temperature was very bad. It seems that in addition to the cavalry, it is better to kidnap the pharmacist as well. He didn't want a group of talents to continue to waste time with Rania. He could build fortifications in the mountain troll city to ensure that it would be difficult for him to break in even if he rode a dragon. And Rania could sit inside and pick her feet in peace. The golden power rushed into his body, slightly attracting his attention. But he held it down before the power could explode. He has drunk the potion too many times. Grand Knight, Upper Grand Knight, etc. The poetry collection he was reading grew text vines, and the golden branches spread across the space and came to Lind. The vines wrapped around him, and the words squirmed. The clusters of glimmering words were also like leaves of the vines. The golden oath vines wrapped around Lind several times, and finally pierced into his heart, forcing its way into the complex patterns on his chest. Lind seemed to see a tree in a trance. The low trunk is forcibly supporting branches that are thicker than the trunk. On these branches, there is a fruit called Lost Soul Knight on the left, and a fruit called Fire Knight on the right. There are also Snake Catcher, Secret Pattern Messenger, and now there is another Golden Oath Knight fruit. But the difference is that the golden fruit quickly grows vines, which follow the branches and wrap around the thick trunk. The vine continued to grow, and soon climbed along the trunk to the branch belonging to the snake catcher. The golden vine approached tentatively. The fruit suddenly glowed with black light, and a snake biting its own tail appeared. It threatened the golden vine and warned it not to get close. But the vine rushed up directly. Everything went smoothly, and Linda was also consciously guiding the vine to help it climb and develop. The fruit was controlled, and the vine did not harm the fruit, and even took the initiative to become the branches and leaves of the fruit to protect it. The golden vines continued to move, gradually wrapping the entire bare tree trunk, dyeing it with golden light. Rania didn't know what Linda did this for, but she soon noticed that a golden line emerged from the messy emblems on Linda's chest. It was like order suddenly emerging from chaos, rearranging and weaving the messy emblems, and connecting them one by one with itself as a medium. The messy emblems were reorganized by the golden oath emblem, and the meaningless mess, forced and forcibly pieced together patterns became more orderly, as if each emblem was a predetermined part. The specific manifestation is beauty, from chaos and abruptness to full of mystery. It should be successful. Rania's throat was a little dry, but she did not stop and continued to recite it over and over again. Linda closed his eyes, and as the golden vines wrapped around the pattern representing the twin emblem, the second heartbeat finally calmed down. As Rania said, the function of the golden oath emblem is to build a cage, establish order, and stabilize all insecurity. Now Lind has imprisoned his out-of-control noble power in it. This power has no consciousness of its own. It is just too strong. So strong that it destroys humanity and reason, changes personality, and comes from the gift of the magic ring. Even a trace is enough to make humans collapse and become aliens. Thinking of this, Lin tried to communicate. It is dangerous to communicate face to face with lions and tigers, but it is different if it is separated by a cage. Under the synchronous adjustment of the golden oath emblem, the second heartbeat caught up with the first heartbeat, and then a force surged from the heart, completely wrapping Lin's body. Pure blood power, or the noble power that was not contaminated by any potion, allowed him to successfully reach the hero level. He quickly broke away from this state and quickly cut off the connection with the noble power in his second heartbeat. In just a moment, Lin found that he was infinitely close to the essence of magic. His power could become stronger and many uses could be more flexible, as long as he continued to follow that power. He could fly and hide, and he would be omnipotent. But he soon woke up because many parts of his body were itchy, as if he was preparing to grow some organs to make it easier to understand and control magic. Chapter 243 New Update is finished. Online. Ran 122. The third year after the magic ring was broken. July. The first batch of food grown by soilless cultivation was finally served on the Lord's table. But he couldn't eat a few bites of this table of food. Miss Brittany, the greedy snake, quickly carried out the plate action. The perfumer who had been promoted to the strength of an upper wizard was now developing towards a seasoning master. In order to celebrate the harvest, a celebration was held in the Star Dragon City territory. The scope covers the entire Red Dragon Foothills area, and thousands of people can rest and not work on this day, dancing, singing, and enjoying the joy of being alive. The funny clowns and bards bred by the dwarf Ludo perform in various places and bring joy to everyone. Being able to get rid of the curse of the land and grow food without soil means that people in the old era can still survive with difficulty, without forcing their stomachs to endure the mutant plants of the new era, and without having to worry about turning into some kind of green skin thing. In the same month, a big event that few people knew about happened. Linda finally drank the magic potion and successfully upgraded the proof of the sun from a great knight to a superior great knight. The tree trunk finally grew a lot. After that, he successively upgraded the snake catcher and the fire knight to the hero level. His hard power has reached the rating standard of the undead, which is above level 31. According to the ghost girl Selena, he is now a knight with 3 rings of strength. It just so happened that his flying dragon fire tumor Alex was also rated as 3 rings. The Far East continent's evaluation of strength seemed to be different from that of the Shilu continent. Linda had never been rated as 2 rings before, and few people in the territory could be rated as rings. It seemed that one could be rated as rings if one aspect reached a certain level. He wanted to ask the ghost Selena again, but was told that his memory was incomplete. If he wanted to know more, he could enter the Banshee's dream and communicate with Selena, whose memory was complete. Lin believed that his greatest strength was his ability to control his curiosity. He actually had a rough guess. Before being evaluated as 3 rings, Lin had successfully promoted 2 powers. But he had never been evaluated as 3 rings until he tried to use and control the noble power in the second heartbeat, and used that power to burst into flames. The evaluation of rings seemed to be related to the power of the explosion. Time can tame everything, and Lin could feel that it would not be long before he completely tamed this power. In addition, Lin also mastered the power of the Lion Knight. The Lion Knight comes from Lionham. The belief in the power of a magical beast makes the upper limit of this power extremely low, and it can only stay at the level of a great knight. However, the effect of the lion emblem is very interesting. It gives Lin a completely unreasonable bloodthirsty explosive power. Continuous attacks accumulate blood rage and explode at the last moment. The Golden Oath Knight also successfully promoted to a hero. Queen Rania was very generous and did not hide her shortcomings in potions. Lin now has a total of 7 knight paths of power, including 3 hero ranks, 3 upper knights, and 1 great knight. The strength has increased but no war has developed. Lin's existence is not a secret to Raven City. The complete ruins of the Dark Knight Orchard cannot be hidden from others, but they just pretend that Lin does not exist. Both sides entered a strange state of calm, ignoring each other, and doing their own thing silently. Lin also did not understand. I am waiting for the blood lamb to come out of the circle. What are you waiting for? The breeding of blood lambs finally began to take shape. Although there was no idea how to breed blood lambs above level 21. The heart of disaster that could be gradually and stably produced made Lin choose to save the trouble for the future. Finally, the Great Knights could be mass-produced. From Star Dragon City to Mountain Troll Castle, all the soldiers of the Lander Legion had to be upgraded. This was a huge project, with a total of nearly 1,500 people, not including the soldiers recruited by Star Dragon City and Mountain Troll Castle in the later period. The first batch of 100 Great Knights took at least 2 months. But the second batch of 500 only took 1 month. And the remaining batch only took a few days. Now he has a new problem. The feed for breeding is insufficient, and the blood lambs that can be cultivated in large quantities need more resources. The army moved into the harbor village. The craftsmen began to build ships, and the knight took off his armor and rolled up his sleeves to start fishing. There must be a powerful disaster in the deep sea. In any case, the other party has no intention of coming to the land. This place may be far away from the things in the deep sea, far beyond the other party's sphere of influence. Just some scraps from the deep sea are enough to support the operation of the underground Bloodlamb Ranch. The bloodthirsty disaster fish is easy to catch. As long as you put the blood and meat into the water, you can quickly catch a large piece. Often, more than a dozen fish can bite on a piece of meat. A large number of fish with the smell of disaster are sent to the underground blood lamb breeding farm, catalyzing the rapid growth of blood lambs. More and more blood lambs successfully evolve into disasters. The appearance of disasters leads to the appearance of disaster shadow areas. So the hatching speed of disaster-level blood lambs is like pressing the accelerator. Before the out-of-control event occurred, Linda had already collapsed the underground entrance. Now if you want to enter the underground, you can only go through Teleportation Magic Circle. After referring to many magic circles underground, Duomei successfully developed a one-way teleportation magic circle. Each use requires a lot of energy to open a portal. At this stage, Linda can only rely on the charging of the Great Knights to sustain the consumption. The most important thing is to prevent the blood lamb from running out. The former novice villages have developed into a different scene. Not only the harbor village. Linda slowly discovered that the former novice villages also have their merits, such as Holy Water Town, Kazan Town, Persimmon Town, etc. Whether it is the new soilless cultivation project in Persimmon Town, or the clay in Kazan Town is more solid and easy to use for firing pottery jars, or the traces of the dogmouth man were found again in Holy Water Town. He couldn't give up these favorable resources. They just solved the problem of excess human resources. Without the consumer market of the undead, production became slow, and more people were pregnant and giving birth, and the population was increasing. Linda had a lot to consider. Among all kinds of human resources, management talents were the most difficult to solve work problems. Linda himself was reluctant to let people with management minds go to soilless cultivation or go to the battlefield with swords. So he sent these people out to rebuild on the site of the former Novice Village and build a road connecting the Novice Village and Star Dragon City. Say goodbye to the situation of Star Dragon City producing and selling by itself, and let the surrounding villages and Star Dragon City form a resource cycle. This operation mode is not suitable for the Mountain Troll Castle. First of all, the Mountain Troll Castle is too far away from the Star Dragon City, and many people cannot cross the two places. So basically say goodbye to the exchange of human resources. And the cost of using teleportation magic is too high, which is even more inappropriate. Secondly, the population of the Mountain Troll Castle is not as crazy about worshipping Linda as the Star Dragon City. They are numb and don't care about the appearance of any lord. Linda, who cannot provide work and sufficient food, cannot change their attitude in a short time. So he can only continue to use the policies of the former Mountain Troll Castle and take it slowly. In the 123rd year of Rand, the 4th year after the magic ring was broken, time passed quickly. During this period, Lin's strength seemed to have not improved at all. But in fact, he had completely mastered the noble power in his second heartbeat. All the soldiers under Lin also changed into secret pattern equipment, from head to toe. Even the arrows included arrows with high lethality, penetration or range explosion effects. And according to the different talents of each person, different types of combat teams were strictly divided. Now with this power, Lind is confident that he can enter the Troll Castle with a team of 10 and slaughter the Market Knights with only some tactics. Do you understand the power of the Kryptonian warrior? He was also excited about the successful cultivation of a wizard, although the probability of a wizard being born is extremely low. Early in the morning, Lind rode his horse to Thorn City. With the improvement of overall strength, he and Rania will discuss the next direction of development. Whether to ignore Raven City and go straight to Goliath, or to try Raven City first. The Black Flame brothers have now become Lind's guards, and they are very satisfied with this job. During this period of time, Black Flame's unholy Holy Grail has also been tempting him. But unfortunately the benefits offered are too few. So Lind has no interest at all. He just can't accept using humans as maggot culture dishes. The Thorn City is in sight, and the soldiers guarding the city immediately bowed and saluted when they saw Lind. Suddenly, Lind's eyes flashed. The official website that had disappeared to the point that he almost forgot suddenly popped up. The official content is still the 2.01 version of the internal beta of Doomsday Ring has been updated. The number of open places has been expanded to 12,000, and the level cap has been opened to level 20. The update will take 1 day. Please wait patiently for qualified players. Linda was so patient that he almost forgot about it. The next moment, a flood of posts flooded into the forum. New. The update is over. Online. New. It's amazing. I just got qualified, and the express delivery was delivered in just 1 day. It's awesome. New. One day of update seems like a year. Finally here. My ring. New. Is this game real? Is it a role-playing game in a movie studio? Is it okay to wear a helmet when sleeping? New. Star Dragon City players. Is there anyone who wants to fight the 10 bosses of the Serpent Outpost together? We will form a team after the level is updated. Mage and tanks are coming. Chapter 244. Not one day. How come a year has passed? Ah! Finally back. A figure appeared in front of the Flying Dragon Lake in Star Dragon City. His long red hair, strange attire, and a bunch of accessories on his body made him look very strange. Before going offline, the undead was still playing with the dragon. So after going online, he appeared here again. Coincidentally, many undead chose to go offline nearby. White lights flashed, and undead appeared one by one, making the originally quiet lake immediately lively. Wait, what is this place? Someone noticed something was wrong. They remembered that there was only a rough lake here yesterday, which was built in a hurry so that the dragon could cool down in it. But now it was a little more refined. First of all, the lake has been renovated, and there are many supporting small buildings around it, and even many benches and pavilions. The edge of the lake is guarded by stone bricks, and the more intuitive thing is that the area of the lake has expanded several times. Not only that, there are small boats on the water, and a stone bridge in the distance. It should be the new model building that has been updated. A voice came from the side. It was another undead who came online. Oh my god! Why did my level get stuck? With this voice, the other undead suddenly woke up. And then the wailing spread. The undead, who had been drinking potions to force themselves to level 11 and gain extraordinary powers, found that they were still level 11 when they went offline yesterday. And now they have all dropped down. Didn't they say that they would update without deleting the files? Indeed, they didn't delete the files. Our equipment is all there. Could it be that they are fixing the bugs and preventing us from getting stuck? It's okay to prevent us from getting stuck. Anyway, the level cap has been updated to level 20. It's just that the official operation made them very unhappy. They still have to pay points to buy potions. This is a meaningless expenditure that makes people angry. No matter. Let's upgrade first. After the level cap was increased, the undead people were eager to improve their strength and see the scenery at a higher level. Wait, is this Star Dragon City? More and more undead people noticed the subtle changes. The overall architectural style of Star Dragon City did not change much, but many places became more refined. To talk about the real difference, it was as if this city was just a game main city built for people to see. And many places were decorated just because they needed to be decorated there. But now, the whole city is full of traces of life. They can see the ruts left on the ground by the carriages running over again and again, and can see the difference between the wall facing the sun and the wall facing away from the sun. Details are everywhere. What a huge workload. It was as if they had spent a long time here during the day they were offline. It seemed like a long time had passed, because they didn't see many NPCs along the way. The Flying Dragon was not in the city, which made sense. The Banshee pool in the square was also closed. After the undead came online, they only wanted to level up and were not very interested in the minigames. So they didn't care. But when the undead rushed to the potion shop, they found that the potion shop was closed. Not only the potion shop, but also the blacksmith shop, tailor shop, fireworks shop, etc. all had their doors closed. What's going on? Is it possible that the NPC hasn't come to work yet? Someone was puzzled. How about going to the tavern? Let's go! A group of people rushed to the tavern. Before putting on the game helmets, they thought that they must compete with the NPC with their superior IQ as players. But they didn't expect that all the shops would be closed after going online. When they looked at the tavern that had been expanded several times, they were still a little unresponsive. The changes in Star Dragon City were indeed huge. The tavern sounded very lively. When they pushed open the door, they saw the NPCs who had left their shops. Blacksmiths, pharmacists, clerks, etc. Some were familiar faces, and some were unfamiliar. NPCs are really smart. Some people couldn't help but sigh. Someone immediately nodded. Well, the update volume of this game looks quite large. Ahem. The soldiers who were drinking looked at the strange yet familiar faces that rushed in, a little stunned, until someone blurted out, "It's the undead. The undead are back. The undead are back." The news was like a gust of wind blowing to every corner of the tavern. and then flew to every corner of Star Dragon City. During this period of time, the Lord has emphasized more than once that the long-lost undead will come back one day. When they return, there is no need to hide any information, and they must answer all questions. But they should not forget their work. The establishment of the entire Star Dragon City and the work of these NPCs were originally to serve the undead. All shops reopened. An undead came to the NPC and asked, "How have you been lately?" "Not bad." The NPC smiled. The undead immediately noticed the alienation in the other party's tone. He remembered that he and the other party should be relatively familiar friends. "Has it really been a long time? How long have we been away?" The undead couldn't help but ask. "More than a year." "What? So long? Isn't it only updated once a day? Why has more than a year passed in the game? Is there any special plot during this time? Or is there another reason?" The undead didn't hide anything. They always spoke directly to the NPC. "Is something big going to happen recently?" The undead asked. "Does the Lord have any special orders?" "Probably not." The NPC thought for a while before continuing. "Indeed not. Recently, life has been very peaceful. Nothing major has happened. And the Lord has not been at war for a while. These days are good. Except that there are teams of great knights going to eliminate disasters regularly. Life is very stable." "Really?" The undead was skeptical. "Why are you online now?" Linda pulled the reins, and the Black Flame brothers, who were guarding him in the back, also stopped immediately. They were afraid of death. But sometimes Linda felt that they were not following him, but the unholy holy grail of Black Flame. As a human being, Lind was extremely sure that he was alive. Not just a bunch of data. The undead took one day to update, but a year had passed in this world. There were probably two reasons for this. One was that the official was not capable enough. It would take a lot of energy to expand the number of undead from 3,000 to 12,000. So it would take more than a year to adjust. The other was that what happened at this time was in line with the official arrangement. Although they are two speculations, they represent two completely different states. The first one means that the official is very weak and can only rely on the accumulation of time to complete the update. The second one means that the official is very scary, and its vision can transcend time and bring the undead here. Of course, no matter which one it is not important to Linda, because he has more important things to do now. The number of internal testers has expanded to a total of 12,000, which means that there will be a large number of new undead in major novice villages. The undead now have only two choices. One is to choose the abandoned old nobles headed by Linda, and the other is the new nobles, who are in line with the development of the times. Therefore, Linda must act as soon as possible to fight for the undead. Chapter 245, Fighting for the Undead. Linda is very sure that he cannot make all the undead stand on the side that is friendly to him. All he can do is play the role of the village chief of the novice village and try to make the majority stand on his side. The undead, who cannot die and cannot be restrained, will never be loyal to anyone. He has known this from the beginning to the end. No matter how law-abiding people are in the real world, they will definitely try to be crazy in the game. But if you can include the undead into your system as soon as they enter the game, you can save a lot of trouble. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. They will fall in love with a convenient life in Star Dragon City. He always remembers that he is in the service industry, and everything is based on the undead having fun playing games. What else can he do? Lin suspects that if the gods wake up one day, when their health bars are exposed, it will be the twilight of the gods. In this world, the only NPCs with service awareness are those newbie village heads besides Lind. The difference is that Lind not only has service awareness, but also business awareness. And those brainwashed newbie village heads, they just follow orders and serve. Only know to wait for the undead to come. And maybe they will take the initiative to compete for the undead. But they will never understand Lind's operation of snatching people. This is a contest between the fake novice village chief and the real novice village chief. Whoever controls more undeads has the right to speak. At least that's the case at this stage. Linda pulled the reins, turned around and said, "Go to Thorn City immediately and ask Her Majesty Rania to move to the Troll Castle. She must move there today. Rania values her sovereignty very much. She needs Linda's support and protection. But she still refuses to go to the Troll Castle and insists on staying in Thorn City. But now she has no choice. The defense of Thorn City is pretty good, but it can't withstand a group of undead people who launched a suicidal attack. He couldn't guarantee whether the undead people would choose to protect Rania to death after seeing her, or think her head is beautiful so they want to cut it off and collect it, or capture it and raise it as a canary. As mentioned before, they do this because it's fun. This is the most terrifying thing about undead people. Yes, the Blackfire brothers found that Lind had changed direction, and he didn't plan to go to Thorn City. I'm going to Suigong. Come to Suigong to find me later. Linda flicked the reins lightly, and the Calamity Warhorse under his crotch shot into the distance like an arrow. Under the gaze of the Blackfire brothers, his figure quickly disappeared on the horizon. There are 9 novice villages around Raven City, apart from some novice villages that seem abnormal, such as the Dark Night Orchard. Most of the novice villages will definitely welcome a group of undead. A pure newcomer will definitely need someone to guide him. Linda didn't think of snatching all the undead. That was unrealistic. But as long as he could take down all the undead within his range, it would be a huge success. While Linda was taking action, Star Dragon City had already started to get busy. Even the two-handed sword wizard Domei, who had been secluded all day, came out of his room and took the initiative to welcome the return of the undead. In the entire Red Dragon foothills, Domei was probably the most welcoming to the return of the undead besides Linda. And he must be sincere. Many of Domei's experiments require mice that are not afraid of death, can be resurrected after death, and can even clearly describe their experiences before death. The undead can provide considerable help. If the undead had not disappeared for more than a year, Domei was confident that he could solve all the research topics that Lin left for him in this year, and even improve them on this basis. The various places that had been calm for a long time were boiling again, and those management NPCs who were arranged to go to Shengshui Town, Gonko Village, Persimmon Town, Kazan Town and other areas also took action after discovering the figures of the undead. Baki, known as the Cunning Supplier, his reputation was really promoted more than a year ago, when he was just a businessman in Shengshui Town. Although the undead, who were not afraid of death, had already appeared at that time, they did not show any other advantages besides immortality. And because of their own weirdness, the undead had been rejected by the residents of Holy Water Town. Only the mayor turned the tide and believed that it was necessary to keep the undead. Later, Lind appeared and easily defeated the defense of Holy Water Town with his own strength. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. After contacting Lind, the undead seemed to be enlightened, and they could not stop themselves, madly improving themselves, and showed very terrifying abilities. It was at that time that Baki and other merchants were arranged by Lind to take action. As merchants, they provided various services to the undead, and Baki found that the undead had a characteristic that they did not value money. That is, as long as they could quickly meet the needs of the undead in a certain area, they would not ask the price at all, and were even willing to sell their belongings for it. Therefore, Baki seized the opportunity with his boldness and carefulness and earned a lot of points and gold coins. The currency was completely dependent on Lind, who could determine the purchasing power of the currency alone. Although during this period Baki and other merchants had tried to control the market. This is not difficult. For example, deliberately hoarding some payments and goods, controlling the flow of goods in the market. They have a tacit understanding. And the loyal soldiers under Lind have no business acumen. Even the wizards, who are considered the wisest, cannot understand the little tricks in business. When merchants become greedy, their courage can even ignore death. It's just that the subsequent development exceeded Baki's expectations. The undead are indeed willing to increase the price to buy, and the merchants who get the goods cheaper also make a lot of money. But as NPCs, the money and points they earn do not have any purchasing power. Points are a special currency specially prepared to attract the undead. Its characteristic is that it is completely dependent on Lind and is tied to him personally. Most merchants lost their enthusiasm. They thought in their hearts that since Lord, you only regard us as vendors selling things. Don't blame us for not working hard. The subsequent developments broke the merchants' defense again. The undead did not need them to shout or use any commercial means. Every time there was a new product, as long as the Lord arranged for someone to put up a sign or hang a banner, the undead would soon come to buy it. All the Lord needs is a tool that can do the accounting. Baki is one of the few who continues to work seriously as a businessman. After discovering that outstanding people in all walks of life have been selected and rewarded, he knows that there will be such a day for him. And now, he has waited for this opportunity. Returning to Holy Water Town, building this land as the new mayor, although there is no promise or commission. But Baki knows very well that he is no different from the little lord before the end of the world. He stood on the newly rebuilt wall of Holy Water Town. The geographical advantage was expanded again. The wall became taller and easier to defend. It was equipped with large crossbow beds, catapults, and arrow towers at the four corners. To enter the arrow tower, you need to rely on iron rope ladders, which can ensure the safety of the archers in the arrow tower when the siege breaks out again. Fine gold chains and jewelry decorations were wrapped around Baki's neck, and he looked at the busyness below. Suddenly, white lights flashed. Strange figures wearing only white shorts appeared. The undead are coming. Chapter 246 Main Plot? What I said is the main plot. Baki is very familiar with this scene. He also witnessed this scene in the old Holy Water Town. When they died, they would turn into ashes and explode. But soon, they would turn into white light again. Again and again. Endlessly. Then his eyes lit up. And Baki thought that he was in competition with other villages. The Lord valued the undead very much. But at the same time, he was very wary. As time went by, many people roughly understood the Lord's meaning. Because they were fearless. The undead's behavior would not be restricted. But the value created by the undead is also obvious to all. They are charging warriors who are not afraid of death. And they are also hard-working farmers who work hard. They are like mercenaries with abnormal brains. After receiving the bounty, they will definitely try their best to complete it. But sometimes the bounty should be reasonable. Otherwise, these guys may immediately change their faces and cut you with a sword. The undead are shouting. Underwear really can't be taken off. A very handsome man was pulling his white pants down at this time. His tone full of regret. 100% sensory experience. The air is actually really fresh. It's so sweet. Hey, let me taste what this is. Another undead squatted on the ground. Picked up a piece of soil and took a bite. Hey, it tastes really like soil. Then he looked at the weeds on the side and walked over under the strange gazes of the soldiers in Holy Water Town. Grabbed a handful of sawgrass and stuffed it into his mouth. Fuck. It's so grassy. It really tastes like grass. Finally, he looked at the pigpen enclosed in Holy Water Town. Are there any brothers who want to try what shit smells like? This is just a game. I'll do it. The noise made Buggy realize that this was a group of undead who had just arrived at the Shilu continent. They were extremely unfamiliar with this world and full of curiosity. Just like the undead who had appeared in Holy Water Town. Go get the armor in the warehouse. What? The soldier was a little confused. Notify those undead that Holy Water Town welcomes them. When dealing with the undead, Buggy had gradually understood the character of this group of people. Except for some things that he really couldn't understand. He knew that they had a strong desire for weapons and armor. And the same was true for the enhancement of strength. Buggy gritted his teeth and said, join us. You can get weapons and armor. But those are... The soldiers didn't dare to move. As the Star Dragon soldiers uniformly wore the equipment with secret patterns and enchantments. All the previous armors were retired. And after being repaired by the blacksmiths, they were sent to various villages. Simply put, it is used as a warehouse. If an undead happens to pass by nearby and their weapons or armor are damaged, they can buy replacements here. Lin's title of Nani is not for nothing. Even if he doesn't know when the undead will come back, he has made preparations to welcome their return. And those sophisticated weapons and equipment are now given to the undead like this. The soldiers dare not move. Do as I say. If the Lord asks, I will be responsible. Buggy waved his hand and urged the soldiers to hurry up and do their work. Buggy was very anxious because he just heard a few undead people say that their old player friends seemed to be in Star Dragon City and were about to come to pick them up. Some words were incomprehensible, but it didn't prevent him from understanding. It meant that the old undead people in Star Dragon City were coming to pick them up and leave. How could this be possible? Undead people are a labor force and their own political achievements. Buggy not only had to compete with other villages and towns for undead people, but also regarded Star Dragon City as his competitor. Linda finally arrived at Suigong. When he appeared here, there were already hundreds of undead people gathered here. And their clothing style was very uniform. All of them were naked. Men only wore white shorts. And women wore a white tube top. The scene was a mess. After being occupied, Suigong was not included in Linda's development plan. After all, it belonged to the territory of Raven City, and was still a little far from the Troll Castle. If too many military forces were stationed here, they would have to consider the possible friction with Raven City. The rigidity of the official was beyond Lin's expectation. A large number of new undead were transported to Suigung, where the village chief of Novice Village was no longer there. Does this mean that the official has too little control over the world? Fuck. There's a boss. A ferocious, fawn-bearing, heavily armored warhorse of disaster, with a snoring sound like a tiger or lion coming from its belly from a long distance. On the horse's back sat a burly knight in golden armor, with a burly body and a golden glow all over his body. The golden knight suddenly appeared on the hill in the distance, as if ready to charge down at any time. The strong sense of oppression seemed to be about to show the blood bar in the next second. No. It looks familiar. Isn't this the Lord of Star Dragon City? We have been teleported to Star Dragon City? After obtaining the test qualification, most of the undead will take advantage of the update time of the day to search for information online. The test quota for the internal beta version 1.0 is only 3,000. But most of the boss battles are related to Lind. Undead Siege, Giant Siege, Dragon Knight, etc. Linda is called the son of the undead. Too many people want to go to Linda's territory, who can only release joint costumes in the whole game, and magic potions or treasures in other places. But they have never been out of stock here except that they cannot be wholesaled. Linda's appearance made the messy Suigung quiet. The residents of Suigung also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Linda. There were undead people coming to Suigung before, but not so many. And these undead people are more enthusiastic than the original batch. There are more than 20 people fighting for a hoe, and more than 30 people rushing to feed a pig. After half a day, the residents of Suigung were exhausted. Undead people. This is the front line. Linda cleared his throat. He could easily make his voice spread to every corner of Suigung. No matter if they were squatting on the ground poking ants or fighting, they could hear his voice. You will become the vanguard force. Goliath will definitely not leave you. But you are too weak now, Linda said, so work hard to improve your strength. When you are strong enough, you can go to the troll castle. Wait, is this a direct mission? It seems so. Where is the troll castle? This is the front line. Not Star Dragon City? Wait, why do I remember this place seems to be a territory of new nobles? Some people are the ones who study hard and sort out the plot before playing the game. But more people are the ones who play online for fun. What a novel game. The plot and other things will be discussed later. Just experience it beautifully first. It has been released. Lind, who was in charge of the main quest, was not stingy either. He waved his hand and released another big move. Soldiers, go get your weapons and armor now. He did not give the undead a chance to refuse. This plot directly announced that the undead were his soldiers, and asked them to join him by default if they appeared here, instead of asking them if they wanted to join. Main quest? I am an NPC, and what I say is the main quest. Chapter 247 really give away equipment when you log in. The undead, who were stunned just now, suddenly reacted. What? Give away equipment? Give away weapons? What else can we say? Brothers, you are the dead soldiers today, and you will hit wherever you are pointed. There is a very popular guide for novice pioneers on the internet, and almost all the undead who have obtained the second batch of test qualifications have read it. The author of the tutorial compiled a very detailed tutorial for pioneering according to various situations, using himself and some internal test netizens he contacted. Why is Doomsday Ring fun? Because it is real enough. This reality is so real that it makes people feel terrified. In other games, each NPC has its own fixed action trajectory. No matter how real it is still a program. But here they will remember everything you do. Just like real people. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy will remember you forever because of a bad thing you have done. There was once an undead who saw through the NPC's intention to trick him and kick the other party over. Since then, the undead has noticed rumors about himself. After spending several days tracking and investigating, he found that it was the NPC who was kicked by him before who was spreading rumors everywhere. There are also people who accidentally saved villagers who were about to die at the hands of the disaster. The other party will remember the undead, and will only be very enthusiastic towards the undead who saved him, but very cold towards other undead. NPC has the advantages of real people. Of course, there are also the same disadvantages as real people. So various operations appear. Teach you the medieval rhetoric. How to get a job quickly. Teach you how to quickly get the starting capital and the accumulation of original capital. Teach you how to become a thief saint and make a fortune by stealing. But remember that you will be expelled if you are caught stealing. Teach you. Wait a minute. Dozens of strategies. So that newcomers can get through the novice period in the shortest possible time. After that, when you have enough money and have accumulated enough favors, you can finally get in touch with deeper powers. At this time, the undead can choose to find the village chief of the novice village and get a potion recipe. Teach you how to quickly collect potion materials. And teach you how to stew potions. There are even some undead who have changed their jobs to become wizards and are trying to stew potions. But only a few succeed. And the quality of the potions they produce is very low. In addition, the materials are too difficult to obtain. So the undead will basically choose to join a force and obtain the potion from those forces. The more advanced ones become. How to join a strong person to obtain the potion, etc. After reading all the tutorials, it is dazzling. As if you are not playing a game, but reading a paper and flipping through materials. At the bottom of each piece of information, there is a sentence. If you join Lind Alman's camp, you can ignore these strategies. Congratulations on starting the simple mode of the game. Now the undead people in Suigang have experienced what simple mode means. Really log in and get equipment. The undead people took action and lined up to get equipment. Linda didn't feel safe in his heart. First of all, the central area was completely beyond his signal coverage, and the gold seal could not affect here, which means that he didn't have the magic version system in this area. He could make some fake gold seals by injecting secret patterns. But no matter the computing power or other aspects, they would be castrated. And the most important thing was that he was too late. Even so, Lin still has the confidence to bite off a big piece of meat among the many novice villages in Raven City. The magic system is just more convenient, giving the undead a better game experience. But he can also achieve similar effects through other methods. As long as he does better than other novice village chiefs, his competitiveness in the central region is too small. So far, Lin doesn't know much about the power structure of Raven City. He only knows that there are 4 or 5 forces there, and there are frictions between them. That's why he didn't take action against Goliath and the old noble forces such as the Mountain Troll Castle and the Snake Catcher Fortress. However, as a year passed, their internal voices gradually became harmonious. In the dark, it seemed that everything was preparing for the return of the undead. A group of epic strongmen with the same strength as Lord Leon, conservatively estimated to be above level 41. Among Lin's current forces, only his own is considered the strongest, and his strength can only reach level 40 at most. The competitiveness is too different. In many cases, the larger the number above the NPC's head, the more reliable it is. The role of level numbers is so intuitive that when the undead see their levels, they will naturally have an idea. Oh, he is a mid to late stage NPC, and he is an early to mid stage NPC. A cognitive gap is likely to make the undead choose to go all the way. Since I have seen a mid to late stage NPC, there is no need for me to waste time here. Moreover, every undead he snatched from the central region means that the new nobles will lack an undead. He is weakening the enemy's power in a way that only he can understand. But those new nobles may not understand his operation at all. He was not worried about the area north of the Snake Catcher's fortress. No matter where the new undeads would eventually appear, as long as they were in the north, they could only go to Star Dragon City. The meat was all in his own pot, and he could just digest it slowly. The undeads in Suigang in front of him were his living advertisements. Maybe other novice villages would also want to come over after seeing this. It didn't matter if he didn't have the strength to make it now. He could wait until he was stronger and bring his family with him to bring the equipment from Raven City. Raven City didn't have a camp points limit, so he could leave at any time. If it weren't for the fact that the power coverage was limited and the central region couldn't provide the stargrass needed by the disaster war horse, Lind would even dare to launch an event to give away war horses for signing in for 30 consecutive days. He doesn't need a bottom line. He just needs to spend money to rob people. He is not a real NPC. It was also on the same day. The figure of the undead appeared in the Red Mushroom Village for the first time. And more undead appeared one after another. They excitedly rushed to the red roof building in front of them. First, talk to the NPC, then receive the task and get the equipment. Such a real magic world has made people want to explore. But they at least retain some rationality, and know that they can't move forward without strength. But what the undead people didn't expect was that just as they rushed to the Red Mushroom Village, a strange and chaotic armed force suddenly rushed out. They wore various styles of armor and equipment. Some were bare-chested, some dragged strange style swords, and some held spears like savages. They were not from the same region, and their skin colors and races were very different. This was a mixed village. The shapes were different, but the same thing was this armed force, with murderous looks on their faces, and they were united in facing the outside world. "What are you? Don't move," one of the warriors shouted and questioned. "We are undead. We are knights of God." An undead said, "We are here to save the world." But their words were unconvincing. Who has ever seen a knight who saves the world without even a pair of pants? So, unlike the undead in Suigong who were given equipment as soon as they landed, this group of undead were tied up with ropes, and they squatted in the corner with their heads in their hands, waiting for the Baron of Red Mushroom to arrive. Chapter 248 New Path, Wizards and Knights. As new undeads enter the game and begin to experience it, new posts begin to appear on the official forum. Most newcomers are not used to posting, but the only website they can access with a helmet is the official website, so they can only use this channel. There are quite a few people who are eager to open up the land. They have been envious of the first batch of internal tests for a long time, and now it is finally their turn to play. The new undead in the Northern Star Dragon City are probably the happiest group, and their posts can be seen everywhere in the forum. New. Born in Holywater Town. Is there a big guy to take care of me? I can cry and shout 666. And I can take medicine by myself. New. Kazan Town. Is there a big guy in Kazan Town? Please take care of me. But there are only a few hundred new undeads appearing in the north. There are too many novice villages in the Kingdom of Rand, not to mention other novice villages in unknown countries. Even Linda has never heard of those places. New. Enter the game and directly enter the plot. And the head of the novice village is Linda Alman. A post quickly attracted the attention of a large number of undead, especially those in the Land Kingdom. Lynn Alman's name appeared too often to be ignored. Our novice village is called Suigong. I heard it is in the central area of the Land Kingdom. The nearest building is the Snake Catcher's Fortress. We were very panicked after entering the game because there was no novice village chief, pharmacist, merchant or other NPCs. There was only a group of villagers who looked even more panicked than us and said they didn't know no matter what we asked. Then Linda came. He told us that we were at the front line, and everyone was given weapons and armor, so that we could join the battle after improving our strength. As shown in the picture above Linda.jpg. Someone immediately popped up and started discussing. Rain Mirror, you didn't see the head of the novice village. Is it possible that he had been killed by Linda? This guy likes to grab territory the most. Looking at the raindrops on the eaves forming a line, I guess he also kidnapped the poster girl of the novice village. You can refer to the poster girl team of Star Dragon City, starting from Miss Miko, Brittany, Milam, and Morena. Almost all of them were stolen. But it's understandable, because his poster girl is an old nun. Bye-bye a sauce. It's a tradition of Lin Go to snatch the poster girl, kill the village chief, and snatch the woman away. I heard that I'm very fierce. It seems that the Weeping Town didn't kill the novice village chief, Wandering Boy, because the novice village chief of the Weeping Town is the poster girl. The fairy will cry at night. What front line? There is also a new plot. Wait a minute. Isn't there too much plot in this game? New and old nobles. Abyss. Mutants. Disasters. Why do I feel that any of them can be used as the main line? Astapor's Viper. The main storyline of restoring the country. Isn't Linda an old noble? Someone has dug up his identity information before. And you can also ask from NPCs. It seems that he was on the wrong side and was driven out by the queen. Now Linda can even ride a dragon. So he must be returning home in glory. Daxu Zhulong, why are you distributing equipment? Why was I tied up by the village chief of the novice village? The treatment of the novice village is too bad. New main storyline related to Linda. It has sparked a lot of discussion. The undead in the Northern Star Dragon City area also want to participate in the new plot. In Star Dragon City, Asaimu and Romantic Eater meet each other. One of them is very hardworking, so they have no shortage of faction points. As the old undead in Star Dragon City, their advantage is that after the update, they can directly use their points to exchange for new potions, directly upgrade to level 11, and then practice to level 20. And then, they can explore with peace of mind. One step faster. One step faster. It is a bit biased to say that if you follow Lind, the game will directly start the simple mode. But it is true that it is comfortable to play. At least you can get rewards for your hard work. Unlike other places, most of the time, hard work is in vain. Not even Cyber Corbe. It is purely a cyber injustice. The topic of their conversation naturally focused on Linda's appearance in the central area. As the head of a novice village. No. Now it should be the lord of the main city. Linda is very dishonest. He didn't stay in the main city to issue tasks, but sneaked to the central area. How much does he like being the head of a novice village? He actually went to grab another territory. How did he get there? Asaimu couldn't help asking. Riding a dragon? Romantic Glutton thought for a while and answered. Asaimu opened his mouth. And it was a perfect answer. He was really proud of being able to fly. They chatted and went to the potion shop. The person who bought the potion was a strange bald wizard wearing a magic robe. The rabbit-toothed which was not seen. They didn't know if they were the first batch to exchange potions. There were no other undead people in front of the potion shop. It was very deserted. Hello, Mr. Wizard. We want to exchange potions. Asaimu bowed and greeted. What type do you want? The bald wizard asked. Let's go with the spell wizard. I'm better at wizards. A bottle of spell wizard path potion was delivered to Asaimu. The points were deducted, and he seemed to hear the sound of money falling into the other party's pocket. Ah? That's not right. Asaimu looked at the potion and his expression changed. Mixed spell wizard path potion, a potion made from the formula of Ronin, the former mayor of Prey Town. The craftsmanship is very skilled, and the taste has been studied and improved. However, after taking the potion, the possibility of improvement will be lost. The level is most likely to be locked at level 11. Locked at level 11? Before the update, the highest level of the undead was only level 10, because they were forced to level 11 by drinking potions, and they would be forced to regress every time they died. But now, their level cap has been opened to level 20. Obviously no one wants to be locked at level 11. This is not an online game, and it is not a card for a duel. This is not the potion we want. He pushed the potion back, but the bald wizard shook his head and pointed to his NPC lion badge, saying that he was powerless. It has been deducted. He only has the right to deduct points, not the right to issue points. Otherwise, every NPC can freely give points as rewards, and the currency system of Star Dragon City will really collapse. Only taking benefits without providing services is the service tenet of Star Dragon City. Asaimu could only grit his teeth and put the potion in his pocket. If the NPC didn't take it back, he had no choice. If you drink this kind of potion, there will be no possibility of promotion in your life? Yes, the bald wizard said, but it should not be in Star Dragon City, because it was not properly brewed from the beginning. If it was a potion prepared for Lind, with all kinds of good materials piled up, the effect would certainly be different. And not everyone can absolutely control their own power like Lind. For ordinary people, a 90% success rate and a 9% success rate are completely different. But for Lind, 90% and 0.9% are both 100% success rates. It's not that there is really no way to deal with the undead. You can delete the character and create a new account. Seeing Asaimu scratching his head in distress, the bald wizard took the initiative to say, now there are two kinds of path potions in Star Dragon City. One is the Sun Evidence path potions that is most used by the knights, and the other is the Moon Witch path potions. Lord Lind and Miss Miko have taken these two potions respectively. Asaimu asked, Knights and Wizards? It seems that this is the real update content. Chapter 249 New Prize Pool, Miss Miko's Magic Potion Material Box. Asaimu immediately asked again, can I upgrade by taking these two paths? Hearing the word upgrade, the bald wizard seemed very calm, as if he had already known what it meant, and nodded and said, of course. Asaimu said, please exchange me for a magic potion of the Moon Witch path. The Lord is handsome, but sorry. He wants to play a wizard. This is Faith. Unexpectedly, the bald wizard shook his head and said, the materials for the path potion are very precious. You must bring a complete heart of disaster, and add points to exchange for a potion. Complete heart of disaster? Of course. Asaimu knew that thing. Disaster fragments were not valuable, but the heart of disaster was very scarce. But where can I find a disaster monster of that level now? Each one should be considered a small boss. Even if I really find one, I can't beat it. Asaimu asked persistently, can't the points be exchanged? The bald wizard looked helpless. Suddenly, a familiar figure ran over. also an old immortal. Help me get promoted to Sun Knight. He placed a complete Heart of Disaster on the table. The Heart of Disaster instantly attracted the attention of Ace Aimu and Romantic Eater. Please go to the Star Dragon City to station the military camp. The bald wizard did not give the potion, but took his lion badge and tapped it lightly on the badge of the visitor, saying, I wish you success. Hey, Lei Shang. Ace Aimu recognized who he was. Super rich guy. What's wrong? Lei Shang stopped and looked at Ace Aimu and the others. He suddenly realized, did you come to buy potions, and found that you still need materials? Yes. I thought we were the only two who came early. It seems that no one has the Heart of Disaster, and went out to get materials. Ace Aimu nodded and sighed. This is too difficult. Who knows where to get a complete Heart of Disaster? Lei Shang said, go find the disaster boss to brush materials. Or go open the box. Open the box? Ace Aimu was a little surprised. Yes. Miss Mika's potion material box. Lei Shang nodded and said, the limited time prize pool of the Return of the Undead can now be directly exchanged for the qualification to draw with points. I heard that it is a return benefit. Later, it will become a special item such as the Star Dragon Stone that can be drawn. Did you just draw it? Ace Aimu asked. My hands are too stinky. I spent all my points and still couldn't draw it. Lei Shang shook his head. I just paid someone to buy it. Damn. Ace Aimu couldn't help but swear. It was really unnecessary for him to ask this question. You want to open the material box? Go over there. Lei Shang pointed the way and said, it's not over there in the warehouse. It's on the other side. Now basically all the old immortals are gathered there. It's easy to find. Okay. Got it. Thank you, Brother Lei Shang. Let's play the map together when we have time. Ace Aimu immediately thanked him, and said polite words. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to level up first. Lei Shang waved his hand, and trotted away. Looking at the other party's leaving figure, Ace Aimu couldn't help but sigh. Is this the style of the local tyrants playing games? The style is different from mine. Lei Shang wore a gorgeous and exquisite plate armor, which made him look like a playful blue moon. When Ace Aimu and Romantic Foodie came, they found that the place was already crowded. No wonder they didn't see the undead in other places. It turned out that they were all crowded here to open boxes. According to the game time, more than a year has passed. Miss Miko's changes are not too big, and her hair is shorter than before, and her temperament is different from before. She changed into an exquisite enchanted short skirt, white stockings, and a pair of small leather boots. The wide-brimmed wizard hat looks a bit like a sorting hat. It seems that the hat can really talk and is always chattering. But if you look closely, you will find that there is no sound at all. Miss Miko also has an arm-long exquisite staff in her hand. The round wooden stick is straight and injected with extremely complex secret patterns. The head of the staff is like an eagle-beaked hammer, which reminds Ace Aimu of a magic girl who uses cards. Damn the linkage. If you do this, I really can't help but spend money on you. No. Now a large group of people are queuing here just to spend money on Miss Miko. The team gradually moved forward, and Ace Aimu also saw the difference in appearance between Miss Miko's potion material box and Armin's loot warehouse. The box of Linda is indeed a treasure chest, while Miss Miko's is a small leather suitcase with a closed top. It doesn't look big and can't hold too many things. However, the sign standing on the side is an old tradition of Star Dragon City, which lists several precious materials that can be obtained from the prize pool. The first one is Complete Heart of Disaster. A Heart of Disaster is equivalent to a small boss, and it is a profit to get it. In addition, there are new accessories, such as Fire Tumor Alex's Dragon Claw Necklace, which is also a very interesting peripheral. The points of the old immortals are quite rich, and the lottery scene is very popular. According to observation, Ace Aimu found that Miss Miko's magic potion material box only contains magic potion materials. In addition to the most precious and lowest drop rate Heart of Disaster, there will also be magic medicine such as Blood of Madness that can be used for AFK. If you get 2 bottles at a time, it is basically not a big loss. AFK medicine is a consumable, especially when leveling up. You can drink a bottle, and then you can surf the official website leisurely, read posts, or watch outfits in the video area. As for the remaining magic potion materials, it can't be said to be lost, but it can only be said to be a loss of blood. Fortunately, there is an option to recycle resources after unpacking. Most of the undead people will choose to recycle the potion and give it to Miss Miko immediately after opening the box and discovering that it is the material of the potion. Of course, the recycling price is not so satisfactory. It can only be said that it is barely a mouthful of blood. There is an undead person opening a box in front. The small suitcase is opened, and there is a bundle of potion inside. Asim recognized the potion at a glance. When farming in the disaster shadow area, there were a lot of this stuff. Although that bundle looked like a lot, it was a bit too expensive compared to a box of dozens of points. Damn. Materials again. Recycling. Recycle them all. Exchange them for points. And add them up to get enough for me to draw again. The undead who drew the top one put all their points together, and took out all the potion materials on their body to collect them together, and finally collected enough points to open a box. And this time when they opened the box, there was a heart of disaster lying obediently inside. I won. I won. The undead were so excited that they went crazy. The boxes were opened one by one. Some were happy, and some were worried. The ones who got the heart of disaster happily squeezed out of the crowd to find the potion shop to exchange, while those who didn't win but spent all their points could only go to the guild to receive tasks and come back after they had enough points. The lottery is still going on. Chapter 250. What about the 10 draw guarantee? Although Star Dragon City has basically completed the de-undeadization in more than a year, it was done with difficulty while reducing production and consumption. In this situation, development and progress will also become very difficult. You won't starve to death, but don't expect the territory to change every day like when the undead existed. From the development of Star Dragon City over the past year, it can be seen that without the undead, it is really difficult to rely on local people alone. Undead people are resources themselves. With their return, Star Dragon City has gained a group of cyber workers with human livers. They don't mind the hardship or fatigue, and they don't mind earning little. They have great spending power, and don't consider whether the things they buy are practical. Residents like this are simply perfect. Disasters have not disappeared from the north. New disaster shadow areas will appear every once in a while, and then give birth to new disasters. There is no absolutely safe place in this world. In the past, the disaster shadow area needed the Star Dragon soldiers to deal with it. The soldiers often had to bear huge pressure, and could be injured or even killed if they were not careful. But now the undead have returned. They are not afraid of death, and will not feel pain. They can just complete the work in the disaster shadow area. The rabbit tooth witch smiled at the undead people working busy, and her hands did not stop. The staff in her hand turned into a round fan because of the rotation, making a whistling sound. Miss Miko was quite satisfied with the current results. After Lin first ran Armin's loot warehouse and succeeded, he began to think about a new prize pool. There is a saying about opening boxes, and you can't put all the good stuff in the same prize pool. If there are too many good things in one prize pool, the undead will think that they can get everything as long as they brush this prize pool. The consequence is that the undead will only do one type of work and earn one currency, which will cultivate the undead's laziness. Moreover, Lin's purpose is to only collect benefits without providing services. In order to prevent the undead from really drawing a large number of good things at once, he adopted a method of monopolizing a prize pool with a key prop. The must-win rewards in the prize pool are divided into different prize pools. If the undead want to get all the key materials or equipment, they must invest more resources to brush the prize pools one by one. This will achieve Lin's original goal. The benefits brought by the undead can be accepted, but no services can be provided. When the blood lambs were sold, and the heart of disaster was harvested, Lin mentioned that Miss Miko would produce a potion material box. Not only that, Domei, Myram, Morina and others could also produce boxes in the future. Miko now understands the thoughts of the undead people. The feeling of getting something for nothing is indeed addictive. She has been getting something for nothing with Lin, and there is no shortage of various resources. The only difference is that she never needs to open a box. Some people can get the heart of disaster by opening a box at once, which must be a huge profit, which encourages others. Most people would probably not win even if their points were emptied. For Lin, as long as he could get the points, it was fine. Who made money or lost money had nothing to do with him. Miss Miko also fully understood the essence of Lin's box. The only thing that made her a little nervous was that the things in it were too cheap. She was afraid that the immortals would turn against her. However, the actual situation was completely different from what she thought. No one turned against her, because they got the rubbish potion materials. They just scolded Lind and asked Miss Miko to help put a basin of water for washing hands. Why scold Lind? Although this idea was given by Lind. The potions put into the material box were all put by Miko herself. Damn. Is this true? A single draw? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd, and everyone's eyes turned to the figure of the female undead. The romantic glutton held the heart of disaster in his hand, with a smile on his face. Asaimu on the side was so excited that he applauded. As expected, she is the most European and romantic glutton in the game. There is no prize that she doesn't win. I still have 2 boxes, said the romantic glutton. The next box opened 4 bottles of crazy blood, which caused the crowd to exclaim again. This was a large bottle of crazy blood, a magical medicine for hanging up, which was a material that was hard to buy even if you had money. Although it was not as precious as the Heart of Disaster, it was also a rare and precious potion. Even many undead people regarded crazy blood as a magical medicine to awaken themselves, because they really couldn't fight. But as long as they drank crazy blood, they could immediately burst out with powerful fighting power. And this feeling was addictive. The last box was opened, and there was another Heart of Disaster. Fuck. Someone couldn't help but swear. People really can't compare. It's my turn. Seeing the triumphant return of Romantic Eater, Asaimu was also extremely excited. He had a lot of points, and with the blessing of Romantic Eater's luck, he would definitely get it. Rubbing his hands, he started to draw with full confidence. 1 box, 2 boxes, 9 boxes, 10 boxes. All of them were potion materials. Not even a bottle of crazy blood. And all the points were wasted. What about the guaranteed 10 draws? Asaimu was filled with hatred. The most feared thing for anyone is comparison. Compared with the romantic good-for-nothing, his hands were simply stinky to the extreme. Asaimu had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue opening boxes until he spent all his points and finally succeeded in drawing the Heart of Disaster that belonged to him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tears. Finally got it. The draw for Miss Miko's potion material box prize pool is still going on. Asaimu and the others have left, and they are going to upgrade now. Linda contacted Star Dragon City through the portal and learned about the area of Star Dragon City. As expected, a large number of undead people poured in. Of course, he had seen such news on the official forum long ago. He needed to know more about the situation in his territory to ensure that there would be no accidents. He was even more delighted when he heard that Miss Miko had learned from her experience and used her own method to draw the prize pool and succeeded. There were still many immature aspects of Miss Miko's prize pool draw, which Linda forced to make changes and corrections. First of all, the probability of the props given by Miss Miko is too low. It is the most basic to give some good things in 10 draws. Linda emphasized, people must win the prize. If you draw 30 or 40 times in a row, but are not willing to give even a guaranteed prize, it is indeed easy for the undead to break the defense. The other parts are also some small places that need attention. It seems that I still have to be on the scene to open the prize pool in the future. Although the small space-time gate was opened, Linda only regarded it as an opportunity for face-to-face chat and did not intend to cross it. After hastily determining the follow-up actions, Linda disconnected the transmission link of the shuttle gate. He was still very busy. Chapter 251 Red Mushroom Village. Previous suppression. The new undead entered the game with excitement. But what greeted them was not the treatment of the Knights of God, but being tied up with hemp ropes and having swords pressed against their necks. Although they cursed, the undead were very honest in their actions. It seems that only the undead in Red Mushroom Village are treated like this. The undead looked at the soldiers patrolling in the distance, and he also searched on the official website after being caught. Then he discovered that this game was actually divided into different levels. The top level was of course related to Lind Armin. The new undead who appeared in the Northern Star Dragon City area had all kinds of conveniences as soon as they logged in, and there were old undead to play with them. A one-stop babysitting service, which was better than giving away any magical equipment. Not to mention the undead in Suegong. Lin distributed tasks near the Suegong area, and gave away equipment when they logged in. It was like I am a Nani was written in big words on his face. The lowest level is Red Mushroom Village, where the undead were restricted as soon as they appeared. Death may refresh the escape, but no one is really willing to do so. Maybe it is also a plot like Suegong. The novice plot performance may be a bit explosive, and it is not unacceptable to start with slaves or prisoners. As for the middle level, Probably all the other novice villages except Red Mushroom Village can be regarded as middle level. No matter what. Other novice villages at least welcome the arrival of the undead. But only Red Mushroom Village does the opposite and directly captures all the undead by violence. After I escape from here and get the equipment, I will definitely come back to massacre the village. There are many undead who grit their teeth and make a bloody oath to massacre the village. Accepting the plot is one thing, but being captured is another. The undead are all from civilized society, and their characteristics are that they are tough but obedient. If you ask them to hold their heads and squat, they will really hold their heads and squat. But they will definitely not be afraid. Some of them are laughing and chatting. Very happy. It seems that they are not captured, but are here to visit and travel. Finally, after a long wait, many undead were reminded of the debuff of numbness of legs. And the Baron of Red Mushroom Village finally arrived. He was a square-faced man with the vicissitudes of life, with many white hairs mixed in his black hair, and the pores on his nose were very clear and eye-catching. The Baron was not wearing armor, but a loose robe, and his slightly protruding belly swayed as he walked, as if he usually had a leisurely attitude towards others. The Red Mushroom Baron walked closer and looked down at the undead squatting with his head in his hands. He stared at the undeads carefully, as if he was thinking about something, frowning and relaxing his brows. Back and forth, the undead squatted straight and shouted, "We are the Knights of God. We are willing to burn ourselves and ignite the flames. We are here to save the world. We, the knights who save the world, are actually treated in such a slanderous way by you. Don't you feel guilty? So where is the novice village mission? And when will the equipment be delivered?" The noisy shouts quieted down amid the sound of soldiers hitting shields with weapons. Baron Red Mushroom looked at them without saying a word. His eyes were turbid as if they were corrupted by alcohol, as if he never focused his sight on the face of a certain undead. Always quickly glanced at them. The Baron also ignored what the undead said, and walked from one end to the other. Just when the undead thought that the main event was finally about to begin, Baron Red Mushroom turned around and left without saying a word. The undeads wanted to say something, and even wanted to get up and chase after them, but the surrounding warriors quickly surrounded them. So the undeads reluctantly squatted again with their heads in their hands. This plot is too long. Some undeads have already started to complain. Are we really going to be held captive and squat for a whole day? Fuck. Then I'd better log off. After logging off and logging on again, I'll still be here. I have a hunch that we're definitely going to have to wait for something big. It's definitely a great plot. The undead people in Red Mushroom Village are very confident. According to the logic of the game, if you want to praise something, you must first suppress it. The big thing is definitely coming. The houses in Red Mushroom Village have little to do with mushrooms, because the tiles used to burn paper with local clay will be very red. A group of red-roofed houses on the barren magical wasteland are like red-capped mushrooms growing in a rotten land. So this place is called Red Mushroom Village. Red Mushroom Baron Gordon pushed the door and returned to his room. A familiar chill came from the depths of the room. He paused for a moment before continuing to step into the room and closing the door. The narrow room was very different from the castle of the nobles in the legend. There was no gold decoration, nor any elegant portraits, large carpets, elegant maids with fragrance, knights patrolling with swords, nor huge curtains hanging from the roof to the ground. In fact, the room could not be hung with curtains. When the house was built, the space reserved for the window was too small, resulting in poor lighting in the room. If the curtains were hung, the room would be dark and nothing could be seen. The only thing in the room that could be considered as a noble's possession was probably the bench. Baron Gordon liked the bench the most. He could lie on it and daydream, especially when he was drunk and fell asleep with his head tilted. It was very comfortable. But now there was an uninvited guest in the room. How are you going to deal with those Knights of God? The person who spoke was very large and his voice sounded dull. But he spoke slowly and methodically. If he closed his eyes, he could imagine the image of a knowledgeable female scholar in his mind. Baron Gordon walked to the table, where a sweet-smelling wine was placed. He poured himself a glass of wine. It is said that there were foreigners in the Bee Swarm house a year ago. They cannot be killed, do not follow any rules, and are not bound by morality. They are a group of completely terrifying bastards, and nothing can restrict them. He leaned against the table and looked at the corner. There was a huge monster, a little giant sitting on the bench where the Baron loved to lie. The chair looked very small and pitiful under his buttocks. The little giant sat on the bench, curled up with his arms around his knees, looking quite awkward. Baron Gordon continued, "They call themselves the undead. There has never been an undead in history." The little giant said, "So you plan to lock them up forever? Or send a message to Raven City?" The Baron replied. His eyes and expression were still strained when he said this, which showed that he had not stopped thinking. Sending the undead to Raven City was obviously not what he wanted. The old man's seven headwind has become more and more normal recently, which means that the other party is likely to become more and more abnormal. It is not a good thing to send such a force to the other party. And Baron Gordon is too late to hide from the other party now. So how can he take the initiative to approach him? Chapter 252 Explosive Start. Since last year, I feel that I have become abnormal sometimes. Baron Gordon poured himself another glass of wine. The mead with excellent throat-soothing effect made people want to drink a few more glasses. He was very determined about the undead. How should I put it? You know who I was originally. The establishment of Red Mushroom Village was an accident. Whether it was me or other people in the territory, everyone liked the life here and could warm each other up. This should be my most successful place. But I still want to remind you that your behavior of not collecting any taxes has caused the Red Mushroom Village to have a fiscal deficit. And the huge figure disrupted Gordon's storytelling plan with a clear rhythm, and you have already owed a large debt to the Bee Colony House. And the other party has repeatedly emphasized that you should repay it as soon as possible. Don't say such a disappointing thing. We are discussing, well, fate. The Baron used a very serious word to describe himself. If you can't repay the debt in a month, the Bee Colony House will cut off the supply of wine and food. And your property in Raven City will also belong to them. This is your fate. What? My property? The Baron suddenly stood up with the help of force. His huge movement almost overturned the table. The huge force made the wine bottle on the table shake back and forth. Several times. It almost tilted but stabilized at the slightest. Have you forgotten your property? Including several properties and a hotel. Of course, I haven't forgotten. But we are not discussing this now. We are discussing fate. The big figure continued the Baron's previous words and said, "But I think it was just your illusion. You suddenly had a dream. In the dream, there was a being guiding you to wait for and recruit the Knights of God. But nothing happened last year. No strangers came. Yes, something should have come last year. But I don't know why it didn't come." The Baron said, "But they came this year. You can also not follow God's guidance. It's difficult." The Baron shook his head. "I don't know why. After seeing them, I couldn't control my happiness. I wanted to take care of them and help them without asking for anything in return. I felt that a strange thing was taking root in my mind. It tried to replace my spirit, replace my thinking, and finally, make me a puppet." The Baron was a little uncomfortable with the lack of sound. He looked up and asked, "Why don't you speak?" "I'm thinking. If what happened to you is applied to those blood nobles, it is a very common situation. When they awaken the power of their blood and true name, they also become crazy and completely lose themselves." The voice suddenly paused. "But you are not a noble, right? My father is a pig farmer. What I remember most clearly is that my mother had to get up early every day to cut grass and feed the pigs. I could see the pigs running every day. But the funny thing is that I didn't even eat a bite of pork in those years." Baron Gordon nodded and said, "Yes, I am not a noble, and I don't have a surname. So that situation can be ruled out. I guess there may be something wrong with your mind. This situation is very common in magic research. Many mentors will completely forget themselves and become other people after burying their heads in hard work for a period of time." Baron Gordon did not agree with this statement. "I don't know magic at all. And I haven't thought about researching." "That's something similar," the voice continued, and then added uncertainly, "I guess so. Is that what the Starry School of Magic taught you?" The voice said, "We should follow our intuition." "That's the answer." "Yes, that's what I learned at the Starry School of Magic." "Maybe you forgot that I majored in history and astronomy. Astronomy requires a high level of premonition and intuition about the future." Baron Gordon stopped talking. The room fell silent. He pondered for a long time before he said, "Then lock up all the undead and make sure they don't die." The undead people who were waiting for the novice plot in the Red Mushroom Village never expected that the Baron would bring them new arrangements after his appearance. There were no impassioned speeches or orders. They remained tied up, their mouths gagged, and their bodies tied to ensure that they could not even commit suicide. Woo woo woo. The undead people struggled violently. They could not struggle, nor could they commit suicide and leave. It was a blast to start. Linda is very busy. The appearance of a large number of undead makes the Doomsday Land lively. This is just an internal test. If the public test is launched, the undead will definitely be more than the living people in the entire Rand Kingdom. NPC is a vulnerable group. The undead with equipment are not 100% controlled. Some people do level up after receiving the task, but some still go to find their friends. Linda has no way to deal with this situation. He has no way to restrain the undead. Even if he catches them, they can choose to delete their account and play again. But sometimes it's not all bad. The undead who left Suigong actually brought back some undead. Some people go to seek refuge with friends. And of course friends come to seek refuge with them. Linda's good welfare attracted many undead. Even some old undead. When the Blackfire brothers came to Suigong, they saw a large number of undead. Have you seen undead before? Linda's attention returned to Black Flame's unholy holy grail. With the appearance of the undead, this guy became restless again. It seemed to think it had found a new partner. I've heard of it. Lin couldn't tell which of the Blackfire brothers was which. Anyway, they were brothers. They were one and the same, like intertwined shadows. The rhythm of their conversation was like that of twins, which sometimes made people wonder if they were sharing the same brain. For example, Lin was slightly interested. The Bee Colony Hut. Blackfire brothers said, there are also Ivanhoe and Crescent Town. Their large-scale appearance and the strange feature that they cannot be killed have caused a lot of panic. Some people mistakenly thought they were some kind of new mutants, or a new disaster. Their existence is indeed very frightening. Linda nodded. The Blackfire brothers stopped. They didn't know much because only a small number of undead appeared at the beginning, and they only existed for a few months and disappeared in a hurry. Unlike now, there are already 100 or 200 people outside, and people are constantly coming here, and the number is increasing. Now your job is to guide them. Linda said, I have arranged the big knights of the Mountain Goblin Castle. You are responsible for guarding and guiding them. Chapter 253 Punch Card. Linda is preparing to withdraw himself from the operation of the Novice Village. He needs the identity of the Novice Village Chief. But it does not mean that he really stands there to assign work to the undead. This work is too tedious. As the number of undead attracted by Linda's generous means of spending money and giving away equipment gradually increases, he also considers adding some operation staff. Of course, it is not the Rand Legion, but those former market knights. In a year, they gradually realized their status. In terms of strength, they were crushed by the Rand Legion, and their previous lord treatment was also deprived. Many market knights lived a miserable life. Some farmers actually had to do hard labor to earn a living. Time and hardship can cure all bad tempers. Especially as Lin gradually took control of the Troll Castle and brought the newly reorganized Rand Corps. They became completely honest. They even felt that it was something to be proud of that they had fought a battle with the Rand Corps and survived. The main defense force in the Troll Castle area is the Rand Corps. Lin has disbanded the Star Dragon soldiers and the Royal Guards of the Third Corps and asked them to reorganize in the way of the First Corps. The First Legion is composed of noble soldiers, which are invested and formed by young noble knights. Each team includes knights, cavalry, infantry, sentinels, logistics, etc. The ultimate goal of the team is to fight for the nobles. The Second Legion is civilian soldiers, who rush to the front and flee at the back. They are cannon fodder, but also the backbone of the entire Rand Kingdom. Now Lin's Star Dragon soldiers are mainly composed of infantry from the Second Legion. The Third Legion is the Cavalry Legion, which belongs exclusively to the king. Cavalry has unrivaled dominance on the battlefield, and the Rand Kingdom's armor research and development has always ranked first among the surrounding countries. The impenetrable armor combined with the terrifying cavalry charge can make the enemy flee in a single encounter. However, when facing disasters, a single cavalry corps is facing the fate of being eliminated. The enemy is not a two-legged sheep waiting to be picked up by the charge. They can fly, run, and even master long-range attack methods. A more comprehensive combat corps is required to deal with these problems. Lind, who had been coveting the cavalry for a long time, chose the method of boiling the frog in warm water. He used the condition of helping the cavalry to be promoted to great knights to make Queen Rania agree to slowly hand over the soldiers under her to him for training. The cavalry sent to Lind will not take the potion directly, although their qualities are excellent. And there will not be too many problems even if they take the potion directly. These cavalry will first be trained, various mental training, and gradually polish away their loneliness. It is well known that if a group of people are thrown together for training, even the most angular people will gradually integrate into the group. Then, they will be divided into groups. Cavalry, infantry, etc. And sometimes they will team up with some people with wizard talents. Everyone is a candidate for taking potions. Then Lind will arrange for them to take classes. Knowledge is the first step for Lind to capture them. If they want to gallop in the doomsday, the cavalry needs more comprehensive combat knowledge. As a time traveler, Lind only remembers one of the 36 strategies of war. Running away is the best strategy. But he has immortals, who once brought a lot of knowledge to this land, including cement, steelmaking, construction, cranes, soilless cultivation, etc. There are always a group of people who are keen on playing computer games on mobile phones, playing mobile games on computers, reading novels on watches, and now using fully immersive stealth games to replicate everything on Earth. And as long as there is a task bounty, the undead will be happy to do copying. It may be an exaggeration to say that there are a group of military gods under Lind. But every soldier's head is full of knowledge, and they are used to thinking before doing. The soldiers whose horizons have been broadened by knowledge will drink magic potions one after another, and then practice combat with each other. And they will find that after each team is matched, the combat effectiveness has a qualitative leap. They will accept this and start to adapt to the new team. After all, no one in the entire Rand Kingdom has ever experienced the magic of wizards before. The combination of magic and the assistance of archers holding secret patterned bows make the cavalry charge more comfortable. Everyone is serving Her Majesty Queen Rania, and hiding in Thorn City with Rania all day long. When can they return to Goliath, completely integrated into the new formation? Although the cavalry did not verbally pledge allegiance to Lind, their knowledge came from themselves. Their thinking was the same as theirs, and even their goals and ideas were the same as theirs. Then, they are his own people. Linda did not completely seize Rania's military power. The reorganized combat corps was also set back to Rania, and its combat effectiveness was stronger than before. The battlefield of the cavalry was in the repeated charge and collision with the enemy. Rather than raising the long spear as a guard of honor for every time the queen went out, he just reused this power in his own way. Whether it is the Great Knight or the Upper Knight, it seems to be a powerful force that can sweep across the kingdom of Rand. But if you look closely, you will find that the game level range of the Great Knight is 11 to 20, and the Upper Great Knight is 21 to 30. The Land Kingdom is just a novice map. The explanation for Rania was even simpler. He asked Rania to agree even if he asked her openly, not to mention that his method was quite gentle. Now Linda is leading the queen to command the princes. Rania is very clear about her situation, and she is not at a disadvantage. Before contacting Linda, there were not many great knights in the entire Thorn City. But now not only every land soldier has the strength of a great knight, but even the upper-level great knights are not lacking, and the strength has increased by dozens of times. Rania forced herself to believe Lind. The Blackfire brothers took orders and left. The market knights would work together under their leadership. These guys are very honest now. They are wearing different armors. Lind never planned to put them into the war sequence, so he didn't waste any resources on the market knights. The complicated and tedious work makes people feel drowsy. The more terrifying thing is that there are a lot of undead people coming to Tsuegong. They don't come in a group at once, but they come in a steady stream, and a few come every once in a while. At the beginning, the knights in the market answered questions seriously, and spoke the lines strictly according to the instructions of the Blackfire brothers and Lind. Gradually, they got annoyed, and their tone became stiff and stereotyped. The NPC intelligence here doesn't seem to be very good. An undead whispered. It's probably because there are too many characters. No lines are said, and they are all reading. It turns out that the internal test was done too hastily. After all, there are only dozens of novice villages on the official website now, and there is a lot of land around. So it is normal to copy and paste NPCs in batches. Look, those two guys are so dark. Like shadows. Not the dark color of black people. Just pure dark. Pitch black. The Blackfire brothers noticed that the undeads were acting strangely, as if they were connected to each other in some strange way. As if they were saying, "Come and check in." More and more people gathered around them, and the undead stood beside them. Check in? They seemed to understand what it meant. Chapter 254. I'll buy it. My ring will not lose. I got my own disaster horse back, but no volcano bird. The official explanation of Star Dragon City is that there have been many wars in the past year. And some disaster horses and volcano birds died in the war. With one day's update. You really made up a story. Right? He was a little unhappy but helpless. Because no matter from which angle you look at it, it is improving the world setting. But in his opinion, this setting is a bit superfluous. It was a bit annoying that the game officials used the player's personal assets at will. As for the data loss, he really hadn't thought about it. It was only one day. How could the game lose data? The most likely possibility was that in order to show authenticity, they randomly picked the unlucky one. And he was the unlucky one drawn. He had no choice but to buy another strange bird. This time, the strange bird he bought was much bigger than the previous one. It was still bald, but its wings were thick, and its claws were sharp. When the wings were spread out, they were 2 circles larger than his previous one. The wind generated when flapping the wings and flying could blow an ordinary adult, who was not prepared to fall. The first thing to do after buying a new pet is of course to get decorations. Oh my god! There are decorations of the same style as Fire Tumor Alex. The flying dragon has not been opened yet. Many people speculate that flying mounts will definitely be opened. But some people say it is impossible. In any case, the flying dragon of Star Dragon City is definitely one of the coolest NPC mounts that the undead can get at this stage. Everyone has to have fantasies. What if they can really be satisfied? My ring will not lose to my new pet. I put on a new set of decorations, including golden armor, foot rings and golden foot chains. An ugly ball bird quickly changed its image into an ugly ball bird shining with gold after a lot of money. Because I successfully opened the potion material box and got the Heart of Disaster. My Wunkenwushu was successfully promoted to the Sun Knight. The advantage of the old undead is that they have greater resources than the new undead. And they have accumulated resources in the early stage and developed very quickly. Can I learn skills? This is the first time that my Wunkenwushu has heard that I can learn skills. In the past, I changed my job to become a 2-headed man, a secret pattern messenger, and a spell wizard. Although I also need to learn abilities. It is more like directly using the power they get from potions. Knights can go to the army to sign up for training. And wizards can learn magic-related knowledge. He paid the fee and went to the barracks. Lord Reeve. My ringtake will not lose recognized the man in front of him. The great knight who was following Lind. But he didn't look very good now. He was not wearing armor, but a robe, and used a cane to support his body. My ringtake will not lose? Reeve recognized him and greeted him with a smile. Each NPC has a different attitude towards each undead. And the attitude is closely related to what each person does. Which is why many people are more willing to abide by the law. They are like old friends. It seems that a lot of things have happened in this year. My ring will not lose. He wondered. How big is the update this time? Every NPC model he met along the way has changed. This is a huge workload. In his opinion, it is no different from making a new game. How many developers does Madoka have? Are you here to learn some fighting skills of the Great Knight? Reeve gently patted the undead man's shoulder and said, I am your instructor. Good. Battle skills. Including the simplest and most basic combat thinking. Shield resistance. Collision. Getting up quickly after falling to the ground. Etc. All the things taught are very basic. My ring taker will not lose and learns quickly. Not because he is gifted, but as a great knight. As long as he is proficient in the movements, he can use his physical fitness to force the goal. Riff saw it but didn't say anything. He just emphasized, these movements will become your life-saving things, and must be integrated into the combat instinct. He has already integrated the fighting instinct. After leaving the game, sometimes he can't help but use it. Now everyone around him knows that he is very good at fighting, and has strong fighting power. Yes. The undead nodded. Then next, one of the powers mastered by Lord Lind is also the power used by the Sun Knight to guide and release his own flames. Glorious explosion? My ring will not lose and actively answer. This skill has always been sold in the store, but it is useless to buy it without drinking the Sun Knight's Path Potion. There is no power of fire in the body, so of course it cannot be used. That's right. Riff nodded. This power is very strong. But before learning, do you have these 2 skills? If not, I can also buy them here. Linda's unique money-making mindset is gradually affecting each of his NPCs. In some places, Linda will be very generous, often selling and giving away half of the items. And the gifts are all very precious things in the eyes of the NPCs. And the sales are things that they feel are completely useless, such as decorations. In some places, Linda is particularly stingy, such as the current selling skills. He will arrange people to teach skills, but the skills must be bought by yourself. There are many similar operations. Linda's most famous operation so far is opening boxes, asking the undead to complete tasks to earn points, and then let the undead use the points to exchange for stones in various troublesome ways to open the box. The things put in are all decided by the Lord himself, which is similar to gambling, but different. At least gambling has to have wins and losses, and at least at the beginning you have to know what you are betting on. But Linda's boxes are different. You don't know what's inside. There are too many people lining up to give money. After the opening box activity has made huge profits, Linda also assigned tasks to many people. Basically anyone with a name can participate. But basically no one can understand the operation logic. It's not that they don't understand opening boxes, but they don't understand why dead people would spend crazy money for those things. The values of both sides are totally unequal. The only one who could barely learn this set was Miss Miko. It is said that the magic potion material box activity she opened this time was praised by the Lord, creating extremely high value for Star Dragon City. The value here refers to the fact that the undead squandered all their points and made crazy contributions to earn points, but basically did not gain any benefits. Some people also asked Miss Miko about the operation logic, but Miss Miko herself was confused. She just said that she thought the Heart of Disaster would be the key, and the undead would definitely come to buy it. This is indeed the case, because Lind used the Heart of Disaster as a necessary material for exchanging the Path Potion. He wants to collect points and materials. At first, Miss Miko just thought that she could just stuff everything into the box and wait for the undead to choose. She calculated that the value of the potion material she stuffed into the box was more than 500 times the selling price. And that was even including the complete Heart of Disaster. Otherwise, the value difference would be thousands of times. The huge profit made Miko dizzy. What era is it still like to hoard goods like a hamster? The little money she saved by searching, and searching cannot be compared with the profit from opening boxes. But unexpectedly, Miko's actions were still considered inconsiderate by the Lord, and he asked her to add a guarantee. Miko didn't understand. Isn't it better to draw the undead the harder it is to draw? The longer you delay, the more you earn. But if you add a guarantee, the price the undead pay will be sharply reduced. The Heart of Disaster will be drawn after 20 to 30 draws. So until now, all NPCs still don't understand Lin's idea. He can be said to be stingy, but he can cut the box opening profit of thousands of times. And now the profit is only 100 times at most. He was generous, and he didn't intend to let go of the little money for teaching the new knight's skills. The undead, who opened the box without blinking an eye, would definitely not be stingy when learning skills. To learn new skills, the teaching fee is the teaching fee, and the skill book is the skill book fee. The undead thought it was reasonable. My ring will not lose and said, I'll buy it. Chapter 255, because they like the Riddler. I'll buy it. Similar situations not only occur in the Knight Skill Learning Center in Star Dragon City, but also in the Wizard Magic Teaching Center. A little bit adds up to a lot, and Lin never finds it troublesome to squeeze the undead's deposits. There are a lot of undead who have changed their job to wizards. The elegant wizard is always the answer to the version, and there are only a few people who dare to stand in front of the disaster monsters and fight at close range, and endure being splashed with blood plasma or other dirty internal organs. There are many magics that wizards can learn, not just fireballs, but also various popular magic application techniques, most of which come from Domain. When a man with long white hair and a white beard, holding a magic wand and a two-handed sword, stood in front of him, almost all the undead who came to learn magic had a common understanding. This old man's magic must be invincible, and his swordsmanship must be very strong. Even the wizard Domain himself did not expect that the first magic that the undead wanted to learn was illumination. Elegant mages all start by learning lighting spells. There's also a writing class. My ring taker won't lose, so he stopped learning out of breath. This is a little trick for learning skills that I've researched. If you lower your senses, you won't feel tired or painful when learning, but the learning time will be infinitely extended. But if he uses 100% of his senses, the pain and fatigue in his body will be reflected, and it will become his instinct and experience. He was also surprised that there was a writing class in the course. Writing and slashing is the romance of playing close combat. The romance of melee combat also includes double jump, charging slash, climbing dragon slash, double sword back rubbing, big sword stopping dragon chariot, etc. Being handsome is romance. You must learn. So you must buy the course. Undead people come to learn skills one after another, and the number of knights gradually increases. Lord Reeve, please forgive my presumptuousness. My ring will not lose. During the break, he walked to Reeve and asked, "What is your injury?" No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Reeve, who suddenly changed from a Lord Guard to a disabled instructor, must have an important plot. A war. Rift seemed to be lost in distant memories, which made the undead feel very uncomfortable. They had only not seen each other for one day, just like saying goodbye to classmates on the weekend. When they met again on Monday, he was suddenly bandaged and leaning on crutches. You asked him what happened, but he fell into distant memories and used an expression of "you don't understand." This feeling of being excluded was very uncomfortable. Seeing that Reeve didn't want to mention this matter, the undead was puzzled but didn't ask any more questions. He was learning skills like crazy, and in his spare time, he would chat with a few friends he knew, or share videos with each other. It was very interesting to watch the new undead make stupid moves. Some people always mistakenly think that this game is like other games, and they do things recklessly. The current main line should have been determined. An undead said, "The struggle between the new and old nobles is probably the main direction during the internal test. And when the public test is launched, it is estimated that there will be a large-scale war with the disaster forces." It is easy to guess, because the level of NPCs is generally within level 20, which is definitely the early stage. Wasn't there a siege before? It must be our noble land army and the rebels fighting. When chatting, the undead unconsciously brought in emotions and called the new nobles the rebels. Just like when we fought Lord Leon. Oh my god. That guy broke out the Abyss Plague. And he also forced us to disconnect from the internet. From this point of view, the new nobles are really not good people. And they really deserve to be killed. Just as they were chatting, an undead suddenly said, "Oh my god. I really envy those new undead in Suigong. What's up? There's a pair of new guards around Lind, and they often have black flames burning on their bodies. So cool. I'll share the pictures with you later." The undead people who saw the photos of the Blackfire brothers kept exclaiming, "Really cool." The humanoid knight with black flames wrapped around his body looked more handsome than Lind, who was wrapped in orange-red flames at first glance. The people in Suigong have started to get involved in the main story. We should have our own main story. Wait, what do you think this person is saying? When the undead in Star Dragon City envy the undead who could develop in the central region, the new undead also envy the undead in the Star Dragon region. A large number of skills that can be learned. Constantly opening prize pools. Mounts, pets, equipment, potions. It is simply enviable. The sun is different. A new undead asked the NPC how to go to the north, and the unanimous answer was that the Snake Catcher Fortress is very dangerous. Don't go. I didn't really want to go, but if you say so, we can try it. Other regions can only watch helplessly, without Linda's strong support. Only a few lucky undead in some regions have successfully promoted to level 11 or above. They have disappeared for more than a year. No one remembers their previous achievements. Their previous interpersonal relationships have faded. Or rather, they are not faded. But almost all the NPCs they know have died. Some have moved away, and some have died or disappeared on the battlefield. This group of undead has no confidence to go to the Snake Catcher's Fortress. If it weren't for a few familiar faces occasionally, they would even think that they have been deleted. Therefore, only the undead in Star Dragon City have the confidence to go to the Snake Catcher Fortress. On the other side, in the central area, in the Mountain Troll Castle, a fixed teleportation window opened in front of Lind. Currently, he is the only one who can remotely control Star Dragon City in such a luxurious way. Unfortunately, the door is not big enough, considering safety. At most a kitten can get through. "Where is Miko?" Lind asked. With the continuous development, the number of potion methods and potion formulas mastered is increasing. Even if Lind keeps increasing the number of wizards trained, it is still difficult to meet the needs. The most important thing is to select young people with wizard talent. At this stage, we need to fill the talent gap of wizards first, and then knights. The increasingly large wizard group has also divided into many more detailed organizations, such as Duomei is responsible for teaching and training, and Miku is responsible for the research and production of magic potions. She is also Lin's most trusted pharmacist. In the past year, although Lin does not continue to increase his night path, he has not stopped taking drugs. His noble blood makes him gifted in absorbing magic potions. Duomei replied, Miss Miko is selling potion material boxes. It's something she can do. Forget it. Don't worry about her. Miko discovered the opportunity to make money. She is definitely crazier than anyone else. Even ignoring herself. The big brother on the list. Linda contacted Star Dragon City with another order. Lance, Reed and others were also there. This was a high-level meeting of Star Dragon City. Issue a gag order immediately, he said, no matter who it is. When the undead ask about the Snake Catcher's fortress, they are not allowed to answer. The most they can answer is, don't go to the Snake Catcher's fortress. Just leave one sentence. Because they like the real man. Chapter 256 Don't go to the Snake Catcher's fortress. Lance's voice came, Sir, do you want to set up a checkpoint directly? If you don't want the undead to get close to the Snake Catcher's fortress, Star Dragon City can still do it with its current military level. And as an official, when a large number of soldiers block it, most of the undead will definitely choose to obey, leaving them too much to play with. There is no need to force a conflict. Set up a checkpoint? No. Linda shook his head. Arrange a logistics team to be stationed near the Snake Catcher's fortress in advance. And then let Renzo go there to open a camp store. Among the many NPCs with similar faces, Renzo's popularity remains high. He is the only villain among all NPCs. The Dark Lord's shop is very suitable to appear in any location and then do some illegal transactions. Sir, what about the road to the central region? Since Linda is not stopping the undead, it means that he hopes that the undead can take the initiative to go to the Snake Catcher's fortress. The road that still exists will be a huge obstacle. Send someone to destroy it. Linda paused as he spoke. He took out a bundle of knives of advice and threw them all into the teleportation window after preparing for a while. He also threw a map. These knives are inserted in these locations. Lance, who had never spoken, suddenly asked, Sir, are you ready to go to war with Lord Ronan? With the current strength of Star Dragon City, it is not difficult to go to war with the Snake Catcher fortress and win. But there will be sacrifices. They have already taken another path. So there is no need to go to war with the other side. Of course not to start a war. Lin said, Go find Renzo. I have something to tell him. He will keep his promise and not actively invade the territory of the great snake Ronan. But if the undead actively invade, it will have nothing to do with him. At the same time, Lind is also very curious about how the battle of the old nobles will go, and what chain consequences will be brought about by the undead people's crusade against the old nobles. So far, he has not seen the death of an old noble who has gone completely crazy. The Snake Catcher's fortress is sandwiched between his territories. If there is really any problem, it is completely within the control range. This is an opportunity to pull out the nails in his territory, and also an opportunity to study the old nobles. It is said that there are now rich people in the game who use real-world money to directly purchase the Heart of Disaster, including some small online stores that have put related virtual goods on the shelves. Not only the Heart of Disaster, but also the more expensive Blood of Madness can be bought with money. Points and gold coins in the game are difficult to obtain and require hard work. But as long as you pay the studio to help you with it, weapons and equipment can also be given to each other. Lin can use means to ensure that the undead cannot make certain transactions that do not touch the bottom line. For example, they need to work hard to open the box to get the Star Dragon Stone. And they also need to complete the task themselves to exchange the points for the promotion potion. But he couldn't strictly control every material transaction. There were too many materials. If he numbered each material, the operation of the entire Star Dragon City would probably be paralyzed due to the large amount of energy consumption. Every day, a large amount of materials were produced, and then a large amount of materials were consumed. So it was natural to support some small studios, and even some players who originally just wanted to play games for leisure also found a way and had to follow suit. If Lin hadn't asked Miss Miko to confirm that the Heart of Disaster could be released in time, it would probably cost a lot of money to buy a Heart of Disaster. But even if it can be guaranteed, there are still some people who can't afford it or are too lazy to earn points. Some people like to play games slowly, but some people get impatient easily. Since I can't draw it, I'll spend money. So there is always a market for game commodity trading, unless Linda opens up the purchase channel of the Heart of Disaster. But this is impossible. There are indeed many disaster monsters. Not to mention satisfying 12,000 people. Even if there are 100 times more, it can be easily satisfied. But those are not accessible to the undead. Information gap and time gap are Linda's development tools. What Linda needs is the value created by the undead people who have to work for him in order to buy things. It doesn't matter whether it is provided by the rich Krypton Gold players or the studio. Just like someone once used the money to buy a fit just to buy a disaster warhorse. Everyone's consumption concept is different. And some people play for experience. However, sometimes some difficult phenomena occur frequently. For example, someone pretends to buy materials at a high price. But when he gets the heart of disaster, he runs away without paying. Without an official trading platform as a guarantee. This group of players who intend to make a fortune can only suffer a loss. And at most, they can hang people in the post. In this regard, Lynn can only say that online transactions are risky, and the consequences are borne by oneself. He is just an NPC, and he cannot impose any restrictions on the undead who disrupt the game atmosphere. He is the only NPC who can read the posts. But there are many people among the 12,000 who want to become scammers and make a fortune on a whim. But no matter what, the emergence of peripheral industries such as playing with others, leveling up with others, and reselling materials has allowed the undead in Star Dragon City to develop at an unimaginable speed. And far beyond everyone else. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't reach the central area, I believe that the magic potion dealers in Star Dragon City would definitely cover the business transaction range to Raven City. In the tavern, the dwarf Ludo wandered between the tables, with a child beside him. This short father and son always brought laughter to the people in the tavern. No matter which world you are in, the tavern with drunkards is the easiest place to get information. What? Snake Catcher Fortress. The drunk soldier suddenly looked up and said, "You'd better not go. Don't go to the Snake Catcher's Fortress again." Damn. Riddler. Right. At the beginning, no undead cared about this matter. Their level had not yet reached level 20. Their skills had not yet been learned. And there were still many places that had not been explored. But gradually, some undead found that as long as they mentioned the Snake Catcher's Fortress, they would get the advice of don't go to the Snake Catcher's Fortress. But they didn't know anything when they asked further. But some undead were active in thinking. Such as the drunkard NPCs that often appeared in the tavern became their targets. They took turns pouring wine. And finally made a drunkard unconscious. "Hey, I told you not to go." The drunk man lying on the table spoke incoherently. "Why can't I go?" the undead asked hurriedly. "Because the Lord has given an order that I absolutely cannot go." Lynn must have been to the Snake Catcher's Fortress. And something happened. But no one knows what happened. Just when all the NPCs in the Star Dragon City area kept silent about this matter, someone finally couldn't help but take action. Okay. You Riddler said not to go. Then I will go. Chapter 257. There is a small path here. My ring will not lose. I found a group of old acquaintances who had fought together before. They are trustworthy in terms of technology and character. The most important thing is that all of them have been promoted successfully. And their equipment is enchanted at the lowest level, belonging to the T1 level. They rode on the Calamity Warhorse and set off from Star Dragon City to the south. During the journey, they stopped to rest in Kazan Town and accidentally attracted a group of new undead who were watching the fun, especially after seeing the disaster horse. Many undead were drooling with greed. There was also an old undead who couldn't suppress the idea of showing off, and blew a whistle, and a bald bird immediately swooped down from his head. The old undead reached out and grabbed the claws of the strange bird, and slowly flew to the roof of Kazan Town amid the exclamations of the newbies. "Fuck. Can it fly? Oh my god. Hang glider. Zelda," etc. What awaited him was no longer exclamations and envious eyes, but the arrows of Kazan Town soldiers. The urban area is a no-fly zone. Except for the Lord's flying dragon. Anyone who dares to fly will be shot down. After the episode, they set out again, and finally arrived at the Snake Man post after a while. They couldn't help complaining about the long time wasted on the road. But the game always maintained its authenticity. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were extremely shocked. The Snake Man post that was once well defended had turned into a ruin. The land without vitality could not repair the trauma caused by the terrifying magic flames. And the traces left by the war were still clearly visible. In a year, what else has happened that we don't know about? Other games only add a few activities every time they update. But why is it that every time you update Madoka, it's as if we, the undead, have really been missing for a year? The undead entered the territory and looked at the scorched earth, as if they were also in that terrifying sea of fire. It's a dragon, an undead said. They had seen the fire-breathing ability of fire tumor Alex, and combined with the previous orders of the Lord, it was not difficult to imagine an experience. In other words, Linda had a conflict with the snake sentry? Since Linda can appear in the central area, there must be a conflict. Or he was killed directly. Let's go see the prison boss first. When the undead dragged the disaster bird to the top of the mountain one after another, they found that the prison was completely abandoned and the 10 bosses disappeared. In the prison that was once full of oppression, the only living creature left was the spider in the corner that was struggling to weave a web. They used the volcanic bird to glide around, and their exploration speed was several times faster. Soon, a group of swords were found sticking vertically in the ground in an area ahead. After an unknown period of time, the swords were surrounded by mutant plants such as sawgrass, and some swords were entangled by thorny vines. After getting closer, it was found that each sword had been eroded by the years, leaving traces of rain, snow, wind and frost. There seems to be a name on this sword. Pang? This sword says Ronin's son Almert Flame Wing. It seems to be one of the 10 bosses. There is also Dominic Night Demon here. It looks like a tombstone. So those bosses were killed by Lind. And then a tombstone was erected for them? So what happened in this year? Even non-plot fans were curious and scratched their heads. They came here with murderous intent, but found that all the bosses were dead. That feeling made people feel very awkward. Not only curiosity, but also the time cost of rushing. Wait, the Snake Man outpost was destroyed. If the Snake Catcher Fortress was also destroyed, does it mean that they can go directly to the central area? Keep going forward, an undead man said. Yes, it would be best if we could go straight through. One of my buddies finally got a spot in the internal test, but he ended up in that red mushroom village. Now he can't die even if he wants to. He's been locked up for several days. He told me that if I don't rescue him, he'll quit the game. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing. The red mushroom village is definitely a nightmare for newbies. The village chief directly ordered people to be arrested. They didn't kill them or let them commit suicide. They were locked up like this. The game experience was extremely bad. Of course, they were also very excited. Just get through, and then go save people. As an old player, you must save the newbies. Their unity is beyond imagination. The Snake Catcher's fortress appeared in front of them, like a giant beast coiling in its den, blocking the north-south passage. Has this been opened? The undead looked at the open door of the Snake Catcher's fortress, which looked unobstructed. Unlike the visual experience, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became wrong. They seemed to feel a strong pressure, and their hearts seemed to be grasped by an invisible force. Especially the part of the undead who raised their senses and felt more clearly, and the air seemed to become sticky. There is something terrifying ahead. You'll know if you go in and take a look. Although Lind ordered that no one should approach the Snake Catcher's fortress, it just so happened that guess what? The rules of action for us undead people are to not listen to any rules. We have to go to places that we are not allowed to go, or we have to squeeze through even if there are bugs on the road. The undead rode their disaster horses towards the gate of the Snake Catcher's outpost, and in an instant, the air suddenly burst into a loud bang sound. A huge arrow flew over, hitting the ground like a heavy hammer, lifting the ground. Then the crackling dirt and gravel fell like rain, hitting their armor, making dense noises. The arrow stuck in the ground was more like a spear, nailed to the ground. The first step to rush into the Snake Catcher's fortress was blocked, and the undead were covered by the overwhelming rain of arrows before they could even reach the door. Especially when those huge arrows flew over and strung the 3 disaster war horses together like candied haws. The undead became completely obedient. The first wave of undeads that were wiped out gathered together. There was no experience of failure to summarize. This road just couldn't be passed. Why do I feel that something is wrong here? Indeed, if it is for defense, such a large arrow should not be used. Why do I feel that the arrow was made to defend against one person, a person riding a dragon? The figure of a person appeared in the minds of the undead at the same time. Especially the Snake Man outpost that was suspected to be burned by dragon fire. The scorched earth and Lind's attitude all showed that everything was related to Lind. Maybe Lind has been to the Snake Catcher's fortress and had some encounters there. But the NPCs collectively gave them riddles, so they couldn't find a place to start. Although the Snake Catcher's fortress couldn't be approached, the undead didn't give up exploring. This isn't reality. The game can't have impossible levels. There must be something we missed by accident. The undead bought the disaster horse and the volcano bird again. This time they didn't go directly to the Snake Catcher's fortress, but decided to find a loophole. The castle was so big, as long as they could avoid the concentrated fire attack at the main gate and kill inside, the next thing would be easy. This is a long journey of searching. Many undead chose to log off during the search. They have a lot of things to play, so they chose not to waste their gaming and sleeping time on the parts that the officials explicitly forbid them to approach. The new card game recently launched in the tavern is very interesting. They disdain playing cards in real life, but if they play cards in the magic world, it would be very interesting. The remaining small number of undead still persisted. And finally, they found some clues. There is a path here. Chapter 258, The Dark Lord's Trading Tent. My ring taker will not lose. He tipped his heels and walked on the path. It was already dark. This area was not under the jurisdiction of Star Dragon City. Disasters occurred very frequently, and those things were very sensitive to sound. Although the undead was not a secret pattern messenger, he still knew some simple ways to reduce the sound he made when moving. And this part of the content was also taught in the night course. An excellent knight must have knowledge of melee combat skills, barehanded combat, long-range archery, stealth reconnaissance, etc. According to Reeve, the strongest infantry in the Land Kingdom used to be archers. Every archer could swing a two-handed sword without any pressure, and people with less strength could not pull the bow at all. There are outstanding people in each type of soldier, and no one can be omnipotent, because human power has its limits. But now it is slowly changing. The extraordinary power of the knights makes the soldiers surpass ordinary humans. The soldiers had no pressure in defending close or attacking far away. One person was a powerful army. He lowered his voice to the lowest level, but the light was getting darker and darker. The moonlight above his head was a little stingy tonight, and the visibility was very low. He groped forward. Crash! The terrain in front suddenly sank, and the undead man was startled and retreated subconsciously. Cliffs. Boom, boom, boom. The heart was beating fast. This is a dead end. My ring will not lose. Just when I was about to turn around and leave, I found something familiar on the ground, flashing a faint fluorescence under the moonlight. It looks like a knife of advice. You can't pass this way. Damn! It's slightly different from the undead's knife of advice, and the shape of the knife is more peculiar. It should be a special system supply. My ring will not lose and turned back, but did not forget to tell others about his discovery. I found a small path, but it's a dead end, and there is a piece of advice left by the system. Sure enough, the game production team knew we would take this path. What? There is such a thing? The other undead, who got the news, immediately searched around themselves, and sure enough, at the end of every dead end, they could find a piece of advice. The more they do this, the more I feel there is something wrong. There must be something hidden around. My ring will not lose is very sure. He was distracted on the way back, and at the same time, he was communicating with others in private messages. The way here was safe, and nothing was disturbed. But there was something wrong when going back. A gust of wind suddenly blew behind his head, and my ring would not lose almost subconsciously lowered his body, and the aggressive wind brushed his scalp. What is that? He staggered forward with one hand on the ground, and then used his elbow to quickly change his direction, in order to pursue high defense and high attributes. His equipment was very heavy, so he tried his best to avoid falling down, and he would avoid forward rolls if possible. If he fell down, it would be difficult to get up, but his movements would definitely be stiff. It was a thin black shadow with extremely long arms and fast movements, almost relying on instinct. He drew out the sword to block in front of him, and the arm collided with the sword, knocking out sparks. General, my Wankenwisha commented, and exerted force on his knees. The sword that was originally in the posture of drawing the sword was transformed into an arrow step upward thrust. He used a short-bladed two-handed sword, and the hilt was decorated with a small hammer that could hit the enemy at close range. Although the material was not very strong, it was infused with secret patterns. Frost covered the palm-wide sword in an instant, and the coldness suddenly rose in the gradually hot weather, making people shiver. The sword bit the chin of the black figure and easily sent the opponent flying. But once the rhythm of the battle began, my Wunkenwushu would not let the opponent go. He rushed forward, and the tip of the sword bit the throat of the thin figure tightly. But the black shadow reacted very quickly. When I was waiting for the opportunity to execute him on the ground, he stretched out his arms and grabbed me back, as if he wanted to die together. Puff! The sword successfully pierced into the opponent's throat, and some liquid that should not be blood gushed out. And it sounded very sticky. The combat IQ is very low, and he can only attack. He stepped on the chest of the motionless corpse on the ground and pulled out the sword. There was a big commotion here, and he didn't dare to stay. So he turned around and left quickly. Small paths. All small paths. They encountered several battles after trying and failing on countless winding paths. The number of disasters in this area was very surprising. And they were very good at squatting. They would not attack when approaching from the front, and would only attack suddenly when their backs were exposed. And many people suffered losses. Until dawn, several people reunited. They stood in front of a cliff. If it was just a dead end, it would be fine. But there were wooden bridges and ropes on both sides. But the bridges were broken for some reason. Now we have found the right way. As expected, there are also advices in front of the cliff of the broken bridge. The destroyed bridge. You can't pass through here. Can't pass through here? Did you forget that we have birds? We don't need a bridge at all. We can fly directly over. An undead man blew his mask and circled low in the sky. Among the strange birds behind him, a bald strange bird flew over. I'll go over and take a look first. The undead man jumped up by grabbing the bird's claws. The volcano bird flapped its wings hard. But because the undead man wore the best equipment on this trip, the huge weight made it very difficult for the volcano bird to fly. It flapped its wings twice, but couldn't fly. So it had to glide in the end. A few dozen meters is not far to glide. But after sliding out 1/3 of the distance, the volcano bird actually began to hover in place. Fuck. There is an air wall. I am too heavy. I can't fly back. Ah. Ah. The undead people saw that the volcano bird was blocked by an invisible force and could not pass through. In exhaustion, they were dragged by the undead and fell into the abyss. Fortunately, the undead reacted at the last moment and let go of the hand holding the volcano bird, avoiding falling to death on their own. Paraglider. Saving costs. This road is also a dead end. But this direction should be correct. They turned back to continue searching, but suddenly found a wisp of smoke rising in the distance. There are people. When the undead arrived, they found that this was actually a small camp. Some people were walking back and forth in the camp, and some were cooking breakfast. They also saw a familiar figure inside. Voldemort? No. It's Renzo. Renzo was still wearing the black robe, and his bald head and skinny body made him look like a ghost. There aren't many popular male NPCs. Linda is popular because of his strength and frequent appearance, while Domain and Renzo are popular because of their appearance, especially after Linda deliberately dressed them up in this direction. It's hard to say how similar they are, but their temperament is simply the same. Undead? Renzo's voice was hoarse. Why are you here? The undead asked. Of course it's because. Renzo laughed. Because of something interesting. Do you want to make a deal? A deal about the snake catcher's fortress. The undead looked at each other and saw excitement in their companion's eyes. So the plot of the snake catcher's fortress started from here. What deal? I need something about the snake catcher's fortress. Something precious. Interesting. Anything. If you can bring me something that interests me, I can pay a certain amount of reward. Renzo took out a stone and said with a grin that was about to release Avada Kedavra in the next second, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Star Dragon Stone. This mission can't be ignored. Chapter 259 Infiltration. But there are 400 people. Renzo is a very calm person. As a believer of the Lord of Madness, he has always maintained his rationality and has never been affected. The blood-red flames burned in his body, and the pain kept torturing him. But he never let the flames distort his will. He is a very rational person. But because he is too rational, he has no pursuit of the future. So Renzo regards the will of his dead relatives as his own will. When Renzo first met Lind, he found that he was very similar to the nobles in his impression, and he swore allegiance immediately after confirming that Lind was a noble. Lind never asked him to be loyal, and even allowed him to leave at any time when he needed. Lind's Star Dragon outpost was not big, and the power was not strong. But there was a group of weird undead. After living like this for a while, Lin's power was expanding rapidly, and the number of undead increased, even to the extent that Renzo himself could not understand. The most incomprehensible thing is that he is popular. He knows that he is ugly, and although he does not feel inferior to it, he is definitely not proud of it. But in Lin's words, his existence is irreplaceable. Facts have proved that Renzo is indeed the most popular. But Renzo slowly learned from the undead that he looks similar to an evil person in the undead's hometown. There are actually people who like evil people and say it openly. Renzo does not understand them, but he knows that he has helped the Lord complete many tasks. This time, Linda found Renzo again and asked him to complete a task. Renzo certainly did not refuse. He was used to doing things according to Linda's orders. But the role Renzo had to play this time made him feel a little resistant from the bottom of his heart. A greedy man with some evil thoughts who tried to disobey the Lord's orders. Judging people by appearance? That's what we want. If you don't betray the rules with this look, people will look down on you. Lord Renzo, we want to know what happened here, and why the Lord said not to go to the snake catcher's fortress. I don't know either. Renzo paced back and forth, but everything should be related to the snake post. Snake post? Yes. Renzo stopped and looked in the direction of the snake catcher fortress, and said, more than a year ago, the Lord tried to pass through the snake post and return to Goliath through the snake catcher fortress. He had a good chat with the son of Ronan. But someone used conspiracy and trickery to provoke a war behind the scenes. The crazy sons of Ronan ambushed the Lord, and we suffered heavy casualties in that battle. What happened next? A war between a Lord and 10 bosses. But not even a CG was left. We could only hear it from the NPC. Which is a pity. Alex's anger burned the Snakeman outpost, and the stupid snake catcher paid the price. After that, the Lord rode his dragon to the snake catcher fortress. No war was started, and nothing happened. However, from that day on, everyone was forbidden to go to the fortress. I guess it may be related to Baron Ronan. Boss. The undead people share a brain. When they see a castle, they know there is a boss inside. When they see a corner, they know there is something squatting next to it. When they see a high place, they want to climb up. But how did the Lord get to the central area? The undead people were puzzled. Renzo happened to ask Lin the same question. He remembered asking Lin, "My lord, why are you sure that the undead will choose to go through the snake catcher fortress? They can also use the volcanic bird to fly over, just like the soldiers used this method to build a bridge. I'm glad you started asking me some questions. Renzo, I remember you used to be very quiet." Linda was not angry at all because his orders were questioned. On the contrary, he was happy that Renzo chose to ask questions actively. Renzo was silent about this. He did have some changes, but he was not active enough to chat with the Lord casually. Linda said, "Because I don't let the volcano monster bird fly over." All volcano monster birds were tamed by the Lost Soul Knights, and all the Lost Soul Knights were loyal to Linda. When Linda set a boundary that could not be crossed, all volcano monster birds could not fly over. How should I explain? Why do you need to explain? Linda said, "They will find a reasonable explanation themselves." The scene returns to the present. Listening to the undead's question, Renzo said, "Of course we fly over. Can't you?" The undead was silent. "Yes. We have an air wall. So, we can't." Looking at the silent undead, Renzo was silent too. He just didn't talk much. "But we can't get close. How can we get close to the snake catcher's fortress?" the undead asked. Renzo explained, "The snake catcher fortress has strengthened its defenses for a year, and they are also afraid of the Lord." What he said was basically true. In fact, most people don't know what is in the snake catcher fortress. They just follow Linda's orders and know that they must not approach the fortress casually. Even many things Renzo first learned when he was chatting with Linda. "But I found a way." Renzo said, "You can sneak in there. But there is only one chance. The snake catcher soldiers are very sharp. There are thousands of them. If you are discovered this time, you will never have a chance to kill them again." The undead asked, "If we fail to infiltrate, we will be discovered? Does that mean that as long as we are not discovered, it will be fine?" Renzo was silent. This was true, but he always felt that something was wrong. We made full preparations to prevent Linda's attack. That day, Linda flew over on a dragon. Although the conversation between the two sides was quite harmonious, the entire fortress took action after Linda left. 10 times more long-range large weapons were set up, with the goal of defending against the dragon's attack. A year has passed, and Linda seems to have completely abided by the original agreement and has never appeared again. The patrols gradually became slack, so it was not too difficult to find a few good places to sneak into. The snake catcher's fortress was embedded on a wide mountain peak, with turbulent water and deep cliffs below. The howling wind from below reminded that if you slipped and fell, you would only die. The disaster horse and the volcano bird were not suitable to appear nearby. The soldiers of the snake catcher's fortress were very sharp and could spot them. The gray high wall was like a cliff. Standing at the foot of the wall and looking up, the wall was connected to the sky, and I seemed to have become an ant. The fortress city has complete defense equipment, including arrow towers, catapults, crossbow beds, etc., which are like the fangs of a giant beast, showing their majesty in rows. Just with its strong defense force, it was able to forcibly divide the north and the south in 3 or 4 years. And no matter whether it was the new nobles, or the old nobles, or other forces, they were unwilling to come and invade. This is enough to show how terrifying this place is. The undead people went around for several times before finally finding a so-called weak point, where one careless step could lead to death. My ring will not lose. Turning his head to look behind him, he saw a dark mass. Old players from the 1.0 period, including some new players who upgraded very quickly. After all, the information they got from Renzo was that there were about 1,000 red-named monsters in the fortress, and conservatively estimated that there was at least one top boss that could scare off the Lord riding a flying dragon. This battle was not something that a few people could withstand. But what if there were more than 400 people? Chapter 260 Mad Secret Church. It was already daybreak, but the infiltration had already begun. If there were 4 people, this infiltration would be full of dangers, and they would be discovered if they were not careful. If there were 40 people, teamwork would be considered, and it was also important to keep absolute silence. But with 400 people on the scene, it could no longer be considered an infiltration. It should be called an invasion. Everyone was trying to suppress their voices. This infiltration must not fail, and no one would doubt Renzo's statement. The undead in many areas have proved with their own personal experience that failure in some missions means eternal failure, and there is no chance to start over. So they must be careful enough. However, there is also an advantage of having a large number of people. That is, they have money. When everyone adds fuel to the fire, the flames will rise high. When everyone spends money, they can really kill people with money. With the help of the perfumer's spices, the hidden illusion created successfully helped them hide the sound. The footsteps of about 400 people infiltrating could not be hidden at all, but they managed to be silent under the power of Krypton gold. The purchasing power of several hundred people is very terrifying. The most direct manifestation is that the spices that Miss Brittany has accumulated lazily over the past year have been almost swept away. Now faced with a large number of purchase demands, under the threat of Linda's food shortage, Miss Snake can only work hard as a worker. Now she is also training new perfumers. NPCs who have stayed in Star Dragon City for a long time will eventually broaden their horizons and understand that the things they used to collect are actually not enough for even one day, while keeping the outside world quiet. In order to ensure that the orders can be accurately conveyed, all communication is conducted through the chat system within the undead. Of course, before the action, the issue of profit distribution must be explained first. It is not that everyone who comes will get a share, and as the first to discover the task, my ring will not lose, and others must also have a guarantee. Regarding the boss, it is entirely distributed by the person who fights the boss. Whoever works hard will get the benefits, and the distribution of benefits within the team will be discussed by themselves. As for the others, everyone's spoils belong to themselves, and they can take them to Renzo for exchange. It is hard to say what can be exchanged for good things, and what cannot be exchanged. There is no price list. It all depends on luck. Their goal is not to sneak into the snake catcher's fortress. They are here to rob the house. Sneaking into the sentry tower, my ring will not lose. There are 2 strange red monsters in front. They look like human-like snakes, with a layer of creepy snake scales wrapped around their skin. And their eyes are vertical, and will not blink. The orange-yellow pupils are cold. Alienated? What's going on? Someone followed behind him, and leaned over the window to look inside. The level is not high, but it is difficult to kill them instantly. I am afraid that they will make too much noise. The enemy's health bar is nearly 1,000. He is wearing complete armor, and has a layer of snake scales on his skin. His defense must be high. I am afraid that he will not get the upper hand in a real battle. A wizard will help me with the buff. Is there anyone who can catch the treasure-stealing banshee? There are many ways to prevent these snake soldiers from making any noise. The treasure-stealing banshee who can steal sound is an excellent silent prop. As long as it is useful, anything can become a mechanism for the undead to use. After getting ready, he took 2 more bottles of potions, and the undead jumped down and executed accurately. Apart from the sound of puff, the process was simple and straightforward. The vanguard walked out with their backs bent, and the undead squeezed in one after another. Soon the room was full, and the people inside had to whisper to the people outside not to squeeze in. The worst was the one lying on the window, unable to get in or out. We'd better seize a fixed location and slowly get rid of their large equipment. Yes, as long as these large equipment are gone, we can enter from the main gate and outlast them. Be careful not to be exposed. The architectural style of the fortress is very consistent with the Kingdom of Rand. The towering buildings are erected within the fortress walls. The outer area is where the troops are rotating. The surrounding area is full of trees. But as the ground loses its vitality, these trees have dried up and turned into a row of dead forests. In the dead forest, the houses with golden spires stick out like small peaks, exuding the gorgeous attraction unique to gold under the weak sunlight. There are multiple watchtowers outside, and a city inside. Standing on the city wall and looking towards the city, you will find that the layout of the city is very complicated, but well planned. Buildings of different styles of different eras are divided into small areas and finally connected together, which is enough to show that the city is very old. The roads inside the city are undulating, and there are many circular flower beds and stone bridges, making the whole city look more crowded. The residential houses lined up along the downhill also adopt the architectural style of gray stone walls and golden roofs, and are surrounded by a towering bell tower as the center. Snake men soldiers can be seen wandering around in the city. Further inside is the castle of the fortress, but it is too far away. The battle suddenly broke out at a corner. Stealth seemed to have failed, but the undead had a plan to deal with it. They threw out spices and treasure-stealing banshees, turned invisible and silent, and then rushed up to kill directly. 400 people dispersed and quickly swept the outer walls of the snake catcher fortress, and then they raced against time to destroy the city defense equipment. The undead maintained absolute control along the way, quiet, and not discovered, because everyone who discovered them was dead. Coming down from the city wall into the city, the undead were amazed by the vastness and grandeur of the city. Compared with the Star Dragon city built by the undead and modified later, the fortress has a strong Rand Kingdom architectural style. It was as if they had traveled through time and space in an instant. This was not a game, but a real world? Otherwise, how did the game production team create such a reasonable ancient building? From these buildings, there is not even a trace of the Western medieval architecture on Earth. Civilization is moving in another direction. So art is also moving in another direction. The undead people move separately, exploring and looting on their own, vowing to empty the entire snake catcher fortress. My team, who would not lose, entered the inner city area. They bypassed the snake people in front of them. If a conflict occurred in such a position, they would probably be overwhelmed by countless enemies. In front of them was a large building, about 4 stories high, next to the residential houses. In terms of exploring the residential houses, or exploring the huge building in front of them first, several people instantly reached a consensus. What is there to sweep away from the poor? It must be that the rich are more worthy of looting. The door painted with gold is like a thick wall, pushing open a crack in the door. The architectural style inside is very gorgeous and even fancy. The original wood floor and ceiling make people believe that this place should belong to someone powerful. The stained glass dyes the sunlight shining in into colorful colors. The overall architectural style of the room is gorgeous, and the space is very large. But there are knife-tipped scars on the ground, and there are large pieces of damage in some places. The corners of the wall decorated with exquisite sculptures, and the oil paintings on the wall that were burned by fire seem to tell that there was a chaos here. This is a church, an undead said. How did you see it? Look. The undead picked up a book and said, Believe in the Mad Secret Lord. This is a booklet. Believe in a small church called the Mad Secret Lord.